Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. For the European side, you will have myself, I'm Bryce, joining me here, Chris Tan. It's playoff time.
It is indeed. It's very much where the top teams are really going to show what they're made of. Yes, okay, it's very well going through and doing well in groups, but realistically speaking, this is where the money is made. This is where you really need to prove your mettle. But it's been an interesting group stage, especially last night. We had some curious games, especially over towards Group B side, as you can see. But yeah, Team Morcar Train going 5-0 in both their groups. But surprises on the right-hand side of the screen there, Bressie.
Yeah, certainly were. A little bit of an upset, obviously, in Group B. But I was noticing this earlier. Perfect distribution, by the way. No ties at all as everybody moves forward. We also had Corcat just get into this bracket at the last minute, Ton.
Yeah, that game against K2 Esports looked very convincing, though. It seems as if there is a definitive gap between 4th and 5th and 6th, at least on the side of B. Noctim Esports were able to get a win over Team Higgy, so they're the only ones who can manage to find that win, of course, who are outside of that top 4. But this is how the bracket's looking. Bryce, see some spicy games to kick things off.
It certainly is. Great games all the way through. And if you are joining us today, of course, we'll be covering as many as we can, but it's going to be this week and next week as we get through this entire bracket to find out who walks away with Championship Elite. But to find out who you are watching today, let's have a little look at the schedule. Up first, Team War versus Corcat and Armored EU versus 5 Media Clan. Our primary game will be Team War versus Corcat, and then we'll jump into Armored EU versus 5 Media Clan as and when we can, especially if Team War finishes first. And then our second round will be the elimination round 1. That is the lower bracket round 1, where we say goodbye to some teams. And last but not least, winners round 2, which will be populated as we continue through the bracket.
Yeah, winners semis for anyone else there, sort of sitting in and around winners round 2. So that should be very, very interesting to get that going tonight as well. Plenty of games to get through, though, so get yourself locked in, get a cup of tea, coffee if you need it. I'm on something very similar to get us through this one because it's going to be a long show. Very interested to see how some of these teams come out, though. We got to bring the energy, though, Brycey. It's playoffs, right? I'm getting cracked. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be out of my mind.
Well, we'll see if that affects how you cast today, Ton. But let's go and talk about a team that did very well yesterday. They managed to get into the playoff bracket with their very last game. Corcat versus K2 Esports. Winning this game put them through, and they won it in pretty dominating fashion, Ton.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was so one-sided, right? Corcat looking very good all the way through. Things got a little bit closer in the Edge and Destroy, but other than that, it was easy and breezy for Corcat. Got a couple of players on there who have been around for some time. You look at Wardy, you look at Denzel or BSD. Maestro had a really good game as well. Nothing really K2 Esports, I want to say, offered at any stage. For them, you know, it was good for them to get themselves into the playoff side of things, but into the Challengers Elite, but realistically, this was always going to be a struggle. Corcat looked very, very good, but have a very, very tough showing here today up against Team War. But Corcat themselves, what can they do? They would be the surprise package if they can go far in this. Honestly, if they can win a game in playoffs, that would be really great for them.
Certainly would, of course. This is your Corcat roster, although some are using a little bit different names, some of them called by different names, Tom.
Yeah, one to definitely note is Sleeb275 or BSD in game. That is, of course, Denza. So keep an eye on him. Obviously, he performed well yesterday. Wardy coming in there, Chunk and Maestro. Maestro was really impressive, as mentioned. But yeah, keep an eye on Denza. He's one of these players. He just can't get away, Brycey. He absolutely loves it. He cannot stay away.
Certainly does, but they are going up against a Titan of Europe. This team, Bance, Harry, Beans, and Hixie, a very much looked upon team so far, as many of these players you've seen in the CDL very recently, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, the standout there is obviously Bance and Hixie coming in. Hixie finishing second at Champs, winning a Major last year. So the guy now down in Challengers has been absolutely finessing as far as what we've seen so far as well. Just about getting a win last night, though. An interesting one for them. It actually came down to 1 versus 2 in a round 11 map 5 for Beans to clutch up to, well, keep them in that first seed. So it hasn't necessarily been without its issues, but this is how the series against Corcat's going to look. They'll be feeling super confident here, Brycey. I mean, look, Team War coming in 5-0, going up against the 4th seed team coming out of Group B. That is why you try to place yourself as high as you possibly can. Makes your, well, at least the start of the playoff bracket maybe a little bit easier, but they will not be underestimating anybody here. Corcat still has some good players on the team and will be wanting to cause an upset, but Team War should absolutely be favourites here.
Yeah, they will be, but we have seen upsets before and we may see upsets again. We will have to find out which one moves ahead, of course. And here's something we didn't think about yesterday. Realistically, we said it was a bit of an upset with Omit EU and Clutch Rain. Realistically, Clutch Rain still a very, very good team, but we didn't expect them to 3-0 Omit EU, which does mean that realistically War and Omit will match up a little bit earlier in our bracket, Ton.
Yeah, look, I think that is true. You know, if Clutch Rain had went on to win that game 3-2, or, you know, closely matched 3-1, then I think we would have kind of been like, okay, yeah, Omit and Clutch Rain are both very good teams. But it was a 3-0 stomping for the most part. Map number 1 was relatively close, if I remember correctly. Left, right, and center, not quite on the same level as Clutch Rain. Couldn't really get things going. They'll be wanting to step up and prove a point today.
Yeah, they really will. It's basically, you get through the elite, you play everybody, you feel like you're having a pretty good time. But sometimes COD is played on the day, and every single one of these will want a flawless day-to-day to get as far forward as they can. So while we are waiting for these teams to get in the lobby and get ready, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, we'll have gameplay and action here on Call of Duty Challengers Elite Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It was a short break, but we are ready to go. Fortunately, with 2 games underway, we can jump into our secondary one. I'm at EU versus 5 Media Clan is ready to go, Tom.
Yeah, this should be a really, really interesting game. I think especially if you look towards Real, going up against some, obviously, previous teammates from the Spanish side, Sukri, Yako, Renko, and Super, all very storied European players. This is a lobby that, well, would have been playing each other a couple of years ago as well. So it should be a very interesting one. I'm really looking for Omit to try and find a bounce back, though. 5 Media had a good showing over towards the other group, but Omit will think to themselves they should have too much for them. And, well, let's see how they get on here, because it should be a very, very good game. Really interested to see how this one goes down. But I think ultimately here for Omit as well, a much harder game than they would have anticipated. Things should have maybe looked a little bit easier today had they been able to 5-0 their groups. But, well, my grandma had wheels should be a bike, and that didn't happen. So irrelevant that they haven't been able to get things going. Rotation's now starting to kick on here for Omit. Looking like P2 is going to be locked in. It's a good start for them.
Yeah, pretty much dictating the slaying and the pace of this match so far, but I don't expect 5 Media Clan to take this lane down already. We see them trying to get further forward. Mythic's on a 4 streak already. He knows where Super is. Super will have to chow or wait for reinforcements. Goes for the chow in the end. A 5 streak now for Mythics. Looking for the 6. Sukri gonna go through this one just a little bit of it, waiting for the double chow that's about to happen.
Fortunately, it's gonna fall, but damage already done. 30 seconds already gone. Yakko has won that gunfight somehow, some way. Now Weeman all of a sudden is left alone against at least a couple of members here of my 5 Media Clan, who, off the back of a really good push coming through from Yakko, will find some good time. They had to very much commit to this, though. I think if you're Super, you want to stay alive over towards the top snow side. That's going to be what's important when we head over towards the next hill. You can already see Mythics is set up there, so for the side of Omid here, even if you do fall, not the end of the world. Let's see where you spawn, though. Yeah, you are going to spawn out still, so a long way to go. 3 seconds left on this hill. 5 Media will pick up the majority. Mythics now just sitting very, very deep. 5 Media have got their comms right here, though. Bryce, they should know there is somebody who has slipped in it.
Yeah. This is what they haven't seen Mythics for quite some time. Has to make the kill in the right place. Finds the first. Teammates need to stay alive. Not going to do anything. Rental will already taken down. Weeman for the trade. Will get the first, but now it's a little bit of a problem. There is a split spawn that's come in. You can see Yakko has come behind them, and now it's going to be all pressure on Omid to try to break this.
Yeah, all of a sudden with Yakko in that position, you've got to kind of deal with another wave that's potentially coming through. But if you escape through the mid-map, then you have that pressure on. Should be that final 25 seconds now for Omid, who are going to spawn out the new hill that is going to start to pop, though. It's just worth keeping an eye on that hill. Sometimes you can get players spawning towards the back. If Omid can find any kills here in the next 10 seconds or so, 5 Media should maybe be spawning towards the backside, but I think it'd be unfortunate for that to happen. Keep an eye on where they start to spawn, because potential pinch could start coming through. Now they are going to spawn on the hill with that about to pop now. So for Omid, you're on your way through. You found the kills. You have yourself a 30-second lead. You can find a nice break here and try to break the mold of what's been going on there. Maybe things can start to work in your favor. Real trying to stay alive up top with the 5 spree. The rest of the team are here as well.
Just continue to put the pressure on. They're in it as well. They've found the players in the backfield. 45 seconds will be their reward if they can hold it down as Real goes for another. Chow gets it at the same time. A 6 streak now for Real. It is a very good break from Omid in the end. But now the pressure is mounting. 5 Media Clan, they want to come back at this. They want to get back into this point. They are just fighting left, right, and center.
Yeah, that could really be the difference maker in this game now, with a break like that coming through nice and early on a hill that you can really see a lot of teams pick up a good chunk of time on. It's not necessarily a full 60 hill, but 30 or 40 is not out of the question. Good child going to come through here, but not quite good enough. Weeman going to challenge this now with a Renetti. Good as anything else from this angle. Is going to get taken down. So a nice rotation going to come in here from 5 Media, but they absolutely need it. They're going to find themselves about 60 points behind by the time we head over towards the next hill.
This is the question. Can they come back into it? There was a flurry of life in 5 Media Clan on some of these rotations. They're going to need more than that as we go back into it. Just getting a little bit of time here. Sukri trying to hold off the pressure. He knows he's mounting. Already players going to be up top. Backs off for a better position. Trade's going down, but it will be 5 Media Clan who come out on top just for a second. They still will have this point. Super, that is magnificent. A 3 streak from him. And they know where the spawn is going to be. Vortex guns him out of his socks. But so far, 5 Media Clan doing a great job.
Doing a really good job. Need to get somebody back in the hill, though. They were soaking up some good time. Now they've got a better read on Omid, who had actually flipped the spawns, whether they wanted to or not. Mythics has done so well to find that second kill. Mythics, my word! 3 just to break it like that for 20 seconds or so. And that can be a big difference maker. You're heading into the next rotation. If 5 Media Clan pick that up, all of a sudden it's a 10-point game. You're heading into P1 now with about a 30-point difference, just because Mythics pops a 3-piece like that. But looking in towards it, it felt like 5 Media were the first ones there, but maybe broken a couple more times than they would have liked on that first rotation. Let's see if they can tighten up.
There we go. The pressure comes through. Sukri's going to be here as well, just waiting for this chow onto Weeman. Goes into it. They're going to know he's here, but Mythics will have the cup fire, and Weeman will get his second chow as they go back into this P1. Better positioning. Both teams looking to just see if they can milk this a little bit, but don't want to give up that advantage of lives as they look for the second one as well.
Keep an eye. You can see Vortex trying to look for a media pressure over towards that side of the map. Couldn't quite find it. So there's a couple of different gunfights going on. 23 seconds or so remaining at P1. But this game is, well, going to continue over on Bravo. The game that we said we were going to be covering over on Alpha is now going to be starting in just a couple of minutes' time. So keep an eye on that game on the Bravo side of things. Team War against Coldcat coming up here very shortly, guys.
Yeah, you certainly can. Of course, you can keep an eye on that game on Bravo. And we'll jump straight into our primary game, the one we told you we were going to watch. It has now officially started. Team War versus Corcat coming onto your screens. And we are going to be already into the hard point. And of course, with P1 pops, both teams flying about.
Flying about, but, well, really looking for the P2 spawns that are going to be coming in. I've been screaming at my ranked player teammates all day long. Get the rotation for P2 as soon as you can. Looking over towards the map. Looking like it is going to be spawns for Corcat over towards the tunnel side, but with 35 seconds over towards P1. Can be sometimes a bit of a double-edged sword. Yeah, okay, you can get around over towards P2, as we do often know. But if you lose a good 40 or 50 over towards P1, is it worth it?
Well, we will see. This is the question. Many players struggle with this rotation as well. But already Team War flying in. Beans finds 2. And while they will lose scrap time on the P1, this is a fortress. Its walls are high. The choke points are narrow. It can be a nightmare to try and break this one.
It's tough, but it can be done. Gotta maybe get a little bit of fortune every now and then. This push going to be coming in from tunnel side. Nobody really watching that. So Maestro all of a sudden does actually find himself in towards the P2 building. Beans will deal with him, but the rest of the pressure going to start coming on through here. Team War didn't quite get the setup that they would have wanted. 2 players from Corcat now just waiting for him to drop down. He knows they're there, so they know that he's going to have to find a drop at some stage. It's going to be very hard to win each and every single gunfight. But not pushing together here. Team War keeping them out here from the outside. How on earth is Beans still alive?
Just playing his life, and Bans to the rescue. Doesn't matter. Hixie comes in as well. I said it is a difficult break at the best of times. They weren't able to get the kills they needed for it as well. Team War taking a more commanding lead. And with that wipe of the players, you can see they've already tried to push over to the next and back alley. It will be Corcat here to begin with, but their numbers have been reduced.
Already a really significant lead for Team War, but we can't see that quite often in between P1 and P2. Teams will head over towards P3, either well behind or well in the lead. Most of the time it's behind because you're the one rotating out of P2. But you can see already, Corcat have got themselves a setup. Have to be careful of the flank. Chunk is going to have to do some good work here. Oh, get some terrible timing. Bance will find a potential pinch opportunity here for Team War.
Looking for this. Wow, and there we go. Team War already getting the kills down. Water's going to be left alive, but left alive and alone. A wipe out. Team War continuing to push their dominance on this hard point against them. And Harry already knows they're coming through. Nasal will be risking out, but Hixie is in the flank, and that's another wipe. Another team just reduced off the point. They have a little bit of an opportunity, though. With Chung making the kill onto Beans, you can see they want to chow this one last time.
That's an opportunity for 24 seconds, but you find yourself on the wrong side of spawns. Heading in towards the next hill. Good shots coming in from Bance. 6 HP in a dream, though, will do well to survive that grenade. But, well, it is actually going to be Harry who falls down. Harry, Hixie on the same team. Bance there as well. Bance, Beans, Harry, and Hixie. That is going to be a difficult one to get used to for this Team War side. It is looking like the break's going to come on through, though, but for very little. Bance has done so well to find the second. And that's the problem, though, for Corcat. They've got to commit to some scrap time because they're so far behind. You lose the rotation as well, and you're back to square one.
Wow. This is going from bad to worse for Corcat. They need a resurgence. They need a big hold, but at the moment they are being shut out. Woody will find 2, though. This opens up a little bit for them. Bance in a bit of trouble. Will come down to Chung. Does get the trade with the Semtex. But at the moment, Team War are not in the point. They are now going to fight for this with the trades. And the trades, they are winning. But Hixie left alone, looking for another kill. Gets it as well. And he is outnumbered by a sea of Corcat, but somehow still gaining the points.
Oh, honestly, if he could find anything here, he's done very, very well. Woody isn't going to let him. So with 20 seconds to go, Corcat will pick up that scrap time. But again, Team War rotational win every single hill so far. Locking in over towards P5 now. These kills in the middle of the map are going to be important, and it's about picking your poison. Which way do you want to push over? Through the open, through garage, where you can maybe find a break a little easier? Or is it the push coming from the ticket side? It's got to be ticket, but you need somebody to work tunnel. Try and find the break on that player who's going to be sitting up top P2 and go from there.
Oh, they're looking for this now to try and just really put this game out of contention. Big push for Corcat. They need to find the gap to find this break. And still, even with Chunk taking down Harry, that may be the first step. Time is burning. Hixie will find Chunk as well. Wardy looking for anybody he can find. He's been spotted by Beans and gunned by Beans as well. And there is just no redemption at the moment for Corcat. Everything they try, they are being rebuffed.
Every single time it looks like a potential break may be coming through, there is just somebody on Team War who will do something special. Beans now with 3 in a row before it eventually does fall. Denzel will get a grenade over towards the hill, so that's good for Corcat because that could have been another free 10 or 15 seconds here for Team War. Chunk does a really good job over towards P1. Rotation's going to start coming in. Now, for Corcat, this is doable. When it comes down to Skid Row, if you can get some good time at P1, at least prevent War from getting a lot, and then a full 60 at 2, which is very attainable, get back into the game. A lot of ifs, buts, and maybes, but it's potential on the cards for Corcat. Denza doing okay at 14 and 14. Not something we're too surprised about. Denza so many years in challenges. He would have fought in very, very tough series against every single one of these players. Needs to try and find some more gears, though, at this stage. If you are Corcat, you find yourself 120 behind.
And even with this, you got to ask yourself, when do Team War think about going for this rotation? Because the lion's share of P1 is still going to be good enough for them. Hixie is going to go down, so now maybe Corcat can find something else. They're going to lose that P1 rotation. No, 22 seconds left for Team War. Will put them within striking distance of finishing this. But Corcat have the P2 rotation. They are here in numbers. They're looking to lock this down for 60 and maybe, just maybe, make a comeback on this hard point.
Honestly, if you're thinking about first rotation over towards P2, you see what happened in terms of time over towards P1. You don't hate it. But at this stage in the game, when you're finding yourself that far behind, not good enough. Even a full 60 here would still put you 90 points behind. The shots from Wardy not quite as clean as you would have liked, and all of a sudden Beans & Co. can start to find a break over towards the tunnel side. Chunk now just trying to stay alive. The cross coming in, actually going to be a small behind for the players over towards the tunnel. So spawn into the cubby for Team War, and some potential that could come through here, but a little bit of a split across the board, and in the end it is going to be Corcat who keep a hold. 30 seconds to go here, Brycey. Looking good for the full 60.
I said it before, P2 is mighty. It's a difficult break at the best of times. That split spawn did not help out Team War at all, and for Corcat, a little bit of time on the board. Is there a back-to-back rotation for
Shots.
Denza just gunning already, but Harry will find two, potentially shutting that one down, and Maestro can't even get out of his spawn.
Great shots coming in from Beans. Every single time that you look at an AR player on the other side of things, the gunfights just look so difficult. Ixie with an important one, so the rotation over towards P3 about to be locked in. 30 seconds away for Team War now. The setup's looking great, but can Corcat somehow find a breakthrough here? Team War gonna be about 20 seconds away by the time Corcat get a touch.
Well, look at this. A little bit of split coming through. Hixie again on the flank. He's been seen this time. That's been called out. At least they've got him. There will be no two-piece for him. Bance knows the players are coming. Nate already down. Trophy already down. 3 members of Corcat ready to push this. And realistically, this has to be the push. 7 seconds remaining. In they fly. In they contest. Bance will get taken out. Chunk will find two as well. It might be just enough. Only Harry holding on. And that is a complete wipe. There is a small glimmer of hope for Corcat still left alive.
For all out, the setup took 30 seconds to, well, get rolling. If anything, they eventually find a very nice break, but now they got the same problem again, and they need to be a lot snappier. 6 seconds away now for Team War's rotation over towards Barbershop, starting to come on through. Chunk needs to go massive for the team. He's got no help. Needs to start moving very quickly.
Looking for the first, not going to get it either though. Wiped out, and with 5 seconds left, I just don't see anything coming through. Maestro will dive for the point, but dives into gunfire, and that is the game. Team War take down the first hard point against Corcat.
Yeah, really good job from Team War, and the damage was really done in that first rotation of hills. You've seen over what was it, P1 to 2 to 3 for Team War to kick things off, and immediately that's a huge problem. And that can be a thing sometimes with Skid Row. If you can even go even over the first few hills, then you're more than happy. But realistically speaking, things can get away from you very quickly, especially with that P2 hill. And if that is the case, then all of a sudden, you know how it is when you're fighting off the back foot in hardpoint. You got to fight for scrap, you got to fight for rotation. You have to be nearly perfect all the way through. Every single second you bleed after you're already 100 points down is a further nail in the coffin. Team War, very convincing, map number 1.
Certainly was. I will say Corcat did fight valiantly back into it. You got to remember at one point they were sitting on 70 points in the game. Could have ended, but a great P2 and a great rotation actually to P3. They got the time there they wanted, but it was too little too late, unfortunately. Team War, they started off so hot it was hard to come back.
Just having a look towards some of the other results while we do go through these highlights. Actually, a really interesting one with Clutch Rain going up against Team Moon. Shout out to Pit for tweeting this one out. 250 to 125 win for Team Moon on map number 1 up against Clutch Rain. So Clutch Rain go 5-0 in their group stages. Just lost map number 1 to Team Moon, so that makes things very interesting in that series. Team Moon did look good when we did get to see them, but Clutch Rain sitting undefeated in groups will be disappointed with that. But back to this one, yeah, for Team War, the other team that did go 5-0 in their group. it's kind of a standard way to start things. Bryce, yeah, look, they will expect to come out of this one swinging. They will expect to make, I don't want to say mincemeat of Corkat. That maybe sounds a little bit harsh, but it has really shown in map number 1.
A bit of time they needed moving forward with it as well. But with map 1 done, of course, we move on to everyone's favorite game mode, Search and Destroy, the great equalizer for many teams about those picks, those opportunities, those individual plays, and the teamwork of working the sites. Who's more practiced and who gets a little bit of luck on the day. Tan, how do you feel this one's going to go?
I mean, based on map number 1, I know it's hard point. I know it can be very, very different to Search and Destroy, but realistically speaking, that should be a win for Team War. You would be expecting things to go one way, and that should be Team War. But looking over to it, we don't quite have that game ready to go yet, so we're going to go over to Bravo. We do indeed have Omid taking on Fine Media Clan. No, we don't. Never mind. We were going to go with that, but now I've been told that the first game is ready to go to Team War against Corkat. If you want to watch that game, that's still over on Bravo. I know I've just teased you. I know. I'm sorry. But that game's still ongoing.
It's all games. All the time.
All games.
That's what we're doing.
Games.
As much coverage as possible. We'll watch everybody. We'll cast 2 games at once if we have to. But, of course, we have got our primary game onto here. So we'll try to keep up with both games as much as we can. But, of course, we will jump back into this one. Team War versus Corkat. Starting up the Search and Destroy after Team War up 1-0. This will be an interesting one. See how they move forward. Because, realistically, Corkat looked pretty good in S&D yesterday against K2.
I think that's a thing, though, right? Looking great against K2 is one thing, but being able to do it against Team War, it's a different kettle of fish, Brycey. I'm not too sure if any of the Americans will know that saying. Do they know that saying?
I don't know. I always get confused with what is a European or English saying to what's an American saying. And it still confuses me to this day. But at the moment, you can see that Hixie has made a serious inroad here. That smoke has helped him out, got him onto the point. Team War have command of this street. Corkat giving him a little bit of map control. They'll be looking to execute after this. Band's already finding Denza, though. And now with the bomb down, huge advantage to War.
So I think the theory there was for Corkat, if you are defending over towards the B side without trophies, it is a nightmare. So they're going to go for a retake themselves, but the utility has to be good. Also, in a 3 versus 4 situation, not necessarily ideal.
Vance just waiting. See everybody pre-aimed in, looking for
Shots.
it. A little bit of trades going down, but it's still advantage to Team War. This is a flank with very little time remaining. They basically have to just run down the street here and hope for the best, as Harry will just pick up the 2 that go for it.
Yeah, I don't mind it from Corkat, but I almost feel like it's sometimes worth the risk just actually having people over towards that side. Because if the bomb goes down and your nades aren't great, then the plan is out the window. It's kind of putting all your eggs in one basket. That's another one that I definitely know the Americans do know. But irrelevant of that, I don't hate the theory around it. The execution wasn't quite there, though, in terms of giving up that site completely. Now, if you can see over towards Team War, they probably shouldn't be working with any trophies quite yet themselves. So it'll be a similar sort of story, but I imagine they probably will send some players over towards that site this time. Corkat looking like they are going to focus over towards the B side off the rip. 3 players over towards A, though. Aggressive here from Team War.
Harry now. Just trying to see if we can find anything this mid-map. They're backing up furiously. I wonder if the comms from Bans are talking about what's flown down the street already. I'll give them some idea of numbers that could be here. Corkat just being very cautious. You can see on the other side of it, Team War have taken up a lot of map control towards mid.
Dangerous push, yeah. For Bans as well. But it's almost one of the easier places to hold down from behind this side. You can see the trophy system, or at least hear it, popping off. So was able to get a hold of that. The round was long enough to allow him to accrue it. Makes defending this side just that little bit easier, and that's why Bans is on his own. Or was momentarily, gets gunned though. Denza will find it. Beans is there to help out, and you can see the vice grip of Team War starting to close in over towards this B side. Corkat though, aware of what's going on here. They're going to catch these transitional gunfights as well. 4 versus 2 in favor of Corkat, making it 1 versus 4.
Harry down straight away. Nowhere to go, nothing to do for it, but Corkat, great execution in the end, and tying this one up, Ton. Like I said, I think S&D, it's a very different... I don't want to say kettle of fish again. I'm put that in my brain now.
What's the other one? The cat amongst the pigeons. I don't know if they know that one either. That's one I like to use quite a bit, and I've had the odd tweet here and there saying, why are you talking about cats and what the hell are pigeons? No, they know what pigeons are.
You've gone for reservation.
I was just going to point out, actually, for anybody who's not tuned in over towards Bravo, it is actually Omit 1-0 up. So starting off how they would like to against a very strong 5 media. So you keep an eye on that over towards Bravo if you wish. Some other coverage going on, of course, across the board. Keep it in here with the main stream. Team War one apiece here in the search and destroy. Chunk gonna have to back on down. Looking like an air hit is going to come in here from Team War. That's a bold gunfight. Pressure going to be put on. Nades thrown in. No damage dealt.
Chunk just staying alive towards the tank. Taking away a lot of mid control. It is a properly attacking team, but Bance wins a gunfight that I didn't think he would get in the end, and now they're putting the pressure on Maestro. Will have to back off. He's worried about any sort of pressure coming towards him. I'm guessing he's got a trophy. He's going to throw out his own. That trophy will deflect it. That bomb's gone down at A 3 versus 4. Team War have a slight advantage, but they are pretty compressed.
Starting to stretch out just a little bit now. Over towards Archers. Is Harry going to be sitting watching the flank? The second kill. Always the most important. Denza finds that. All of a sudden, you've got a 3 versus 3, but instead, it's now, well, a 4 versus 1. Wardy left all alone and dealt with. And I think for me, I want to kind of focus on that first blood that comes through there. For Chunk sitting over towards the tank, it's maybe a child you don't need to make, right? You're sitting on defense. You don't necessarily need to try and find the pick, but you get a couple of bullets and you think, you know, could I try my luck? Unfortunately, his luck ran out. Bance was able to deal with him. It's a second round over towards Team War. Let's see if they can do better on the defensive side. Attack has been solid for both teams so far. Can Coldcat answer back with a round of their own?
Let's see. They did it last time. They can certainly do it again. Bean's already taking a bit of a flurry. Everybody firing that cross mid. Bance already looking to take out a bit of an aggressive position into DVD. Careful not to check the corner and give away his position. Biggo moving out. Does he see anybody? No. Into a further corner. An advanced position. And the rest of Team War, you can see, are set up around this. Nobody watching A Street. They are guessing it's going to be a B hit ton.
I think for Bance, yeah, getting one and getting out will be fantastic. And he will know it's a dangerous spot to be in, and that's why we're seeing him back it up. Pressure starting to come in. Is he going to be able to find a pick? Chunk should be dead to rights, and well, it's always somewhere that someone can be. DVD's an awkward little spot. Entrances on both sides of things. Attackers, defenders can get there pretty much equal at the same time. Not watching out for it. No, my word. Wardy's just going to sprint towards Bance. Can he find a third? Not quite. Went for the child. Denza deals with him, but it's a 3 versus 2 in favor of Team War, and not much time for Coldcat.
There really isn't. I don't know if I call that an overchow from Bance. He was alive. Didn't need to fly out wide, but at the moment, they're still okay with the bomb down and the time almost gone. Surely this won't go away. I think they know where Beans is. They're just chasing him around. They're looking for him. They cannot get him out of this one. And they have burnt all their time. They now have to fly towards it. Almost takes him down, but Hixie will get it in the end. But yeah, time burnt. Just nowhere to go for Coldcat.
Slow and steady flank coming in from Hixie works out. I think for Beans there, he knew he was caught, so he's just trying to waste time. And here we go. Hixie, there's one. Snap on the Maestro. Perfect centering. Hixie finds the kill. Good job here from Team War. And how many times do we see some teams have okay starts and then one team just seems to stretch away when it comes down to Invasion, Search and Destroy? I remember at the beginning of the year, we casted a couple of very stressful Invasion, Search and Destroys, Pricey. Kickoff tournaments and whatnot. It's always been an interesting Search and Destroy map, but teams are starting to learn it a little bit more now. And really starting to stretch away when they do find out exactly what the opposition are doing. Attack, defense, you do see some teams take 6-2s, 6-3s quite comfortably. Don't see a load of round 11s on Invasion, Search and Destroy. At least I haven't anyway. Maybe I'm speaking from personal experience.
Well, I think you've just called that. You might get cursed. So we'll see if it goes the distance. But Maestro will find Harry. The rest of Team War, though, bubbling along B Street. Just trying to get a bit further forward, but it's not easy. They find it back for the 3 versus 3. Across Dark already. Wardy going to be holding the heady. Going to get that trophy out there. No, not able to quite yet. And now they've backed off. The flank, though. Chunk all the way in the back. Timing perfect. Unfortunately, not finding what he wants yet.
Slips by. Hixie, though, inside of DVD is essentially going to have a reflank on these players who've pushed the flank. So if Hixie kicks into gear, all of a sudden Team War have got this one signed, sealed, and delivered. Wardy holding it down, looking to try and find a pick. They know there will be players in and around that bomb site. Slowly and surely making their way, but Hixie's now going to hit it through Dark as well, and now can start to move. Coldcat got to find the kills very, very quickly.
Oh, Hixie, it's a little bit of a late flank, and will now have to just chow very, very fast. Doesn't know what information to get. Still going. Hoping they haven't been onto this bomb already. Looking for it. The knees. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, he's not going to get it. He doesn't get the kills in the end. And it's just a little wobbly. Thought he had the kill. It is not to be. Corcat stick it and get the round time.
Oh, that was tough. A couple of more bullets. They get it. That's one of those situations, Wardy. Well, you have to pick one of two ways. Picks wrong, but still wins the round. Oh, that is tough if you're Hixie. We'll love to see a replay to see how weak one of the players were. I'm not sure we'll get it as quickly as that, but irrelevant. He must have been weak. Wow. That's a winnable round for Hixie, but a one for Corcat that you'll get away with. 3-2 now, Brycey, and all of a sudden this looking like a game on Search and Destroy. Team War had a 4-1 lead. You'd expect them to close it up at 3-2. Different story.
That Hixie flank, it was very, very patient, but could have gone a different way. Right now it hasn't, though. Corcat still very much in the Search and Destroy as they check the rafters for players. Nobody up there at the moment. This is going to be an A push. Right now you can see Denza is just throwing a few bullets down B Street, making sure that nobody from Team War rotates back.
Giving his position away, though, is he potentially? Has actually managed to get away with this. Vance is waiting on him. He's going to check it. Vance is going to fire the shots in. Denza saying, thank you very much. If you want to challenge, you can. But we'll back them down. Now, does that divert Team War's attention over towards B, or are they not necessarily falling for the bait at this moment in time? Chunk has found his way over towards the bomb site, on towards A, so information for Team War. They've got plenty of it. Oh. Bomb is going down for Corcat now. Can they hold it down?
Here we go, 4v4. It's a difficult retake. Denzel will already find Beans as well. Advantage Corcat in this position. Chunk just checking that there was nobody ninjaing. Can now wait another 7-8 seconds to check it again. And it will be Team War who have to basically, they've just pushed straight through the middle. They've gone straight for it. They're trying to get, there's the first trade going as well. Chunk needs to win this gunfight. Very weak, gets out of it as well. Fortunately, the teammates will make it. Hixie left alone in a 1 versus 3. Looking for the players, flies out on a Maestro, will go down. Corcat for the round.
3-3. That opening pick as well, just as the bomb goes down. Just makes your life so much easier. One less player to worry about, one less direction to watch. Once you defend that bomb. Maestro closing it out. I think things got a little bit scary for Chunk there at one stage, but is able to stay alive. The rest of the team rotating through, and all of a sudden 3-3. I think Team War will especially be looking over to round number 4, thinking they should have won that one. Irrelevant of that though, Corcat very much still in this one. 3-piece Brycey. Could go either way yet.
Well, that is that bomb. And they haven't moved very far out of spawn yet. Team War not even giving us a clue of which way they're going to go. You can see with Corcat pretty spread out. The only player different is going to be Chunk, who's playing pretty aggressive on A.
And you can see aggressiveness though coming out from Team War here too. As soon as the shots went into Denza and backed them down from the site, they would have presumed he was the only one there, and they would presume correctly. Vance now behind the digger. Trophy system down. Opportunity to plant the bomb. Now incoming. Wardy will see him on it. That trophy system should protect him.
That's what he was waiting for. Just a few seconds. Oh, someone's called something. The smoke's going down. That's why. Have to get off as well. Wardy will get a kill, but doesn't get away. Advantage still to Team War. Chunk has found a stun through it as well, but somehow Bean still wins it while stunned. And now Maestro will be looking for the greatest shots he can hit, but will be backed off. Vance will go back onto the bomb. And never mind. I was about to say he's going to have to 1 versus 3. No, the car to 1 versus 4.
That's tough. I think it already would have been tough anyway. The nade comes over from Harry. Done. Good nade coming in. And again, like straight away, Team War kind of use the information that they have. Find a couple of shots over towards that B side and back Denza down. As soon as that happens, you give up the site. You give up control. Difficult position to be in. Team War 4-3 to the good. And, you know, you mentioned it. Corcat looked okay in the Search and Destroy yesterday. And I'm making Team War work for this one. Irrelevant of that, the veteran squad themselves still have the lead. This round's big, though. If Corcat can tie it up 4-4, Team War can find it. They will find themselves 1 round away. Denza will find the first pick. Vance will get taken down. Will they expect 2 players over towards this B side, though?
This is it for Denza. He's going to make the move here. They haven't seen anybody else. They are worried somebody's lurking. Of course, we know that Beans is. He's heard that nade. That's what he's heard. Gets out of it as well, running for his life. And now brings back to a 3 versus 3. This means it actually goes back on to Hixie. Into the rafters. Yeah, I don't know if he got saw there. He might have been.
I think he has been. Yeah, they're trying to check through the windows. Hixie back in Untano. I was about to say 2 players playing very aggressively, slowly shut the door. Hixie now just trying to stay alive, but he will be getting a lot of information here. Teammates on their way. Beans will be able to get over very, very quickly through Dark if he needs to. Chunk just trying to throw a couple of shoulders and does so. Stun back in will slow things down. Time not the best.
Oh, he's going for this one. He's still Wardy. Hixie just runs straight at him as well. Down on 2 versus 2 though. Flying out by Beans, but he's not going to get it. Maestro with a huge 2-piece. Harry trying to thread a nade through onto the bomb. Is not going to get it. It has been diverted. And now 1 versus 2. Maestro on a godhead.
Hold on.
Back to a 1v1.
Went for that. Charl was very, very weak. It's going to come down to this gunfight from Harry. It's the 1 versus 2. Big round coming in. You got to question the first Charl. You put it on a player for Harry. The shots were put in, and I'm sure for a second Maestro would have been calling he's weak. He's weak. Chunk goes around the corner, gets gunned, and offers up the 1 versus 2 on a plate. 5-3. Team War feeling good now. Big clutch coming in from Harry.
Unbelievable. Just made it. Don't know if this chow was necessary. I mean, Harry was very, very weak.
48 HP though, Bryce. He wasn't that weak.
Hey, weak enough.
Yeah, but for him to be weak.
Not weak enough to be killed.
Yeah, for weak enough, but you got to hit him. That's the thing.
Well, that is something that Corkat will really be ruining. And we'll have an opportunity to take this to 2-0. They are on the attack, and they are going to have to find a way through. B has been successful for them so far.
Pressure down. Seem to have Denza's number here, and he is screaming for help. He's about to get it. There you go. Wardy from behind. 1, 2. Can't find the third. It's a 2 for 2. 6. Will find Denza. Corkat are back down over towards this B side, so Team War now going to have to try and make a decision. Do you rotate over towards A, or do you continue to work over towards B? Well, they got 45 seconds to make that choice.
Here they go. It's a commit. On to B. Chunk knows they're here, already throwing bullets towards them, and could have caught somebody, but I think he put bullets in both players. Chunk will have to back off though. Weak. Fantastic nade onto his head.
And that will give them the room to go and plant. They had a trophy down as well, so they weren't too bothered about any nades coming on through. Nothing available for Chunk in terms of utility to help them regain control of this site. Maestro is flanking though, and he does have things. Stone doesn't land. The nade will though. Oh, will it? No, the trophy's still there. Beans can find Chunk, and because of the nade coming on through, Team One know exactly where he is. Maestro, hard job to do here.
We'll have to just completely destroy one of these players in a gunfight. We're talking high quality beams. That's what he needs. Has to pick one. Needs that ring to giving him nothing but shoulders, and Harry will win the gunfight. It is frustrating to play against that at the best of times, but it's exactly what you should do. Shoulder, shoulder, shoulder. Never give him a clean gunfight, and Team War will take the S&D 6-3.
Really good performance. Couple of big clutches coming through. And just a couple of moments here and there between these two teams that lean one way, and that is the way of Team War. Really, really good map number 2 win. Got a little bit dicey at times, but I think for Corkat, you know, they did some hard work, and then there was a couple of rounds that you I don't want to say you've thrown away, but you made it a little bit easier for Team War, right? I'm specifically thinking that 1v2 situations like that, where they give up B-site completely in that first round, thinking they'd be able to retake. Moments like that, decisions like that, not working out in their favor. So a 6-3 win for Team War puts them 2-0 up in this series. Bryce, you got to be feeling very, very comfortable. A map to forget for Chunk, who I was so impressed with yesterday. Needs to step it up here when the map number 3 does load in.
Yeah, not the opportunity to shine, unfortunately, but maybe high-rise control is where they can turn this one around. We did expect Team War to be the favorites coming in ton, and so far it's kind of playing out the way we thought, but we'll find out just how the other game is going on at the moment. I'm at EU versus 5 Media Clan. It's ready to go.
Yeah, well, this was 1-0 last time we checked, and now 2-0. I'm at EU. Got to be feeling good, but now on the defensive side, lives not in their favor. Trying to get a hold here. Vortex needs to go big. No lives remaining. Should get picked. My word, he survives. Stun flies out as well. One tick over towards A is all that's needed. Oh, it was a 9 versus 4. It's now a 6 versus 4.
And they have to just play this a little bit perfect. Rancor trying to get that player down already. This has got to be coming down to lives, not time. That's why 5 Media Clan just slow rolling this at the moment.
Super going to try and find something over towards the B side. Weeman has just got their number. We were over here. It was 9 versus 4. It's now 3 versus 4 in favor of Omit. Haven't played a kill in quite some time. Weeman has just went ballistic down low and making 5 in a row from him now. Looking like he is going to drop, but Super can do absolutely nothing on his own with 2 seconds to go. And honestly, I know we're going to see that one. We'll quickly recap exactly what's probably happened there. I would imagine Fine Media probably got them into a spawn trap. That's why the lead on the lives front was there. You had 2 ticks towards it. You had B locked in. Omit looking like they're just about surviving for a long time with no respawns remaining. That was an opportunity for Fire Media. I don't know how many of them they'll get up against Omit, considering they're 2-0 down. That one, it will continue on Bravo. But we're back with our main game here now. Team 1 very much cruising up against Kokat.
Wow. Let's see. This has kicked off already. You can tell that it's been going for a few seconds because there is a tick about to complete on B time.
He's getting some control and getting gunned. Denzel flying in the Renetti. I love this gun in rank play, honestly. The amount of gunfights, I just absolutely should not win with it.
And so, all the way into spawn. The problem is his teammates aren't making kills. Maestro going to get taken down as well. Bance. Now we're going to try and see if we can get Wardy off the rip. They're going to know he's here. He's giving away his position. Like I said before, the same issue is that his teammates aren't finding any kills. Corcat are holding the rest of them at bay.
Keeping them back. Well, Bance finds himself in that good position. You're very, very right. Needs teammates to help him out with the position. Push over towards A, going to start coming through. So Corcat now going to have to be on a swivel. Lives on their side. Time very much on their side as well. Flank going to come through here from Denzer. Bance will be able to find one. Need to get rid of Denzer. Potentially can. 3 seconds. Need to get themselves a touch. Good gunny coming through from the Belgian. Oh, and he can find another as well. Throwing it back a year or two is Denzer. Corcat. Big defensive round coming through. Well,
Corcat, very dominating start, and yeah, the issue there in the end was realistically they could not find the kills, Team War. Bance has got away into the spawn, was like, I can't spawn kill anybody if nobody is respawning. It was the strategy was good, but the execution not so great. Corcat, great first round from them though. I think they're only at 1 tick go.
Yeah, that's a really positive defense. If you do get to a round number 5, you're feeling very good about your chances. At least to getting a hold of defense. Can you lock it down? That's another thing. Pushing in over towards A straight away to kick things off. Or a little bit of blue control. You can stick a twist. You can go B. You can go A from this position. Don't hate it.
And here comes the push. And Denza. Oh my goodness. Just that is a ridiculous gunfight to win with 4 health. We'll go down in the end regardless. But again, this mixer is starting. Bance just throwing bullets and nothing. Woody eventually cut down a chunk as well. The Corcat primary objective here, get some more ticks on the board than they let through last time.
I think Team 1 maybe been a little bit aggressive over towards this B side. They see a 3 or 4 dead and think, right, okay, let's put the dagger in. But realistically, they push maybe a little bit overzealously, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a position where you are getting gunned off. The respawn, how on earth has Beans won that second gunfight? Maestro, send back to the respawn queue. We'll see you in a couple of seconds, but that was absurd from Beans.
May have just got the greatest COD timing I've ever seen from anyone ever, by the way. Looking at the steps all the way until he just turned off his screen at pixels. But gets 2 kills, gets into the point, worried about somebody coming over the top as well. And then there goes the Chow. Bance will be in for the first, and they do clean off B. It is very much a back and forth game between them, and they say that a complete wipe.
Now that's dangerous. Yeah, Chuck going to try and play this out. Typically the spot you would set yourself up in. Harry needs to find at least one here. Will get taken down. Chunk finds a gunfight down low. So, fortunately for Team 1, you do have the lives on your side. 15 seconds remaining. Kokat will get themselves a touch here. Chunk with a rival 9 has been stunned up. Will need to defend this whilst the rest of his teammates are on the way through. Shots coming in though. Hixie will find him. Still opportunity for Kokat here, but backs against the wall.
They're waiting. They're just waiting. Maestro, that second tick, he was hoping he would have it. Not going to be the case. Still piling forward, still trying to get back into this point. The lives have fled away, the time has disappeared. And Wardy can even get into this. I don't know if they've got enough time as it goes, and they just get on the way with 0.4 of a second to go.
Can they do anything with it though? That's the hard part. Looking like it's going to be one tick apiece heading into the next round. Only 3 lives remaining. Harry will deal with one. There you go. Round done. So for all that Corecat, get themselves a good defensive hold, Brycey, in round number 1. Team More equally as good. A really decent hold. And really put the pressure on as much as they possibly could. Lives front was definitely a lot closer in round number 1 than it was in round number 2. Every single time that War found a 3 or 4 dead, they are trying to get aggressive. To their detriment on a couple of occasions, but for the most part, they can find kill after kill after kill. One apiece. Who can break this duck now? Over towards the defensive side for Corecat. Can you hold it down?
Let's see. Who breaks the deadlock? Who gets it just a little bit better on their attack? He's trying to throw some bullets down mid. Will just pump the damage stats, but not a lot else. The Team War, they're probably going to try and adjust from whatever they were doing in that first round that we missed, because it just didn't go very well.
Wasn't necessarily the best of starts, which probably put them in a tough spot. And it really does help to have a great start on Control. If you can find a couple of kills off the rip, and then just keep that mid-map presence. That's half the battle. He will win the first gunfight. Needs a little bit of help. Has some support here. Denza will find one. Wardy will find another. Being a lack of helicopter control, I want to say, coming in from Team More. Bance now on the way.
Still really struggling to get any sort of presence on this map. There's 2 down, though. An opportunity to get this one straight in, and somehow, even while stunned, swings the gun around just enough, Bance. And they're in there. They're going to stack this one as well. That second pick should be good enough. Whether or not they can complete it is very much on Corecat.
And you can already see Corecat just making their way over towards that A side. B is looking like it is going to go. Looks like one player has just about slipped the net, and Chunk, who will try to do something about B, will find 1 kill. Will help his team find a second. Beans just about snaps onto a very weak Chunk. And can continue to put this pressure on. Really wants to push through towards this window on the left-hand side, so the rest of his team can maybe try and find a little bit of a route out. Chunk has gunned him. Much better from him so far. Sitting at 10 and 13, but some big kills coming on through. 20 lives versus 20. 3 ticks in if B is locked in. Team 1 now just trying to break some sort of defensive hold over towards the A side here.
This is the difficult one. It's always difficult to get into A. And you can see Corecat taking a pretty commanding lead of some key areas. Down bottom blue, down the bottom there, just preventing Team War from really getting a foothold. And while they have got Beans out, Wardy will be looking to take down his teammates from spawn.
Team War looking to try and find a pick. Now, I've really struggled. I haven't seen anybody really on a massive flank, and that's sometimes when things can start to go your way. This one looking like it is going to come down to time. Team More with 14 lives remaining. You can start doing something very, very quickly. That's a big gunfight for Beans to win. Will get traded, though. And every single one of these trades work out in the favor of Corecat. Good shots from Maestro. It's looking more and more likely that they're going to take the lead here, Bryce.
Gotta be careful. 12, 30 seconds for Corecat time is the way you win this. And to do that, you must stagger the other team. And Denz is looking for exactly that. Finds the first and goes back to A, looking for Bance. Bance will find 2. Just a glimmer of hope for Team War. Harry will find another one, and Maestro, alone and flailing, will have to find this one. Harry gets another one.
Wow.
Somehow executed onto this point. 15 seconds to go. Bodies in abundance as they go for this fight. But Denza to the rescue. Finds a 2-piece, will slow this inexorable grind towards the tick as they go for the wipe, and that'll be all she wrote. There was almost no way for Team War to get back into this.
There is time. 10 seconds. They found a couple of gunfights, and all of a sudden it's Chunk and Denza who are having to stay alive. How is this Chunk being gunned like that? Oh, Denza again goes absolutely huge, and no way for Bance to get across. Hellish gunfights left, right, and center. But it's Corecat who will find it. My word. It was like a switch was flicked. And Denza does so well to find 2 on the initial break, and does even better to find another 2 as the second wave comes in. Really, really nice job from Corecat to lock that down, but is it just maybe a little bit too close in that defensive round? That might scare them, irrelevant to what happens here, but they do have a lead. If they can find this attack, we got a series.
Wow. Oh, that was great. I'm not going to lie to you. Denza, 20 and 18, but realistically 4 kills. Should be worth another 15 or so because they were so crucial on the other side of it. You got to be careful for Corecat. They will want as many as they can here to try and even it up. They definitely want defense. Oh, he's just waited for a second. A little bit of hesitation, a little bit of a whiff, and they are back in their spawn. Bad.
Yeah, 4 down immediately off the rip. Worst case scenario. Just puts you on the back foot from the word go, right? It's so hard to find yourself a way out. Chunk has momentarily. Maestro will find a gunfight onto Bance as well, so that will ease some of this pressure, but still plenty of it. Good gunfights coming on through, though. Denza finding Hixie. Chunk will find another. Bit of pressure over towards this B side. Chunk will just want to continue to keep the pressure on. Rest of the teammates are coming in off the respawn, but the gunfights go the way of Team War once again. Only Denza left in a position to do anything. Dead to rights. Once again, Cokeout, welcome back to the blender.
This is not what they want. No ticks. I said they probably need at least 5. Can't find anything. Denza, though. I think they're out. We've got to be careful. We've seen teams completely change the flow of the game from this point. Hixie trying to be a problem. They are pushing hard towards B. With 11 seconds to go, they can get in here. Hixie going to go for the reach out. Going to lose it. Wardy gets through. Chunk will take down Bance, and they are on B.
Here we go. Some momentum swinging their way. With 7.6 seconds. Team War can find one good break, but they're attacking on 2 different fronts here. Denza's going crazy over towards the A side. Can now start to slow Team War coming in as a reinforcement team. Try and help anything over towards B. Not going to happen. And Denza's now putting the pressure on over towards A. Next couple of kills could be huge from him. Denza's starting to fry. A-Tick could potentially start coming on through here. And for all of his Team War to be dominant, Bricey, now on the back foot.
There's a red cape unfold behind this man at the moment. Great on the defense. Now the catalyst for the next side of it. Unfortunately, Beans will take them down, but they got the time back on the board. The lives are even. This can come down to the next 2 pushes.
Next few kills are huge. You can see Team War set up rather awkwardly. Keeping an eye on these flanks that could be coming through. Beans will find a couple of kills, though. Chunk now on his way around on this flank. And he needs to do something. He can find a kill, so all of a sudden, maybe in a position to help his teammates out. May well be having a couple of issues here, but irrelevant to that, 14 seconds to go. Needs to get himself onto A. Was trying to help his teammates out. Was trying to clear over towards that blue side. Nade's starting to come on through, though. Dealt with. Looking like Team War are going to close this defensive round. Unless Maestro can pull a rabbit out the hat.
Unfortunately, they haven't had to deal with Hicks. He's on a 5 streak in their spawn. And this does mean we are going to a round 5. If my math is correct, I think it should be Team War on defense.
I think so. It's looking that way, just based off that last attack. Maybe. Let's see. It's been all defensive wins coming through so far. We are switching sides.
Wow. Maybe I'm
Is
wrong.
that right? Oh, no.
No, I'm right.
We're not switching sides.
I'm right.
It just
I was
said,
gonna say,
it just
you
says switching
made
sides.
me doubt.
It just said switching sides. I don't know about that.
Game lied to us. It lied. It lied. But that's okay. I will forgive it. We are magnanimous in that way. But this is where it gets stressful. Team War have pulled the defense. Cokeout will have to win an attack.
They find some sort of inroads here. Denza heading over towards A. That seems to be where he finds his power, Bricey. Doing a really good job over towards this time again. Denza finds a gunfight over towards it. Bean's not going to have to back on down. Pressure in over towards B. Immediately coming through. Wardy killing Chunk, though, is not going to help things out. Beans goes for the check. Harry is the only one who can find something. Wardy deals with Beans. B progressing quite quickly here, Bricey. Considering we are only 28 seconds into the round. Plenty of time for Cokeout to do something about this. Kills seem to all be flowing their way.
Woody has 6 health and will get it back though.
Wow.
Beans goes for a chow at the wrong time. Timing not on his side. More into B. The side by Beans. The lone player, Wardy, now going to be outnumbered. Should go down here as well. Team War have just held this off for a few seconds, but Marshall now got a chow. Finds the first. Looks for the second. Renetti banging, but nobody's home.
Oh, Chunk can find one. It's just constant pressure coming in from Cokeout. It's a steady stream of players. Team War need a couple of kills to try and break this steady stream that's coming in from Cokeout, who are causing a lot of problems here. Harry not going to win that one either. So pressure over towards B, and that is secured. 2 minutes to do something over towards the A side. Lives in your favor. If you're Cokeout, you can take your time.
I don't even think this is gonna go that distance. It looks like
Big win.
Cat are putting their feet to the fire. They have got the bodies. They have got the kills. Back
huge.
on the way. That clock is not moving. Wardy's at the front. Will eventually fall down, but
spawn.
reinforcements flowing like a river now towards this point. Corcat get a second player in. The first tick is done. Maestro can't make the kill, but kills are just flowing from both teams. Corcat with a huge life advantage.
2 for 2 on either side. That life advantage definitely counts for something. And I said, the time on their side, they can take their time. Hixie now into blue. For Team War, they've never really passed the 50-yard line. Bance will find another, though. But did they get the info on one player down low? See one pushed up through blue. Mika 2 now pushed up through blue. Next couple of gunfights are huge in the grand scheme of things. Wardy's trying to make the push. Is the timing going to be on his side?
He gets it. Finds one. Looks for Bance. Bance trying to stay alive here.
He's done so well.
Will flow in. Does eventually get it. That's a huge moment for them. Problem they're going to have now is they still have a life disadvantage, and Denza wants to farm them. Finds the first reach out on the Harry. Maestro will get Hixie as well. Body dropping when Team War don't want it the most. Corcat have this in the palm of their hand.
Bance has to go huge. Staying alive. He's found 2 up top. That's now a 7 spree from Bance. Denza doing a really good job as well, but only 3 lives remaining. Make it 2. Denza has went crazy on this control. 2v8.
And that might be everything. Bance had a 7 streak, but it doesn't really matter when Denza is killing your teammates. Bance finds one. He goes down. Harry throw 1 versus 7. It is not to be. Corcat go another map in here. We're off to a hard point.
Corcat, really, really good job on that final attack. And I think it was from the word go. I mean, if you've seen more, you never had any control over towards the mid side. As soon as Bance actually got out there, goes on a 7 spree to try and bring it back, but damage was already done. B was captured super quickly. Life advantage for Corcat still remained from there as well. Mega position to be in there to potentially win an attacking round on high rise. And they just keep that ball rolling. It can sometimes be that snowball effect. You keep controlling that middle of the map. You just keep the players flowing in. Keep that control. Keep the slaying going your way. Wardy 33 and 27. But look at the damage from Denza. Bance was alongside of him, but the important ones found by BSD. 6,250 and 5 rounds of control. Big game from Denza.
Yeah, it really was. Like I said, that's when the stats don't tell everything. That's just a 1.0 KD ratio. But the quality of the kills, they were above and beyond when they needed him the most. And that'll be the reason why we are going to this map number 4, even with Team War pulling the defense.
Yeah, it's just like, especially when like it was these couple of kills that come through. Team War were looking like they were going to win the attacking round themselves, but Denza clutched up then. Found some good kills on the attacking side. He's just absolutely loving it down this side of the map. Really good players coming in from them, but Team War, you know, they were gutsy, as you would expect. Had the quality to force teams away in those sort of situations, but could not quite stop what was the initial push that came through from Corcat. It's the B capture so quickly, and look when they capture B, where Team War, absolutely nowhere to be seen. So already you're just already fighting for map control, never mind control of your spawn or control of where you need it, which is obviously over towards the A side. Really good job coming in from Corcat to send us to a map number 4. I didn't see this one coming, Bryce.
No, like I said, I think realistically, just how impressive Corcat were there. And like I said, quality is sometimes a quantity all of its own, but we are going back to another hard point. It has been Team War's game so far, right up until map number 3. I wonder how map 4 goes for them, Tom.
Well, they'll still be feeling confident, right? You know, control can come down to it. You go to that round number 5. You've held defense maybe that little bit better. Or you found more ticks on the attack, I should say, typically. But 4 rounds do not make it to control. It's all about who wins that 5th one when you do get down to it. And control can be one of those game modes. How many times have we said it? You can be dominant all the way through. You can be chilling. You can be in a 4v30 situation. You find 4 dead. All of a sudden, you're in a bad spot. It can happen very quickly. I know that's dramatic, but you get kind of what I'm saying. It can be realistically just comes down to a couple of moments here and there that can swing around in somebody's favor. And Corcat waited till round number 5 before finding themselves a very good push that came through and really did make the difference.
They certainly will. Well, I'll tell you something. These two teams will get a chance to go again on the hard point, of course. And the rest of our bracket is going on all the way. Of course, we have got some results flowing in from everybody else. OmniU won 3-0 against 5 Media Clan Ton.
Yeah, that's a big win because realistically that would have been a potential banana skin, especially after you lose last night. Good way to bounce back.
Also been told current updates. Team Falcons up 2-0 against Revived Gaming. So they are winning that game as well. The Falcons are having a great time so far. Last time we caught up with them, I believe, they kind of turned it all on their head. They lost the first map and then had a great time for the rest of it, Tom.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on what's going on with the scoreline. I didn't quite catch exactly everything that has happened there, but the Falcons looking good. I'm really interested to see how they do, actually. Things have been looking pretty solid so far across the entire season. So what can they do in playoffs, though? That's really where, you know, you are going to set your mark. Can they do something here this week?
Yeah, that's what everybody's hoping moving through this playoff bracket. If you made it in the playoff bracket, congratulations, you're top 8. But realistically, there's not a single competitive player alive who doesn't want to go the distance, upset the big players, upset the big teams, and become champions of the league. A little feather you can stick in your cap regardless of who you are.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, even a good performance from a couple of these teams, everyone will be wanting to go on to win it. But for some teams, especially in challenges in Europe this year, it feels like it's very, very stacked. I mean, there's a few guys who've been in the CDL for a long time who are now coming back into it. Of course, we have lost a couple of players to go over towards the CDL. You think of players like Linz, you think of Abuza, guys like that who were in last year. They were dominant. Now they're in the CDL this time around. It feels like we are very top heavy. It's interesting to see how things are going to go down. But map number 4 between these two teams are going to be coming up shortly, Brycey. I'm excited to see which way it goes.
It certainly will. We are going to take a quick break where we get these players all massaged into the lobby, and we'll get this game underway very shortly. But don't go anywhere. More action after this break on Call of Duty Challenges Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challenges Elite. We are almost ready to get this game underway. Team War and Corcat are about to hit a map number 4, Karachi Hardpoint. But if you are just joining us, Skid Row Hardpoint was our first map, 250 to 148. Then Invasion, Search and Destroy, 6-3 to Team War. But then high-rise control, where Denza came to play, won that 3-2 to bring us to this point here, Tom.
I know, I was watching that and I was like, what year is it? Denza frying against Banson Co. He's got it in the locker. I swear this guy's quit a couple of times. Yeah, here we are, showing that he still got it. But into Hard Point, different story for Corecat once again. Skid Row is one of those maps that, you know, it can go the way of where you lose those first 120 points. The majority, you're all of a sudden on the back foot. Karachi not quite the same, especially if Chunk is flying like this. It's a good start for Corecat, but a top 3 control. P2 spawns in your favor by the looks of things as well. Nice start.
They're going to want moving forward. Maybe just feeling a little bit great after that last win, but Chunk starting off with a 4 streak, looking for the 5th. 5th is in the bag, looking for the 6th. Absolute wild jal off the top. They'll be feeling pretty confident that one. Denz will get back into this point though, and they're going to have the rotation. Huge start for Corecat.
I'm a huge fan of the Chal. However, the Chal was silly, but it doesn't mean I'm not a fan. Chunk now trying to control over towards the office side of red. Gonna be flying through in just a second, you would imagine. Door broken down. Pansy finds the player as well, but rotation for Corecat is here. 55 seconds remaining on this hill. Pressure starting to come through though. What he could do with finding more than one here. Push comes through. Pants will find one inside the point. Just trying to stay alive, waiting for the rest of his team. Waddy will have to back on down. A couple of gunfights could go his way, but don't. Looking like a nice break coming in from Team War, but a couple of kills actually fall in the way of Corecat. One via a team kill. And what was looking like a nice break, results in absolutely nothing.
It does result in nothing so far, and I think the issue they're now going to have is where they are spawning. Team War are not close. The rotation will not be theirs to the point where they're actually going to chow old, just because realistically they're not getting new.
So shots coming in. Team War gonna have to hit a rotation here, but as mentioned, Chunk is already there. You're not going to get any time over towards P2. Corecat in a nice little lead. Dangerous position. Chunk is going to eventually fall, though. These next couple of gunfights. Maestro, plenty of bullets in. All of a sudden, Bance is only left all on his own here for Team 1. Does get dealt with. So another rotation over towards Corecat. Harry's yet to find a kill for Team War. Fantastic start from the Corecat boys.
Just locking in hill after hill. Here comes the push. Team War are stacked deep. They find two already, but Chunk will get at least one. Will get the second as well. The push is no good because now they have to find him. Chunk continuing to dance around here. 10 on 4 eventually. The break does come in. A lot of work done for them, but it was not clean and it was not easy.
It's a much needed one. Absolutely had to find that break as things maybe start getting out of hand a little bit quickly. Big gunfight going over towards the other side of things on rotation over towards P4. He will happily lock some time in around 10 seconds or so. Maestro Code trying to find a push. Have to deal with players over towards top 3. Bean still surviving in the point. Overwatch is there in the form of Harry. And all of a sudden Team War back into it. But still behind Bryce. We head over towards P4. Things can get a bit of mixy over here. It's very hard to pick up some decent time. But if you have a player up top like this in Hixie, it's it all that easier.
Gotta say, Corecat, they have felt in control of this game for the majority of it. I know the points aren't that different, but it's been a pretty big effort from Team War. It always feels that they're fighting one step behind. Of course, the issue is going to be is that at this point, very rarely capitalized by either team, but they do get a wipe there, and so they will just eke out a few on this one.
And this is the only opportunity you really can start to find sometimes. You get these spawns over towards the back, start to farm kills as well. Bance can't find the second. We'll be looking for it, and Maestro will just fall right into his lap. 15 seconds to go here. Over towards P4, that's a decent soak from Team War. Found themselves 10 seconds behind as we headed over towards this hill. Now have rotation for the next over towards Junk as well. Looking good for Team War. Eventually start to get into things. Took a couple of hills, but now in a good position.
The reinforcements going to try and fly over as quickly as they can. Hixie will be holding them at bay, trying to get out a little bit of time, and there goes his way. Maestro to continue to push, and he knows it is as well. And
wow.
Fortunately, Beans gets Maestro before he can get his teammate. And now with a hard break coming through, you can see, and the flank from Harry just locking off top. It means they have to basically flood through the choke point or take the long flank.
Corecat eventually sending one player over towards top 3, but that's Maestro who's sitting at 1 in 10. Needs to try and find some sort of angle to try and put some pressure down. We'll find his second kill in the map, though. Takes down Bance, and all of a sudden this is potential now. Harry ready and waiting. Chunk still guns him. Central break coming through, but 20 seconds remaining here. If you're Corecat, you need to find this break. You need to find this time. Looking like they will. Good break comes on through. 15 seconds up for Offer there. By the time we head into a second rotation here, Bryce, it's looking like we're going to have about a 20-point game. Good effort from Corkat to bring this one back, but same can be said for Team War. Not a great start for them. They'd be looking to try and get these P2 rotations in. Decent time with P1. You don't want to let Chunk go off it again over towards top 3.
Now that's going to be different. They look pretty confident on this P1. You can already see they're into the point. They have some great positions, and Team War are spread across the map, but not in anywhere they would actually want to be.
Yeah, it's a tough one, especially when you start to get that bridge control, obviously, for the spawn side of things, but kind of makes it a 3 versus 4 on the site. Corkat now getting themselves set up. A little bit of bad timing. Chunk needs to try and stay alive. Break potentially coming through here. But Team War are really bleeding a lot of time here up towards P1. It happened on the first rotation. It's happening again on the second. Shots in from Wardy. Very, very solid. And again, the points, the majority going over towards Corkat. Of the 60 that's been on offer, what, they were around 10 behind or so? 10, 20 behind by the time we head into the second rotation of Hills. They're going to pick up the majority of this time. They'll be finding themselves about a 30-second lead heading over towards P2. Team War need to make this count.
Maestro found his way into the game, though. 7-13 from 1 and 10. Been great so far, but this could be the crucial moment. Can they find a way in here, Corkat? They've got to try and break P2, and they have. They are putting Team War on their back feet over and over again, and I can't even talk properly. What is going on?
This is ridiculous. I mean, how can Team War allow so much time over towards P1? They just get broken so easily as well. Push from the back alley. Oh, Hixie just about deals with Wardy. You need to find a break. You need to find it quickly. If you're Team War, you do have the numbers. Chunk is just trying his best to elongate this out. Eventually, the break will come through. 30 seconds to play for. Team War's about calming this one down. It's looking like you're going to get those 25 seconds that are now remaining. You're going to have a pretty tight game. But the rotation going to start coming through. 20 seconds now for Corkat to dig those trenches. They've already lost one player. Curious where that spawn takes them as well. It is going to spawn them over towards the junk site, so still the reinforcements are there. But Team War, potential break here. They're going to level things up. 3v4 to try and retake this. Actually, I find a player, and Hixie's just going to leave it and try to come and help on over for this break over towards P3. We'll find one player in the middle of the map who's trying to find a flank. Potential now for Team War.
This one. Chunk going to dive into it as well, but not going to get anything. Bans finds 2, and this could be a massive break for them. What a effort from Team War. They flew in the angles, they got the kills, and now they're going to try and just take this pressure away. Chunk.
Find her out. They know he's here. Shots in from middle as well. And for all that, the Team War break was really good. It's a fantastic one from Denzer and co. Shots coming in from Beans. Absolutely ridiculous at times. How this man still is in the league with shots like that, I haven't got a clue. Maestro should be dealt with pretty sharply. And for all that, this is typically one of the hills, especially when you see it in the CDL, that can lock down a good chunk of time. Neither team able to hold it for love nor money. So pretty much split on these points. I think it's Team War who come away as the beneficiary for the most part. Heading over towards the next hill, Beans is going to be here. It's a back and forth game, Brycey. We're in threat of a map number 5 here.
They really are. You can't say which way this is going to go. As we're going to this point, both teams just looking for position, looking for a wipe going as well. Bans will find one up top 3, but Denzer finds Beans down low, and still nobody will go near it.
It's really tough to get some time here, isn't it? Really, really tough.
Horrible.
Yeah, I know. It always feels like I'm the sacrificial lamb that has to get on this hill as well.
Well, neither team ready to put that lamb into the cooker, as still Beans won't go for it. Just rebuffed all the time, ticking away. And realistically, still nobody feeling that confident. Beans will dive onto it. Can't find Wardy. Down they go. Bans will dive in. Bullets all around. Another one. Back to neutral. Nobody able to really break the deadlock. They will get scrap time here for Corkat, but it is off to the rotation for Team War.
And I think for Team War, they're just keeping Corkat where they are was kind of beneficial there, but we are going to be heading over towards Junk. Pretty much tied up. Very, very little. I mean little between these two teams as we pop over towards the next hill. It was 1 point. But kills over towards top 3 are going to help things out. Wardy's going to find Bance, who's trying to watch an awkward little angle. The squeeze starting to come in. Harry and Hixie, they'll find a couple of kills. Did they know that Chunk got past as well? It might not matter. The shots are good, but not quite good enough. Good hold from Team War so far. 40 seconds still on offer. They can break 200 here.
Chunk keeps finding little gaps and getting through. Maestro just waiting. He knows somebody might challenge, but Hixie's holding it off angle.
Wow.
Doesn't matter. Maestro just guns him. There is a huge stack here for Corcat. They're trying to get through. Harry will find Trunk. Denzel will get one. Maestro will get another one. And now the pressure back on the Team War. They thought they had this locked in, but every player flying through it. Denzel will find another. And they're looking for the scrap time. Maestro for the win. He'll get it. And now we're going to be on to the rotation.
Great break that came through, but a lot of damage done by Team War. Are they going to be able to set themselves up just a little bit better over towards P1? They have bled so much time towards this hill over the last 2 rotations. They need to stop that happening again. Once again, Corcat have the spawns for P2. Team War need to get inside the point. They need top 3 control. And they need to hold this down. So far, so good.
Maestro still doing well. A 5 streak. P1 has been the playground of Corcat for the last 2 times it was up. The third time, though, Team War have found a little bit of it. Maestro's trying to just thread the needle here, and that's a 7 streak. Continuing a reign of terror. Eventually will be taken down by Beans as Team War bleed this for everything they can.
Beans does really, really well. Just to point out, though, something you pointed out not too long ago. Maestro was 1 in 10 at one stage. Has really, really turned this round. And it's a big reason as to why Corcat are in a good position in this game. Now the rotation over towards P2 going to start coming on through. That scrap time is going to go Corcat's way as well. But fights over towards back Dyna are going to be wholly important in this one. Hixie has got through to Dyna. He is able to find one. If he can find the second, it'll be huge for the team. Guesses wrong. But now the pressure's starting to come through. For all Corcat are the first ones here. They don't have total control.
Panton Hixie. Hixie just spawned up towards the back. This is a bit of a pinch. They're going to try and execute onto this one. Bance is going to pick it correctly. It doesn't matter. Chunk will win the gunfight. Out towards the back comes Hixie. Still unable to break into this point. We'll just slow this one down as they have found a couple of kills, but Hixie's picking wrong, and Chunk will keep going. Eventually trade it out.
Big win.
The benefit being is that Team War cannot win it on this point. Corcat have an opportunity to go to next.
They could do with them not having every single point here, though. I tell you what, it's going to be very, very close. If Corcat don't get any touch whatsoever here, that might actually be enough. Yeah, I think it just will be. It was very, very close. I think Team War would have stretched it to 249. Brycey, I'm scared. I don't think they've got it. But you never know.
They shouldn't have it. Shouldn't have it.
Brycey.
I don't think they've had it. They haven't got it. They haven't got it. Don't worry. You gotta believe in yourself. Believe. Just like Corcat are doing right now.
They need to be perfect. They can't win it here.
That's already flying in. That's it. That's going to be done. It's going to be all over. Just 1 player. 1 kill. 2 near the point. There were players still up for Corcat. But they let a gap through. They let Bance slip in, win the gunfight, end the game. Anticlimactic, but that is the way it goes. Done.
Yeah, it's a hard setup. There's a couple of different angles to be pushed from. No top 3 control. You had enough time to set yourselves up. You can't let that happen. I think Corcat will... I think they can take some confidence into the losers bracket side of things, though, because he went up against Team War, had at least 2 maps that were very, very close to Search and Destroy 6-3. This one is a 50-point game, and the hard point after map number 1 was really nothing to write home about. Win the control, decent Search and Destroy, could maybe make some waves in the losers bracket side of things, but Team War will march on. Good performance from them. Beans, again, enigmatic in that series. 27 and 18, 5.5k damage for the win on Karachi Hardpoint. I would like to see them work on their P1, though. I don't know if Marky B's watching, but Mark needs to fill me in on what's going on there, because P1 wasn't working too hot.
No, it wasn't looking great for them so far, but obviously walking away with a win, much more important. And got to say, Corcat, when they drop into this lower bracket, certainly going to be a team
100%.
to watch for bitterly the entire way through, Ton.
Yeah, look, I mean, we expected it to a certain degree because some very, very good players. I mean, look, you think about players who've been on CDL rosters, there's not too many of them in Europe. Wardy is one of them. Might have just been a sub spot for the subliners, but Den's been around for a long time. Maestro and Chunk have definitely had their moments. Potentially do something in the losers bracket. Let's see how they go. We will possibly get to see them in the losers side of things. We'll keep an eye on where they are going to drop, but for them, a valiant performance, but not quite enough. I think they'll still be disappointed. But realistically speaking, Team War were always expected to win this series. Had they not been, it would have been a huge upset. Hadn't lost the series so far in Challengers Elite Season 1. And realistically, they wouldn't have expected to lose that one. But a very close hard point. You can see it chopped and changed a few times until Team War eventually did take the lead in a decent manner. Never let it go.
Wow. There we go. Team will do it, but I think Silver lining here, Corcat had some great flurries of brilliance all the way through. Obviously, game 1 and 2, Skid Row and Invasion looked pretty heavy towards Team War, but High Rise Control is where we saw the best of Corcat, and it could have been the same on Karachi Hardpoint. Was close, but unfortunately, that does not matter when it's now 3-1 to Team War.
Yet more than happy to take that one away as close as it is. Team War will care very little. Managed to get the job done. But on a couple of occasions that they could be a little bit cleaner, but they'd be happy with the win, irrelevant of that. Corcat with some very, very decent players on their roster. They will drop into the losers bracket side of things, which we will be watching next. But Team War advancing into the winners semis.
They certainly will be, where I believe they're going to be facing up against Omid EU. And that's a game that we've seen a few times play out over channel-only challenges, but in the cups that they've been playing as well, Tan. It's been a really good first round for many of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's been back and forth, realistically speaking. You know, both these two teams have found themselves on the right and wrong side of finals against each other. So Team War up against Omid will be a banger, but we do have a losers bracket to go next.
We certainly do. Just going to tell you now that I believe Clutch, Rain and Moon are in map number 5. So while we wait for the lower round 1 to start, we are going to go to a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action here on Call of Duty Challenges Elite. We'll see you right after this. And it is going to be a great one here, Tan, as everybody, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite.
Not too sure if you're muted, Pricey. That's what I've been told. But you know what? I honestly, everybody at home, you missed absolutely nothing of anything worth anyway. But realistically, yes or no, we have been on break for a little while. Just waiting for some of the other games to finish up, and we will be able to get up and running with the loser bracket very, very shortly. Was there anything else that you said there, Pricey, that was worth saying, or have I covered it?
Only that I love people, and of course I did read off all my bank account numbers, but they've missed it, so it doesn't really matter. Let's jump into the bracket, of course. Starting off, we did watch War take down Corcat 3-1. Corcat, really good showing from them, actually. Ton. On the other side of it, we've got a little glimpse of Omid EU taking down 5 Media Clan.
Yeah, so for Omid, that's a good way to bounce back after their loss yesterday against Clutch Rain. And just to kind of allude to what you just said there about Corcat dropping in, now they have a game against 5 Media Clan. So that's a bit of a tough one. But realistically speaking, if Corcat can play the same way as they did against Team War in that previous game, they have more than a good enough chance, Brycey, in that losers bracket game. But on the other side of things, on the losers bracket here, we've got Team Moon against Team Revolution. That should be a very, very good game against Revived. Where's Revolution come from? Honestly, it just said Rev. I thought Revolution, but Revived, of course. That should be a very, very good game. Looking over towards the winners bracket, we'll cover that at a later stage. 2 round 1 elimination games to go here, though, Bryce. They should be both very, very interesting.
Yeah, they certainly should, of course, and we'll keep populating this bracket as we go through. You can see on the lower bracket, of course, Corcat 5 Media, as you spoke about, Moon versus Revived. I believe Moon versus Revived is the game that should be ready first between them. Just 2 games in those brackets, of course, because we are going to say goodbye to some teams as well. And then if you have been keeping up with our schedule and everything else, we will be counting and going into winners round 2 when that eventually gets to that point. So still, lots of gameplay to come here on the Call of Duty Challenge Elite Europe. But that's not all. It's not just the European side. There is also the North American bracket kicking up right after or during, depending on how the schedule goes, Ton.
Yeah, this right there, Shift and Stud might be holding on tight for their games to start up and running, because we have had some gruelers already, and I'd imagine that will continue the same here. We've still got 2 more games to go this evening on the European side, and both should be very, very interesting. Of course, we'll be covering the loser side of things. It should be right and ready to go into the winners bracket as soon as we are done. So yeah, it should be still a very, very interesting night of Call of Duty. But let's have a look at this game that we are going to be watching between Revived and Team Moon. Let's have a look at the maps and modes. Karachi Hardpoint coming in, Rio Search and Destroy and Vision Control, and if we need them, Subbase Hardpoint, Terminal Search and Destroy. I expect this one to be a very, very close game, Brycey. Both these 2 teams do very, very solid across the group stages, get themselves in a decent spot, but then find themselves with a very, very tough game to kick things off. So now they drop in. Anybody's game, this one, in my opinion.
Yeah, it could be, and we'll see how they end up going through this one as well. We're going to see a Rio Search, Rio Hardpoint taken out again. We've only seen that once so far, Ton. Not a lot of teams like playing it.
You know what? I really like it as well. I mean, based on my rank play experience today, you were on my team. We weren't necessarily doing too hot. I didn't like it that much, but realistically, I do think the map is very, very solid. I think in terms of rotations and stuff, teams are still trying to figure it out maybe a little bit, and it possibly presents a degree of uncertainty. Every other map you've been playing from the word go, right? Apart from Rio Search and Destroy. But that's a little bit easier to understand, and less sort of, I want to say, small, minute details that you will have, of course, in the hard point. So realistically speaking, it's maybe just a little bit of a slippery one for some of these 2 teams. Maybe if you're just a team that doesn't have too many SMGs that are absolutely frying on it, then that can also be an issue, because it's very SMG based. So if you aren't feeling that way, then you get away from it. Twisted, Luke Pack, Keza, and F. are the Revived Gaming boys. Should be interesting to see how they do here, because I'm curious on their opposition, Brycey, in terms of Team Moon. Had a very, very close game up against Clutch Rain. Couldn't quite get it done. I believe they got reverse swept. Now, you can think of that one of 2 ways. One of the ways is we just got reverse swept. Heads in the bin, bin's out the window, bin is on fire. Or you can think of the other way as we just pushed Clutch Rain, who were 5-0 in their group, to a map number 5. So 2 ways you can go with that. Which way is their head going to be leaning in this one? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, that's going to be the ones where they're obviously a little bit disappointed, but they aren't out, and that's going to be the key thing for them as well, for both of these teams. But yeah, you don't want to go out at this point in the tournament. You've fought all the way through the group stages. You've got to this point. Yes, you would have lost your first game, but all is not lost. It's just a shame that we had to say goodbye to more teams at this point, Ton.
Yeah, I know. We do fire through these quickly, though, for realistically speaking. 2 games, you can potentially be out. Of course, we do still have plenty more to come today. We've got NA side of things after this, as you just alluded to. We got next week as well, where we'll close things out with 2 other big days. It should be really interesting. Playoffs are always the time where things get really exciting. You know, for the group stage side of things, you can only kind of read so much into it, but playoffs, you've got 2 chances and you need to take them very, very quickly if you want to find yourself in a good position for that grand final. You know, if you want to make it, you can't make many mistakes here.
No, you certainly can. It's a long road for these teams. You've got to remember qualifying to get into the elite, and then you've got to play all of your group stages through, get a good enough result to get into the playoffs, then go all the way through the playoffs bracket, which actually takes place over 2 weeks. Obviously not continuously. We don't force them to play for 2 weeks solid, but it does take place from 1 week to another as we go through the games. And of course, at the end of it, you do want to get into that championship game and get through. And if you are wondering what's coming up for us as well, we've already gone through some of the games, so these are what is up next. Coolcat versus 5 Media Clan, that is our primary game for our next section. Then we've got Moon versus Revived as our secondary, which we'll be jumping in and out of as it gets ready to go. And then at 5 p.m, although it may be a little bit later depending on how this one rolls out, Team War versus Omit EU and Clutch Rain versus Falcons Ton.
I mean, Team War against Omit EU is the one that is standing out to me big time. That's a huge game. That could be grand final. It still could be, of course, for both these 2 teams with a winners bracket slot there. So you're still feeling good about it. Let's see how it goes. But Clutch Rain versus Falcons is an interesting one as well. Clutch Rain kind of finding themselves in that situation where, of course, beating Omit yesterday, so find themselves in a slightly, I want to say a slightly easier game. But realistically speaking, I think they wouldn't have expected to have to go to a map 5 and have to reverse Team Moon to find themselves still in that winners bracket. So that's an interesting side of things. But we're going to have some big sharks in this losers bracket come the first day of next week. So keep an eye out for how that goes down. But of course, we do have those winners games coming up after these losers games. So interested to see how the rest of the night plays out. We're nearly there with this first game coming up here on the losers bracket side of things. And I say nearly there. We're there. We're in. Brightly for me here, I think Revived Gaming are just coming off the loss of a 3, I believe it's a 3-0 loss, according to the Facebook website, at least anyway, in terms of how things went down up against Falcons. So that's a 3-0 against Falcons is not how you want to start things off. Falcons are, I would argue, and I don't want to sound harsh on them, but probably one of the weaker teams in that upper side, coming from the higher level of seed things. So Revived 3-0 there. Team Moon just off the back of a really close loss. So both 2 teams are probably going to be feeling quite down on themselves. What can they do though with this other opportunity? It's going to be Karachi Hardpoint to kick things off here in the series.
Well, here we go. And of course, with Karachi Hardpoint comes positioning. Comes the players just going for the trades, just trying to get up top 3, get into the point if you can. Twister is going to do exactly that because Keza is up top 3 but goes down, and now he's going to be feeling the pressure.
Yeah, it's all about getting that top 3 control to kick things off here over towards P1. Get a good AR up here like Pack, and all of a sudden you can be locking some decent time down, although you might just jump to the point and completely give up the top 3 control. But if you can find the kills, you won't mind one little bit. I'd be curious actually to see how Team Moon did in terms of the maps. Obviously they won the first 2 up against Clutch Rain, and well, if they can start well in the hard point here, then that would be fantastic for them as well. I've seen some outrageous Charles today off top 3, and you know what, I'm here for it all day, Bryson.
Well, sometimes players just want to fly, and you got to let them have their wings. Speaking of wings, they can already see Revive Gaming have flown their way over to this P2 and have got all the time they need. They're a little bit locked in.
Could do with some good P2 time. Never a bad thing to take away. 45 seconds remaining. Gunfight's ongoing, and if you are Team Moon, you're just trying to start to find some control in and around red. Keza's had a really good start, though, sitting at 6 and 2. Will make that 7 as well. Can he find the 8th? Not quite. Wasn't expecting the double charge at the start to come through, but it has been a meticulously way passed through for the side of Team Moon to find a couple of kills, to find that break. 30 seconds to go here at P2. You got Revived exactly where you want them. You've got rotation. Let's see what Aspect and Dizzy can do inside of Dyna.
To try to get back into this one as well. They know they don't have the rotations and might as well take the scrap off P2.
Wow.
And there's a wonderful wipe from them in the end. Keza will now continue to put this pressure on, hoping to get through. Waits for the teammates. Now with the bodies. Can't take down Genesis. Genesis will find 2 as well. Twisted flies in, and that's another wipe for them. Back to the starting blocks. Try again.
That's a long way to get there as well. The starting blocks on the other side of the map. Never ideal. Team Moon can find themselves a full 60 here. If they can find themselves a good setup, focus on a push to potentially coming from red out. It makes sense. The team just got a hold of the Dyna Hill. They just picked up the majority of the time. The shots, though, coming in over towards the top 3. Eventually, Keza will find something. Everybody else spawning over towards Dyna. It's going to be two-pronged attack coming in here from Revive. If Keza can survive, the rest of the team will then start to filter on through. Push starting to come in, but Aspect deals with him. And all of a sudden, it's still this time going over towards Team Moon. They've won the majority of the gunfights. BB Connor locking down the back with Aspect. Perfect hold so far.
Just pouring the points onto their side with this. And of course, now we go into the P4. Well, they will be looking to get some more. I mean, they're just winning all the kills. Will that translate into the points they want? The rotation isn't as critical for this one. Revive Gaming, while they do have a play here, they no longer have it. And Team Moon really now setting pace.
Doing a good job. Find themselves in a good position over towards P4. And any time here is a big bonus. Pressure towards the back. Now onto Revive. They're going to have to try and find a way out of this spawn. Looks like they do have an outlet in Twisted. But Genesis put the pressure down. Can't find the second. Pressure still here though for side of Team Moon. Good shots coming in from Connor. Just starting to stretch away. Feels like that first hill is eluded a couple of teams. But once you start to get things going over towards P3, a team does seem to shine. A lot of Call of Duty still to be played. But looking good so far for Team Moon.
Well, both teams just trading this flurry of throws, and Keza takes down to it doesn't. Keeps throwing bullets that way, but hitting nothing but the sky. And that will go down in the scrap time. It looks like Revive will get onto it. Maybe one last shell flying over that side, but realistically, this has been about the rotation for the last 20 seconds. Pack looking for BB Connor. Don't think he's going to get anything from it. Going to wait for the squeeze of the teammates.
And I think if you are pushing over towards that P4 side and they aren't going to know this push coming from the... Oh my word, they know it was coming, but they still won't lose the gunfight if you're Twisted. Good play coming in from Dizzy. But I think if you're over towards that P4 side, you just got to keep Revive gaming on the other team spawning towards that back alley. Keep them as far away as possible from Junk. 20 seconds already gone over towards Team Moon, and eventually Revive Gaming will find a way through. Is it a clean break? It's looking that way. Time now on Alpha. One player towards that side in Aspect is just about going to slow down the accumulation of that time. But with 30 seconds to go, this will be a good chunk of it for Revive Gaming.
They're holding now. Just waiting. Waiting. Genesis goes for the fly in. Not going to get anything else. Both teams still committing towards this point, but Revive Gaming coming out on top in the trade. They've got them in spades. And now FDOT trying to get a good position for his team to look around this P1 point, but I don't know if it's going to go the way they want.
Not looking that way so far. Revive Gaming getting a good chunk of time. So after a first rotation, it's going to be a slight lead for Team Moon, but not quite something you want to shy away from, but at the same time, they'll be happy with it. Considering P1 and P2 didn't go their way, they made the rest of them look very, very nice. Revive Gaming, though, again, finding a couple of kills over towards the bridge side. Now it's all about trying to get some top 3 control. That's what player number 5 is sitting at. So if you think of that bridge control, you think, oh, it's nowhere near the point. Keeps players off top 3, keeps players filtering through that street. You can try and lock down from the useless cut that comes through, but it's not going to be useless this time. Team Moon managing to find a break coming on through. Twisted inside the point. Players all around him. Aspect finding 2 up top. Look to try and get them out of the point if they can, but they concentrate on the P2 spawns coming in. Eventually, they get raid. It's 4 from Aspect to shut Revive down.
Huge blows from both teams. Realistically, Revive have put this back to a 4-point game. And now onto the P2, you can see they're looking to get that lead even further ahead. Dizzy, huge job there to begin with. Maybe not going to be enough. BB Connor gets another kill back onto the board. Moon reinforcing here. They try to get into this point, but they really don't have control.
Yeah, they sacrificed a lot over towards P1 to make sure they got P2 control. Revive Gaming maybe a little bit closer than Team Moon would have liked. A couple of gunfights have went their way, though, and they will just ease some of that pressure. Ultimately, it's a 1-for-1 as Keza will find his own teammate and then gets traded. Dizzy takes him down. So Team Moon soaking up some time here. They'll probably want to try and flip the spawns if they can at some stage, but right now they need some pressure inside the hill. It's only Connor left on his own. Did take down a teammate. Revive the Gaming with 35 seconds or so remaining. Do find themselves a break and a wipe as well. Pressure starting to come through, though.
Just going to fly in here for this scrap time and does a great job for it. I feel like it's going to come down to rotation again, and Revive Gaming going to be here first, but Genesis has just blown away Keza. There is a gap open for them now.
Find a way through. FDOT finds 2 before it gets taken down. But that's an extension of that lead coming in from Team Moon. 3 seconds to go on that hill. They're going to soak up every single second. But where we see Team Moon really excel in that previous rotation was over towards P3, Revive Gaming. And you answer back with something similar yourselves. The rebuttal of the push coming through already. Genesis will be dealt with. Looking good so far for Revive Gaming over towards P3.
And they are here. in numbers. Looking for the break though, Team Moon. You can see them already stacking up top three. Kind of going to be down low. Trades in abundance as nobody's going to be on that point. You can see them now trying to commit to it. Revive Gaming want back on. They want those score. Who walks away with the best set of trades? And it looks like it's going to be Team Moon. They eventually clear them out.
And that's a win for Team Moon. Revive Gaming were looking really good on that setup. 25 seconds or so is what you're going to punish them with. They could have lost the lead there, but as it goes, it's looking like they'll extend it to around 50. Genesis trying to survive, looking towards this rotation as well. Spawn over towards the bridge side now for Revive Gaming. So P4 setup potentially going to be there. But you are going to be forcing Team Moon to spawn over towards the next hill. We talk about it so often. This P4 hill is pretty scrappy. The longer that you can realistically keep the other team spawning towards the back, towards the alley side, is better for the team who are going to find the rotation over towards the next hill. You can see Team Moon are not spawning where they want to be.
They are not, but this game is so close. I don't think it's going to really swing either way based on this point, but you can tell the teams are nervous. They're going to be thinking about this rotation. It's all about managing expectations. Don't let the other team get too much time on this, but don't give away that next hill either.
Right, still spawning over towards the bridge side. Important kill for Aspect. Now, is he going to be pondering exactly where the Revive Gaming players are? Well, there's one on the halfway. Going to try and get him off it if you can, because he is going to manage to do so. That's a free 10 seconds or so for Team Moon. We currently have the rotation as well, but no help here for Connor. On their way around, though, slowly but surely, will pick up the scrap time. Will have themselves about a 40-point lead. Big game from Aspect. He's impressed every single time we've seen Team Moon. 23 and 17, leading the lobby. This pressure's coming in from a couple of different angles. If Dizzy can find anything here, it will be massive. Now the rest of the team going to try and find a push through the other side. BB Connor and Co being dealt with. Aspect's the only one who can answer. Good hold from Revived so far.
And this is where they want to take the lead. This is where they can make the difference. Pack is a little bit worried about this pinch coming in. Has to get away from the point. Esther, though, coming to reinforce. Will find at least one. Looking for any more. That's a difficult gunfight. Gets taken down from behind. Both teams piling bodies in, but Team Moon will get the lion's share of this scrap time. And as we go off to this next one, for Revive Gaming, it's going to be difficult. They are not in lethal range. They cannot win it off a single point.
But for Revive Gaming, P1 has been a good source of income so far. Can they find some more good time towards this hill? For Team Moon, didn't feel like they won many rotations there. They found a couple of breaks with about 20 seconds to go. And if you are the team with a decent enough lead, that's fine. Limiting the other squad to a good hold is what you want to do, and limiting Twisted to much life remaining from BB Connor. What a shot! Over towards top three. Now they can start to squeeze over towards P1.
Seeming like P1 specialists. This just going to make everything really difficult for both teams. Well, there's a clear. But who commits and who moves to next? Connor trying to do everything he can just to keep them at the bay. And there's one.
This is massive.
There's two. That's a 4 streak for Connor when they need it the most. Will eventually fall as well. They are getting the point. They can't win it here. And just keep an eye on that mini-map, Ton. F-Dot is at P2.
Yeah, he just won a huge gunfight against Dizzy, who came straight off the respawn over towards P2. And F-Dot can lock it down. He needs to do more than that, though. He needs to hold it. Now you can see Team Moon 18 seconds away from closing out the winner. Starting to concentrate on F-Dot, who's now going to be in a lot of trouble. Gets dealt with. If you're revived, you've got to get over towards P2, and you've got to get there now.
Well, this is it. F-Dot not able to hold the deluge of bodies that poured his way. For Revive Gaming, they have to make the challenge. Aspect takes down the first one. Keza flying towards the back. Will find one as well. 4 seconds. Just has to chow the point. It's not going to be enough. Team Moon, they clear an Aspect with 32 kills to 21 deaths. And they will take map number 1, Ton.
Huge game from Aspect. Huge game from Team Moon. I wouldn't say it's comfortable. It's relatively close. But it felt like the breaks were coming through just maybe a little bit easier from them when they needed it. You're thinking primarily of P3. They limited Revived Gaming to really a great deal when they did have those rotations, and that's what really hurt them. And then when they did win the rotations, Team Moon, they were made to make it count every single time. Really good job from them. They will find themselves with a 1-0 lead. Aspect with a huge game, leading the lobby above and beyond everybody else. 5,388 down to the 26 non-traded kills. Big game from Aspect.
Yeah, huge, and realistic when you've got a player doing that much work. You probably wouldn't think it'd be as close as it was, but pretty even across the slang. I don't think Twisted got as involved as much as they would like for that one, but Hey, sometimes a hard point can be just all about the timing you get in the end. And, well, it's a close game to begin with, but Team Moon do get our first round on the board, Tom.
Yeah, it was relatively close, but, you know, it always felt like Team Moon were in control, right? It never felt like Revive Gaming. I don't want to say it never felt like they had a chance. They absolutely did have a chance, but it always felt like they were on the back foot. It always felt like Team Moon were a step ahead throughout a hard point. You always get a general sense of which way a map's going to go. Team Moon just maybe making the better moves. Just buy a small iota every single hill. You want to buy 50 points. You've done, what, 10 seconds better on nearly every single hill, so to speak. Really, really good job coming in from Team Moon. 10 seconds is maybe a stretch, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm getting at. It's just small differences that can make a big difference towards the end of the game. Really good job from the boys. And Aspect, BB, Connor, I mean, the shots from Connor on the twisted there at the top three kind of make a bit of a difference. And then this is where you can get yourself top three control. And that's where they really struggled on P1 Team Moon. The third time of asking, though, they get the job done. And yeah, that, I mean, kind of translates to what I was saying in terms of how it felt Team Moon were in control the majority of the game. Got to P3. They never let the lead go.
No, they didn't, and this is the difference, of course. But Rio Search and Destroy is going to be next ton for these two teams, and I feel like that's the first time we have seen it so far in challenges. For us, I meant, not just in general.
Possibly. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I was trying to think. I have cast it over Rio Search and Destroy, but I think it was CDL. So, yeah, Challenger side of things. Yeah, first time we have seen it. Are they going to be able to mix anything up? We see, obviously, a lot of hits over towards the garage side. It's curious to see which way they're going to go. Seen some good matchups on this map, though. A lot of mid control, a lot of slow pushes coming through, a lot of fast pushes as well. It's going to be a very curious one, but on the other side of things, 5 Media going up against Coldcat. 5 Media 1-0 up after the hard point. 5 Media will be feeling like they're favorites in that one. Coldcat really getting a rough time of things. 2 very, very tough games to kick off their playoff hopes here in Challengers Elite. Now into the Rio Search and Destroy. Team Moon heading over towards A. Can they find anything here? First blood, no trophies. Nice and easy. A control now belongs to them.
Wow, this is a lot of bodies piled in. Ezra Boxes will be trying to thread the needle. Wants to get Aspect off of it, but won't commit fully. Waiting for reinforcements. You can see Twisted trying to get in position as well. Don't have the numbers. They will find the first one, though. Back to a 3 versus 3, and looking for the second. Not going to happen. Genesis will find 2. Left it now all alone at Keza.
Genesis working on Ace. Gonna find it as well. Big round from Genesis. And Ace to kick off the round in the Search and Destroy. Kick off the map here on Rio. Nicely done. Found the opening kill with the grenade. A 2-piece to follow. And Keza, the 4th. 414 damage and 1 round of Search and Destroy. Not a bad return.
Wow. That was pretty dominant from Genesis in the end. 4 kills. We'll see if they can continue in this same vein. Realistically, they have the advantage in the series. They now have the advantage in the Search and Destroy. Revive Gaming to attack, though. Looking like a potential B hit from them.
Knocking that way. Maybe kind of happy to step back over towards this side. Just get some control. Needs the rest of his team to try and find a flank, though. It's a big kill coming in from Dizzy. And now if you're Team Moon, yes, the bomb may well be down. You can work on some sort of pinch because Revive Gaming know that BB Connor is back there. You have to worry about him. And the flank coming through as well. A couple of different angles to worry about. He can jump that.
Doesn't choose to go for the kill instead. Now moving in. 2 versus 2. Weird bomb down. Dizzy will find another one. Looking for this last player.
No
Twisted. Trying to get timing onto the bomb. This is what this is about. Nobody defusing. A recheck in about 3 seconds now. Here we go. 1, 2, check. There it is. But Dizzy's going to get the kill as well. Unbelievable. Back-to-back aces for Team Moon. First Genesis, now Dizzy.
Incredible. How on earth he found that? Absolutely snaps onto him. Big shots coming in from Dizzy. And a big, big round for Team Moon. Honestly, when Twisted found himself in this position, questionable or not, in a certain kind of way, really, really good win coming in from Dizzy. Important that they found that. Things can turn very, very quickly on Rio. You get an attack, you get defense, things can get rolling very, very quickly.
Wow. Kind of crazy first 2 rounds. Let's see how it continues. I mean, Aspect hasn't died or killed anybody yet on this game.
Feed up, mate. Feed up.
Just been there, just been observing. Dizzy goes to close the... Oh my goodness! Goes to close the door. The manners get him killed.
Genesis now found 4 kills over towards this side, and Boxes is his once more, but Aspect has been dealt with by Keza, so Genesis all of a sudden not very safe. Pushing this with the bomb. Oh, this is bold. You get dealt with. Genesis maybe overzealous with that push. Now Connor left all on his own. Revive game and answer back.
Right there, and it's such a big call to see that player coming over the top. Genesis, they got that. They would have had a little bit of a better opportunity, but not to be. And Keza just waiting with the shoulder, with the chow, with Twisted. Gets it done in the end. But yeah, maybe that first kill on Dizzy, F-Dot just caught him sleeping. Well, I say sleeping, closing the door.
Yeah, just a little bit tough. In that kind of situation, you get a bit of bad timing. Not the end of the world, though. Looking in towards the next round, though, can things be turned around here? From Keza and Co. Keza with 3 in that round as well. Just feels like everybody's finding their round to take over. Whose turns it going to be this time?
Let's see. F-Dot making a move, could get timing. Not going to, not opening any of the doors. Twister will find Genesis right towards the back, and that's the advantage. Dizzy, though, finds Keza. F-Dot still deep in enemy territory. Keep an eye on the minimap. Connor is long flanking everybody everywhere.
Good shots coming through as well, and Twister will get traded. Good job from Revived, but lack of bomb is going to hurt them. You have to spin around, though, if you're Dizzy. Needs to find the 1 versus 2.
Just waiting. Has the bomb. To Revive Gaming, you're going to burn a little bit of time, but they will start making their way here, and this could be a timing thing. He's going to see him as well. There comes the chow. Dizzy not able to get anything. The double chow coming through. Revive Gaming close enough to not make that successive 1v1s, but it is now 2-2 in the scoreboard.
Back-to-back double rounds from both these two teams. Throw on the shoulder if you're F-Dot. Pack was there. Well, very close to dying, but F-Dot wouldn't have let it happen anyway. Round was always going to go over to Revived. And we head into another round. Back and forth. Aspect yet to get himself on the board was really the catalyst for everything that was good on the side of Team Moon on map number 1. Can he maybe pick things up yet in map number 2? Push coming in from Team Moon over towards the A side. 3 stack coming through from Revived. I think they're going to be ready for this. It's looking that way.
Got bodies in there, and that smoke down, and the nades are now a little bit hesitant. Team Moon do not want to jump on this yet.
It's awkward when you
flank as well.
Yeah, it's awkward when you kind of get beat to this though, because see what Keza is, can poke his head up on the dumpsters, and it is not a fun gunfight. So for him to jump up there on top of the bike, actually there is a dumpster there, or a bin for us Europeans. Used to talking to the Americans, sorry. Keza could potentially put himself in a position to go for a gunfight here, but Team Moon will know that. Eyes will be on. You can see nearly every single arrow for Team Moon is pointing towards exactly where Keza is.
Problem is, they have to commit. They will not get through this cleanly. There goes the smoke. Pack's not going to have an easy one, but they find him. They get to the point here, and Pack is just throwing bullets, but it hasn't worked out. Patience from them in the end. They're going to put this one straight down. F-Dot is hitting the flank as fast as possible, trying to get into a position. Now left alone, and it has been found, has been gunned. And Moon must have just been straining the nerves to Revive that entire time. They didn't move until they needed to.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where you see the smoke come in, you think, oh, wow, okay, well, why haven't they done that maybe a little bit earlier? No need. Take your time. Try and make your job a little bit easier, right? You've got somebody covering the flank. You've got eyes on exactly where you want to go. If Revived aren't going to make a mistake, well, smoke's going to go down. We'll see what happens. But they were waiting for maybe to find a pick just to make that a little bit easier. Really, really nice attacking round coming through from Team Moon. Can Revive game and find something similar back? They have enjoyed B so far.
And here they go. Straight into the point. Full control of mid here at the moment. Is he? What? Somehow wins it with a step back fade away. 3 versus 4, but we've bombed down a little bit of breathing room for Revived. If they can find a trade, they'll be sitting pretty.
First kill's going to come in from F dot onto Dizzy. There's that trade you talked about. Next kill is going to be absolutely massive. Team Moon are trying their best to try and find them. 20 seconds to go. Still 3v3.
Yeah, they've burnt a ton of time here by not getting it very, very quickly, and all the angles help. People will find one, but oh, it's a little bit of a whiff. Genesis left alone under 1 versus 2 isn't going to work out. And Revive Gaming, after that lockdown mid, they just went to ground, and it was a difficult job. Team Moon, they couldn't find anything.
Yeah, it's really tough because there's so many different angles you can watch that bomb site from. You can drop down to low Eskies, you can go up the stairs on the left-hand side, you can go over towards bridge, get some control there. I think ultimately the retake should always kind of come from bridge if you want to try and find it, because then you can hit a flank if you can get some bridge control. I do want to point out, though, that was an egregious gunfight that Dizzy should not have won to start that round off. The Rival 9. It's a shotgun, but it's also a sniper. Dizzy 7-3, having a really good game. Needs the rest of his team to follow alongside of him, though. Still sitting at 3-3. Now their turn to attack. Team Moon have really put all their eggs in the A basket the majority of the time. You see Twisted now on that awkward angle. Has a trophy system. Some time to set himself up, but Aspect waiting for the push to come through. F dot caught with his pants down. 4 versus 3 in favor of Team Moon once again.
Now they move to see him as well, and that will be called out. Genesis has to turn, but doesn't get it. Keza ends up winning it. Dizzy's going to go for this one as well, but just a bit of bad timing. He has to run away, runs into another gun player as well, and this is all falling apart. Fortunately, Aspect is just finding kills, cleaning up the mess that they've made. And now 1v2, never mind, it's over.
Just like that.
Yeah.
It can be chaotic around B, right? I think that's why you see a lot of teams pushing over towards A side, because it definitely feels like a more... I mean, there's not a lot of strategy about Rio, but you know what I mean? It feels like more like that typical defense are going to be set up. Let's see if we can break them. We'll get the bomb down. We'll set up nicely. Whereas you go over towards B, and they can be in any which way of about 15 different places. You can get there first on the attacking side, or at least in a more advantageous position, but it can get mixy. So for the teams who like it mixy, yeah, it's a great site. If you don't, it is definitely the preferred. Aspect now going to head over towards B. It's a bit more of a mid-stack. BB Connor's going to find some information here, whether that be bullets into the head or a stun to the face. He's going to have to back down. Needs some help from his teammates. He is screaming for it, but 5 Gaming have backed down, so for all that Connor was on his own, hasn't been punished for it yet.
Yeah, trying to play it as safe as possible and almost threads the needle. So many players against him. Just does not want to give away that life. Nade's already coming in, has to get out of there. Made a couple of players weak, though. Information gained. Now all of a sudden, Dizzy's setting up over towards this B side. Big gunfight about to come on through. Is going to find one. Doesn't get the timing for the mid-map, though. But that gives the information over towards Team Moon. They know exactly what's going on here. B push going to start coming through. Aspect's being very aggressive. They're single on island. Worried about the players coming through. Aspect can still win the gunfight, though, even though they knew he was here. But will be taken down by F dot. And F dot now flying over towards A, but there are bodies here against him. A 1 versus 1. Keza versus Connor. Keza picks up the bomb. Do you back off? Do you just plant this at B? Oh, wondering to go back. Doesn't know where Connor is.
10 seconds.
Now just has to plant. Will he check this? Bomb going down. Connor just peeking as well. Easy in the end. Unfortunate for Revived. He had to make a decision. Connor could have gone anyway. Could have still been there. No idea in the end. But yeah, they get it. Yeah, Keza in that situation, it's the stick or twist, right? If you've got anything less than 15 seconds to get that bomb down, you're in a tough spot. That's when players can check it, dip out, check it again. Start to play the time, which you burnt far too much of if you're Revived. Good job from Team Moon, though. I think, Aspect finds himself a kill. They're able to stagger. But Revive get very aggressive over towards that A side, and that is ultimately their downfall. They had big control. They didn't choose to take it. Now for Team Moon, looking like a push over towards the A side. It's a 2-2 split for Revive. Can they hold it down? Aspect is going to find Keza early doors. And now Twisted is in a lot of trouble. Twisted is going to fall as well. This is not what they wanted. 2 versus 4. Team Moon firmly with the advantage. They have control of the side. F dot can be the hero. Finds the first. That bomb is now down, though. They know where F dot is going to be. They know where Pack was. F dot will find a second. Down to a 2 versus 2. This chat towards the back here for Pack against Dizzy could be huge. He's going the long way. all the way around.
Oh, my word. That's a 2 versus 4 from Revived. Are you kidding? How on earth have they found that?
Things that should not happen but have. F-Dot finds 3 kills in that round. The clutch factor is massive.
The flank comes through. The first gunfight was huge. You heard me say it's a huge fight because all of a sudden, for that A site, great to have the bomb down and have some control. If you have that information, yeah, no problem. But you've got to watch boxes. You've got to watch the garage push. You've got to watch from behind towards the ramp, towards that P2 hard point. 3 different directions to watch. Yeah, there is 3, but one of you gets gunned, you're in trouble. I actually like what Pac did as well. He kind of showed himself over towards the boxes. Nade went out, which allowed F-Dots to actually find the kill. And took his time with his flank. Really good job. And now Pish coming in here from the side of Revive Gaming over towards the B side. Looking like a free site. F-Dot has the bomb. Choosing not to plant it yet. Expecting the push. Getting it back down. Look at this big flank.
Tight angle, but realistically,
didn't get any info.
This is such a huge advantage for Revive.
And but now he only thinks there's 1 player on the flank. There's 3.
I mean, they've not got a lot, realistically, because they could still come through this bridge. Pac needs to get away. Needs to keep burning this time. Connor's going to be there as well. Connor will find him. A 2 versus 3. F-Dot did it last time. This time, Kez is going to be with him. A 2 versus 2. And this is a Warren. It is a labyrinth to burst through as F-Dot still on that streak. They've got it again. Revive Gaming get another one on the board, even outnumbered ton.
They've been outnumbered 2 rounds in a row and still managing to pull it away. And the 3-man flank, they go all the way around towards the bridge side. I mean, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but you send some players in towards the lobby side, towards escalators. Maybe you can get something going if you find a pick there. Starting to come in from a couple of different angles. Round 11 we go. F-Dot has been so influential. Looking over towards Team Moon. Genesis found a ace in round number 1. 3 kills since then in the next 9 rounds, I should say. Now it's Revive Gaming. They've really enjoyed themselves over towards the B side, and Team Moon have chosen not to answer it time and time again. And will it be their downfall once more? Here we go.
This time around, and Keza will get the first blood. Trying to stay alive now. Reinforcements going to flood in for them as well. Keza will get a team kill. No! It could be a disaster. It's all falling apart. They have bombed down, and it's now a 1 versus 2. Could it be another clutch? It might be. It just might be. Aspect versus Twisted, and it's just bullets flying from both sides. Revive Gaming. They keep losing it, but somehow keep winning it. And oh my goodness! Again from behind, again from the depths of despair, Revive Gaming, 3 rounds back to back. They take the S&D.
1 versus 3 from Twisted to close it in round 11. And some life in this series now for Revived. Aspect jumped on it very early, which I don't hate. Majority of the time, that probably works out. But Twisted checks it pretty much immediately. 1 apiece. Series on our hands here now, Bryce. Honestly, at 5-3, I thought Team Moon are walking away with it. We're heading into a map number 3. They're 2-0. They're cruising. 1 apiece. Revived, bringing it back here in the Search and Destroy. Great game so far.
Yeah, Team Moon are going to be maybe disheartened, furious. God knows. I'll be honest with you, it's kind of ridiculous. Being clutched on over and over again cannot happen, should not happen. Adjustments need to be made towards B as well, especially with the ability to not really retake it as easy as you want. But credit to F-Dot, credit to Keza. They really did the business there in the end.
Yeah, look, I think with Rio Search and Destroy, at least from my point of view, there's so many different angles you can flank from. There's so many different places you have to watch what's going on from, right? So I wonder if it's just about these tighter setups for the side of Team Moon. They're allowing B all the time, and all of a sudden, Revived in that stage are just starting to play around. They're just starting to dance, get themselves in some awkward little spots, and all of a sudden you're winning rounds out of nothing from Revived. 6-5 on Rio. Invasion Control going to be coming up next. We will see sub-base hardpoint as well. This one could go either way at this stage. It's very, very difficult because Team Moon are in complete control there. 5-3 up, you lose 3 rounds in a row. And every single time you had first blood. Cannot let that happen.
Wow, we fly from an absolute nail-biter into our control, of course. And realistically, I don't know who's going to win this one. You thought if Team Moon had taken it, they would be the favourites coming through, but they've got to be a little bit disheartened coming from what was a ridiculous Search and Destroy. every round, you know, they started off great. We were talking about back-to-back aces for Team Moon, and it ends in disaster.
Yeah, slowed down. They did. They were 2-0 up. Okay, they found themselves 5-3, but like just your situationals. In one of them's a 1v3. One of the rounds is a 2v4. One of the other was a 3v4, but that's, you know, more often than not. When you do find those disadvantageous positions, you still will find those rounds. But 2v4s and 1v3s can't happen. Not when you got the bomb down. Well, at least when you had the bomb down other than the first time around. They should have won it 6-3. I think they'd be thinking that themselves. That's a 2v4 to bring it back, and then Revive keep going. So showing some real steel in these search and destroy rounds towards the last stages. Can they force another search and destroy though? In the first map, it felt like Team Moon were in control the majority of the game. We're going to be heading into another run and gun game mode. We're heading into control and invasion, but this is an entirely different kettle of fish. You know, we'll get that one in again if you want. When you are comparing it to maybe the hard point on Karachi. So invasion control, very, very strange. It can sometimes go down to that round number 5. I wonder if we will get there. We quite often think we will, and sometimes we don't. We are starting to see more attacking rounds as the season goes on. So which way is it going to go, I'm not too sure. But Team Moon, after that, when you've just been reverse swept in the very first series of the day, you're 5-3 up in the search and destroy to go 2-0 up in this series. All of a sudden, it's 1-1. How are their heads feeling? That's what I want.
Yeah, it is. Well, on the other side of the bracket as well, we have been told should be a 1-1 as well. So everybody tied up. We are going the distance. We might be here for some time because we've already got this one going a little bit late, and then we've got our winners round 2 up next. And I'm sure the North Americans are now wondering whether they're going to get their games in before midnight.
Hey mate, look, we're in here for the long haul. Were you still late nights these days? You're a night owl, aren't you? You're usually up till...
I'm perfectly fine. I'll
well,
be
exactly.
here till dawn.
So stop complaining about it then. All right.
I wasn't complaining. I was really making an observation. Very different things, Chris Tan.
Looking towards the bracket though, you can see what you're waiting for. What is a blockbuster of a winners round number 2, and then on the other side of things as well, it's going to be interesting to see Clutch Rain up against Falcons. But those games will be following these. Still plenty of Call of Duty left to be played tonight. One apiece between these two teams. Invasion control now coming up. Could be the swing. Honestly, Team Moon look the better on the hard point. If they can find this control, they should be feeling good. But if Revived can answer again with another map, you've at least got another search and destroy where you can potentially just continue to clutch up. Team Moon will be feeling like they should be 2-0 up here. Revive Gaming will feel like they're going to map that they maybe shouldn't have. Two very different attitudes heading into this control.
Well, let's see. They go for it, and already a bit of a push coming through. You can see them going for this B. Guess just overwatching, but Connor has already made his presence known, taking down a few of the players before they can do anything.
Presence over towards B is never bad. But, I mean, look, we say it all the time. The easier hit over towards A is always off the rip. Twisted. Oh, he was trying to be sneaky. And unfortunately, stun check. And, wow! Genesis absolutely beamed. Don't think it'll make too much of a difference in this push over towards A. Looks like Revive Gaming are going to have another go at it here, though, Bryce. A bit of hotel control. Next couple of kills are important.
Has slipped the net. Has just got through. And now they're going to have to turn. They're like, oh, somebody's on A. They're still dealing with B. Eventually going to come through. And Dizzy just looking for any reinforcements and not going to be able to get anything away from it. F-Dot may just capture A, or at least the first tick here by himself.
First tick's never bad. Got two players over towards him. I'd like to see him just sit tight. Did he get it?
I think so.
Maybe.
Progress on B anyway. They've got a few bodies on it, so that second tick will be in very, very shortly. One last final flurry, though. You can see Team Moon swinging into action. Not doing an awful lot because Twisted is just taking them down, and there we go. That will be a B lock. A1 tick, a B lock, and realistically for Revive Gaming, this is where the game really starts.
I was about to say you don't want to let Connor get himself into that position, but if you're F-Dot, you take his head off, so it doesn't matter. Dizzy and Genesis gonna back them down. A little bit of presence over towards the middle of the map, though, and well, F-Dot was the only one to survive, but in hotel, never a bad spot to be in. Kills starting to flow there as well, so Team Moon maybe a little bit overzealous in their push to get control in the middle of the map. Are punished for it, and Revive Gaming. Step one complete. Another wave of kills, and you are truly under A, and with a very good opportunity to win the round.
Look at this setup. Just every player fully pre-aimed. The battle line has been made, but the battle line has already been broken. Keza finds the first, and they are thrown into disarray. Team Moon Now we'll have to fight for the
This is a
back foot.
disaster.
They have lost these trades. They have lost everything. F-Dot is hunting as well. And
Dizzy.
Dizzy gets away and causes some issues, but maybe that's just enough to slow this roll down.
F.7 spree to get you in over towards A. The shots are phenomenal. A couple of players did drop, though, from the side of Team Moon. And for Revive Gaming, still inside the point. You've got to try and find something if your aspect 1 is not too bad. Now F-Dot left all on his own. Reinforcements on their way. If you're Team Moon, you got to move. You got to move quickly. F-Dot just isn't missing bullets right now. Finds 9 in a row before eventually falling. 10 versus 6. It's a big win from Dizzy. 9 versus 6. 35 seconds remaining. 2 ticks already over towards A. So for Revive Gaming here, it's already a minor win in this round, irrelevant of what happens. But if you can find this attacking round, that's a different story.
They're going to take one last roll at this. They're looking for the trade. 19 seconds. Pack will find the first. Connor, though, on Overwatch. He's going to fall as well. Now they head towards the point. Genesis is going to be in here. This is the stopgap. Looks for the first to get it. And that might just be enough. Just that kill. They will dive for this one. And it's not going to work. Genesis holds it down. They do not lose the defense here, Team Moon. But certainly not as comfortable as they would have liked.
No, and that's 5 ticks already for Revived Gaming on the first attacking round. So you take those small wins all day long. Ultimately, they'll fall. Side of Team Moon, you take that as well. Look, you find yourself a defensive round. Let's just try and answer back in the same sort of way. It's a kind of a weird feeling when you win that first defense, but you have lost a few ticks. Because now you say to yourself, well, okay, actually, though, if we find ourselves with a very good attacking round here, we're 2-0 up. And you forget about those ticks very, very quickly. So you have the opportunity to even the odds, but easier said than done when it comes to invasion control.
Well, let's see. Team Moon. Just a little move over towards A here. They've got bodies on it. Genesis will just cut down Dark for them. It's a safe play, and Revive Gaming aren't really committing to breaking B.
Quite often you will see a lot of teams push over towards A off the rip, but a full B stack, just get that time locked in. You definitely have the numbers. You have the positioning. Connor's just going to try and lock down these pushes that will come through from DVD. The angle can be there. Dark is locked down. Now the push starts to come through. If I'm Revive Gaming, I maybe don't commit as much as you have done to this. We'll continue to survive around this area, just to try and slow things down, but Connor's read that perfectly. And now all of a sudden, this can get dangerous. You have some control over towards top broken. Looks like you are going to get pushed, but now Connor not going to get traded out here. And Revive Gamer really did commit over towards the B side. They'll get away with it, though. A couple of kills do fall their way. Only momentarily Genesis left on the map for Team Moon.
Just see if we can find a little bit of a pick. Just keep this area open for his team to make a move up the map, and Genesis is going to lose that gunfight. Pack just continuing to throw bodies. There'll be a double tap coming through the door, and doesn't get any. They've got to be careful. Kettle though from the back. He's going to find one. Dizzy's going to be in trouble. Looking for the second. Doesn't matter. Back to spawn you go. The only player going to be out here is Connor.
Lives just ever so slightly on the side of Team Moon. And good shots coming through from Connor. Not quite good enough to find the pack. Oh. Kazza finds a couple as well. And now for Revive Gaming, starting to find a little bit more control towards the middle of the map. And these are the kind of gunfights you just don't want to lose if you're Team Moon. Yes, okay, you do have Genesis through. He's the only person in any sort of position that can really relent some of this pressure, ease some of it. I think if you're Genesis, any pick here means that some of Team Moon have to spin around. Some Team Revive that have to spin around and have to deal with you. Big push over towards the B side. BB Connor and Genesis find a couple of kills. Potential open.
His next few kills. He'll find another one. This is dangerous now. Revive Gaming. Oh, well, Twisted. That's a great position. Just locks it down for a few more seconds. Aspect from behind. It's chaos on the map from these teams. They're not happy with the battle lines. Aspect needs help.
He's a hand. Continues to survive. Connor's there to watch across. This is a big gunfight. Aspect wins it. Doesn't get in. Tezzeret Twisted from the middle of the map are able to read that and able to hold it down. 11 versus 10. Revive Gaming defending very, very well. One more big push here from Team Moon just to try and get some ticks. Finding gunfights.
They're still going. Dizzy just managed to get through the hail of bullets thrown his way. This is dangerous. They've got it. Connor's now locking down the doors. A 3 streak for them. Team Moon will be looking to get this full conversion, but it's not going to be easy. Connor's going to fall already.
See him.
More players flying into the point. Genesis trying to hold them at bay for a few more seconds. Not going to work. Bodies into the point. A dive across. Aspect has to try and do something. Not going to get anything else but that one tick. That does put them behind.
They are behind, but I think, again, for Team Moon, you're in a position to win the round there. You got, what, 3 or 4 dead. You've got control. I think ultimately it kind of comes from, I can't quite remember who the player was that was in Laundry. Kind of just holding it down, expecting somebody to come through Laundry, pick him up there, maybe somebody through the mid-alley. Wasn't expecting the player to come through the side door from Hotel. Ultimately gets punished because of that. And then the defense of that A attack kind of breaks down. A little bit tough, but both two teams kind of going toe for toe there, but it will be Revive Gaming with that extra tick. Looking like it's going to be a hit over towards B pretty early. Keza and Co going to try and lock this in, get the extra time. Give it another good go over towards A.
Oh, Dizzy just throwing bullets down, but you can see they are making a very aggressive play here. Already looking for him in every corner. Twisted is going to give him as well. It almost looked like the player was drawn to the barrel of the gun rather than the other way around.
Wow.
Twisted does. Aspect will eventually make him fall, but damage is going to be done here. They are solidly secured on B.
Kezup's in control. Over towards DVD as well. Never bad to have. B is getting locked in and progress at A. This is a full commitment to this B side, though, if you're Team Moon. You got to make it count. Genesis finding 2, though. That could be huge. F'd up now. On his own over towards A. Went on a crazy spree on that first attacking round. Putting some really good bullets in the corner. No shot. He finds Aspect as well. That would have been absurd. But damage done over towards the A side. Have to be careful now for a Revive not to get yourself locked into your spawn. You're just coming in off Palace. Now you can try to make your way over towards the B side. Team Moon have had a chance to dig the trenches just a little bit here. A couple of tough gunfights coming up for Revive.
They're just going to get B secure. That's all they're really doing. Just play the area. You've got plenty of time. They've got to push it now. They're going to fly in. That should be a B lock, realistically, though. And more bullets going down, and Connor and Aspect have combined. They don't want this. They don't want this extended. They just want this done and dusted. Still, way too much pressure. Surely, Revive Gaming commit 4 players to B Street.
Got to fully commit it, but Team Moon know that, so they will send 4 over themselves. Twisted with the first kill, though. Might just ease the pressure. Trade it back and forth now. Genesis will find a kill, and also will Connor. That's a big kill coming in from Genesis. Pack on his own momentarily. 25 seconds. You've got to find something towards B.
They're waiting for this. They're going to have to try and make this push again. Connor has been holding them at bay for so long. But eventually will fall, and that'll be it. The bodies are on there. It's going to be too little, too late. For Team Moon, they get another minute onto the board. Can they hold?
Next couple of gunfights are big. Oh, Keza couldn't quite find the second. Just about finding some sort of inroad. Yeah, Twisted, you're not going to get past that. Not with everybody, excuse me, from Team Moon up and alive and kicking. I kill over towards Hotel, though, Brycey. Next one's big.
Yeah, they are a little bit compressed, and I think the Machine Aspect is actually pushing up the map here quite considerably. They are aware of him. Genesis has been throwing bullets at basically everything he can see on his screen, but they are encroaching on his position and trying to get it, and they've got the bodies down already, but Aspect and Connor, they had to make those kills. Well, the clock will stop, though. They've got to be careful when he has been taken down.
F-Dot did so well to find Connor. Does get taken down by Dizzy, but the pressure is now on. Team Moon coming in off the respawn. Only 6 lives remaining. Every gunfight is massive here.
Oh, this is the first one. Revive needed. They get the second as well. Connor holding the cross. They will double chow this. He gets one, but one is not enough. He's going to fall as well. The rest of the team flying. This is a 3 versus 6. They must commit. Basically a 3 versus 2 at this point. A 2 versus 1 in the point. They have to get him. The time is ticking away. This is a 1v1 for the game. And the round. Sorry, not the game. It's just the round, but it's big. Revive Gaming get it.
I'm not sure I've ever made this sound, but for good reason. Absolutely spot on. Big round coming in from F-Dot and Revive. 2-1 up onto the defensive side now. Got to be feeling good in the control if you're Revived. Can Team Moon turn this around? They need an attacking round themselves to do so. They did have opportunity in the previous one. Can they force us to a round number 5 here? Bryce, I've lost control of who has the most ticks at this stage.
It might not matter. It genuinely might not matter. Guess I'm going to commit to this now. Dead silence popped. Knows where that player's going. Needs reinforcements over ready to make a move. Now the fly in. Keza all the way through.
No way.
Renetti banging. Moving Madness still going, still running about. Maybe another commit, doesn't matter. Teammates are going to be here as well, and Revive Gaming are pushing them back.
Yep, Team Moon, bad spot. Got to try and find your way out. Got to fight your way out of your spawn now. And maybe you're opening over towards A, looking at the minimap. If they can find a gunfight over onto Pack, then all of a sudden, it does open that route, but trying to find a gunfight onto Keza right now is proving to be very, very difficult. Pressuring over towards A, though. If you are Revived Gaming, you need to lock this in.
And that's what they want. For Team Moon, they'll be feeling the pressure of now having to win an attacking round. They can't even get towards B at this point. 32 seconds remaining, and Connor's going to fall as well. Aspect, the only player out of Palace, and he's going to be chowed. Pax is all right. Come on, then, let's have it.
No way.
And for Team Moon, there is no easy place to go. They cannot go to B. They cannot go to A. The middle is now open, but that's not a sight.
The only place that they're going to is map number 4, 2-1, down. Or at least it's looking that way. Turns around at the wrong time if you're twisted. Staying alive here. Do they know he's there? Yes, they do. B control is there. Live's not in your favor, but the push from Dark might just be the dagger. Pack can find 2.
They're going to commit. They're still going to commit, and that body's off the point,
GG.
and that is done. Unbelievable. Revive Gaming win 3-1 against Moon, and if anything, that's going to make the S&D feel even worse for Team Moon.
Oh, they've got to be kicking themselves right now. Invasion control can be that way. A couple of gunfight losses here and there, and things can turn on its head just like that. But the search and destroy might haunt them. It really will. I think, you know, you realistically, you still have to talk about it. We've already had another map after it. With a 5-3 lead, a 2 versus 4 in your favor to close the game out. You don't do so, I should say. Now you're under control. You've lost it. You're down in the series. And they'll be thinking to themselves, how the bloody hell has this happened?
Yeah, F-Dot, huge game in the end, and
Massive.
I feel like I've been saying that from the Search and Destroy, and now in the control as well. Just huge numbers being put up, and crucial moments. The Revive Gaming, they've won the control, they've won the Search and Destroy. A hard point up next. Last time Team Moon took that, and they will need to take it again if they want to put this to a map 5.
And it wasn't necessarily clean cut, right? They went in the lead the entire game after the first P3. Admittedly, it was only a 50-point game. It's definitely not signed, sealed, and delivered that they find this hard point, although I would still fancy them. But realistically, where are their heads at? That's what I kind of have to ask here. You've put yourself in the position now where you're finding yourself behind. Search and Destroy is going to kill them. That's going to suck big time. If Revive Gaming can find themselves this hard point and into the next round, Team Moon will be wondering how on earth it isn't them.
Oh yeah, that's the bitter pill they will swallow out of this tournament. The Revive Gaming have made an opportunity to move forward in the next round. You can see it was a close hard point, 251.96. It was even closer. Search and Destroy, though. Clutches in abundance from Revive Gaming to bring it to 6-5. The control, though, all went to Revive Gaming, and an unbelievable time was had by all. That map 4 will be coming up very shortly. But of course, we do have an opportunity to look at our other game. I believe Corcat is currently winning some.
Let's have a look how this one's going. Oh, one apiece. Corcat 2-0 up in the control. I tell you what, this isn't what I expected. I thought 5 Media might just run away with this, but Super sitting at 5-9 after 2 rounds of control, 2.5 rounds of control. Not looking too hot. But a good hold down over towards the B side for 5 Media so far.
Now, Wardy trying to make a move for him as well. Move up from behind. Get that one. Well, gets that one, but no more. 5 Media Clan, they're just running red. That's all they're doing. Corcat do not have the lives that they can continue to do this. Only 6 dead from 5 Media Clan so far.
looking like a really good hold. Essentially coming through here, and it's the kind of hold you need when you find yourself 2-0 down here in the control. You will have that task of having to find an attack around, but if it's Karachi, it's doable. It's not quite your invasion control where it is once in a blue moon. But looking like a good hold here from Fire Media, which, well, they very clearly needed. Losing the Search and Destroy. They went 1-0 up based off the hard point scores that at least we got. So Search and Destroy win coming in from Colecat, which is maybe not too surprising, but what would be surprising if they can win this round of control. A 3-0 would be something if you can manage to find it here, but we have seen rounds closed out very late on. Problem is here for Chunk, though, is reinforcements are a long way away.
Yeah, a market spawn.
How's he dodged those bullets?
No, we're not going to find anything, though. That is just a little bit of false hope, realistically. That spawn was so far away. His teammates won't be able to get it, but that's how that one is going. We are, of course, going to jump across to our main game. You can still catch that game, though, if you want to. We'll be ongoing on Bravo, of course, but we're going to jump back into the game we have been watching so far. Revive Gaming against Team Moon. We're heading to Subbase.
Well, if I'm thinking back to map number 1 and how it did work out, felt like Revive Gaming were not too bad on the rotations, but kept getting broken. And I will say there's a couple of these holds that are not quite as easy as some of the Karachi holds that potentially come through. Realistically, it's relatively similar. Rotate early, try and find as much as you can. Be maybe a little bit more resolute if you're Revived Gaming. But starting in the same vein, P1 was good for them on Karachi. It's looking relatively decent so far, 17 seconds on the ball.
This is where, for Team Moon, you must show resilience. It's not been a good time. But Hardpoint, they won the first. They'll look to win the second, take it to map 5, and realistically, no one will mind. This is all about this rotation now. You can see bodies deep here for Team Moonton.
Set themselves up nicely for P2. That's exactly where you need to be. Left out, though. I think they've got some eyes on. Yeah, Connor was watching it from the cross. Just trying to slow things down through the tank. Setting yourself up midway through the map to stop any big pushes coming on through. Dizzy Aspect working well, though, here for the side of Team Moon. Still starting to flow through, though. Spawns over towards the back for a Revived Gaming, which might be good for the next 45 seconds. It's not where you want to be for P3, but you need to make sure you get some time based off these spawns. Kills came in, so did the break. Nicely done from Revived. 40 seconds to go.
Just trying to hold this one down as people get back on the barrels, but no, that's a huge sweep there from Team Moon. Straight back on it.
And they can get on it, and, well, they momentarily did have a Revived spawning over towards the backside. They pushed up just a little bit too much, but it's now starting to come on through, so they would presume everybody from Revived is towards the backhand side because Genesis spawned out. Thinking about P3 in 15 seconds, though. Where you're going to spawn? You're going to spawn P3. So Team Moon, for all that, they don't get a lot of time there, and will probably find themselves ever slightly behind. P3 setup was there, if only momentarily. Twisted can find 2, though, and breaks what a potential setup could have been here for Team Moon. Nicely done from Twisted. Needs some help. No way.
He's going to find it. On a full streak. Going to call this one correctly as well. Genesis goes to the retail. Will eventually get him. Nobody really scoring a ton of points so far. Pack towards the back. Able to get Connor down, and no reinforcements in the vicinity. Aspect is pulling them off spawn.
Team Moon have done really well to actually keep control here. Because if I'm honest, Revive have been really, really naughty to try and get some control. Pack has done astonishingly well to find a kill there, and the break comes in off it. Twisted to find one. Genesis now left all on his own over towards that old hill, and he will stop the time going in. Very right, though. I mean, look, we're over towards the 4th hill in 15 seconds, and Team Moon still not getting any time with P3. They've spawned them out. They will have this rotation coming through, but not many points to speak of so far, Brycey.
Yeah, neither team really able to get a good hold going on, and there's been a lot of neutral hill time, but this one shouldn't be. Team Moon are here first. They have the positions that you mainly want to hold on this, and it's a difficult break for Revive. They'll be looking to get up top AC already. Dizzy, I think, has found somebody. That will be called out, but he's going to hunt him down personally.
Good shot towards the back. Dizzy locking this in. Team Moon feeling good about this so far. First decent hold we've seen from any team potentially on the cards here. 40 seconds now. Connor pushing up. Any kills here are a bonus. There's one. Not going to find the second. Keza was all but dead to rights, and Dizzy watching from here as well. Perfect setup from Team Moon.
They have not put a step wrong. Is he on a 5 streak? And we'll just get out of there, stay alive. Look for the next one. That's 6. There's a player behind him, but doesn't matter. They're going to keep moving, keep grooving, looking for even more. That'll be called out. Connor is going to call that player up top. Eventually, they will find a few kills here, Revive Gaming. Well, they really needed it.
Huge chunk of time for Team Moon. Towards P4, though. As we head over towards the next hill. Can Revived answer in turn? Is he having a good game here, sitting here 10 and 6? Slaying side of things definitely on the side of Team Moon, and the lead following alongside of that. A couple of kills coming in. If you're Dizzy, you want to try and get some window control above you. The pressure can be coming in from green. You can see your teammates over there, though. Genesis can do something about that. And now you can turn your attention to above you. It's all kind of going to be on Keza to slow this down. You can find one. A second would have been miraculous, but the break eventually comes through from Team Moon.
Oh, still not completely locked down. And we're going to clear away, just dancing around.
How?
Won't die.
What?
Back just continuing to be a problem. As they try to get back onto this point, and that's just frustrating to deal with. The player would not stand still. I still feel like we've not seen an awful lot of time from these teams. There's been an awful lot of neutral going down, but Team Moon at the moment in the commanding position.
Yeah, well, we had 180 points basically scored between them, just over. And that's over 5 hills. What's 5 times 60, Marcy? It's 300.
Love that. Love the maths.
You know what, mate? I'm multi-talented.
Fine one. Anyway, as we go into this one of the second set of rotations, it's all about Team Moon.
It's better.
They are heating up, and you are right, this is much better. They still will be kicking themselves over that S&D, though. That'll be the issue, that even with a victory in this hard point, even with a victory in the last S&D, they're going to remember it for some time. Still moving, still grooving. Commanding lead. Streaks for Connor. Streaks for Aspects. And now over to the P2. They can chain these. This game may be put well out of reach.
Potentially. Aspect has to be careful. A good couple of kills coming through from Park and Kaza. Find themselves around 80 points or so behind, though. Not a spot you want to be in. A lot of time for Team Moon over towards P1. P2 control, though, is there for Revived. You do with a good chunk here. Find yourself back into the game. It's felt like the first hard point, though, hasn't it? Team Moon definitely seem to have their number on hard points. And maybe we'll find themselves a break here. First kill's going to come through from Twisted. Keza is there to help back up as well, but it's going to be kills actually coming in from the snow side. So a bit of a split spawn here. Funky one for both these two teams to deal with, but the perfect nade from Pac. Does he get stuck in the face with the Semtex to kick things off? Good hold so far. That's a solid 30 seconds.
And that's all they want. It's everything they want to get back into this game. And so a few kills going down. They don't have the high ground anymore. Keza's just trying to stay alive. Aspect already finds another one. Gonna try and dig him out here. Last player. Got one. Can he get the second bullet's not going to be enough for it. The rotation is what matters. Aspect just guns packed down before he can do any more.
So I would say it's probably a minor win for the side of Revived. Had themselves about 80 behind. But heading over towards the next hill with the rotation. Yeah, 60 behind. Not the end of the world by any stretch. Genesis is best at Michael Phelps' impression. Good shots coming through, though. Well done from Kaza. After is there to help it being locked down. But BB Connor is going to be maybe the catalyst here for Team Moon. Drops down. First kill. Doesn't find anything else, though. Good hold so far from Revive. That gap is now down to around 50. Big shots.
Swing it. At any point, this could swing. Already, look at this push out. Pac being very, very
aggressive. Spawn in the back, spawn in the back.
Put them on the back foot. That's what they're waiting for. They're trying to get the bodies round it.
Look at Connor. Look at Connor Redold. Big fight going to go down. Twisted wins it as well. These next couple of gunfights are absolutely huge. FDOT can find this now as well. Scrap time over towards the side of Revived, and FDOT was causing problems over towards the new. The gap that was once 80 is now down to around 30.
Twisted around the back. Nobody else to help him out, though. This will not be traded. Sees Connor. Drills the first one. Stays alive. Nobody on the point now. They are moving in numbers, ton. Twisted is looking for somebody. But somebody's going to be around here. Finds Dizzy eventually. They've made a great play here, Revive. The body's into as well, and Keza will thread the needle. They know there's another player going to be there. The trophy will deflect. Doesn't matter. Pac is going to back it up. 38 points are going the way of Revive Gaming so far.
These are huge holds. It's a huge break coming through. 30 seconds from Revive Gaming looking inevitable here. Looks like Team Moon are going to have a stab at this. They know that this is crucial time. F-Dot going to be pressured. Needs a little bit of help thinking about the rotation that's going to be coming up next. If he could have found anything, that would have been good. But it's a wipe coming through from Team Moon. They can find that final 10 seconds. They will find themselves. Oh, it's going to be about a 15, 20-point game. Again, the Revived have closed the gap the last 3 hills.
Closing is not enough. It is not enough. They must continue to push this as fast and as furiously as they can. They are now bleeding away. That lead is increasing. Every second they delay. Revive Gaming, they are trying to get to the point, but Genesis on a 4 streak, looking for the 5th. Not going to see it. That player has slipped through, but how much damage is going to be done? Genesis goes to rectify his mistake. Finds the player as well. Look at the amount of points Team Moon have bled off of this.
For all that Revive Gaming have done well to close this gap. It's not widening again. Revive Gaming need to try and find something. Team Moon have been so good on this rotation. AR players locking it down. Revive Gaming getting nowhere near. And that might be one of the nails in the coffin just to confirm the map number 5. That may well be following up after this one. F-Dot's done so well to find 2. We'll stop them getting any more points over towards that final hill of the rotation. But look at the setup here from Team Moon. They are 25 seconds away. And they could very well close it here at P1.
They really couldn't. I know she's going to sit here and be like, all right, I need to get every point out of this. Every time they have to push, we get the advantage. 12 seconds to go, and Connor will be challenged. Kevin will get onto the point, but doesn't have anybody to back him up. Nobody to make the trade. Genesis now running for his life. Doesn't want that fight. Oh my God, yes he does. The Renetti bangs, and it bangs away every opportunity. As this will be Team Moon with their second hardpoint win of the series. We're going to a map 5.
Of course we are. For Team Moon, we know that the hardpoint in map number 1 was definitely, I don't want to say comfortable, but relatively decent from them. They feel like the better side in hardpoint. Yes, okay, they lost the last 2 maps. S&D control not going their way, but we head to a map number 5. And for all I want to give the caveat, I know we're going to be talking about map number 4 here in just a second, but realistically, very comfortable from Team Moon outside of a mid-game resurgence from Revived. But you have to sort of say in map number 2 and Rio, they were in control. They were in control of the game. They know they just need to close out their certain moments here and there. Their situationals need to be a little bit better. Well, probably a lot better in fairness. And they should be able to close this one out. That's what they'll be feeling. But they are off the back of a map number 5 against Clutch Rain, which was reverse sweep in favor of Clutch Rain. And they're now heading to a map number 5 here against Revive Gaming. A long old day in the office for Team Moon so far.
It has been, and who knows how this last one will go, Ton. You really couldn't tell. It felt so different all the way through this series about which is the team that has been putting on the better performance. For Team Moon, there have been mistakes. For Revived, there's been a little bit of failure in some places. I just don't know. Hey, maybe we'll have an S&D like the last one. That was insane.
I think Team Moon are probably hoping not. I mean, maybe up until the 9th round, they'll be happy with that. Look, they were 5-3 up. They were kind of, I don't want to say they were chilling, but, you know, it felt like they were the better side. Revive Gaming, clutching up time and time again, though. Those final 3 rounds that they needed, they got first blooded in every single one of them. One of them was a 2v4, one of them was a 1v3, and they somehow still won the game. Same story, though, in this hardpoint as we've seen in map number 1. Team Moon get the lead at about P3 and never let it go. Really good hardpoint, that. To kind of have that momentum, carry it through, keep that lead the entire game. Very good. Dot their I's, cross their T's, and sent us to a map number 5 on Terminal. Interesting one. Bit different to Rio. Rio obviously a little bit more fluid on these attacking rounds. Terminal, it's a lot harder to find an attack.
Wow. All set up for this all the way through. Got to see whether or not Revived have one last magic bullet in the tank. Will Moon finally put it over on them? You got to say, that last time with Team Moon, the S&D, that 6-5 doesn't tell the story. Multiple clutches. No. Over and over again, Ton.
Yeah, look, for Revived in this situation, you can kind of, I don't want to say you want to rely on them though, right? You want to put yourself in those positions where you don't have to clutch games. Having the clutch factor is great, but having to have yourself in that situation where you need to have that clutch factor is not necessarily the best thing. Just a quick one on the other game. If any of you guys not tuned in on Bravo right now, Five Media Clan won that control on Karachi. They were 2-0 down.
Wow.
That's a tough one for Colcat, who they were up against, who won the Search and Destroy, were 2-0 up in the control. That's heading to map number 4. Well, they're going into map 5 on Bravo now. Wow, so Colcat managing to win the hard point.
It's all down to the wire.
Map 4.
It was map 4. That led us astray. They have misled us there on that one. It is going to be map 4 for the Bravo stream, but don't worry. Here on the Alpha stream, it is going to be Revive Gaming and Team Moon going into their game 5.
Well, here we go. For the attacking team of Revived, what do you hit? Well, there's something like an air hit going to come in. No trophies available. Keep that in mind. Genesis will be able to find First Blood just a few seconds ago. And they back on up. Perfect from Team Moon. Get First Blood, you're on defensive side, and you back up.
Yeah, they're going to make them work for this.
Wasting
Here comes
util.
the Chow. The Chow. Check that. We'll probably double slide this, but Aspect is actually banging through the wall. Can't move yet.
Connor's going to find Twisted. 2 versus 4 now because he's just on the ladder. Ooh, watch your head, son. Any bullets in there, though, are good because Aspect can answer back. Keza having a little look. Putting another shot into Dizzy. Working a hard place springs to mind, Brycey.
Oh, speaking of which, Pack finds one. Player on the front of the plane. There it is. Aspect has moved. And now Pack is like, well, they know where I am. They have all the angles. Team Moon have got it.
As soon as that First Blood kind of comes through, it's from there a much easier round. Genesis can find it, and not just find it, gets out as well. Found the First Blood in the last Search and Destroy from Morrissey because he found the ace in round number 1, so by default he had to have found the First Blood. And now all of a sudden, Team Moon have themselves in the lead, but that was on the defensive side, which is, I would say, probably 80% of the time the easier side to find yourself a win on Terminal. Now over towards the attack from them. Trophy system may well be available here for Keza and Cole. It's available on the attacking side, but Keza finds a couple to kick things off. Trophy systems or not, you ain't stopping those MCW shots.
Yeah, that's always the trouble. Really good cover. And now Team Moon are like, all right, well, we found it the other way round now. This is going to be a very difficult push for us, and Genesis cannot find Twisted. Stun out that gives a tiny bit of cover and prevents people from pushing. Still trying to find Twisted. Twisted is not going to fully commit to that gunfight if he doesn't think he's going to win. Doesn't need to.
Just playing around here. Just trying to find anyone who's going to offer him up a kill. Good shots coming through, but Twisted. Equally a solid back. Connor, hands well pushed up over towards the B side. Quite surprising that Revive would give this up, but must be very confident in their retaking ability. That grenade actually hitting Genesis. No tags coming through on the enemy side of things. Just such a hard gunfight for Connor. Even if he kills Pack, if he gets tagged up, he's going to get pushed. And now Genesis, not quite sure why he's over there with the bomb, but irrelevant of that, this was always going to be very tough. Revive Gaming find themselves to defense round 1-1.
Wow. It was pretty much all over from that first flurry. It just took a long time to get there. And they tried to make it work. They tried to hope for a miracle. It wasn't going to be the case. 1-1 now between these two teams, and it's all been defense so far.
It's about finding an attacking round. Revive Gaming's opportunity to find something now.
Where are they going? Looks like an A push potentially. They have committed towards it. There's a smoke out already. Trying to get into this one. Will this be fast this time? It looks like it is going to be. They have stacked it heavy. Body's coming through. Dizzy's going to find one. Genesis will get another. They have got the trade. Genesis will find one more. And now down to a 1 versus 2. A flurry of fights. And that bomb is buried deep in the plane.
Yeah, tough one. If you don't get control, if they can find Genesis, it's a very different round. You're in a 2v2. You got playing control. You probably have the bomb down. Now Twisted. Different kind of position. Genesis just backing up. They know the bomb's there. They know they can shoot through it. It's going to have to be a tough retake for Twisted here to try and find anything. He's going to have to waste so much time checking corners. Make sure he takes his time. But the fact that he's over towards the black plane, well, it does tell you that it's probably pretty clear. Aspect or gunned. My word. But Twisted isn't going to expect the final play around this side. Team Moon find the defensive round. Good shots coming in from Twisted. But not quite enough.
It could have been a miracle. Not going to work, though. Round's just playing out after these first flurry of gunfights go down, and probably does mean that Revive won't try that kind of hit again.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out for them yet. Maybe see something over towards the B side for Revived on the next attack, but it's their turn to defend, and they defended B very, very well, so Team Moon may well think, well, the same thing. Let's try the other site instead. A looking likely. Big push coming through from Twisted. Look at this. My word, Eftar, you are an absolute psychopath. Twisted is there to find the two, though. And was it just the bait? How on earth did you run through playing straight in the library? Are you kidding?
Well, if it works, it works. And it's genius.
I mean, he hasn't stopped running.
2 versus 2, though. Team Moon obviously don't know the distribution of Revive Gaming. Fortunately, thanks to our wonderful Codcaster vision, we get to see everything. Hack is going to be important here. I'm going to find it, and that man means Revive Gaming Casual will be watching the plane, looking for the wall bang. Doesn't get it. This is looking like it's going to be a 2v2 retake ton.
And they find it. Team Moon, this will be a massive, massive round. Connor's going to find the important kill, though. Makes it now a 1 versus 1. Information on Pack, who snapped onto Aspect! How on earth he found that gunfight? What on earth was that?
What is up with Revive Gaming and clutching in scenarios they shouldn't be able to? Bomb defused. 2-2 between these two teams, ton. The S&D between these two has been great.
I mean,
Here
this is insane. Connor finds the first. Yeah, Pack drops down. Yeah, okay, trades there. Yeah, no problem. What? Yeah, no bother.
That's outrageous.
If I get gunned like that in ranked, I'm losing my head.
Wow. 2-2. Will this go round 11? My own thoughts on how it's going so far, but this is a big push. Revive Gaming looking to capitalize. Get the first blood. Moved into B control. Trying to throw nades to get that player off top AC. And the bomb is going to go down.
You got numbers. You got bomb down. Oh, next kill's big.
Cannot get in here. Team Moon trying to find a way through, but they know every place they approach from is going to be watched.
Very disciplined from Revive. It's going to work out. Pack just ain't missing a bullet. Dizzy's going to be dead as well. Well, not quite. Can find one in the Pack. Make this a little bit more possible, but very, very impossible at the same time. 10 seconds remaining. Revive Gaming just bled this time. And there's an attacking round. First one we've seen. Team Moon had a brilliant opportunity last time out. Pack says no. Revive Gaming go up the other end and score pretty much. Attacking round goes their way. Onto the defense. 3-2 up. Gotta be feeling good.
Yeah, certainly. And I'll be honest with you, that Revive Gaming push was just great. You could see Team Moon a little bit frustrated. There was no easy way back into the site for them. They could not get through any of the approaches. And now an advantage for Revive Gaming. If they win this, it will be a 4-2. And that is always a scary prospect.
Oh. 25 HP. We crawl away. No pressure coming in from Revived yet. On the defensive side. F-Dot's been phenomenal in this series. 1 and 3 from him so far in the Search and Destroy, but he will care not as long as his team wins. Pack towards the back side. MCW class, please. Nice things being beaming. Yeah, you gotta bring some shots through eventually. If you're not hearing anything, they're probably pushing over towards A. Back them down. Maybe thinking that there's some inroads over towards the B side, but Twisted is here, holding tight. First gunfight's huge. Kind of put it up. Can't find anything, and Dizzy is there to find something from the close angle. All of a sudden, complete control for Team Moon over towards B. The name might be good. Not quite.
Still looking to get back into this. There is Overwatch onto them. Looking for the bomb. Gonna get it. Gets the first one. Tries to get out of there. Has done so. So 3 versus 2. And Tush will go back up the top. They are just making them so uncomfortable. Team would have nowhere to go. Dizzy goes for the chow and gets out of it. And that huge risk taken by Twisted to get Aspect off that bomb plant. gives the round to Revived.
Incredible. Goes for the pick, and you know what? You know for a fact that Twisted wanted to child out with the Renetti as well, but chooses to back down, which was the wise choice. Stays alive, keeps that pressure on, and the first decent gap that we've seen now starting to build. Revive Gaming 4-2 up now. Team Moon. Man, they're going to be kicking themselves if they lose this series. Your first season's done. It's 2-0 up against Cochrane. Lose the reverse sweep. We're chilling in the Search and Destroy in map number 2. You be going through to elimination round number 2. How on earth has Twisted got through here? Aspect's dead. What is going on? How?
Unbelievable. Will eventually die for it, but has caused some issues. Dizzy is back playing. They do not know.
Peekaboo.
He'll get 3. He's gonna look for the second. Gonna get it as well. Will eventually fall. And it is absolute madness in the Search and Destroy. Just when you think one team has the advantage, it is ripped away and torn asunder.
Really, I thought when Twisted got some control over towards top ASC, you're vibing. If you Revive Gaming, right? Potential opportunity to plant this bomb, though. Has he got time to get it down? Not quite. Just going to go for the gunfight against Connor and beams him. I'm saying it again. Exclamation mark MCW class right now.
Well, you don't have his thumbs, Ton, so I don't think that's going to work for you. But look at this, the rotation, the timing, the potential. Genesis is up top. Genesis is going to see him. Genesis is going to get him. Oh, it's a fail slide. It's a fail slide. He's still running. Pack trying to get out of it. Goes for it as well. Genesis is caught sprinting, but Genesis wins the gunfight. I don't know what we are witnessing. I almost swore. That is ridiculous.
I'm stressed, and I'm not involved in this game in any sense of the imagination apart from casting it.
A fail slide, a caught sprinting, a rechow. I honestly thought Genesis had lost that one.
On so many occasions, I switched on which way that round was going. Twisted gets top AC, Revived, chilling. That would have been 5-2. Left in a 1 versus 2 for Pack. Team Moon got this, no problem. Genesis, yep, got it, no problem. Doug loses it, doesn't find the gunfight, and then still wins it. Crazy game. Crazy old game. Because I finds the first blood here for Revive Game, and Team Moon absolutely need an attack at some stage. It's 3 versus 3. Nothing to speak of yet. Both teams down to only 3 versus 3, of course, as mentioned. Keep an eye on Twisted, though. Aggressive angles over towards A. Information. Not gained. Might have heard something, though. Downloads a headset.
Twisted is in a perfect position to flank.
Immediate flank as well. This is massive. This is massive.
Goes for the chow, gets the second. It's huge. Patience pays. Genesis now left in a 1 versus 3. No bomb, no positioning, but 1 kill on the board.
Didn't shoot. Twisted's behind him. Knows where he is. 20 seconds. Oh, does he know where he is?
Is he rapping?
I don't know if he's got time.
This is wild.
He's got the time.
Wild.
What?
Genesis.
I mean, surely he's going to check it, right?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Timing just not on his side. The actual clock is what beat him there. Revive Gaming now on series point.
Was always going to be tough. Big push comes in over towards B. Yeah, you trade out those kills, but we have had a team 5-3 up, and they've thrown it away. Team Moon were clutched on 3 rounds in a row on Rio Search and Destroy. They need to clutch 3 rounds in a row to stay in Challengers Elite Season 1 here.
An aggressive push. Revive Gaming are looking to end it. Smokes are down. Trophies are down. Dizzy may be the man.
On the tight angle. Knows the Charles coming in. Really good positioning. Can he find a second? That would be huge. Cannot. 3 versus 3. Site, though, does belong to Revive.
They're not happy about it, though. There's too many players close. Look at them stack here. Team Moon are everywhere.
That's
Revives have been a little bit compressed.
Oh, Trade's not there. Oh, he doesn't find the second eye. That 1v3 needed.
Aspect just firing bullets, but that will be the shoulder game all day. Aspect, they will not allow him to win this. They will not give him a chance, and they will fall. Team Moon lose the S&D. Revive Gaming will take this series. They will continue in the Challengers Elite.
What a game. What a series. You do have to feel for Team Moon, but Revived Gaming clutching up so many times, and that is what makes the difference. Really, really good job coming through from Revive. 2 Search and Destroy wins for Team Moon. The season ends with 2 Map 5 defeats in a row. That's a stinger. That's tough.
That's a horrible thing to say, but very true. Twisted 12-4. That's an outrageous scoreline for them. Pack actually had way more damage than him, though. 9-6.
Yeah, Pack was insane. That 1 versus 2 turned the tide, right? Found the killing aspect towards the end. That is what makes the difference. And yeah, I say it a lot, but when you're at a 6-3 scoreline, all of a sudden, if he doesn't do that 1 versus 2, we're at 5-4. Different. Just so different.
Well, so that's the way the cookie crumbles, but realistically, Team Moon did the crumbling in that one, unfortunately. That first S&D will still haunt them for a long, long time.
That's got to be the one you look back on, right? Control, invasion, yeah, okay, you lose 1 attack around you. You can't control. They had their opportunities there, though, as well, Bricey. Infinitely better harm point team. We've seen that from maps number 1 and maps number 4, but Control and S&D, the old Neslo comes on through. Revived Gaming live to fight another day. We'll see them next week.
We certainly will. Staying alive, staying complete. We're going to have a look at the bracket now on how everybody is getting on. Of course, you can see we've had our loser round go down to the wire. It is going to be 5 Media Clan. They take it over Core Cat, and obviously we just watched Revive Gaming take down Moon. They will obviously be playing next week. On the other side of it, though, winners round 2 coming up next. War versus Omid EU, and Clutch Rain versus the Falcons Ton.
Yeah, bangers. Bangers across the board. War versus Omid EU, though. I mean, we know that is the marquee matchup here for Europe. Very interested to see which way this one goes. 1 more game to go here in Europe this evening, and then you are just being treated to call left, right, and center because you have the NA side of things with Stud and Shift coming straight up after this as well. But 1 more game to go in Europe. I see, very excited to see which way it goes.
It certainly is. Don't miss out after the break. All the action you want from winners round 2 here on Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It is time for our final series of games of the night. Winners round 2 here in the playoffs is ready to go. Of course, this is how it has been so far. You can see all the games that have gone down, but the ones we are focusing on, that'll be in our winners round 2, War versus Summit EU, and Clutch Rain versus Falcons turn.
Yeah, it should be two very, very interesting games. Clutch Rain just about struggling through to go up against Falcons. That will be our game on Bravo, but looking over towards our alpha game, it's going to be Omit EU taking on Team War. This is the marquee matchup. This is what are considered the top 2 teams in Europe, and I think rightfully so. Team War obviously coming through their group, setting at 5-0. Omit EU not managing to do the same, but they have been the top dogs over the last couple of tournaments. They seem to be the team to be in Europe, and Team War seem to be the closest to them, Bryce.
Well, we'll have a look at the Team War roster, of course, and go through it, but most of the times this will be very familiar for you if you've been watching any COD comp over the last couple of years. Bance, Harry, Beans, and Hixie. A
couple of years, I mean, nearly a decade for Bance, right? I think, what was a stat I seen from Brian? Shout out Brian. Very, very big fan. Tweeting out the other day, Bance is the player who's made it to the most champs in a row. 8 in a row. Still time this year, you never know, he might be brought up into the fray, of course, for the CDL. But looking over towards the other side of things, plenty of players who really do deserve an opportunity up there as well. One of mine in particular on the side of Omit, and I mean, there's no hiding who I think that should be, but irrelevant of that, Bryce. See, Omit, very, very good squad. As mentioned, they have really been the top dogs in Europe over the first couple of months. Them and War won toe pretty much all the way through, but Omit have just about had their number. Here's the maps though to lay it out for this series. Skid Row to kick things off, double invasion, double Rio, set up very, very nicely for a banger of a series.
Oh, it certainly is. We're gonna find out as these two, pardon the pun, go to war again. It should be a close game. It should be high level. It should be entertaining, and now it's on the way.
Looking for Team War. You know, P2 control locked in. You need to try and keep a hold of that if you can. I'm really looking forward to seeing a big matchup from Mythics and Beans. That should be a good one. The SMG is going to be coming out. Vortex kind of using a flex role, so to speak. I know we do see a lot of rivals in certain maps, a lot of MCWs and others. Nice to have a player who can mix it up. But so far, so good for Omit. They're going to be able to pick up the majority of the time. Looking like they have tunnel spawns, so can make their way over towards P2 relatively quickly if they can do, but don't want to sacrifice too much time. Mythics deleting so far. Force spree for him.
This is all about the P2. They're going to be here and gets across, and this is huge from it. Unfortunately, they just lose that last gunfight, and while they will be in the lead, I've said this once, I'll say it 1,000 times, P2 is a difficult break.
Think about some of the AR players on Team War. This is going to be nasty. Beans will find a kill on the Wee Man. Good way to kick things off. I think he was able to answer back though, but you need your AR players to be very, very hot here. Beans should get flanked and does so. Real finds his way up top onto the containers. Decent hold from Team War so far. Hixie now on the flank, but didn't spot him. He's got a player directly behind him. Potential break could be coming through here. Weeman finds one from the front of the garage. Hixie is there to answer the question, but Mythics will find the shots, and all of a sudden Harry's left on his own.
There they go. Harry looking for it. That's a huge fight already. The rest of them just trying to hold this cross to give him as much breathing room as possible, and they've lost that gunfight. Only one player going to be back into it. Hixie going to go help Harry. And look at that. Real is going to win the gunfight. That's huge, but will be taken down. Time for Team War, and now to the back alley.
And the rotations aren't looking too hot either. Looking 50-50. Stone's going to catch Beans in the face here as well, so Omit may well get themselves some control. Really good hold from Team War, and honestly, for Harry just lying down and praying whilst he's up top, it does so well to lock it in. Looking like Omit, I'm going to get this rotation though. A couple of kills headed their way. Team War not going to be here in numbers by any stretch. Omit should be able to find themselves at least 20 seconds before War really makes some inroads.
This is the setup. You can see it. They're just trying to hold it off as well. Real looking for another player. Has called it correctly so far. Just holding down the lanes, backing up the teammates, flying at people. And all this is doing is delaying Team War from the push that they know is coming.
It's going to be coming from the back alley. Man can find the first, not able to find the second, but the team should be there to help him out. Bance not going to make this push quite yet. 35 seconds unanswered, by the way. Good shots in from Bance, though. Vortex has got a lot of work to do. Found one in the middle of the map. Found one on the point. 20 seconds remaining. Vortex will assist. Thank you very much. Gonna go for the scrap time. Need to make sure they get it, though. They have overcommitted for it. Mythic's gonna win gunfight on the other side of things. That's a momentary 4 down. Spawns towards apartment. Should come through from Team War and do so. Hixie finds a big 2. So scrap time over towards Omit. It is going to be Team War with the lead and with the rotation, though, after 3 hills gone.
And this will be close. This can be just a game of rotations between these two. They know what they're doing when they set up, and this is where it gets a little bit tight. Team War have the better position, but there will be bodies flowing from Omit. They're going to try and get into this one now. Mythics pushing the tempo, going for the contest. There are so many players against him, but it's opened up a gap for Vortex. Vortex will find 2, and they have flown in ton.
It's a big grenade as well. We'll slow down this push coming in. Weeman and Co. in off the respawn towards the tunnel. Really good break coming in from Omit, and when they find that break, it feels very clean. Very well coordinated around them. Of course, the raw talent is there, but it looks like really, really solid teamwork. They're going to be the first ones here over towards the next hill as well. Big Cold going to have to come through from Mythics. You can see 2 players now going to start finding their way through the garage. Hixie, Harry, both butted up, and Harry is the only one who can survive. Hixie is dealt with. Rotation is in here for Omit. For all that, they lost a lot of time over towards P2. Great hold at P3. Great break at P4. Rotation in for P5.
Damage, but they can't get close. Omit are holding them at bay. With 48 seconds left to go, you know the rest of the team is ticket. Oh, no, this as well. Mythics will just be looking to slow them down. They can't even get close to it. This is the issue. They're just not finding a place to go. And cut down again. Huge moment. They are going to get the lion's share of this time. I don't even know if they will be broken at this point. It looks like Team War are going for one last push, Tom.
I mean, every single time they get themselves in a position to hold here, Omit have just looked lights out. 20 seconds to go on this hill. That seems like the first time that Team War have made any sort of inroads here, and they will eventually find a break unless Vortex can do something about it. -2 spree. Can't quite find the third. Bance is there to pick up what is going to be the final 15 seconds. So Team War stop the bleeding to a certain degree. Gonna have to try and find a rotation towards P2 when we do pop it, but 60 seconds of P1's coming up in a second. Omit set up very, very nicely for this. I don't think they'll be too bothered about P2 if they can lock in some good time here.
This is where they want this. Still a bit stressful for them.
Oh, yeah.
You can see Bance is just trying to thread the needle. It's not going to happen. He's going to fall. It's still all bodies for Omit, and you know, realistically, Team War, they're going to have to say, hey, we have to commit bodies over to P2. They may be way ahead, but we can claw it back.
On Vortex, as he slipped in that against Harry. Chooses to hold these bullets. Mythics is just going to distract Vortex from behind. So good chunk of time for Omit. Over towards P1 and P2 rotation locked in. Vortex gets gunned by Beans, though. Doesn't matter. Ticker control is there. Omit can lock down P2. That works out wonderfully. If you can go kind of 50-50, even like 60-40 to a certain degree in terms of percentages of P1, and you get the P2 rotation, you take that all day long. Harry's having a really struggling game here so far, sitting at 7-15. Everybody else keeping up to a certain degree, but Weeman, seen him yesterday, not looking the hottest, but there's the 3 kills towards Ticket. Completely shuts it down. Omit, fantastic position for a full 60 hit.
Yeah, look at that. They don't want to go through that tunnel anymore. It's a nightmare at the best of times. With a team like Omit holding this completely. Vortex won't fall either. It's all, I'm going to say, turquoise in the in the kill feed.
I like turquoise. I'd call it baby blue. It's maybe a little bit vibrant for that. Irrelevant of that. Vibrant is how Omit have been playing so far. That is a full 60 surely. I can't see Harry gunning a player out of P2 right now. They've got to commit to a rotation here. They're going to find themselves now, well, about 100 points behind. It's going to be about 90, I should say. As we head in towards this third rotation, it's going to have time for Omit to maybe try and do something about it. Bance can find a couple. We'll try and hold this down, but because you've rotated so early, it allows Omit just to leave one player in. You know nobody's going to challenge for this scrap. It can be a 3 versus 4 and just make it as awkward as possible. Team kill's not going to help Omit out. Rotation is going to belong to Team War here. How much time can they get off this, though?
Bance knows there are players deep into this one. Finds the first, not going to find any more. They are pushing them back everywhere they can, but Mythics is on a 5 spree. Vortex will get another one. Now the pressure will mount onto Team War. You can see they are starting to squeeze from both sides. Beans will find one, but it's not going to be enough. Nobody going to be in that point so far. Harry now looking to reinforce, but nobody's going to be with him for Team War.
Spawn out there for Team War. 25 seconds remaining on this hill. Really good reads coming in from Harry. Can find a couple more shots. Not quite there. Real is there for the break, and Omit EU cannot quite win it here. But they will be so close. These final 15 seconds will put them only 10 seconds away from the win. And that's why you can see Beans going for the challenge here for the scrap time. They need a kind of challenge for this. They cannot allow Omit to be this close. And not just are they this close, they are very much on the rotation as well. Wee Man is already there over towards Barbershop. This should be game.
It should be. Team War have to run the gauntlet. They've already lost a couple of bodies. Harry making that one maybe just gives them a tiny point, but it's 10 seconds. No checking corners, no waiting, no holding the pre-irons. You've got to just go and get into this point with 4 seconds left to go. But Real is going to fail, and they are in, Ton.
They are in, but they're 90 points behind. It's all very well for this 35 seconds, but you need to be perfect here if you're Team War. Lost a couple of players. Beans is the only one to answer. Hixie's in a lot of trouble. Mythics over the top and all the way through tunnel. All the reinforcements for Omit. There's the 3 seconds that you potentially need. Bance is going to get dealt with. It's down to Harry, and that will be game. A comfortable map number 1 coming in from Omit, who were just absolutely flawless at times. That rotations, holds, all so good. Took the lead, never let it go. Really good map number 1 coming in from Omit, who take the lead in this series.
Well, we've seen before that this game could be fantastic to watch, and it was. You go, all right, realistically, Omit just did so much well there. The P2 rotations, they nailed it over and over again. Got the points where they needed them as well. And hey, this is how the stats went down. Harry, you were right, not having the best of games.
Yeah, really did struggle. 13 and 25. Very little damage on the board either. That's a tough one. Not going to work out in his favor, so it is going to be Omit who find map number 1. Map number 2 going to be coming up very shortly. But yeah, for Omit there, it was initially a tough start, right? You think of P1 to 2, you lose out there, but it was a really good hold at P3, and that kind of got them rolling. It felt like every single time that they would find themselves with a hold, they would get the majority of the time. 40 or 50 seconds nearly every single time. And I think it was the second go around over towards P2 where you seen Vortex get a nice bit of time into Garage. Finds the break coming over towards P2. And from there, it felt like it was curtains. Team War, you're fighting off the back foot. And forced away. Don't win the rotation to P3 or P4 either. Just very much a rotation game won by Omit there. Very good performance on Skid Row. And you can see it was around P4 that they took lead. You can see P1, P2 obviously went over towards Team War. That's why they found themselves in a 50-point lead. But after that, it was absolute lights out from Omit EU. I mean, look, Team War picked up 72 points after the first 2. They only picked up 190 over the entire rest of the entire map. So 120 points in contention to the 240. Very comfortable from Omit in the end.
Yeah, it certainly was. And of course, as we move through this as well, it will be double invasion. Search and destroy first, then control, and then double Rio, Ton.
Double Rio, man. I'm all about it. I'm keen for some Rio. You know I like me some Rio. I mean, talking about it since the first week we got in and back in amongst it. I'm a big fan. I'm a huge fan. I'm not 100% sure how the players are feeling about this one so far, but I feel like, to me, on Rio at least, and I just don't know if it's a small sample size, but I feel like there's less weird spawns. I mean, call me out if I'm completely wrong on this one, but it feels like there's not quite as bad. Skid Row has been quite guilty. I've seen some today already. We'll say less, but at the same time, Rio, yeah, it's been a good map so far. Will we see it though? Omit looking good, map number 1.
They certainly are, and I feel like between these two teams, it probably will go more than just a 3-0, realistically. That's the way it's been in the past. They kind of trade maps here and there. It has been Omit EU coming out on top the most of the time, though, Ton.
Yeah, so Omit, for the most part, have been winning in the majority of the cups that have come on through. It was really Team War who actually started off the little better one with some of the community side of things, tournaments. It felt like Team War were the ones who were finding a couple of picks here and there. Slight change up in roster, though. Omit bringing Real. And all of a sudden, things are looking a lot better for them. Real obviously dropped off from the CDL team. Didn't necessarily work out for him there. And now all of a sudden, they found themselves back down in challenges, back down to try and get an opportunity once more. Whether it be this year, next year, who knows. But Real coming into this roster has really made a huge difference. Omit have been fantastic, and specifically online in Europe, at least anyway. Didn't have the best of times in Boston, but looking to try and turn that around very quickly. But they're looking good here so far. For all that they found themselves losing last night to Clutch Rain and forcing themselves into this position where they have to go up against Team War early doors, they will not be too bothered now, though. They seem to be playing a lot better today. It's a 3-0 win to kick things off against 5 Esports as well, which is a tough game to go into. 1-0 up against Team War as well. Other side of the bracket, though, Clutch Rain 1-0 up against Falcons. Clutch Rain will be favorites there, but Falcons, very, very good team. What can they do as the rest of the series will unfold? But Omit and you, one to the good up here.
Wow. Let's see. How many of you? Do they continue, or do Team War strike back in the search and destroy? I've got a feeling, like I said, I think these two teams, they've played each other a ton. That is the difference I think people are not really recognizing. They know the moves, they know the breaks, they know roughly where every player on the opposite team should be. And that does change how these games kind of fold out in the end, because when you've got kind of their tendencies locked into your brain, you start playing what may not be the most perfectly technical play, but the play that is correct for the team that you're playing.
Yeah, of course. And I think, you know, you can try and read and find out moments. So think about, oh, where does somebody typically push on a rotation over towards P2 on Skid Row? Or where do they typically try and find most of their points? It's all really about those larger details, like are they more dependent on these rotations? Where are they specifically heading? Coaching staff definitely helping out both these teams with a plethora of staff and some legends in there as well. Not talking about Roba, sorry mate, I'm talking also about Monkey B on the side of the team. Well, I'm sorry Roba, I do apologize if you're watching. I'm about to get slandered on Twitter. Irrelevant of that, only you, one to the good. Invasion, Search and Destroy now coming up. Can Omits continue where they left off on Skid Row? You see on Invasion for Control, that would be coming up in map number 3. But which way does this one go, Brycey? Very different offering in the Search and Destroy.
Well, Bean's almost taken out. Bearing in mind, no trophies off the rip here, so players have to be a little bit more careful with the flying ordnance. And Team War being a bit slow for this one. That's probably the reason why. You don't want to be too far up yet on this one, but also a bit of a split. 2A Street, 2B Street.
Locking it down. If you're Omid so far. Some players on the outside over towards A side. Harry is going to try and find a pick here. I don't think they'll appreciate how close Vortex is as well, though. But an AR in hand. Not a bad spot to be in, just expecting the wide chart to potentially come through. No movement from Team 1, running out of time.
They have burnt so much time, so the smoke's going to go down, but it's not a great smoke. Vortex is going to be there. The stun's going to get through as well, and now goes for the retail on them. Got to find them in the smoke. This is a nightmare for both teams. They just don't have the sight. Hixie will find one, and Bans will get the second. Now trying to stay alive. Hixie goes way out, but with his bomb down, he'll find one more. Mythics left alone, and that bomb is not going to be down, surely.
Did he see him?
Mythics will check. He doesn't see him. He gets taken. What a round ton. What is going on?
I mean, what, there was 25 seconds left, and it just bursts into life. I think for Mythics, yeah, he finds the pick over towards the tank. And he knows there's enough time for them to plant the bomb. I think they knew that the push was going to come on through from that side. They knew that A was definitely the target at that stage, obviously. But it's such a difficult spot to be in there. He does a really good job to find the one that he did. But from there, it's about, do you watch over? There's 2 players to deal with. Awkward situation, even with time on your side. Now for Omit. They turn to attack. Team 1 with an attacking round on the board.
Here we go. Pressure down the street. Bans already putting a few bullets in, but now they know he's there. They will be throwing every bit of nades they've got at him. Reinforcements flying from Team War, but Omid have gone for this aggressively. Trying to shut it off. Bixie will get one, and we'll get the second as well. They know where Riyadh is, and he's being snuck up on by Bans. And Mythics left alone to 1 versus 4.
What a read from Hixie on the second kill. Mythics. Absurd shots to find the first. Not going to find anything else, though. Team War, shoot the good. Feeling good about this one. And yeah, as said, it's just a really, really nice raid coming through from Hixie. Finds the first, and that's one thing. The second pretty much solidifies the round. 5-0 from Hixie. Great start, the Search and Destroy from Team War. We knew this one was going to be back and forth.
Wow. Let's see, Hixie just having a great time. Being pretty aggressive with some of these chows. Now on the attack. Where do they go with this one? It was a split last time around. Hixie going straight up to the top. Not a lot of movement from their spawn to begin with. Omid taking a lot of map control and the first blood.
That might be the first time we've seen it from them. I can't quite remember what happened in round 1 because it was just such a flurry So nade kill coming on through. Lance gets dealt with. Hixie though. I mean, he gets a couple of bullets into Mythics, but Mythics answers in turn himself. Difficult spot now. How do you pick them apart from here in the 3 versus 4?
I would go with very carefully.
You should be a
Best
coach.
bet is probably a move towards B, but they're definitely going to lose somebody through Dark and Real. Means he's checking the corners. And they are going this way.
Opening pick will be massive. Mythics finding the digger now in so much trouble, needs some help. Push from Dark is inevitable. Mythics gets dealt with. Nade. No, just about going to survive it if you're being so. They're saying that 125 HP. Chilling. I'm about to go down. Trophy is available as well. Team 1 might have lost the first blood in this round, but it's looking a lot better. But Wee Man can find Harry. Hixie finds Real 2 versus 2.
Big Man's going to just shoot the player off the bomb as well and get out of there. No need for it. If you're Beans, you're in a nightmare scenario. You've got to plant. You've got to do something. Let me even check this now, as there is nothing he can do. Over to you. Put the pressure on, put the squeeze, and get it.
Might well have the Crispies, but from there, that is a very, very difficult round to deal with. Vortex just waits for the shot to come through, waits for the child to come through. Never going to win it there. Really, really good job. Coming through from Vortex and the boys to get themselves around on the board. And now from there, can Omit find themselves an attacking round themselves? Found first blood that time around. If they can find it again, maybe that leads to some success.
Well, from it, they want this to go a little bit better than it has been on the attack. Real checking the angles, checking inside. For any sneaky players, at the moment, no commitment, and they haven't really committed to pushing B. They do have players watching over in case Team War decide to push. This is smelling very much like a commitment towards A.
It's about trying to find a little bit of control, though. Just pushing out from Hotel. Tank control is kind of what you want to be fighting for, but right now, Team War don't have anybody over there. Big gunfight going to go down on the flank, though. Mythics will find one in a hurry if Pants can't get away. That would have been bad. But Omit managed to find something over towards that A Street. Hixie trying to lock it down as well, but he's going to have an absolute plethora of Omit players looking at him in just a second. Mythics will be the first. Gets gunned. Can't get out. Real trades it. 3 versus 2. Bomb going down.
They really want to make a move through mid here, but Vortex is holding it. Beans not going to be able to thread the needle, and with bomb down, heavily outnumbered. Gonna crawl his way. I mean, this might work.
It's tough.
The sneaky Beans finds one. I think he saw the second there as well, but time is against him.
I haven't known Beans for that long, but I wouldn't call him sneaky. But I tell you what, oh, he was maybe getting away with that one. Real is able to find the gunfight. Their rival 9 in that position. Always going to feel nicer. Omit tie things up. Both teams finding 2 rounds in a row. Yeah, just heard him come around the corner. Nearly get some bad timing, to be honest with you.
And it could have been, but realistically, just so much cover around that side.
Agreed.
With the time down as much as it was, they were always going to shoulder. They were always going to play it slow. With a 2-2, Hixie's an 8-2 performance. And with that kind of scoreline, you'd think you'd be hoping they were in a better scoring position.
You would, but ultimately, I think it's, you know, clean rounds on one side, I think close rounds on the other. It does make a difference. Hixie and Co now. Having a look over towards the B side. Mythic's setting himself up a little bit differently. Players still pushing in over towards Dark. That will be Vortex this round. This time around, I should say, as Real is waiting for the push to potentially come on through here. No hotel control. So if you're Real, you're just hoping your teammates can lock that down if necessary. You can see Wee Man holding down the street, but a potential gap if you can get into hotel if your team won't.
Vance just back and forth. Just checking for information without overcommitting. And that's what this is all about. This is just trying to find the information. If you're attacking, it's about where can I apply pressure, where can I make a pick. If you're defending, it's about trying to figure out exactly what the attacking team are doing. You can already see that call has been made over it. Are checking, and they almost found Bance as well. But here comes the push.
Oh, big gunfight. Mythics will fall. Do they know that Weeman is here and watching this cross, though? No, they don't. The second kill, though. Gonna fall their way 2 versus 2. This bomb should be going down. 15 seconds. If you have nades, if you're Vortex or Real. Well, Vortex definitely doesn't. He's being picked apart. Harry will find him. Real with an SMG in this position. Hey, the Rival 9 bangs at range, but I don't know if it wins these gunfights.
Yeah, he's thinking that himself. Probably wished he was in dark a little bit closer. Just have to fly out here and hope for the best, and that's not going to be the best. It is just going to be the best case scenario. You end up going down regardless. Team War take the lead.
Really good job from War. Slowly weasel their way up B side. Deal with Mythics eventually, who repositioned, I believe, 3 different times. Unfortunately, finds himself on the wrong side of the gunfight. Team War taking the lead again. 3-2 now. Even on the scoreboard, but I would say Hixie is the outlier, as you pointed out. No kills that round, but still sitting at 8-3. Has he found an ace in one of those rounds? Honestly.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Could be wrong. One of the things I will say is the reason these rounds are taking so long is exactly what I alluded to just before. These teams have played each other so much. They're looking for that crucial information. They know what to expect. And Pants is just holding. This will be called out, and he will get a kill as well. Vortex opens up with the MCW and is pounced on.
It's always about that position, and over towards DVD. And looking like Team War are going to find themselves in a 2-round lead. Mythics can find Hixie, though. So gets punished for maybe being a little bit overzealous. But Real here technically is completely wide open, but yeah, we have the luxury of knowing that. He hasn't got a clue.
Can they make a move, though, Don? That is the question. Not a lot of latitude, not a lot of time. Bance is also a center player. Beans has been called out as well, but Beans has been found.
They know Bance is on the flank as well, though. This is potentially disastrous.
Bance moving very, very fast and gets the first, not the second. Down all 1v1. Never mind. Never mind. Team War. Thread the needle. Get them before they can plant. 4-2.
Really good job from Team War. That got a little bit scary for a second. It was a 4 versus 2 in their favor. Comes down to a 1 versus 1. Real in that situation, unfortunately, expects maybe a player to push through Dark, but it's going to be from Palace side. Shots come in. Shots land. Very much an even game, but Team War starting to stretch their legs here in the search and destroy just a little bit. Everybody else starting to step it up. Hixie hasn't really had too much involvement over the last couple of rounds. That was on Beans and Bance. And Harry alongside. 3 streak for him. Sitting at 3-3, just locking down this side. Harry hasn't had a lot going on, really. It's been all about these A pushes, whether he's been locking it down on defense or trying to find a pick over towards this on the attacking side. It is looking like A is going to be the more likely. Is that a cruise missile doing it? I think it was. It definitely sounded like one. Vortex will get taken down. That A bomb now has been planted. 3 versus 3, those. We might can answer the odds.
And they are aggressive here. Problem's going to be for Team War is... this one is Real is going to be on it. Will it be checked? And it will be. War have the numbers. They have the bomb. They have the time. And Mythic's going to find one and not anything else. Just found his body but didn't find the kill. Team War 5-2.
Yeah, a couple extra bullets just to make sure Team War looking like they are going to close it out here. In the search and destroy. Good snap from Beans. Ah, yeah, I'd be making sure as well. I think Moment, you know, they've had their chances here. Spent themselves 5-2 down. Deserved to be behind. But I believe that was cruise missile called in. And just for you guys at home who are watching and sort of see those cruise missiles and not being used typically. Small glitch with them at this moment in time. But it can still be used for information. I don't believe there's anything in the form of any agreements that makes a difference on that. They're just maybe a little bit more useless, but for Hixie, information, no problem.
Real flies through, but will be caught. There's a trade going through. Mythics has to get out of here. Team War wrap this one up. That is the question. Already just looking to find it. They do find him. And now they can rove over to it, but it's a long way round for the team.
I almost wouldn't have hit a nade plant there, but again, it's when you have that somewhat view over the map. You can see on the Codcast exactly where the players are, but A was completely open. They found some pressure over towards B. If you're at Omit EU, expect Timor to find that push back. Timor are now going to split themselves. That grenade is not going to do enough. Even if the trophy wasn't there, I don't think it does a great deal. 3 versus 2. You've got to hold this down if you're Omit.
They know where both players are, but Hixie finds Weeman. Down to a 2 versus 2. Harry waiting for his teammate. This is where they want to strike. Just checking out the angles. They're convinced someone might be mid-tank. It is a power position. Nobody so far. Already one goes down. Harry in a 1 versus 2. Has the 1v1. Gonna go for it. Will this be checked? It should be at 14 seconds. Vortex will get it. Get a round on the board, Ton.
Really good job. Vortex coming through, just staying alive and finding the round. Got to find a few more, though. 3 in a row. It's a long way to go. A really long way to go for Omid here. If they can find themselves a 2-0 lead based on this scoreline in the Search and Destroy, they've done very, very well. 3 more rounds needed. Back onto the defense, though. Find this one. Find yourself an attack. All of a sudden, we're on round 11. But I feel like defenses have been the harder thing for Omid. They've found a couple of picks on attack. Defense hasn't necessarily been as clean as they would have liked to think.
Oh, they've got to be careful as he does get taken down with the wall bang. Vortex might get caught here as well. Has to back off. Pressure mounting as Team War. No, with this first blood advantage, he might be able to get it, but Mythics, that's a huge kill against Hixie.
Not only is it huge, because of where Mythics is over towards that B side, it just makes that side of the map just so hard to push now. Could be in blue. Could be in jungle. I mean, it's just not really where you want to be pushing, but I tell you what, Team More fancy it anyway. He's in trouble here. He's got backup though. Shots. Well, Vortex is doing well here as well. Yeah, really good job over towards Hotel. Bant's now left in a 1 versus 2.
He's going all the way around as well. They won't be predicting this. He should catch the first, and oh, the timing. Mythics is now going to check. There hasn't seen. Oh, I don't know if they've seen it now. He has, and he will be caught out, unfortunately. Timing just not quite correct.
Omit with another round, though. It was 5-2. It is now 5-4. It would take 4 rounds in a row if they are going to take this Search and Destroy. And now comes the hard part. You're onto the attack. You won your previous. You won your defense. Find another attack. We see around 11. You think they do it? I think we go there, you know. I fancy it.
I think we might, but still, it could go either way. That's the issue, realistically. Maybe the first blood here will be all they say. I think we'll have to move, and how risky are they willing to go? At the moment, not very. Vortex slowly but surely making the way up the map. Real checking. That's not where we need to go.
And a waste of an nade. S&D 101, I was taught it when I was but a boy. Make sure you keep your nades for, well, where exactly you know the enemies are on the defensive side. It's one of the only tools you can really rat people out who are playing defensively. Learned that back in COD 4, mate. It obviously didn't get me very far, as you can tell.
I was trying to be polite about that, but we'll see how this goes. Oh my goodness, Real just burst through the door. Takes him down. Back to a 3 versus 3, though. I think he's worried about mid-tank. Hasn't committed so far, but this bomb will now go down. There's nobody watching over. Beans! Did he see him? No! He didn't see him! He didn't see him! He's gonna get flanked! He's gonna get caught! Oh, he's been seen as well. Harry, somebody is going to chow this from a better position, and it is going to around 11. Omid have fought back.
Ugh. That is now 3 rounds in a row. It was 5-2 to Team More here in the Search and Destroy. And not but 5 minutes later, we are heading into a round 11. Who's on what side? It is going to be defense for Team More. More kills on their side, ever so slightly. Just. I think it might be tied, actually. Anyway, here we go. Round 11. Honestly, Omit have looked pretty good on the last couple of attacks, though. They have worked it over towards A. They found picks. Anything different going to come out here from Team War? You got to be careful of Harry. Mythics is beaming for spree for him. It's been a big catalyst for the side of Omit so far. Looking to try and find a pick, make it move. Very passive from War.
Oh, here we go. Check the angles. Nade out again. Passive from War. They are sitting very far back. We have the benefit of the wonderful minimap and the X-ray. Omit will have to find this out the hard way by checking the corners, by crawling through.
And you can see War are positioning themselves mostly over towards the A site. This is where the majority of these attacks have worked out nicely for Omit. And they may well have an opportunity just to plant this bomb. Nobody sees it. Real will get this down. It's going to be a 4v4, but a retake is going to be needed for Team War. The defensive team now need to get aggressive.
Here we go. Where's the squeeze come from? Bance through dark. Going to be picked off straight away. Real with the laser.
Nobody's watching a stream.
Oh no! That's going to blow up, but they do get a trade anyway. Mythic's waiting for the bounce across. Has to now back off. They have the numbers. Bean's going to find one, though. Bean's going to find two, though. And now looking for it. Surely going to be a trade. Gets off the bomb. Harry and Beans are both here. Trying to just get it as well. And he will get the kill, but not able to get away. Team War will lock this one down. That was a very big commit in the end. But what a round, ton.
Oh. For Omit, that has got to be painful, especially with Real killing himself with the car. That's a disaster. They do so. I mean, he holds the angle over towards Stark with the SMG so well, and the rival 9, the relevant being of SMG, is going to win that gunfight. Preempt, you get the kill. Peeks around the corner to maybe get a little bit more. There's going to be players pushing through the courtyard, right? Every single time. Goes with the pick, blows the car up. That is a stinger. And then all credit to Team War, and especially for Beans. 3,000 damage into the game. Lies behind the bomb when they get control of it. And Omit U have offered up too much. Finds the 2 kills. Finds the round for his team. Omit EU now. They found 4 rounds in a row, Brycey. And it wasn't enough. 3 rounds.
Wow. A very, very close search and destroy. It comes down to the last flurry between the players. And they will be upset about that for a second. They had the advantage. They had the bomb down. They had the numbers. Wasn't to be. Tied up this series 1-1. Team War and Omit EU.
I mean, look, realistically, I think if you're Team War, you're happy to get that win, especially with the position you were in around 11. But realistically speaking, you were very comfortable on that search and destroy, and things got a little bit squeaky. So for Omit, you can kind of sort of say, right, okay, it did well to come back, but irrelevant of that, that map number 3 is going to be getting set up very, very shortly. We're going to go over to the other game going on right now, which I believe
is in the control. Is it in the control? Let's have a look at how it is going. Of course, you can see these two are all tied up in the series 1-1. Clutch Rain and Falcons. But who will come out ahead? That is the big question, Tom.
I think for Falcons to find themselves in this series, really good job. Clutch Rain looked fantastic against Omit yesterday. The Falcons have been improving all the time. Under the tutelage of Luti himself. What could possibly go wrong?
Just waiting. Roxas gonna be in a bit of trouble. Now this is where it gets just a little bit tense. You can see Roxas wants to stay alive, wants to get out here. As Henry finds his entire team.
Yeah, Roxas now. Yeah, they've got an idea. He must be flanking. He must be underground. We haven't cleared it. So now they can go searching for Roxas, but the rest of the team now will start to set themselves up in a position where they can help him out. Good turn, good distraction. Not quite good enough, though. 4 kills in a row now for Henry. We're going to try and make it a 5th here. Good shots coming in. Excellent. Not able to quite enter back with as many as he would have possibly liked, but it's looking like a good defense so far from Clutch Rain. You're not too sure how Falcons did on their attacking, or on their defensive side in terms of ticks lost or not, but so far so good. Here for Clutch Rain. We're trying to lock down B with 15 seconds to go.
Well, they just haven't found any way to go. That's the issue. Got to find something. Got to make some kills. Has been stopped briefly, and Harry in a great position, and will dive for this one as well. Knows it's important. Roxas will jump onto the point, but Twiz will get the trade. Oh, wait a second.
I mean,
That'll be it.
Yeah. Collar finds a really, really good gunfight there, but not quite enough to find anything in the round. Really, really good defense from Clutch Rain. And honestly, that's a clean defense as well. I don't even know if they got a tick over the
Wow. Very disappointing round there for Falcons. Weren't able to get much going. Let's see, though. Falcons have been probably one of the more pleasant surprises, actually, in Challengers Elite.
Yeah.
Keep thinking they're not going to have a good time, and they really fight back against anybody whenever they're down.
Yeah, really, really solid team. Obviously coming over from Saudi and find yourself an EU Challengers Elite. Really good job. The Falcons investing in their team, investing in COD Esports. Nice to see different regions having a go at it. Not typically a region you associate with high-level Call of Duty, but Falcons absolutely bringing it here. Found themselves in playoffs. Not doing too badly either. One apiece in winners bracket semi-finals here, by the way.
Got it. Finding a big kill, looking for the second, and he's going to get it. Shutting them down, but he's going to be a bit of trouble here. The player will get that kill in the end. It's Henry. Exnid now going to fly forward at the same time. They want to shut this one down as quickly as possible.
Good shots coming in from Exnid just to push them back. All of a sudden, Clutch Rain, yep, you are caught in an awkward spot. Be careful here, though. Sometimes teams can look to try and press this spawn trap in maybe a little bit much, and you can get caught out. You lose a couple of gunfights, all of a sudden you're on the back foot. Good passive play, if anything, from Falcons. They've got to put pressure on. Don't see it as a positive. They're back up.
About trying to find the kills that they can, and Clutch Rain have not really been able to move out as much as they would like. Exnid going to be in the spawn. Deep in the spawn. They're going to have to run past him. Quiz goes for the slide. Cattle isn't going to work. Exnid still alive. Still somehow gets out of there, but will eventually drop 15 seconds. And not really a second to spare.
Going to be tough. Good defensive holds coming in, but all of a sudden, that's 4 dead.
They found a gap here. Twist. Oh no! A disaster. A team kill when they needed everything to go right. Now getting progress on both points. Still stuff. 3 more kills.
Should be 4 dead.
More. They can get both points here.
It's looking like the
Obviously
might.
splitting the difference. Not going to be as fast, Ton.
Pelicans were absolutely perfect until they weren't. That's a big gunfight to win for Khalid, though. The progress at A. A might be locked in. Are they going to get the contest in time? Yes, no, they aren't. B might be gone here as well. You need to commit over towards B very, very quickly. They managed to get in. They managed to find the gunfight as well. A minute to go. 12v10.
3 of them flying into the point just in case. Who's now being in the spawn? Fortunately for Falcons, only 1 player is going to be coming off the respawn. Who does not know when he will come. Has figured it out. There's going to be 2 here as well. He is so deep in the spawn, just causing problems. They're back on the B as well. Henry will get the kill, and Clutch Rain out of nowhere have taken this control round, Ton.
My word. Fantastic work from Clutch Rain. 1-1 in the series, 2-1 up in the control, but we're going back over towards the other game. If you want to continue watching that game, that will be over on the Bravo stream. But one apiece between Team War and Omit EU here. Very, very evenly poised. Omit very comfortable in the hard point, but a close search and destroy after a real takeover from Team War at the beginning of the game. And well, it's a takeover for Team War over towards B. That's captured, locked in, and 40 to go here for an attack over towards their side.
Let's see what they can do. Obviously, with that first one down, it is pretty usual for most teams. But it is not the B point that matters. It's pretty much always the A point. Beans beaming. Now moving deep into the gas station. They're finding a lot of kills here, Team War.
Are they able to find an inroad? Next wave of kills are massive. Bance has done well. Now all of a sudden you just need to watch from the middle of the map. That's a huge kill from Harry. Oh, and just about Real will find something. Try and give Omit a way back into this round. Real surviving here as well over towards the hotel side. We'll just try and cut off the reinforcements while the rest of the team will quite find a way. Real has done so well.
Oh, they can surrounded from many sides, but they've got away with it for just a second. Isn't going to be enough, though. That ATIC did not go through either. And now, this is where, for Team War, all that hard work has been blown away. They have to do it again.
That's so frustrating, isn't it, when you find yourself a pick through? But I suppose it may well give you hope as well. For all that, they have been picked apart and they have been forced away from A. They still have good map control in and around mid-map. Keep an eye on Harry. He's the one trying to make the flank. And now for the rest of the team, they have fallen. So far, Harry will take his time. One kill is good. The second will be miraculous. I'd like to see him maybe play this a little bit more passive. He's going to get shut down. But it has made everybody turn around. Team War have been able to make some inroads. Big win.
Still too far. Just no time, and well, Vortex just drilling that player off the spawn. There's no way for them to get here. Harry, even in a full sprint, I don't think would make it now. Just 3 ticks on the board for Team Warton.
Yep. Not the worst, but very standard. What you would expect, to say the least. Couldn't really find much over towards the A side, but I mean, look, I say that, look, they had the opportunity. Real went massive. It's not stuck beans from there. That is rough.
Well, we highlighted this one as one that could go the distance, and I still see so little daylight between the squads. This will tell, though. For Amit, how many ticks do they get?
Can you find something? Just one more tick on your attacking round. You take it as a minor win. We keep talking about these when it does come down to innovation, but you know, more often than not, we are seeing attacking rounds be won.
Trying to get onto the point, and Vance will find it there, and I think we'll get the trade back onto it. So B still alive and well.
And a big win actually coming through for Harry there, over towards the other side of the map. Real was putting the pressure on, and now all of a sudden for Team War, you've lost a gunfight over towards A side. You have to send some resources that way, and you have done. Beans with a big gunny. Coming in from mid-tank. Wee Man is going to slip the net, though. Into A he goes. Now for Team War, what do you commit to? Has to be A, surely. Tell you what. Big gunfight. Going to go at the back there. Real's actually dancing around the back of Garage. Hixie does win it, though.
Now is this the issue? If Omit can find a few kills here, they have a chance to get A. Unfortunately, they don't find anything. Everybody dying. Team War will be looking to lock this one up as well. You can see Vance just in a position, powerful position at that, and finds his second kill. Looking for another one. Wee Man is close.
Omit are in danger getting pinned in here. A couple of kills go the other way. All of a sudden, this is very, very dangerous. Yeah, offering the kills up as well. Next gunfight's massive. They can pin them in now.
Streaks all around for Team War. They have sight lines everywhere. Omit cannot find anywhere to go. Harry, this could be key. Who's going to fall to Mythics? Mythics will now stop the clock on the way, and they're all over this.
To spawn out towards the tank side of Palace, and all of a sudden you can just sprint down the street. Mythics wins the gunfight, as he so often does. Second tick in over towards A. There's your 3 ticks already. Anything extra is just a bonus. A is looking like it's going to get locked in. It is. There's the extension. And you're over towards B. Team War being pulled across the map, but they're being pulled too late. B control now here for Omit.
Puppets dancing on a string. Mythic's one gunfight versus Harry has turned this now into a disastrous scenario for Team War. They will have to fight B all the way through. Real finds a kill. A player through dark is going to be Beans. It's a huge gunfight for Real again. Got to wait for his health to come back. They are putting bodies onto B.
That's
the
around.
Third tick is upon them. And already there's not enough players going to be there, and it will be locked in. Vance gets a team kill. It's not going to matter. Omit, take the attack ton.
That is incredible. Considering where they were in that round. Couldn't get out their spawn. Couldn't find anything towards B. I'd be curious to see the spawn again. I'm not too sure if he just spawned Palace, jumped over the top of sandbags and started running down A street. And just like, oh, screw it. Let's see if we can find something. Realistically, the gunny comes through. Mythics finds the fight onto, I believe it was Harry. And from there, the team are so committed to the B side because they think themselves, well, Omit have to get something here, right? It's going to be B. And the door was left open, and Omit stroll through it. find A, find B, find the round 2-0 up in the control. And now for Team War, you need to find an attacking round just to stay in the map.
Looking for it as well. We've got to find the kills. We've got to keep moving, keep shooting, keep their heads up. One team can win attack, so can the other one, but so far no good. And now they're going to try and put the squeeze on them themselves. Mythic's already in a bit of trouble, though. Will go down. Man, looking for players coming out of spawn. They haven't found that one either. This is not clean for Omit. War have an opportunity to strike.
Vortex in not too bad of a position, though. Need some help out for the rest of his team. Real will find one in the middle of the map, and the squeeze can start to come through from Dark now. A little bit of progress over towards the B side. Vortex just waiting so patiently. Well played. Finds two, can force them away now. The third would send them potentially back to their spawn. Yeah, and now for Omit, do they overcommit towards this B side? Like War did on that defensive round, but this is a really good opportunity to close out the map and send themselves back into the lead in this series.
He's trying to get his health back, but doesn't matter. We'll still find a kill. Wee Man will cut through him like cheese. And already you can see Harry getting two more. It's back and forth between them. Team War get the time they need as Harry finds his third.
Good work from Team War. Honestly, I would love to see them get aggressive down that B street there. Definitely had the time with 4 quick kills that fell their way, but Omit, you don't commit too much over towards the B side. Mythix finds the kills in mid-map. Real will find another. B is secured. Looking towards the lives. I mean, looking to put the squeeze on maybe a little bit late. Hixie is ready and waiting. Will eventually fall. Real, Mythix, really, really good job. And all of a sudden, Team War, because they didn't extend when they found that 3 or 4 down, are now potentially forced back into their spawn.
Got out a little bit towards mid. Beans has to make a kill and has done. Real will fall. Mythic still mopping up the survivors down B Street. Beans will actually flank to get this kill out and give his teammates some relief. But with 50 seconds left to go, will Team War do the difficult job in getting away?
It's so difficult to get around. You're down 6 lives. Vortex just kind of probably try and finesse inside a hotel, but the thing is, yeah, Omit don't have a lot of mid-map control, but Real just spins that on its head. Beans on the flank could be an issue. Very, very weak, but now they have to search for him, right? They have to deal with him. Vortex does so. We've got one player pushed up in Wee Man. 15 versus 7. Last chance saloon now for the side of Team War.
Where do they go? Where do they find the opportunity? Because it isn't there. Team War cannot get a gunfight to go their way.
Found a way through. Found a way through.
Gotta go. Has to commit to the point. Survives. Stays
Bricey
alive. Hixie's also trying to back him up now. The rest of them off the respawn for Omit. Surely this can't happen in back-to-back rounds where just one kill can swing it. Vance has to stay alive. Cannot afford to fall. Re-chows. Harry is doing every bit of work, but no! The grenade ends it. It doesn't end with a bang, although it does literally. It ends with a bit of a whimper. Vance will fall just because he was weak.
Oh, I think it's tough. Look, it's just a shame that they only have 4 lives remaining when they do eventually find a way out, right? I mean, look, if they have 8 at that stage, you can maybe get something going, but Omit at that stage can know they can commit to these gunfights. As long as they don't lose like a 2 versus 4. Even then, even if they did, those 2 players aren't going to get a hold of all that takes over towards A in that small amount of time. Just everything was against Team War there, but a 3-0 win coming on through. Big, big win for Omit EU. Put themselves up again in the series, heading into another hardpoint. We're going to be seeing Rio very, very shortly, but that is now a lead. Good performance coming in from Omit in that control specifically.
Yeah, it was, and I gotta say, it's probably just that huge gunfight. Mythic's won over Harry. Allow them to get away, allow them to turn the tide of battle. But yeah, it's been a difficult one, and if you're wow, there's the stick. That almost magnetized to his back ton.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Ben. I think the round was already done. Beans has impressed me though every single time we see him on the side of Team War. Just an absolute beamer, as we often do see. I mean, look, every single one of these players is more than good enough to be on the top roster. Omit EU are the ones to take this one away. Find themselves 2-1 up here in the series. Rio Hardpoint coming up, and now if you think towards these 2 teams, who has the more cracked subs? That's what we're going to find out. Rio Hardpoint coming up. Other series still ongoing as well. Very good one over on that side of things, but Rio Hardpoint we should be loading in pretty momentarily. What a night of Call of Duty this has been. We may well have 2 more maps.
I'm enjoying it. It is going to be one of those ones where, even when you look back across the series, it's a difficult story to tell. The S&D, it was insane. It was super close and down to the wire. The control didn't really feel like a 3-0 for most of it. Obviously, Omit managed to get that attacking round. That'll be the difference, and it usually is on control. But I wouldn't like to say who I think is going to win next map ton. That's the issue.
I think almost to a certain degree as well, though. Like for all that, but I think the first map comfortable for him. Map number 3, when you have defense first and then you win your attack, the 3-0 is always pretty solidified. Like if War came back and win that attacking round in that final round that ended up being, all of a sudden they're on a defense and we're heading around number 5, so it can turn very, very quickly. 2-0s and control are never ever guaranteed. But I want to kind of go back to the search and destroy as well. Omit now are heading into map number 4. They are in the lead. They are going to be feeling good about the series. They brought it back in the search and destroy, but arguably choked that round 11. They will possibly have some little flutterings in their brain to kind of think that this could be 3-0 and we could be out here already. But I don't think they've got that attitude, to be fair. I think that's maybe just me thinking maybe on the negative side of that. But for Team War, they were able to just about clutch up the search and destroy after they did have a very good lead. But map number 1 wasn't too hot on the hard point. Skid Row is a little bit different in comparison to some of the other hard point maps, when we obviously have so much commitment over towards P1 and P2 specifically. Very rotational heavy. Omit were fantastic in that map, but now find themselves behind after that first map of hard point. You're heading into another. You need to be so much better in this reel than you were on map number 1.
Yeah, you really do. And the benefit you can take from this game realistically is this is the winner's round.
Yeah.
If you lose this, you do drop into the lower bracket. You can still fight your way back and meet back up in the grand final. It's just not really what any of these players want to do. But no, this is the bracket if you haven't seen it so far and how it has gone. Obviously, on the way of War, you can see they took down a team already 3-1. They'll be looking to move forward into this one if they can. On the other side of it, you can see 5 Media Clan lost to Omid EU 3-0. Then you've got Clutch Rain and Team Moon all the way to the wire. A 3-2 their ton. And then Falcons took down their squad 3-0. They're currently engaged versus Clutch Rain 1-1.
Yeah, interested to see how that control is going. But irrelevant of that, we've got this one to get into. It should be a banger of a map number 4. Rio coming up. I'm trying to think to myself now. Who has been the standout SMG players? Hixie has maybe struggled in maps 2 and 3, but looked good in map number 1. But you think over towards it and how it did play out, I'm really curious. I actually haven't got a clue which way this one goes, but that's always the best way. You're going into a map not really knowing which way it's going to fall. Always gives you the bangers. Here we go.
Here we go. Both teams about to enter the blender of Rio. High interactions, high octane, high chance of a great time.
If Bocage was in Brazil, it's kind of what Rio's like.
With less doors.
Less doors.
There's still quite a lot of doors.
Quite a lot of doors, but less doors.
And less destructible windows.
I'm trying to think what there is. There is more. Team War with a really good start, though, over towards P1. Or maybe you want to try and keep a hold of the spawns heading over towards P2, which they are settling pretty far at this moment in time. Not necessarily the most crucial, but you like to have them. A good time for War to kick things off. 10 seconds to go here, though, for Omit. They would like to soak up every single second if they possibly can do. Mythics will do well to survive for more than a second, especially when his teammates are going to grenade him. So there you go. Rotation for P2 starting to come in. Spawn's still there for Omit as we head over in a second.
Well, they've got into it first, and Bullocks will now stay alive, and they will have to deal with him, and Hixie will do exactly that.
Hixie should be there to right. Mythics is going to be there to cover the middle of the map. Push coming through. What a snap from Mythics. You know what? He's impressed me so much every single time we watch him. You know, we hear about airings of good challenger players in Europe who are on the come up. Mythics as being that guy for Omid so far. 5 and 2 to kick things off. Here's a slight lead for Team War. They are going to be trying to fight their way up the ramp. The EU, though, for all that, they have this rotation over towards P2. 30 seconds have gone. They haven't been able to pick up much of it.
Trying to get some points back into this one, and the man will get that gunfight, but runs into Beans and gets mowed down. Real still fighting from the back foot as well. Beans on a 3. Real, that is just a chow to chow by the look of it. eventually being taken down. You can see Beans still just trying to hold this line. Hasn't worked out for him very well, but still going to be in the lead here, Team War. On the next rotation, they have locked in.
And now the problem there for Omid was that you get those P2 rotations locked in, but you lose that first wave of gunfights, so you can start to get forced back into your spawn. No, Hixie, you've done yourself, mate. And you've lost a good fight. So a little bit of top mid control now for the side of Omid, making some control over towards street side as well. Vortex will hold that down. Real will win the gunfight. The SMGs combining so well here from Omid. Perfect break coming in. Wow.
Oh, look at this, just gunning. And now they're in here. They want every single one of these points. They want to commit. They're trying to get back into the lead. Isn't going to work, though. Already losing the bodies they work so hard to gain. And Real, though, continuing to gun. 4 streak for him, being a bit of a difference maker in this hard point. And the difference maker they will need to be. It will be Team War, though. Going to get this scrap time. The spawns are everywhere.
A bit of a split. I said that the spawns can maybe not be that funky on this map. Chris Dunn's a liar. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. A little bit of scrap time going to go over towards the side of Omid at you, but they are going to have these rotations. I love this positioning from Real. Can find one the second as well. It's superb from the Spanish youngster. And then gets killed by his teammate. Ah, you hate to see it. Either way, the setup here from the side of Omid looking good. If Weeman can find this kill, got to be careful though, because now they have to watch boxes and in front of them. Potential hold for Omid, but they have to hold tight.
Yeah, this isn't going to go well. They've lost a couple of key positions for it. Bats will fly through. Real still gets the kill. Looking for this again, but you are right. As soon as you lose boxes, it's too many angles to hold. Real will call out that Beans is pushed across, but it doesn't matter because Beans will get the kill regardless. And Real, there's nowhere to go. No cover, no teammates. No chance.
And that's happened a couple of times for Omid where they run the rotation. I'm thinking over towards P4, which we're running in right now. 15 seconds to go on that. And P2 as well. They had rotation. They don't hold. Team Morgan have themselves a 30-point lead and a rotation in their name again. It's not looking too hot for Omid. Yeah, they are finding themselves in their positions, but they're not winning the gunfights.
Back and forth, Team War, though, doing a great job so far. Brand's looking for the Beans, is going to get another one. And they have control of this hard point pretty completely, although Weeman managed to rip Beans off of it.
Brand's going to be holding it from an off angle. Usually it's behind the pillar. Leaves you open to some shots, which are eventually going to come through the wave of grenade. A big grenade coming in from Beans, and it's just so essential. You get a trophy in there. Trophy player not doing your job, and that makes the difference. For all that it has felt like Team War have been in control the majority of this game, and they have been, the lead is not insurmountable. Sitting at around 40 right now, but if you're Omid, you want to try and stop them picking up this final 20. Real through the front door will get himself in. This final 15 seconds will make this first rotation not feel that bad.
There they go. Beans. Gonna push forward, but gonna get cut down, unfortunately, and it is still feeling like it could just swing on the basis of one of these hills. That hill probably will be 3-1, though.
Although you say that, you can get yourself set up here, but I think Hixie is going to be the one may well find himself with a break coming on through. Yep, P2 spawns may well come through here for the side of Team War if they can find a couple of kills. Falling the other way here as well, but still there for Omid. Hixie has to move and does so, finds a couple of kills, so there you go. It's all Hixie. It's all about Charlie Hicks. Finds 3. Weeman trying to answer back, does find Hixie. Will find Beans as well. Will lie himself down and just contest. Good work for Weeman.
Just throwing everything at this, but with 25 seconds left to go, there's a thought in the back of the mind. That thought says P2 is almost upon us. Yes, we have to keep fighting this, but we must not lose the better spawns.
Still headbutting here, though. 13 seconds to go. Team War looking like they're going to get a hold of it. And this is what happened to Omid last time around. You had P2 spawns, but you didn't make it count. You find yourself 40 points behind. That gap has been ever present. Can they hold something down here? Big 2-piece coming in from Vortex. Going to be spawns over towards the ramp side. That will be called out now by Mythics. Spin around if you're Omid. Beans towards the backside. SMG in hand. Stun out. We'll know the stun comes through. Won't expect them as close. Vortex and Real winning the gunfights. Good hold so far.
Again, got to check the back alley. Always with this map, if you don't have full control of the spawns, check the back alley, and they have done a perfect job. Should be able to hold this now. There's a lot of trophies going to be down. Weeman will find Harry as well. There'll be no spawns coming through. Weeman gets his second. And
wow.
Mythics almost going to get Beans as well. Beans still keeping the pressure on. That hot dog stand is made out of stern stuff.
And this feels like the first time that Omid are going to get themselves a good hold. 15 seconds remaining on this one. Hixie is able to find a grenade eventually. Those trophy systems working overtime, but not well enough. Still going to be a lead here for the side of Team War, but that lead that was 40 is now 10. Reduced down to 9. Scrap time goes over. Fight over, well, the next hill is 50-50 at this time. Mythics, are you going to guess right which way they're coming from? Stun doesn't find anything, but the bullets very much do. Mid-map control, yeah. Good luck keeping a hold of it, but Hixie finds another. By the way, Hixie is having an absolute monumental performance. 26 and 14. If he can keep this up, Team War should be feeling good. But that lead has been cut in half. Beans will find a couple, though. Some potential time in the bot.
And it's just a continuous rain of bullets and bodies from both sides. This has always felt like a headbutt map, and you can tell it from these sides. They're just continuing to up the tempo as they go through this over and over again. Hixie, you are correct, 27 and 14. He is determined not to lose this map.
This man's went up against Simp and Abizi. Think he's not bothered about what's going on here? No problem whatsoever. 28 and 14 from Hixie. Having a very, very good map here to force us to that potential map number 5. It's a 30-point lead now. Scrap time. Going over towards the side of moment, but the rotations coming through. Harry will do so well to hold this off for the rest of his team to get in here. Can he find Real? Not quite. So control from the ramp side for Omit. Need somebody over towards the boxes, but Bance is going to be occupying that space. Weeman can find one. Still going to be a bit of a 50-50 here. Mythics, can he win the gunfight? How on earth does he kill Beans there?
Every part of this has always felt in the balance. Neither team is giving the other a break to breathe. It must be exhausting there in the trenches as they just continue to tempo this one through and through. A 30-point lead for Team War. It never felt clean, but it's still there.
Is this a rotation potentially coming on, or is it one more stab at it for Omit? Bance will find the kill. We'll put them off. We'll slow them down, and we'll get out as well. Finds another. Beans is there to help pick this one up, and all of a sudden rotation's going to have to start coming through. Omit may well be their second best. Finding themselves 50 points behind. Map number 5 starting to beckon, Brycey.
It is. We're in a slightly better position for this one, but kills still flowing down. Bance trying to hold them at bay. He's got top bridge position. Goes for another kill. He's going to get it. And there we go. That's 3 down the feed. For Omit, they are now being killed off the spawn. Mythics will get in with the Renetti regardless. But Omit want this time. They haven't been able to get any good time in some while. And it is just a continuous deluge of fights.
And honestly, the last good time they got was over towards P2, and since then they have got nada. Nada. A couple of nades coming through. You need to get the trophies down if you're Omit. It's such a mixy map. You can be caught very, very close to each other. Vortex should be able to lock this down, and gun from Beans with the MCW from there. Can't let it happen.
And now, what should happen? Team War will probably try and take the last few seconds of scrap here and then get ready for the P1 blender, but Weeman will kill 2. The issue being is they don't want 2. They want that scrap, and they want this P1 hold. They need to get this even.
Potential here for Omit. Got spawns they want. Got P1 control. Free 10 seconds. Offered up. You need a lot more than that. Can you hold this down? You can see the flank starting to come through from Bance. Everybody else collapsing. Here they go. Gunfight's going towards Harry. Vortex is able to find one. Harry's able to find a second. Break comes through over towards P1.
Oh, Weeman commits just the wrong second. Throws a grenade at the feet. How is he still alive? Eventually will fall. Reinforcements coming in, but Team War, they're happy to soak this for as long as possible.
And this is hard to get back in once you lose it. If you're pushing from the stairs side, this is difficult. These are hard gunfights. Got to win the first one. Got to find a way around the corner. Weeman, the pressure's been put on. Team War, 15 seconds to go here over towards P1. It's looking like they're going to soak it up as well. Unless Vortex can find a second, he cannot. This P2 hold from Omit needs to be perfect.
Wow. 4 seconds of scrap time and a P2 dream. Harry already putting some on. There is a huge flank going on, but he's been found. Real was not unnoticed.
So here we go. Oh my word, Beans. Might be an AR player, but he's playing with a rival 9AR. There's an SMG, I promise you. Mythics will be able to find the kill towards the front. Team War are keeping them off the point. 2 kills for Bance. Can't find the third. Mythics is there, but he's the only one who can answer. Pressure coming in here from Team War. Omit still 50 points behind.
And all they need to do, Team War, is just keep bleeding this out. Every second they can get away from Omit makes this harder and harder. P2 is coming towards the end. Team will keep this pressure up. They're happy to keep trying to trade because if they get lucky, they can walk away with the game.
Big win from Weeman. Push over towards Garage side. We'll shut him down from pushing through boxes. There's going to be a lot of time now for Team War to set themselves up. That gap may well have been cut pretty much in half. But you've got the gauntlet to run through. Look at the positioning coming through from Bance. Can't finish his dinner here. Mythic's going to try and stay alive. They know where Bance is. He's in the middle of the map somewhere. They get rid of him. Mythix does die, though. 15 seconds away for Team War to close this one out. Send us to a map 5.
Raymond gets one, Volix gets another. They have to push into now as well, and they're going to find him. No, Hixie stays alive. Bance is going to come in for the trade. Body's coming through for Omit. Problem is, they don't have any wiggle room. Just 8 seconds. And Team War will win this game. And Team War know this. They are stacking with the pinch that's coming through. Harry's already found Mythix. They're trying to hit this all at once. It's one break. That's all they want.
Oh, Vortex could have found a second. That would have been huge, but the push coming in from the front side. Harry can find one, and that might be enough. Bance is going to get deleted, though. They're holding on, Brycey.
They are, just for a few seconds.
They were.
Hixie for the win, Hixie for the rescue, and has got the final kills, and that will tick over to 250. Omit not able to do anything. A monumental game from Charlie Hicks. Team War take it to a map 5.
Of course they do. Of course they do. Fantastic work for Team War to send us to this map number 5. What a crazy game. But they win the lead all the way through, right? It felt like they were the ones who were in the control. It was kind of like map number 1, where Omit never let it go. We go into a search and destroy. The last one was 6-5. God knows at this stage, Brycey. I'm delirious.
North America is never playing COD. It's all Europe all night. Here are the statistics for this one. We were talking about Hixie. Beans also had a great game.
Wow.
Look at the damage. 7k damage drop. Weeman did the same on the other side, though. 7.3k. It has always been a high-octane game, and everybody just dropping numbers.
I mean, for me, it felt like Hixie was really running it. It almost felt like the rotational battle was 100% being won by Team War. They were the first ones there nearly every single time, and when Omit were there first, you know, honestly, it was kind of very, very similar to map number 1, just the shoe on the other foot. Last time around, it felt like Omit were the first ones there. They would find some breaks when Team War were, and the holds were so much better. Every single facet that you want in Hardpoint. Good rotations, good holds, good breaks. Came through from Orbit in map number 1. Map number 4, the exact same. All for Team War. Really, really good job to find ourselves to a map number 5. And this is how it went. Never out of the lead. In the lead the entire way through for Team War.
Well, it came close a few times. A few moments could have changed, but let's be perfectly honest. Nobody stopped to really breathe any point during that map. It was constant headbutting. It was constant gunfights. It was constant movement. But turns out Team War just ever so slightly better at it.
Banger of a series. A back and forth. No way to predict which way this one's going. Close maps, not close maps. We've had everything. And a Rio search and destroy to close things out. I don't know who I fancy. I really don't know which way I think this one's going to go. Honestly, I think it's a very, very close game between these two so far. The first search and destroy, honestly, Team War in the control all the way through. Shouldn't have won round 11, which we shouldn't really have got to, and still found themselves in this series because of it. And now they're heading into a map number 5, a very, very different Rio search and destroy to what we've seen on Invasion. So I don't know, Brycey, I've got no clue which way this one goes.
We've also got a little bit of an update on the other game, the second game that has just finished onto Bravo. Clutch Rain take down the Falcons 3-1. That means we will see Falcons next week in that lower bracket. We're just going to find out who fills that final slot, Ton.
It's taken us 5 hours to get here to that winners final and get this all starting to be filled out. Falcons going to drop down, and we'll be feeling confident. Already found a 3-0 up against their opponents, and we'll be feeling good in that losers bracket. You know, they will be potentially going up against the winner of whoever 5 esports ends up in against whoever is out of these two teams. You've got to be feeling as favorite. So for Falcons, they await their fate, but for both these two teams, it has not really been decided yet. Map number 5 we go. Again, I've got no clue. No clue. I'm supposed to be the colorcast. I'm supposed to be the analyst. I haven't got a clue, mate. Not a Scooby.
Well, I think this is just about sitting back and enjoying the ride. Realistically, we've come this far. We knew it was going to be a good series between these two. I've spoken about it before. They've played each other a lot. They know what they should be doing, which is why we saw such slow burning rounds on that first search and destroy.
Yeah.
Because they were working out the information. Rio might be very much the same thing as these two teams prepare for it as well. The only difference you've got to say realistically is that Team War, their hard point has been pretty good, Tony.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, the Rio hard point was really, really good. Map number 1 wasn't that great. I suppose it's very, very different Invasion Search and Destroy, that you can find those slow, drawn-out rounds. Teams looking for information, looking to try and find the pick. Rio can be very different. It could be about that push over towards B. It could be about trying to be slow over towards A. But it does have that site where you can just form on it and see what happens. So I don't think either one of these two teams are necessarily built that way. They're not just the send it and see. I think it could still be a slow one, potentially over towards that A side a little bit more often than not. But B is very often open. But whoever walks away with this one will, honestly, undoubtedly be the favorite for the tournament. Cuttrain may well have found a win over Orbit yesterday. May well have their number. I'm not too sure. But realistically speaking, these are the two favorites heading into the entire Challenger Elite season. They are now going up against each other on map number 5, Rio Search and Destroy. No clue which way this one goes, Bryce, but honestly, as you said, I'm just happy to kick back and enjoy the game.
Me too. It must end on this map. It cannot go any further. There is not a 6th map. There is not a 7th. It is only this S&D. It is only Rio. And a maximum of 11 rounds. Oh, look at this. Run away. Throw the nades over towards bridge side.
Oh man, over towards bridge. Nobody in mid-map. Bomb should be free. Oh, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. They will get this bomb down. Yeah. 3-man flank. Vortex will find one, but how many players did Bean see?
Both sides. That's the problem now. Team War. Well, they're committing. They're committing to one side. They're trying to hunt down Mythics.
Lyman.
Who's just got away and got a kill. And they still haven't got him. A 2 versus 4.
He's got out. The new players were searching for him, though. Hixie's going to be there. We'll find him at boxes. Big win from Vortex, though. Makes it a 1 versus 3.
Harry finds one. They're not going to let him get away with this clean, though. No Chow. Coming back in. Harry has an opportunity. Won't be. Still the numbers pay against him. And Vortex will defuse the first round for Omid.
Yeah, knew they had the numbers. Knew they had the time. 5 seconds to try and find that kill. Ultimately is all they needed. And found it more than quick enough. Really good job coming in here for a moment. The flank comes in, then they dip and dive. So many entrances to the center of the mall. That's the thing, right? You can go through boxes, go through the escalator side of the entrance from P2 spawns. You can go up the stair side. A lot of places you can come from. And honestly, I really think Mythics did a fantastic job towards the backside. I believe it was Mythics anyway. Just staying alive around that area. If Team War can garner control of there, can kind of know where Omid are coming from for a certain degree. Cut off one side of the map, you're in a good spot. But now Omid on the attack.
Oh. First blood. Oh, Vortex gets away as well. And wow, this round is over, Ton. I hate to tell you this. Beans in a 1 versus 3 and...
Hold on!
Whoa! Hold on! Buckle in. Beans is not done. Health back. A 1 versus 3.
I don't believe that.
Goodness.
That is stunning. Stunning Call of Duty from Beans. Those first 2 gunfights are absurd. What is that snap?
A 1 versus 3 that shouldn't have happened. They went for the chow. The bait and switch chow as well. That's the crazy thing. And Beans called it perfectly. He raised the pair of them and won the last 1v1.
Benjamin Beans has just saved a round out of absolutely nothing for Team War. Omid have got to be kicking themselves. Thing is, for Wee Man, he had the bomb as well. He could have got it down and invited the pressure. Goes for the gunfight. Wee Man and pressure going to be on him over towards the A side, looking like Team War. They're going to commit. Omid didn't have the numbers over here. That's going to be bomb site control. They're not control for Omid. They can potentially find a flank. If you're Harry, you've got to just try and find something. But that bomb is going down and is down.
in a great position. Should win this first fight. Does. Might be isolated, though. Hixie has found a gap, and they will get the second as well. Goes back to a 2 versus 2 very quickly, though. Now a 2 versus 1. Mythic's not able to get it done either, though, and Team War get a second round on the board.
Really good job. Things got a little bit scary, but Hixie was there to help out with the lockdown of the flank. Harry's the one who survives and finds the final kill as well. Hixie the bodyguard, helping his teammate lock down the flank, so all of a sudden it's 2-1 to Team War. How on earth have we ended up here? Ultimate will feel like that round was just stolen away from Beans with the 1 versus 3.
Oh, let's see. I never know what is going to happen in these rounds. That's the beauty of it. Wee Man going to street. The rest of the team committing here, looking towards A. Couple of bodies from Team War. In fact, a fair few bodies from Team War, and they're going to try and get this one. They do get the numbers advantage to begin with.
Van's trying to lock this down. Bomb lost. And for Omit, ever since that 1 versus 3, things just seem to be crumbling a little bit. Harry will find Wee Man absolutely no problem. Mythics cannot put the pressure in. We'll deal with Beans. Can we have another 1v3? No, we cannot. War running away with this one now. 3-1.
You are right. I wonder, is it just Team War have elevated off of that? A roar probably from Beans. Or is it just a little bit of sinking despair in the heart of Omit? They aren't out of this, not by a long stretch. They still have a long way to go, though.
What we've seen in the previous Search and Destroy, it was not done by a long shot. War were 5-2 up. We ended up in around 11. Long way to go. Bomb down for Bance now. It's going to be 4v4 retake. War just back up. Draw the battle lines. And fight the pressure.
Look at this. All stacked on the stairs and the elevator. Now they enter. They're like, where on earth are they? They found Beans. Beans is throwing bullets. Bance is playing this one. Super quiet. They're checking the bomb. I don't know if they saw it. I don't think they did. They haven't. Bance, sneaky. Eventually will go down, though. Vortex looking for it. Harry will check Mythics onto the bomb. Now we'll run away.
12 seconds. Got to chase him down. Harry, it's superb. Clutches again from Team War. 1 versus 2. 4-1. They're running away with it.
Well.
He just spotted him. Yeah, I think he did. Headshots with the Renette. He closed that one out very, very quickly. There's been a 1v3. There's been a 1 versus 2. Those two things do not happen. It's 3-3. That's not possible. It will be 3-2. It's getting late. It's getting late. Brain no work.
Ton, you can't just award teams extra rounds. That's not how this works.
The Chris Tunn lead. That's what we need. Wow, look at these shots from Harry.
He's on a 6 streak, so confidence.
They might be dead.
Oh, Bance has been stunned. He's in the open. Get away. Pretty horrible feeling jumping down and realizing you can't move. Still staying alive, though. Bance throwing more bullets on the Real. Real will just try and get out of here. Bance also trying to do the same thing.
How is everyone alive?
Health and a dream.
How is everybody alive on both these two teams after that start of the round?
They all stalled out a bit, Ton.
Which has been quite strange considering these rounds have been very, very fast. Hixie holding this down. Real with the first blood. Vortex is going to not snap quite quick as Hixie does. But the trade there. Real finds his second of the round. Bomb picked up. Potential push over towards B. Could be coming through Beans. He's not in a terrible position here, Brycey. I wouldn't want to be the one challenging him with the way that he was shooting. In that second round, once again, he's starting to snap. Beans, can he find a second? Just trying to finesse as best as he can. As Harry will find another 1v1 again between Beans and Wee Man.
Now, what happens? He's going to chase this one down. He's going to look for him. Has figured it out, but Beans is ready. Beans finessed. Beans got away. Beans held the angle. It's a 5-1 team war.
Beans is 5-4. But every single kill he has found has been massive for the team. The 1v3, the finesse, and the 1v1 win. Match point. Timor have been here before in the Search and Destroys on map number 2. They were 5-2 up, and it went all the way to around 11. Omit you need to go a step further, and then a step further again if they want to win this series.
Okay. Here they go. War have committed to A. They're checking it, but I don't know if they've got the flank. Harry, it's an awkward spot. He should be able to get at least one here. Got to be careful at the top of the screen. He's going to see two all the back. Not going to get any, though. Mythics will get him. Beans! It's Beans! Round the back. Finds one. Now they have to turn and find him. Timing not on his side. Will fall. 2 versus 3 ton.
Need to find it. Manson Hixie have been sitting tight while the rest of the team waste their time. Hixie needed to win that gunfight. Now 1 versus 3 for Ben. Vance will do very well. 15 seconds. If he can get him off the bomb. If he can find the first, he's not going to find the second. Bomb being defused. Omit. Close the gap. Still so much work to do.
I just never know where it's going. It always feels like it could be just a matter of a split second of hesitation, a decision. I thought when Beans got around the back he would get 2, but committed to the 1 and then got found.
He played it so well. I almost wish he had the MCW out, to be honest. Might have helped. Been sitting at 6 and 5. Been some incredible clutch rounds. I mean, if you look at the kills on the grand scheme of things, Timor 5-2 up, and then maybe have 1 or 2 more kills because of the 1v3s coming in from Beans. 1v1 from Beans. Clutch moments from Team War. This scoreline could be very, very different, but Weeman is once again very dead. Growler's there to trade it out on the other side of the map. 3 versus 3. Look at this setup, though. Yeah, from Team War. If you're Omit, just get the hell out of there.
They've gone straight into B. Are they going through? I think they are. I think the call has been made. Push through into their spawn. This means Beans will be the man under pressure.
Gotta find them. Yep.
Mythics will get the trade. And now Team War. Can they find another clutch ton?
Have they got any clue? I mean, they had a good idea that there was at least 1 player over towards that side. Did they know there was multiple? I think Omit are waiting for Team War to make a move. I don't think War are going to be acutely aware of where Omit are. But they're all going to collide over towards B, irrelevant of what happens. 25 seconds. Got to make the move if you're Omit.
Not going to see this. Harry isn't going to see it.
Him.
And Mythics gets away. For Omit, this is all about just getting these rounds done.
Oh my word. The snap from Harry. Kicks things off. Reads Real like a buck. And Vortex is now on the flank as well. Mythic's trying to survive, but he is going to be pressured. They're going to find him. This will be a 2v3 for the win.
Vortex has to play this perfect. The timing must be right. The luck must be on his side. The gunning must be beautiful. Finds it, gets away, and Hixie will chase. But not enough time. It doesn't matter. Cannot defuse. Omit, another one on the board.
Icy from Steve-O. Just knows he needs to survive as long as he possibly can. Check it around 15 and get the hell out of there. 2 in a row for a moment. It was 5-1. It's now 5-3. And I'll remind you again. Map number 2. They were 5-2 down. They brought it back to around 11, which they should have won. They couldn't, could they? It's not quite a full sale. It's a half sale.
Well, this is where it gets a bit tense. Because you keep thinking, surely Team War won't throw this away, but we've seen it before from many teams in many times. They've done this strat before. Make noise at 8. Rotate.
The old bit. Mythics will get eyes on them. 1 player towards bridge. Usually means B is on the cards. Keep an eye on Real. He may well test his luck with a push over towards this A side, but he has just sat tight. Weeman is here with him. Omit transitioning perfectly across the map at this moment in time, but they need to be careful here. This is a big push over towards A now.
He sees 2 as well. That will be called out. They don't know where to go.
Now we go back to B. They can transition pretty quickly from you.
Hixie, first in, checks the corners. We'll probably try and check out towards bridge after this. I think somebody else is going to go for it. Hixie, though, in 4th Street will go down to a 3 versus 3. Bance has to get off the bomb, gets a kill as well, down to a 2 versus 2. But time is against Team War now. Instant commit by Beans onto the bomb. And Harry's trying to watch over him. Beans now trying to get out of there. A 1 versus 2 has
Not
found this level of clutch before.
Surely not again. Not again. Wow, Real, what great shots coming through with the rival 9 again. Pricey. Oh my word, that's 3 in a row now for Omit. With the way that Team War started the Search and Destroy, I thought I'd be in bed 5 minutes ago, but Omen are prolonging this one 5-4. But are they going to prolong it
again? It'll take me about 3 hours to calm down after this S&D, I think. For these two teams, probably the same amount of time. Nerves are frayed.
That's 3 in a row for a moment. They transitioned really well on the defensive side. Look at this aggression coming in from Team War, though. Just holding. Push is going to come through here, though, from Hixie. Is he going to get caught? Yes, he is. Vortex finds him, and Vortex gets out. Big flank kill potentially coming on through. You can see Mythics was watching it, but doesn't expect Bance all the way through the spawn. What's the play here for Omit? And what's the play here for Bance? Oh, they've spotted him.
He's been seen. He's going to go down as well. 2 versus 4. Round 11. He's being beckoned down from the heavens. Surely, all Omit have to do is commit. Trade this out.
There's just surely no way Omit lose this round. Surely.
Bomb down. Position poised. Beans. Ready to strike. Sees one. This will be a shoulder game or a double chow. It will not be either. There you go. Beans for a 1 versus 4. Not going to get the second kill. It is a round 11. Omit. 4 in a row, ton.
Oh. Shiver my timbers. Here we go. This is winners semis. Oh, challenges never disappoints. Here we go. Round 11. Team War are nearly down and bleeding. Omit. It's counterpunch after counterpunch after counterpunch after counterpunch. 4 versus 4. 1 round of S&D to decide who gets into that winners bracket final.
Now Hixie already taking a little bit of a battering. There's a lot of bombs going down and Hixie has fallen. Advantage to Omit. Bance in trouble. Bance is going to fall as well. A 2 versus 4. The comeback for Omit. And now they fall. And they have fallen. Omit will go forward to the grand final. A transcendent performance. 5 in a row to devastate the hearts and minds of Team War. What a series. What a game.
I cannot believe they've come back like that. What hardiness from Omit to manage to do that. To find yourself 5-1 down, the clutches that have come through. Beans has found a 1v1. He's found a 1 versus 3. To find yourself in that situation, Team War didn't have the ice. You could even tell there to a certain degree. As soon as Hixie falls, Bance has just jumped onto White Van to... I don't know if he's like trying to just force the play. They know mentally they are done in that situation. 6-5 Omid. I cannot believe they nearly brought it back in map number 2. They were further behind in map number 5. And they win it. What a series. What a series between these two teams. I'm a combination of tired, bewildered, and amazed at what that series was. What a game. And we've got next week to go yet, mate. That was the winner semi-finals, never mind anything else. What a game.
Yeah, it certainly was. But we did say how we thought this would go all the way through. It has been magnificent, and this is how it has ended up. Of course, you can see Omid EU versus Clutch Rain. Next week, on the other side, we will have the elimination round 2. Falcons versus Fire Media Clan. And, of course, War versus Rewind. And I'll tell you something, Tan, it has been wonderful today.
Oh, wow. I mean, how many great games that was. Left, right, and center. I have just... My head's lost at some of these results, at some of these games, some of these plays. I mean, they just lost the map. But that 1 versus 3 from Beans was absurd. So many huge plays being made across the entire 5 maps from both these two teams. I want to see that as the grand final again. Not even from a bias standpoint. I just need to see that series again. What a series. What a day. I'm done, and I need to go to bed, mate. I'm done.
And I think everybody else watching is going to as well, because when the sun sets on Europe, it awakens in North America. We are done here. We have our bracket for our side of it, but the action does not end on Call of Duty Challenges Elite. Coming up after this quick break, we'll change in our beautiful American colleagues for some beautiful American gameplay. North America will be kicking off with our own bracket here on this channel in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's been amazing. It's been wonderful. And we'll see you next time.
Welcome back, friends, family, all you crazy COD fans. It's Shift and Study now jumping into the North American region. Yes, we're still dealing with playoffs. It's a little bit delayed, and we're going to be in for a heck of an evening, so get your coffee ready, because we've got 3 full set of matches to come. And Jay, if it's anything like the group stage, all of these matchups should be bangers.
Oh, yeah, these are going to be bangers. I wouldn't be surprised if we have 3 Game 5s on all the series that we're going to see today. So like Alan said, make sure you grab your pillow, your popcorn, everything that you need to get comfortable for the night, because we're going to be here for a while.
Yes, indeed, we will be. But it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to learn a lot about these teams as they kind of crunch down and try to win themselves some major money. But as we kind of alluded towards, we are jumping into the playoffs. Top 4 teams from each of the groups made it in. And yesterday's action saw potentials for multi-team tiebreakers. Group B almost had 5 teams tied at 3-2. Omit Brooklyn not quite able to find the win versus Lord Gaming, so they got ousted in the 5th position. Whereas we kind of watched SKRP and Diverse go at it, and they could have also provided a 4-way tie in the mix as well to try to see who made it into the groups for Group B from playoffs. So really interesting stuff across the board. We had some favorites that didn't quite make it, others that were unknown teams that we thought maybe just qualified out of just sheer luck, and they are looking super solid. So this is how everything squares up in the bracket. What matchup do you have your eye on if you could pick one only, Jay?
Obviously, Lord Gaming and Convoy Gaming. That is going to be just a battle between veterans. We're talking about guys that used to be in the pro league, can knock down the challengers, trying to fight their way through as they go forward. But I just think every single matchup that we have here is going to be a banger. You have all these squads, obviously, to qualify to make it to this position. So now that you're here, you want to show out. So I think every single team has something to show today.
By the end of this, we'll have 2 teams that get eliminated, but here is our opening schedule with 2 matches going on simultaneously. The Boston Academy team going up against the Singapore Syndicate, and then you've got Lord Gaming and Convoy Gaming also squared up. These are your top teams out of their groups playing up against the 4th seeds out of the opposite groups. And then immediately after that, we will have 2 different games of elimination round 1 going on, and then we'll finish off the evening with winners round 2. So yes, 2 teams will be eliminated, and we'll also know who our winners finals will be kind of starting in towards next week. And again, the continued action into next week will, again, only mean that we're going to see more action, more chaos, and I'm sure more Game 5s as we kind of figure. But, hey, speaking of things, Boston Academy, man, woo-wee, they looked hot all group long, perfect through their group stage. Give me the rundown.
They were clutching up in a lot of those games, man. But they had the greatest SMG pressure out of everybody that I've seen. We're talking about Pentagram and Yeast. They were always setting the tone. But I really think a guy who's been turning up ever since he got knocked down from the Pro Division down to Challenger, it's been Cammy, man. He's been really consistent for the Boston Academy team. They have the fundamentals in play when you talk about the HPs. The playmaking in Search and Destroy is perfect. These guys can do no wrong right now. That's why they're sitting at 5-0.
Yeah, very aggressive gameplay from the subs, but a lot of that enabled by both the ARs behind them, and they play with some tempo, friends. Believe me, you. Now, over on the other side, hadn't had much of a chance to watch the Syndicate team in their last week, so last couple of matches in their group stage, but we did get a chance to watch them in their first match, and I will say Major Maniac looking pretty solid. I think the big question mark here is which journey are we going to get for this roster, because sometimes he's super hot, and it makes this team look nasty. Other times he comes out a little bit cold, and they find losses here and there.
I completely agree with you. Like, Journey is a hot and cold kind of player, but when he's hot, he's basically unstoppable. So you want to start early into this series with that young man putting on a performance. But for this roster, they had tremendous ice early on into the Elite. We're talking about multiple Game 5 clutches, multiple S&Ds that they should have lost. They were able to clutch up in a majority of those rounds versus FaZe Black, 2v4s, 2v3s. They had that ice in them. But over the last couple of weeks, they've been kind of falling short. All these other teams have started to catch back up. So you're going up against Boston Academy, who went 5-0 flawless. You have to make sure you're coming into this series super hot.
Yeah, and we talked about that a little bit in the broadcast yesterday, that, you know, going from day 1 to day 2 in the first overall week of the Elite, you don't expect there to be major advancements or improvements. It's just small things, making sure you're not making the same mistakes more than anything else. But after the 5-day break from day 2 to yesterday, we really saw a lot of squads leveling up. Now, we didn't really get a chance to really kind of evaluate which SGP we're going to get, because they played up against Bowser's Kingdom, who didn't win a single map in their group. So, you know, at least he didn't allow them to win a map, but we just don't really know full force which Syndicate we're going to get here, although we, of course, on the other side, know exactly what we're going to expect from Boston Academy.
Yeah, at least the thing I know from Syndicate is that they're going to be fighting in Search and Destroy. Major Maniac has always put on a show when you talk about that game mode. clutches, like I said, all throughout the last couple of weeks. They're going to need that going today because already saw when you looked at the maps of mode, first map is going to be Rio. So if Journey has a slow start to that game, you're going to allow Pentagram and Yeez to get super comfortable and build that early momentum. So this is a game that you have to make sure you have to at least compete in because we know Boston Academy are going to come out swinging. But if you get blown out the water here and let them get that early momentum going forward throughout the rest of the series, it might be wraps.
Dude, it's really funny because we watch both of these two teams in their first games of the Elite, and when we watch Boston Academy, we're like, dude, these guys are not just flying, they're doing it collectively. And their coach Magic afterwards like, glad you liked what you saw, but we still didn't play well. And I was like, wait, what? Like, what does it look like when you guys do play well? Maybe we'll find out right here, as it will be Boston into the hard point first. Syndicate looking to play off the bridge side, and well, still looking for first blood while Boston soaks up the early time.
He starts off with the first kill, but they do not read where the pressure's coming in. Finally, Cammy gets the info. Him and Pentagram combined for 2. Gunsy, last player up. You know, he takes one down with him. It's still a great hold from Boston Academy early on into the P1. Only 30 seconds left. Cammy's going to start thinking about that rotation. He gets caught off guard, so the rest of the teammates have to now iron up. And this is an opportunity when SGB can find a break after they find those 2.
Great first openers. The SMGs will fall. Shawnee with the pistol. Nice little movement and nearly gets a good look at Major Maniac, but the kills come through for the Syndicate, and that's enough for them to at least contest for the time. Yeez trying to just finesse the scrap, but will be pushed aside. Now we take our focus to P2.
Yeah, over to P2 we go. We're ready to have Gunsy in a position. Off the rotation, properly set up, knowing where all Boston Academy are coming from. Shawnee starts it off with the first engagement, though, so they had the man advantage. If they can apply the pressure, they can potentially flip it out. Pentagram finds a second. All of Boston Academy right through the front, get gunned down by Journey, though. So it's still SGB holding down those back spawns, just trying to get back into the time.
Inspiring stuff here early from Journey. Again, we talked about it. Sometimes looking like a devil, other times looking like maybe the devil's inside of him. This time, it is all Journey all the time, right off the get-go. First 30 seconds, good for Syndicate. Next hit on the way, but Major Maniac is already in position to get a read. Gunsy off the pinch. This is the freest 2-piece he's ever seen in his life, and Syndicate will be perfect through P2 to this point.
Yeah, this is a great hold. Boston Academy know that they had the preferred spawns for the next hill, but Journey already thinking about that rotation. His teammate also is able to find 2 at the same time, so you're able to flip those spawns. Journey, you just got to block the back and play for the last kill that you haven't found yet, and that's going to be Pentagram, who's playing a nice little corner around that box area, but the teammates are now here. The reinforcements are here to try to break on in.
Gunsy getting the 1v1 with Pentagram, but doesn't quite find the angle to win the gunfight, and a follow-up kill from Nate over towards the old time. So now this hit through the back is very short-handed, and really it's just Cruz trying to anchor, trying to block spawns, but Cammy picks it up perfectly. Spawns will now be regained by Boston, while at the same time they're still earning some good score here on the third.
And that's a situation right there where Syndicate, you get 3 dead. We have to just fly out, locate where the last player is, because the fact that he stays alive as long as he did, he allows his teammates to push up through the middle of the map, and he also won a gunfight, which allowed Boston Academy to start off with the numbers advantage. They pushed around the back end. They were able to instantly flip those spawns, and now Syndicate are forced to now break in towards this P3, and they have not found a single second yet. With only 20 seconds left, you have to start thinking about that rotation. Yeez reads the player going for the overextension. You're still here contesting it, but it's going to be Boston Academy, at least Cammy, in a position to go over towards the next.
Yeah, this really has been kind of a tug-of-war of you get 45, we get 45, maybe a bit of a contest for the 15 seconds in the middle, but largely speaking, this has been a very back-and-forth game. Trophy system down for Boston as they will get into the new hard point first, and Syndicate a little bit reserved on numbers that could contest this. They will have to kind of play a little bit more patiently. Major Maniac does well to get another trade-away kill, and now a chance for Syndicate to try to put together their break.
Yeah, Syndicate have the numbers. They also have one player going on a deep pinch. Hopefully everyone else from the front end can stay alive long enough to set up Journey on that pinch. He finds 2 through the boxes. Gunsy through the front finds the third onto Cammy. A great break comes in from Syndicate with about 35 seconds left. This can be all their time with just the way that they are playing it. But Cammy gets to spawn out towards the back end. A free pinch is there. Pentagram through the front. They find 3. Boston Academy right back in.
Yeah, Journey just tried to sneak into the garage, maybe looking for a late finesse on the scrap time, but with him dropping, yeah, this scrap time is going to be pretty much a guarantee here for Boston. Syndicate looking to try to exist through boxes and just kind of zone around this hard point, but Boston have already rotated through this, so Syndicate looked to try to make things a mess on exit, and now they're going to be shorthanded rotating to do. They've completely misread this situation.
Yeah, this is tough, man. This is tough. You try to contest that final 20, you only walk away with about 10. But those spawns go in favor to Boston Academy. Another situation where they're the team early, over towards the new HP, and they're properly set up. Already 15 seconds uncontested. Cammy finds another through the top bridge. Cammy finds 2. Cammy's going to be able to find 3. 17-8 start on a 3 streak. Cruise missiles still do not matter. I don't know how, but Boston Academy starting to pull away with some great time.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is necessarily one of those situations that you look at and say, like, hey, Boston's 2-2 setup is still finding a ton of success because Syndicate's trying to do the same thing. Like, that was what I was kind of curious about with both of these two rosters. Honestly speaking, the second AR for both teams don't really flex to SMGs often, let alone on maps that look like this. So I will say Boston is really playing with some tempo here with this 2-2 setup, but at the same rate, it is kind of gifted them a touch with Syndicate running the same exact composition. So again, kind of through the first set of hard points, very even, very close battle, but it's Boston who once again rotate early.
Yeah, the only difference is when you talk about the kills, it's Cammy absolutely taking over with that AR. No one else is matching him on the other side. Major Maniac starting to turn up as he finds himself on 3 in a row. He does get traded by none other than Cammy, though. As the break comes in for Boston Academy, that's now a 3 dead Journey. You got to take your time.
Yeah.
Nope, you decide to go for the chow. And now your teammates are in a 3v4 to try to break again.
Cammy just playing a little bit of gatekeeping over towards Bridgeside. He does have help nearby in the form of Shawnee. Both ARs, again, just working with one another. Shawnee now realizing there's a lot of pressure coming towards the bridge, and the kills are clean. Pentagram trying to pick this up. Lots of damage coming through, and he's going to find 2. Yee's the 3rd, just looking for 1 more, and they know Gunzy's here, and he can do absolutely nothing. It's just, man, the duality between both the ARs, and then you swatch over to watch both the SMGs. It's poetry in motion.
Yeah, they're just so in sync. They're showing it time after time as now Boston Academy are going to walk away with that final jump time over towards P1, and they're winning another rotation over towards the hot dog stand. They find another 3 in the feed. All of Syndicate swanning through the front end. Just have to use your attacks to blow up these trophies. Have to try to find an opening kill. And you see Boston Academy, they're not leaving any openings. You have a player watching that mid push. Everyone else through the front. But Syndicate, they find a couple kills, make it 3, and they're going to find the break.
Dude, what a snap from Pentagram. The break is good, as you mentioned, but those 2 kills will give Boston a chance to try to work their way back in. Journey just barely tucked into a corner to stay safe. Trophy systems also placed late to make sure this break utility is completely denied. He's 1 over the top. Shawnee follows up, and he's good for a second. So, again, this is an important 20 seconds here. Syndicate really don't want to see this go the way of Boston, but they may not have much of a choice as kills continue to go through for BA.
Yeah, they still continue to go in favor of Boston Academy, and still Cammy in the feed, lighting it up. He's able to find another 2. Cruz finds the trade, but it's only 5 seconds left for Yeez. He's going to locate him, find that kill, and start to think about those gunfights over towards next. In a position to make something happen. He's able to find the second as well, so his teammates are so far away from him. You want to slow this one down. He's going to decide to go for a route now.
It is being watched. Journey on the corner. Wait, he doesn't actually get these shots off, and whoa! Yeez nearly blows them out of the water. But the trade comes through. Syndicate still find the kills they need, but here's the ARs now all of a sudden. Cammy gets the opener, waiting for the regen. Predicts the second, but didn't get fully healthy. Pentagram behind, able to find the first with now help from the rest of Boston coming so darn quickly. They're going to get past the 200-point mark.
And they break it again. 30 seconds left. This is some good time to put yourself closer and closer to that 250-point mark. Cammy finds 1. His trade is going to be there, but it's still Boston Academy. Going to be in a position to walk away with this final 15. All going to need about 25 seconds to close out this game. And off the rotation again. Cammy tries to be there early on. He does get cut down, but you have a couple players working on a pinch. They both fall. So Syndicate finally have an opportunity where they get all the kills. You can set up properly because you need a 60 hold to get back into this game.
All right. Do or die time here. Journey over the top. Good, but Cammy already found the first kill. Yee's Pentagram trying to work through garage side, and it will just be Pentagram last one left alive. Journey wants to take the challenge, but Yee's again so low on HP. Pentagram predicts the follow-up. Oh my goodness, 6 in a row for Pentagram. The break is in and other reinforcements are here.
That's just one of those takeover plays, man. He hit it with the Rival 9, whipped out the MCW for the final couple of kills. And Boston Academy now in a position where they can close the game out here. Just have to watch this cross, win one more set of fights, and the game is going to be yours. This might be it.
Looking likely. 8 seconds between Boston and a win. Syndicate have to chow everything all the time, always. And they will at least stop the hard point. At least here, maybe not. Last attempt. Have to find kills. Cammy just going to tuck himself behind White Van, and it will hit 250. It's just one of those things, man. First rotation, we exit, and yeah, we had essentially an even score, but you could feel Boston kind of doing what they wanted to do, rotating early, finding more aggressive pressure on the map, making life hard for Syndicate. Sure, they were able to keep themselves tied, but eventually it just felt like that snowball turned into an avalanche.
And that's what Boston Academy do. They've showed it to us the entire way through our Elite Stage 1. Every single time in a respawn, they're thinking about fundamentals, but they also have the players that can be aggressive in certain situations and make the game a lot easier. You're also getting a great start out of Cammy, who drops 5k damage on a map like Rio. He was shutting it down with that AR, but when the SMGs needed to get activated, it was towards the mid P1 with Pentagram found a 3-piece. Then you get over towards that P4 at the very end. Pentagram again with a stellar play with both guns in his back pocket to make the game happen. But Boston Academy, just too strong. When you talk about this HP mode, they got the fundamentals in play. They know exactly what they need to do in every situation, and they come out and dominate map number 1.
And it's just, again, like, we've seen across just about every map, every mode, what the potential of a Yeez and Pentagram sub-duo will look like. And kind of like I'd mentioned in the middle of the map, you know, I wasn't 100% confident whether Boston was going to try to run a third SMG or just run this 2-2 composition with the double ARs. But I'll tell you flat out, Jay, it's super impressive to see how Cammy and Shawnee could still find immense value playing quickly with two ARs in a map like Rio. It really is a tippable moment when you look at just how this map has gone over the course of the last couple of weeks.
And you could just tell, like, the way that they were playing. Shawnee was more focused on being the guy to make sure his teammates are spawning on the preferred side, putting down coverage shots to make him a little bit weak so his teammates can go out there and be aggressive challengers. But everything else on the opposite side for Cammy, he was the aggressive AR, more of like a flex role on a map like Rio. He was just running and gunning with that AR, dominates in map number 1. And if they can play like that, who needs a third sub? Because your ARs are still setting pace. Now you find yourself up 1-0 in this series. Like I said, confidence is through the roof for this Boston Academy team. There's not been a single team to be able to take them down. And now you're up 1-0. You're going into an Invasion Search and Destroy where we have watched these guys play.
Yeah.
They are full of play calls. They have a whole lot in their arsenal, so you got to be prepared for if you are SGP.
100% the case. And again, like we mentioned, we haven't seen Syndicate play since the first day. And they didn't play an Invasion Search and Destroy. They played against FaZe Black there, and that's where we kind of saw FaZe Black have a lot of vulnerabilities, not being able to close out on numbers. So maybe there is an opportunity for Syndicate to kind of exfoliate and do the same things here, but it doesn't feel as likely with how clean Boston have been. Hey, and speaking of things, we're talking about Boston. We saw New York had an Academy team, but anyone who's interested in playing in Challengers, you can get your hands on the sticks at Miami. It was called out today on Twitter. The Challengers event has been confirmed, and tickets are on sale right now to be an audience member and to join us at the event. But also keep your eye on the Miami Heretics Twitter, because they are going to be posting team passes apparently within the next, well, hopefully day, but they said nothing in specific. So just kind of keep your eye on it, turn your notifications on, and hopefully we'll see you guys in Miami.
Oh, that is a hot announcement right there. I know all these Challenger guys, they were sitting on like, are we going to have an event? Are we going to have one in Miami?
Yeah.
And finally, the announcement comes out today. So everything that they're playing for, oh, you got to showcase it on land. So that's super exciting for all these young men.
Lots of fun. And again, we're going to see, I think, not just the favorites that we're seeing here in North American Elite show up and have a chance to maybe play at the highest of levels in an LAN environment, but we saw a lot of really good action out of the EU boys as well, and I'm sure most of those guys are going to be making the trip as well, just to try to get themselves one step closer to possibly being an option for the CDL. Again, just want to remind you guys where we are. We're in the winners round 1 matchup between Boston and SGP Syndicate, but we also have other games that are going to be going on, so make sure you tune in with the Bravo stream, which is happening on the youtube.com/COD Challengers kind of homepage. I don't really know what to call it, like, because it's got like it's like a portal, like you go to it and there's multiple streams that can pop up, but I don't know if I call it a homepage or like the stream page or whatever, but just go to the channel and you'll see the extra live stream there.
Yeah, you got everything. You got everything. Go click on the channel. You can spot any player, probably any team that you want to watch, because there's so many different POVs. But okay, we just got an update. Convoy Gaming's up 1-0 versus Lore. Oh, okay. Lore went 4-1. You know, that's big gunless over there. Big P. And unfortunately, they're not on 1. Okay, Convoy. I see you, Don Dada.
Yeah, that Convoy Gaming team is sneaky, man. Don't sleep on them. It's one of those things that, like, we didn't really get a chance to see them too much during their group stage action, but they were, I mean, just like anyone else, they were a tough group and made it into the playoffs, which is impressive in its own right, considering how tight the competition was. But this is also a team that they started off the season hot in the cup phase, and then eventually didn't really have the results that they wanted. Obviously, when it came down to Boston, I think a lot of teams struggled with the most recent patch that came through days before the event. So don't sleep on those guys to make a bit of a move. But we'll see more of that later. And again, you can watch that on the Bravo stream. But we're jumping into our main focus here with Boston and SGP. And we're going to be on the invasion, search, and destroy with the offense being kicked off by Syndicate. And this is one of the plays that we were talking about. Yee's already forward and tucked safe in towards Broken.
And just with him in this positioning, now SGP are going to be forced to do something that they don't want to do and try to contest him or wrap back over towards A. At least the Yee's finding the first bullet onto Journey, catches him with a stun in hand. So already a man advantage for Boston Academy. Yee's gets info on the second. Cruz finds one, and Yee's is able to at least keep the numbers at even. 2v2 now.
Unbelievable gut check call from Boston. And Yee's just kind of playing some shoulders, some slides, just to see if he can find any information. Because for Syndicate, you drop that first blood, and you have to have Cruz winning a gunfight over towards the other side of the map, because otherwise you're just stuck over towards top treehouse. And, well, Yee's getting a second, neutralizes Cruz's trade on the other side of the map, and everything goes the way of Boston in the opener.
And that's just another one of those rounds where the teamwork is shown for Boston Academy. Yee's finds two, but as soon as he drops Cammy's able to find a trade. As soon as Pentagram drops, then the final player from the top blue is able to jump on and instantly go for that chow. So it's actually Cammy that falls, and Pentagram finds the final. But Boston Academy, stellar on their first defense. Just great shutting down those early plays from Syndicate, but now they need to respond on the defense of their own. Cruz is just simply putting himself in that position to see how many cross over towards that B site. He's only able to spot one. But Boston Academy looking like they're just going to default this one, spread the map, make sure no one's going to get aggressive.
Yeah, and Yee's may just kind of throw some utility, throw some shoulders, and maybe try to keep Syndicate's defense a bit more interested here on the B side of the map. But he hasn't seen anything yet, so that's kind of the line in the sand. He can't go much further without any assistance or help. And while he kind of holds his ground, the rest of Boston get to work clearing out the middle of the map.
Yeah, they're trying to at least take some ground over towards Cafe, but Major Maniac is now taking ground of his own as he finds the first blood over towards the street side, but he is one shot, only 12 HP left. The Shawnee decides to send it for this gunfight. He's going to set up Cammy to find it. Journey there for the trade, but then Shawnee there for the assistance. Turns into a 2v1, all left up to Cruz. Great shots from Yee's. I can't even believe that he just killed him.
I know.
That's a shotgun right there. Boston Academy up 2-0.
Dude, it's one of those things that I don't know if you felt the same thing, but kind of looking across like Twitter, Reddit, maybe a little bit of TikTok, like there are some people throwing clips out of their Rival 9s, and it's just like, did it get slightly buffed? Because some people are shooting freaking laser beams out of it.
Oh, yeah. Yesterday I was playing ranked with Dashy. He was running a Rival 9 with Marksman. And let me tell you, he pulled off one of the sickest clips I've ever seen. In the 30 clip, he didn't miss a single shot and somehow found 3 kills who were all over the map. Just snapped on all of them. That gun is insane, especially when you put it in a good player's hands.
Yeah, for real. Here we go again. Different route this time for Yeast. Dead silent through the doors. Checked, and Journey doesn't miss a bullet. Gets the kill, but Cammy's still a part of this problem defensively. But Syndicate, oh, have they not fully checked this out? Oh, right behind him. But they haven't gone upstairs, at least not initially. Major Maniac finally finds the kill, and Boston are in trouble defensively.
Yeah, they were able to spot Cammy on lacrosse, have to get into first blood onto Yee, so they're just going to solo him out, take care of him, work this bomb plan over towards B. Get your trophies down so you're not going to die from those nades, but Boston Academy, they're instantly trying to retake this.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the smoke is going to now slow them down. Journey finds his second on the round. 1v4 left. The Pentagram, he falls. SGP get one on the board.
Really good awareness from Syndicate. I feel like a lot of teams would have said, oh, we got Yees. Let's just gut check, push, get into B. But they take their time and find Cammy also pushed up forward. And then at that point, yeah, like you mentioned, it's just an impossible retake scenario. Though I will say, I think that if you were to be in the 2v4, smoke is down, you may as well just try to push through it, see if you catch them before they set up their post plant, but it's still a very desperate attempt.
Yeah, it definitely is, because you don't know when you walk through that smoke where they're going to be set up. You're going to have players towards cages, players on a tractor, players on a tank, all focused on the angle that you are trying to approach. It's just not enough for Boston Academy to go up 3-0. Because now they're back on the attack. Pentagram slowly working his way up through Cafe again. They're going back to the default setup, just making sure not a single player from Syndicate are going to try to get up aggressive on the map. But Yeezus is going to get it spotted over towards that street side, and the rest of his teammates working towards Cafe again.
Major Maniac did get seen by Shawnee at range through this water street. And Cammy getting free clearance here at mid. All this is just, whoa! Journey was dead to rights, but pops up. Rival 9 continues to be showcased in the hands of the Spaniard. Words. And that's enough. for now to be another 4v2.
And now if you are Shawnee and Pentagram, your hands are full. You know that Journey's going to be playing towards the mid-tank. He gets a sound cue. He's able to find the third on the round. Now the last player puts down a couple shots, but SGP just too strong on the defensive setup. Actually, it all comes down to Journey. He finds 3 through the mid-tank with that Rival 9 in hand. It just completely shuts down the call. Coming in from Boston Academy, as that's now 2 in a row for Syndicate to tie the game up at 2.
That is so impressive from Journey. I mean, when Cammy gets in towards mid-tank like that, you think, oh, no, not like this.
Yeah.
Huge
But then the
gunfight
second
win.
kill is insane. The
Yeah,
second kill is insane. The
for
fact that he
real.
reads him still one shot, just laying down prone, ready for another gunfight, and is able to catch that one on the Yeez without getting hit. Great play right there out of Journey.
That's one of those things we sometimes can see what his potential looks like. As Journey, now on 3 in a row, looks to kind of get aggressive over towards DVD Alley. Pops the door. Everyone's just seeing if Yeez is still playing aggressively, and they will see one another again. That's good information, though, for Syndicate, knowing that Yeez is pushed up. The problem is Cruz gets picked on the other side of the map, and once more Syndicate are left with restricted options.
Yeah, that was great information, but like you said, Shawnee finding that first blood. So it's going to shut down all of the information that SGP now have. In a 3v4 with only 55 seconds left, you don't want to waste a lot of time to isolate over towards the broken area and try to take down Yeez. The play call has to be to go over towards A. As you see players slowly trying to approach through that middle of the tank. Pentagram putting down shots, but he is getting spotted. Journey again with the answer to make it a 3v3.
That's a huge pick. Syndicate now own the middle of the map, which is really their only base of operation they could play off of. Shawnee's going to get red over towards Waterbridge. This is going to be a B call, and Yeez is pushed up. He has to finesse his life. He does get caught by Major Maniac. Now Cammy the next one up. He's tagged down low. You got to go quickly here if you're Syndicate, but wait a second. They've gotten the bomb planted at A. Boston rotated off this completely, and it's all just a head fake, and now all of a sudden Shawnee's stuck in a 1v3.
Shawnee into 1v3. Probably wasn't expecting the pressure to be over towards the A site. At least spots 2 players, hits one with a nade, but the play call from Syndicate didn't matter if it took long enough to locate Yeez. With only 25 seconds left, they find that kill. But you keep Cammy on that side of the map. Eventually, Gunsy works his way up through Cafe to just sneak that bomb down at that A site. And once you take down Cammy, you know that Shawnee was still over towards that Water Street. Adjustments are coming in for Syndicate as they find 3 in a row.
That's a bold call, though. I mean, you know you have Shawnee out of the play. You could have taken a 3v2, and really just a 3v1 on the B site, but a little cheeky plant catches Boston a little bit more by surprise, and I'll be honest, caught me a little bit by surprise. Now Boston on the offense after a handful in a row here for Syndicate. Journey still on 5, and this time, no hijinks or hilarity except for Gunsy playing a bit forward over towards Broken.
Yeah, he's just going to take his time, work on the outside of Broken. While the rest of Boston Academy are just trying to get a read of how they're setting up. You have Cammy calling for some information as he's playing over towards the Broken area. Yee's there for the assistance, but that bomb is slowly starting to approach his way up towards A. Journey's going to get that info, door being cracked, so he at least has somewhat known of players in towards the cafe.
That door pop, though, doesn't really shake Journey's confidence at all. He's still holding down an angle while Gunsy off the regen deals with Cammy. So another first blood. That's like 3-4 in a row here for Syndicate. Boston's still trying to force the square peg into the round hole over at A. And at least Pentagram gets one. Shawnee following up means that this bomb could be planted here, but Cruz through the middle of the map is able to bounce up, find himself a quick kill. Shawnee looking for the trade, predicted by Cruz, but didn't get the regen fully off. Now it's a guessing game on where the final player is, and Syndicate continue to sequentially tally rounds together.
Yeah, this is good work from Syndicate on the back of the first blood. You take down Cammy in towards Broken, you keep Yeez at bay. Make sure he's trying to focus on getting that trade onto Gunsy, but he was already out. Then by the time he wrapped back over towards A, even with Shawnee and Pentagram finding 2, you're just in the proper position to contest that A site. They find the final 2 players, even clutch up in the 1v1. 4 rounds in a row now for Syndicate. Been dominating in this search and destroy. Now they're back on the attacking side. You're getting early info. Great shots from Cruzy as everyone one-shot as they're crossing the B.
Thing is, Syndicate not in a position to follow up after this double dark push through. Journey will know that Yeez is somewhere nearby. Door pop, shots start to land. Yeez trying to get out of there, but it's Major Maniac who finds him at range. And, well, I'm getting about 1 frame every 30 seconds here, Jay. I don't know if your feed's better than mine.
Oh, I think it is. It's still a 1v4. Just not enough for Syndicate to clutch on up. Up 5-2 now. Our Syndicate can do no wrong. Another first blood set up from Major Maniac. Great shots from Journey to force Yeez to reposition. You get that first kill, you find the second at the same time, and then Shawnee in the 4v2 tries to be aggressive up through the water street. He falls, and it's now 5 in a row for Syndicate.
Clean.
Before the series started, we said that they need to be good at search and destroy. This is a perfect response.
100% the case. And outside of the first 2 rounds just being super aggressive calls for Boston, Syndicate have had every single answer, and now they're the ones starting to get a little bit more aggressive in their own right. 2-man stack on the B site, 2 more over the middle of the map. No one watching outside of A, but this crossfire setup should still be very hard to break down if you're Boston.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be tough, man, because you know if they're not spotting over towards that B side, the only player spotting over there is going to be Cammy through top blue. So you don't have any information. The player could be aggressively up in towards Broken, but both of the SMG players, both of the aggressive players, might be playing towards that mid-tank. Now get some info of players in towards the cafe, and now Major Maniac is going to be ready for it.
Shots onto Shawnee land, not enough for the elimination. Follow-up from Yeez, good timing from him, and he's going to turn that into 2. Journey's now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Gunzy bails him out for a moment, but not long enough to keep his life. Good nade over the top, but Shawnee, again, stays alive through it. He's got 9 lives this round, it feels like. So now Gunzy, off 5 in a row, looking for the 1v2, and it's Cammy on the crossfire over P1 that finds the kill, and Boston extend the search.
Yeah, Boston Academy just found the right time to hit towards that middle of the tank. Yeez was playing it super patient in towards DVD, but then when he slides up through the tank, finds the first blood, and is able to find the second as well. You turn it into a 2v1, you get the bomb down, and you know exactly where Gunzy was because he just finished getting a kill. So Cammy and Shawnee, they played it patient, they stayed alive long enough to catch Gunzy off guard. And now they're currently down 5-3. They were able to stop the bleeding and search and destroy, and this is the scariest round right here because if Boston Academy take this Syndicate, the pressure is now on.
Similar setup here for Boston. They get the same 2 players on the cross. Yeez sneaks over towards Broken. Syndicate should not be, I would say, surprised by the potential of this. Just comes down to can they actually isolate onto Yeez, and okay, very wisely he backs up. So we have another different look here for Boston. Just kind of a variation of what they had done last time defensively.
Yeah, and I love this play right here from Yeez because now Syndicate, they were able to spot him cross over towards Broken. So they're probably still thinking, he's in that positioning. How much time are we going to waste to try to locate where he is? But he backs up to his teammate. He's just going to play the mind games. And with only 50 seconds left, Syndicate now have to get a move on it. The play call might be just a bull-out rush over towards this B. Bomb Pentagram gets some info. Early shots up to the middle of the map. He's able to walk away with the first. Can't find the second, though. He sets up Cammy for the trade.
Absolutely perfect cover setup from Boston Academy. 3v2 situation. And again, still the question marks of where is Yeez for Syndicate if they want to go over towards B. Lots of shoulders being thrown, so possibility that they've seen this. Smoke comes out. Cammy on the crossfire. Good prediction on the player up close and personal, and then Yeez pops out to finish it off. And it's exactly as you called it, Jay. 5-4, 2 in a row for Boston, and now things start to get a little bit more weary.
Yeah, now if you are Syndicate, you're starting to shake a little bit because right there, that round simply comes down to what Yeez was able to do. Just crosses over to Broken. You keep the players on Syndicate at bay, just trying to use all their attacks to break you out of Broken. But he already repositioned himself, and with only 25 seconds left, they were able to spot him at cages. They tried to send it, but that's when the reinforcements come in for Boston Academy. As now Cammy finds himself on 4 in a row. Currently down 5-4, back on the attacking round. I would like to see a pace change right here from Boston Academy if they could.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. Obviously not a lot of freedom to play with here, just needing to get what would be 4 in total in a row. A couple of shots as Shawnee and Major Maniac continue to look at each other over through the A side of the map. Journey just looking or waiting for a sound cue for a door pop is playing a 1-for-1 angle here. And there's the door pop. Journey once again, confidence not shaken by it.
Yeah, you just got to play this patient. You got to make at least 1 kill count. So the rest of the Syndicate, knowing that the pressure is going to be through the middle of the map, they're trying to take mid-tank again. Yeez in that position. He is going to get hit by that nade, though, so you got to stay down. Yeah. While the rest of the teammates are still trying to work up street side, Shawnee gets some info on at least 1 player towards the water. So if Pentagram can win this one, at least find a timing, that can be the play, but Journey starts it off with the first blood.
Yeez does get over towards mid-tank, but he's going to have to smoke somebody with Arrival. Good follow-up here from Shawnee. Great nades from Boston. Shawnee predicting that Major Maniac's going to come through Waterside. But Cammy on the other side of the map has actually stopped Crucible hitting a bit of a flank, so now the numbers tilt in favor of Boston. Yeez is still a problem here at mid-map. SGP can't really push through this, but still find a bit of an angle. The bomb doesn't get planted.
Oh!
Gutsy gets smoked. Down to 10 seconds. Yeez has to pick this up and immediately plant. He's got Cammy watching him on his street side. Major Maniac makes the play, but he gets around the corner. Bomb not planted, but the kill comes through just before the clock expires, and we're going to 11.
Oh, we're going to around 11. I thought Boston Academy just took too long to even work the bomb plan, but Shawnee did not want to get bad timing. Plays it so patient. Thankfully, Gunsy ran out of ammo in that gunfight. He's able to at least win that one-on-one, but Cammy threw the deep route. He's able to set up his teammate to find that final kill, and now Boston Academy have brought this back all the way down from 5-2. Make it to around 11. And now it's anyone's game. Who wants it more?
Back-to-back offenses for Boston or back-to-back defenses for Syndicate, depending on which perspective you prefer. And how about this? For the first time, Syndicate are going to set up a double crossfire in mid-cafe. We have not seen this yet. Will Boston have a read of it?
Now Pentagram is at least going to pass the info onto one. Gets the first blood this time around onto Journey. You're also able to spot the player rotating back out. He's one shot. Do we try to commit towards this fight? As Gunsy just trying to play his life as best as he possibly can. Gonna get that smoke to get invested, but Cammy's still watching the overextension. Has a player at bay towards the pillars, and he's able to win the one-on-one. Instantly a 4v2.
But does Gunsy get behind this play? He could find two here. Depending on his timing, does he have the trigger discipline? Oh my gosh, he does! Oh my gosh, Gunsy can blow this wide open! First one comes through, but Pentagram and Yeez team up for the shots, find the kill, and it's just down to Major Maniac. 1v3 scenario. Shawnee the nearest one here, and he's gonna just jump over the top of him, and neither player is wiser to it until finally Major Maniac gets the elimination. 1v2. Resets over through mid. It's a double stack of the SMGs on top of the site. Major Maniac, can you pick this apart? These are tough shots. He's just bobbing and weaving. Pentagram over to his right. No angles given. He's got to find a way to get the kill. He gets the first one. 1v1 now with Yeez. Over the top of the tractor. Shots are decent for both players. Major Maniac running out of time. Needs to find the kill. And it's a ring around the rosy. He's not going to get there in time. 4 rounds in a row for Boston to go up 2-0 in the series.
Oh my god, I thought Major Maniac set himself up for success, but Yee's just dancing around the tractor. Is able to stall out enough of that game clock to where even if he falls, you still do not have enough time to stick the defuse. And if you are a Syndicate, man, that's one that's going to sting. You are up 5-2. Slowly but surely, Boston started to play it patient, get multiple first bloods, but then even in the mix of it, they were always coming out on top in that clutch factor. You were up 5-2. You lose the search and destroy, and now you find yourself down 0-2 in this series. Boston Academy, they just had some insane play calls, insane clutches at the very end. We're talking about the first time in around 11 where Pentagram is able to get that first blood on a totally different look from Syndicate. That was the first time that they double stacked in towards Cafe. He read it perfectly. He was able to get that initial kill and then just stay alive the majority of those rounds, man. Boston Academy had brought that one all the way back. That one sucks if you're Syndicate.
Oh, unbelievably badly. It's just... Again, it's one of those things we talked about in the middle of the surge. Syndicate, they put together 5 rounds in a row. It looked like they had every single read, every single response to Boston's proposed aggression. And then all of a sudden, it's just these slight little more passive variations of the same ideas for Boston. And Syndicate, who were so good at collecting first bloods in the first 30 seconds, all of a sudden, now you're down to 30 total seconds in the round, and you're dealing with 3v3s, 4v4s, and flat out, couple players step up for Boston when it matters most. So after a beatdown on the Rio hardpoint, it's a heroic comeback effort for Boston as we consider the high-rise control from Map 3J.
And now they're going into high-rise control, up 2-0 in the series. All momentum obviously on the side of Boston Academy. They were 5-0 throughout the stages, and they might be 6-0. Like, just the way that they have played, man. We're talking about early into those S&D rounds. It was Yeez and Pentagram getting picked. Like, that's not good. You got your SMGs trying to be super aggressive, trying to make some plays happen. When it comes back to bite you, that's when you have to start making those adjustments and just simply sliding into certain positions, backing out what you're like, allowing your teammates to assist you in some of these engagements. One Boston Academy that search and destroy. And like I said, now they're up 2-0, all momentum on their side. They might be looking at a clean 3-0 here.
Unreal stuff, man. Wow. Again, coordination looks beautiful from Boston, looking like a major threat for the Miami event that we just got confirmation.
Yeah.
I know everyone, I'm sure after hearing that, was like injecting NOS into the fuel lines. Like, let's go, let's go, let's go. But like we mentioned, speaking of, I was going to say we had another matchup going on in the Bravo channel with the Convoy going up against Lore Gaming, but I believe they are actually in between maps as well. So we'll kind of give you guys tallies on that as we kind of continue forward on the day. Other updates happening with the other matches that are happening in Winners Round 1. Houston Spartans take down FaZe Black 3-1 in their first series, and Spacefish Taco find themselves up 2-1 over Diverse. I believe Diverse is actually going to have to work on the reverse sweep because I believe they did win the control. So that's kind of the other circumstances here in Winners Round 1. And like we mentioned in the schedule, immediately following this, we have Losers Round 1 or Elimination Round 1 if you're feeling particularly soft today. And then after that, Winners Round 2 action to conclude our final day of week number 2. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a blast, man. Obviously, all of these teams laying it out on the line. What was it? Lore Gaming, I'm pretty sure they just were able to win that Search and Destroy and tie the series up versus Convoy. So that's going to be 1-1. But Houston Spartans, I feel like we haven't casted those guys a single time. The fact that they walk away with that W in a clean 3-1 versus FaZe Black, who we thought were one of the top dogs. Oh, that's a good W right there.
Telling you, just because you made it to playoffs as a particular seed number, it may not make much of a difference. The competition is tight. It's only going to get hotter, friends. We're going to step away for a brief break while we're waiting for the high rise control to grace our screens. Next, don't go far. More challengers right after this. Welcome back there, friends. Wow, we have got ourselves so much Call of Duty today.
Oh, yeah.
I'm here for it. It's COD is life, baby. Word to J Pros. And we've got ourselves a map 3 affair, High Rise, coming up next for the Control. And we have seen this Boston team play this map a couple of times. Looking back at it, they lost it to Convoy Gaming in their opener, but I believe they have played it once other. And again, they're just so freaking fast, man. It's just as soon as they find an opening, everyone's right through the breach, it feels like.
So they got a couple refs on this map, but now they have all the momentum on their side. You just came back down 5-2 in a search and destroy in the game too, and now you're up 2-0 in this series, can potentially close it out on a High Rise. We were looking at the SMGs, who are always putting on a performance. They did in the map number 1, but alongside them was Cammy, who took over. And now you're playing a High Rise Control where those ARs need to be felt. So if Cammy can keep that same pace, that same tone of AR play, oh, this is looking like a 3-0.
Could be, but hey, same rate. You talk about SGP in the first rotation at Rio, very 50-50,
Yeah.
small advantages here and there. And I will say that SGP, just as capable as anyone else here, to be able to put together a handful of kills and immediately turn it into either offensive objective control or sometimes more importantly, defensive spawn trapping. So that's a lot of what we see is, I think in particular, more so in challengers in the CDL, we see quick kills turn into quick map progression, maybe because everyone likes the ego chow.
Oh, yeah.
They like to get a little aggressive, but we can see major swings happen in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, and if you are SGP, everything has to swing now to stay alive in this series, so you don't have to work your way through that lower bracket loser side or elimination, like you said, Alan. But if you are SGP, like you said, Major Maniac, who's been around for quite some time, he needs to make sure he has himself a stellar performance. But I just think a map like High Rise simply comes down to your breakoffs. Like, if your breakoffs are not the best, if you can go 2 to 3 dead right off the rip, you're basically already put in a trap. That's not the best way you want to do it. And sometimes with having great SMG players who like to be super aggressive, at some times, it can come back to bite you, especially in Control. So you have to make sure your breakoffs are working to the T, not going 3 to 4 dead off the rip to avoid those traps.
And we need to see that kind of a baton passing between the front line and the back line to be very, very clear. Like, there can't be any hesitation. I think that's maybe the bigger part about it, kind of rephrasing what you put together there. And that's something that won't just exist here. You know, if you want to try to talk about a reverse sweep for Syndicate, that's going to have to be the case as well for a map like Skid Row. And on top of that, a map like Karachi Surge. So I will say, like, this series maybe saved the Invasion Search and Destroy playstyle-wise. Doesn't really require a ton of variety for either team because neither of them went to the 3 SMG setup and Rio. So is a lot of close maps, a lot of fast action that's going to be happening, but it doesn't really force you to have to slow down terribly like a high-rise search or a terminal search. It also doesn't really necessarily feel like an invasion control. Like, there are a lot of things here that could still lead towards these teams playing with that fire and tempo.
Yeah, and if you are Syndicate, you can come out and win this high-rise control. Probably your SMGs dominating the game, just finding themselves behind enemy lines, playing for a couple of spawn traps, and then also setting up your ARs to find a couple of freebies. Like you said, if you go forward, if you can win this map, you're getting to a Skid Row where a lot of those gunfights are very difficult because all those hills are very difficult to break in. So all the next couple of maps are very, very mixy.
Well, that said, there is a small delay with that map starting up, but we do have high-rise control for our secondary, our Bravo matchup between Convoy and Lord Gaming. We'll jump in to see how they're doing in real time. Again, we heard the tally over the Search and Destroy, 6-3. So now it's back to a 1-1 map count here for these two, as immediately off this opening offense, Convoy starts to find some success over the B zone, but they do get pushed off pretty quickly with a couple of trade back eliminations.
Yeah, it's in round 1, so you don't have any trophy systems to work with. 2 real is just going to get naded out. But they're instantly right back in towards this B point. Still not a single trophy system earned. All the nades, all the attacks are hitting these final 2 players in towards the point. But that first segment is going to get complete. Lord Gaming are contesting with them finding 2, make it 3 dead in the feed. Convoy Gaming now forced to fight out of their spawn.
And Jay, we already know, it's Capsule on a respawn. Just give him 30+ kills immediately, eh? So already off to a good one. First tick of progress, good FB. Classic spun around, but help was there from Caps, now on 4 straight. And for Convoy, they need to take their time. Just make sure you get some sort of a setup, a read on what this defensive look is, and then try to find some gunfights, because at the moment, it is all lore all the time.
Yeah, they haven't found any kills. Finally, Daypatty's able to find 1, but all the rest of his teammates now fall. You can open up that B Street lane as Daypatty's able to find 2. Classic is there for the trade. And with only 15 seconds left, Convoy still have an opportunity to pause this game clock. Great shots out of 2 to shut down 2 players over towards the B Street side. You're going to be able to pause it with 9.2 to go.
What in the world?
Oh!
Oh, my goodness. GigaCap starting to find his way into the server. Destroys a handful of players, but still. Convoy, a chance to get this second tick of progress. 5 seconds on the clock. They will get the second tick confirmed. Caps trying to mantle to get over the top. Team Nade kind of takes Convoy out. Last player right over to the top of the wall is Yuli. Whoa, well, late Nade comes out of 2-reel, and hold on a second. Extra 60 seconds can get added here. Convoy not done.
Yeah, Convoy not done with only 0.8. They're going to be able to extend this time for an extra minute. Can you find these transition kills, though? At least they found a trade onto Capsule. The rest of his team is all in the back of their spawn, but Johnny and Gunless, they combine for 2. No more respawns for Convoy Gaming, but you will take it. It didn't look like it was a round as you even had a chance at winning, but you at least walk away with 3 segments.
Yeah, really, really good late heroics to, again, kind of salvage the round, so to speak. Man, I'll tell you.
Oh my God.
Caps frying like that. Yeesh. That's going to be an interesting one. Again, you can track that one over on the Bravo stream on the YouTube channel. And we will be ready to go here with our main focus with Boston going on to the same map. High rise overall for the control for both of our 2 lobbies. Man, I'll tell you, dude, Caps is having himself a respawn frenzy in Elite this
I feel like
season.
there's
Unreal.
2 guys. There's 2 guys that have been doing it. It's him and Joe Deceives. They're 30 per when you talk about the respawns in general. And that definitely shows you, like, if you're making to the pro scene, you are going to be a pretty damn good player. But back into the main game that we go. Boston Academy already completing all those segments over towards B. They're potentially about to close out this one towards A, but it's still SGP maintaining mid-map control. Pentagram's trying to stay pushed out to wait for the reinforcements to help him.
Pentagram tested, and wow, clean shots from Gunsy. That's enough for the defense to regain control over at A. Still plenty of time here for Boston, but the problem is they are absolutely getting put into the spawn trap. Every lane, every set of windows being watched. Journey just floating between the middle. Caught very quickly by Shawnee, so that's a little bit of alleviation towards the issue. Cruz traded out very quickly as well. The biggest problem here is you're starting to run out of time and you don't have a lot of lives.
Yeah, you only have 30 seconds left, and at least you find that trade onto Gunsy. I was really curious if you could pick up one and invest that Cruzman to see if it actually worked. Because there was an update that just came out about 30 minutes ago that's saying that they fixed them. That might change everything for all these challenger rosters trying to make it deeper into this one. But with only 15 seconds left, Boston Academy only have 3 lives remaining. Make it 1. All comes down to the Academy. You would need to be Superman if you want to walk away with this one.
This tallies another elimination, but this clock will expire on the play.
Oh my God.
I mean, this is one of those things, dude. And that's like, even though the round is already done and busted, you're still looking at that and being like, oh, shoot, Cammy is shooting right now.
Yeah.
Like, let's not chow this guy for a while. It's a little head game to finish off the first round.
Yeah, and his teammates are right sitting there like, wow, you're shooting like that. Yeah, we got to give you more. But at least if you're Boston Academy, you walk away with 3 segments. Now, if you can start off early on with some great breakoffs to find a couple kills and basically put SGP in an early trap, that could be your success story. Now, Cammy ends that first round on 2 in a row. Pentagram with the SMG, all-out aggression in towards his B point. It's already contested, and Journey finds that kill.
Yeah, he just runs right down middle. That seemed to be kind of a lapse in the defensive setup there for Boston. And with Cammy dropping towards Elevator Alley, the only way that Boston challenges this is by coming through the ladder. Nade over the top does land to stop this from being a full-on stack, but still, second tick being worked on. Pentagram kind of just does what Journey does. Right through the middle map, ease off the small pinch. Trades are decent, but all things told, Boston do at least re-clear the zone and stop the second tick for the time being.
Yeah, but if you're SGP, you're still pushed out. You're still maintaining a lot of the map.
Yeah.
Just got to win these next set of fights, and that B point might be yours. That's 3 dead in the feed. Make it all 4. Boston Academy. Do not allow that third segment to get complete. And now if you are SGP, you got to take your time working out of your base.
Cammy Shawnee making life miserable as Syndicate try to get their way through spawn. Major Maniac, hello. Cammy just going to hold this corner. Stun out. And there's nowhere to go here, brother. Easy elimination. Pentagram now in the spawn. Clean shots to the rival at range, but it's, again, just a blender from both sides. The Syndicate are completely stuck.
This is just what control is. This is what it is right here. You get 4 dead, you're instantly put in a trap, and now you're forced to check every single corner, every single angle as you try to work your way out, but they have yet to find any kills. Finally, Cruz is able to stop the bleeding, finding the trade onto Cammy, but it's still Pentagram puts it up towards the windows. He's able to find a Cruz missile. Can he find the 7th that's right in front of him? No, Major Maniac with a big kill, but there's only 15 seconds left. There's not any time left for them to try to work out and complete any of these segments.
Cammy reducing Syndicate's attempt to get back over towards B. And I mean, it's just legitimately the definition of a blunder. They are in the food processor, the pancake maker, I don't even know what. Every kitchen appliance you could think of, Syndicate was in the middle of it.
Yep, probably a little bit of the air fryer as well. Yeah. That machine it works wonders. I'm telling you, Al. If you don't have an air fryer,
oh, I got one.
Yeah, that's the game changer of life. But Boston Academy only allowed 2 segments to go the opposing way. They respond with the defensive dominance the same way Syndicate did, just a little bit better. But now you need to work for some segments. You're currently up by 1. You don't want to have a slow start to the break off. But just keep in mind, Pentagram does have that cruise missile. I'm really curious if it works now.
Yeah. Saw it kind of be posted about. This comes down to, has that taken effect for the players already in the game? Gunzy, first blood. Cammy following up. Yee's aggressive play. And doesn't miss a bullet, man. I'm telling you, the Rival Nines are just frying. There's so many talented SMG players here in Challengers. Yee's off the regen. A little turned around. A couple of good kills for Syndicate, but Boston not done on A yet.
Yeah, Pentagram still just trying to dance around death. Over towards this chicken coops. Towards the crack shack. But it turns into a one-on-one. He's able to win it versus Cruz. Fortunately, that brain blows up him and Guncy. So you will take 1 down for your endeavors. But Boston Academy still have a lot of time to work with. They're only down by 2 lives. Finally, they're going to be able to get 1 on B point. But the rest of the teammates fall. It's only Yeezy through the middle of the map. He's trying to stay alive, trying to finesse. And you can't stay on that point because you know exactly where those days are going to come in.
Great decision-making, though, for Yeez. And, of course, he isolates Cruz. The rest of the teammates for Boston picking up off the information they found. Guns
that
and
is
top propane.
delusional.
Okay, wow. That's a place you could play. I'll tell you that. Follow-up from Shawnee gets the kill, and now you've got Boston on both sides at the same time.
Oh, this is good stuff right from Boston. Can you trap them a little bit longer than you possibly would as the second segment is about to get complete at B? They're working towards the progression up the third, and they're finding all the kills. That's a clean 4 dead. Well, it's just a 22-24 in favor of Syndicate. Is now 18-13, and now you're allowing the SMGs to do what they do best: get behind enemy lines, and Yee's finds himself in an opportunity where he can try to finesse a little bit longer.
Second tick's already gone. Third's on the way here today. And is no one...
Ay!
Can we get a kill? Is there anyone who can find a trade, please? Oh, mercy. I mean, that is fishing with dynamite right there if you're Boston Academy. My word.
Just so many situations, man, where Syndicate had opportunities. It's just they can't find the final couple of bullets to eliminate these aggressive SMG players who were dancing around the shack, who were dancing around bottom mid. And then when you're getting slayed the way that you are, with them already on the progression over towards A, you have to start chucking your nades over towards the point. It opens up the flank for Yeez to set up a couple kills on the back end. Now, like you said, that was just an utter dominance when you talk about the outslaying in that round number 3. Boston Academy do it in the segments. Now they find themselves up by 7, guaranteed themselves defense in round number 5. And they don't plan on slowing down anytime soon, Alan.
Yeah, double stack on A, but Boston have the pinch. Yeez tested, values his life, and it does come at a bit of a cost. Whoa, bold challenge from Gunzy, but gets awarded the win. And with that, now all of a sudden the A-zone looks pretty conveniently captured. I spoke too soon. I spoke way too soon, apparently. Straight kills come out as Boston find their breakthrough, and that'll only be 2 ticks today.
And now it's time for everybody to sprint on forward. Try to put them in this early trap. Cammy, unfortunately, does get taken down by Journey. Yeez finds one, but he's instantly traded, so Syndicate have already worked their way out. They have somewhat helipad control, but you have to figure out where Pentagram is, as he does whip out that AR in certain scenarios, as he's going to make it count here. As he finds one onto Guncy. Cammy across the map is able to find 2, make it 3 dead in the feed. Farthest player pushed out is going to be Journey. Everyone else forced to hit the reset.
And here we go again. Nice pickups, though, from Journey. Hold on a second. Again, that quick swing can start to come through as Syndicate make their way out of spawn thanks to Journey's double. And now immediately on towards the B zone where the clock will stop at 42 seconds. No trophy system down immediately yet. So Boston, with some good yades, will actually find some value getting the stuns, getting the damage. Major Maniac, last one left, and Boston is surrounding him. Finally get the kill, and it's only the 1 tick of progress that gets earned.
Now you see that Yeez, he was right in his face at a point in the game. But he decides to trust his teammate in that situation to find a kill on the Major. I'm more focused on keeping these guys at bay in the back of their spawn. Great stat right there from Cammy, not able to finish that kill onto Journey. But the trade should be there. No, Shawnee's actually going to fall as well. So Journey still giving his team an opportunity to work over towards B.
Yeah. Journey does drop. Yeez doesn't predict Major Maniac over the top. So again, still a chance to contest this. But once more, just when it comes to a critical moment, you've got Syndicate players falling across the map, and they're trying to get into the point very desperately. Pentagram over the middle of the map. Yeez from the top of the jump, and that may just about do it here. 12 plays up against 6. And without this second tick of progress being locked, it's going to have to go over towards A. Pentagram even picks that up on 4 in a row. Journey following up, but Yeez almost able to win it himself. Cammy, though, right there. Again, it's just as soon as someone drops, the traded kill comes through, and the time will expire on Syndicate. Wow. What an absolute blunder Syndicate found themselves in for pretty much 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, that's just what control is, man. If you go a clean 3 to 4 down, like, you're just allowing them to take all map control, put you in the blender, like you said, and we didn't even get a chance to see if the cruise missiles worked. God damn it, Pentagram. Like, come on, man. You almost own 2 on the map, but Boston Academy, they walk away with a clean 3-0 after an insane map number 2. Like, that's what it all came down to. Them coming back from down 5-2 with that Search and Destroy just killed all the momentum from Syndicate. They carried it on forward into the map number 3. And they walk away with it in a 3-1 final score. Boston Academy stay flawless in the Elite, 6-0 now.
Unbelievable stuff, man. And it just continues to impress. That's the thing. We saw a lot of them in the group stage. Thought that they were tested at times. They provided a handful of clutch moments. Here against Syndicate, kind of the same situation in the Search like you'd already mentioned, but the respawn just feels like it gets better and better and better and better. And I think the bigger thing is, and we'll kind of see this when we get to the end scoreboard, is the non-traded kills are going to be so freaking high for Boston. It just never felt like Syndicate could provide quick, easy trades to keep the numbers level. It was always some sort of a swing to Boston, it felt like.
Yeah, it was very difficult, man, because we're talking about Yeez dancing around the shack, Pentagram finessing into the B point, flexing through the underground, whipping out an AR at points. Just so hard to get a read on what Boston Academy are trying to throw at you because they have so many different game plans in the back book. And now with them walking away with this series, they're obviously feeling confident going forward. And if you are Syndicate, you are now forced to bounce back after losing a very, very tough series. If you win that Search and Destroy, it's probably a completely different look. As we look at the overall massive modes between these teams, but just losing that Search and Destroy killed them momentum, and now they're forced to make a run due to losers run.
Yeah, indeed the case. And just for what it's worth, all 4 players outside of Yeez had 20 plus non-traded of their 25, 25, 27. So yeah, the numbers were very, very high. So like you mentioned, Boston will cruise into winners round 2. Not 100% sure who they would play. They would play the winner of... Oh, they play Houston Spartans. So they take the 6th seed overall after Houston kind of, if you want to call it an upset. They did upset FaZe Black based on how the seedings had worked. So that will be our winners round 2 match, at least one of the 2. On the other side, Lore Gaming, Convoy Gaming, they should still be going because it was the 1-1 tie when we jumped into their control. So they should have a map 4 either underway or still waiting on that to start. Whereas the only other update we have is that Spacefish Taco have 3-1 diverse. So really all things told, even though we kind of started a little bit later on our side, time has been made up just a touch. Pending, of course, that Lore and Convoy don't go to 5, and we'll be able to jump into elimination round 1 pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just got an update as well that Lore Gaming just won the control on High River versus Convoy. So they're up 2-1 in that series. So we have already 3 teams advancing through winners already. So just waiting for one more game.
All right, well, while we do so, we'll step away for a brief break and either join that match in progress or jump down to the lower bracket to see what happens with who finishes in the top 8 and who moves on at least to see top 6. We'll be back. Don't go far. And we're back as we try to finish off our final winners round 1 matchup. You can see it top of the screen. Lore Gaming going up against Convoy Gaming. And like we mentioned, we really haven't had much of a chance to watch Convoy in full. So this will kind of be a learning lesson for us here on the main broadcast. Obviously, they came out and they were able to take the first map, but it's map 2, map 3 wins for Lore Gaming as we enter into a Skid Row hardpoint.
Oh, and the Skid Row HP, it's all about the fundamentals, man. Like, we know Gunless is going to be early on, over towards the P2s, over towards the P5, so I'm really expecting the opposing AR on the opposite side, and Dave Patty, who's been a menace in challengers, just try to equalize him or shut him down, set his teammates for success, but their backs are now against the wall. Convoy need this map, try to force that game number 5. It's going to be Lore Gaming starting off on the preferred side. They're getting this early P1 time. Classic reads the double push through the double doors. And this is a perfect start because you already have a player off the rotation at P2. Lore Gaming not making any mistakes, not leaving any openings.
And I don't know about you, Jay, and I know that Classic in this history has flexed back and forth between ARs and SMGs depending on what the team needs, but it is something kind of rejuvenating after a Classic largely running an SMG over the last couple of years. Now on this team, running an MCW, he's looked really clean across both search and hardpoint, where I think his kind of hit in the past was that he's always great at search and destroy, but sometimes struggle to get things going in the hardpoints in particular. Good start for him here.
Yeah, and it might be an age thing, you know, from players who were back in the day running an SMG full time, and then you get a little bit older, you got to slow down because the hands don't work as good as they used to before. We saw it with Doug Sensor, and now we're seeing it with Classic. Both of those guys have an insane resume. Classic used to tuck me to bed every single time. It was mostly Octane, but he was still a great player. And now he finds himself on a great challenger roster, up 2-1 in this series, but they do lose that rotation over towards P2. So even though they get 51 points off of that P1, Convoy get a full 60 hold right back to take the lead.
Yeah, looking absolutely perfect for what it's worth as well. Temp on 4-0 start as he was able to sneak in towards Garage and then was never challenged. And hold on a second, 20 seconds left. Convoy's going to get Yuli spawning on a position to where he can rotate through mid. Temp nearly able to find Johnny at range, doesn't quite find the last bullet. Trophy system will keep Johnny safe for the most part, and then he pops up and smokes Yuli. Too Real looking for the trade, but he in turn will also be taken out of the picture as the rotation will be won by Lore Gaming.
Yeah, I would have loved to see Donnie Temp right there. Once he finds himself in that positioning towards bottom mid, you can set up that pinch through laundry side, but he decided to wrap back, assist his teammate, try to take down Johnny, but neither one of them were successful. It's now Lore Gaming take the lead right on back. So far, this has been a great P3 hold. You're forcing Convoy all to hit a couple routes. You have players working through God stats, players all the way through the backside of apartments. By the time they get to this hill, there's only going to be 30 seconds left if Lore Gaming can still hold on, but they go 3 dead, and now Convoy have the numbers.
Johnny needs to make a decision here. Challenge from behind. Just tries to hold into the hard point. And meanwhile, Temp is just making sure no one can reinforce. Absolutely perfect break from Convoy. The first stretch of kills, obviously great, but then the follow-up to get into the hard point without much hesitation, just as beautiful.
And now you find yourself off the rotation over towards P4 at Barber. Fortunately, Too Real does get gunned down. Stun hits him right in the face, so you have the advantage if you are Lore Gaming. Already a couple players in towards the new hill. Convoy take the lead right on back. As Donnie Temp's having a stellar start, like you said. 9-3, 3.0 KD. Now you got to find a break in towards the barbershop. Just got to get past these trophy systems, check all your corners, and here comes the fight.
I think Too Real is aware that there is someone in the corner, but he doesn't fully clear it out. Classic will turn that into 2. Tries to slip away, but it's Temp who's right there, and that will secure at least a momentary break. Capsule taken from behind, and that'll be enough now to really cement this setup for Convoy Gaming. Too Real on the parallel up top. Good prediction on the Classic, and Convoy Gaming again dominate the kill feed as they break past the 100-point mark first.
Yeah, and that was an instant break, too. If you were Lore Gaming, you were expecting a lot more time out of that hill, but now with only 20 seconds left over towards Barber, you have to cut your losses at that one and make up for it at P5. 3 players not going to be super aggressive. All 4 on that side of the map. You have P2 control. You're making sure no one's going to sneak out towards the garage. And you have multiple players holding down that ticket area. Perfect setup for Lore Gaming to get some much-needed time to try to bring this game back.
Trade over the middle of the map, but Lore Gaming still very comfortable in the setup. And even more importantly, Capsule will actually spawn close towards tunnel side. Johnny does get smoked at range. Gunless tucked into a corner, has a trophy system to keep him safe, plus Classic at range. Wow, the shots out of Dave. definitely make Classic reconsider the gunfight, and then just quickly,
Oh my
Convoy
God.
get in through the back, no worries. Clean shots across the board, and that's just too easy.
Yeah, it's just too easy for Dave Pat. He beams the player off the top crates and then jump shots the player in towards top P2 and lines it up perfectly for the final kill. But it's still Lower Gaming here trying to contest it. They were spawning all the way out. Convoy still holding on. There's only 25 seconds left. They were able to find another break on one of the more difficult hills to do so without any cruise misses as well. That's very typical out of Convoy, as now they have blown this game wide open. 15 seconds left on the P5. They find 3 in the feed, and Dave Patty, he's not slowing down. Super aggressive with the AR before he does get caught.
Lower Gaming need a very solid stretch of kills here. Have to win some time at the first, but you also need to find some sort of a transition over towards P2 just to try to get this thing close. Spawns over towards Laundry for Lore. Convoy kind of taking their time on their approach towards P1, maybe trying to feel things out to see how their entry SMGs will do first and foremost. They don't do well. First couple of kills for Lore. Make it 3 in a row. Now 4 straight dead. Here comes the push through. One player will still spawn close, but Yuli's going to get caught in rotation, and here we go.
This is where Lower Gaming can come right back into this game. Capsule is starting to heat on up. They're still finding the kills, forcing all of Convoy to spawn over towards the double door side. Johnny holding it down with the AR. He's able to find 2, whips out the pistol for the 3rd. Classic is there for the trade. They walk away with this final 20. That's great, but you already set yourself up for that P2. You're not going to give it up that easy this time around to Convoy, as they're not forced to put themselves in a situation to break this P1 hill and apply pressure over towards Ticket. But that spawn from Classic right there might catch them off guard.
Yeah, very well maybe. There's really not a lot of assistance over towards this tunnel push. Capsule's gonna have to do it at range with the rival. Dave finding the first kill. Gunless trying to get involved, but also doesn't want to scam out of the hard point. Problem is, you still have a member bottom P2 here. Dave is just taking his time. He's going to allow his teammates to try to reinforce this. Now you've got 3 members for Convoy downstairs of P2. Gunless by himself. He's going to have to just be a hero, but he gets completely pinched up. What a split-second decision for Dave. Not to force the issue. Allows a route for his teammates to get in, and Convoy secure another break.
Yeah, and if you're Lower Gaming right there, all you simply have to do is put yourself in a position to watch the cross. And the cruise missiles work. Capsule, shout out to you for that. They're trying to break their way back in towards P2. The cruise missile at least finds 1. Now you have the numbers. The jump up is going to be on Yuli. He falls. And Lower Gaming instantly break right back on in with the aggression. They're going to walk away with this final 15 to 20 seconds. Still keep it about a 25-point difference. But off the rotation, you see all of Convoy. They're spawning towards the Godsept. They're not on the preferred side. You got to get past Capsule. He's able to find 2 before he falls. But it's Lower Gaming winning that rotation over towards next.
Yeah, but Classic can actually kind of set up a little bit of a mini pinch here over at mid. Wow, wallbang shots are going to tag as well. Kind of keeps Temp out of the picture a little while longer while Convoy have to be flooded in through the back side of this. The Temp is still an issue. Classic is just trying to keep his life and battle back, but again, Convoy Gaming, it just feels like they're put in a terrible spot so often, and they still make apples out of apple juice or vice versa, and now you're over 200 points and Convoy have the hole.
Yeah, that's insane. Like, Capsule was dominating top mid. The fact that they're still able to clutch up on the break by getting a couple of close spawns over towards the backside of Laundry. Great time for Convoy to walk away with. As now you're forcing Lower Gaming off the rotation again over towards Barber, but it was an instant break from Convoy. They're doing the same exact thing that they did last time, work through the back end. Already having Tura working through the backside of apartments. Donnie Temp now going to assist him, and here comes the push.
Has he seen Johnny down low? Sure has. Quick kill comes through. Capsule trying to get some work in from the middle of the map, but only a little bit of damage. And Yuli right there to find the kills. Here come Convoy again. 3v3 inside the hard point. Couple of kills already going the way of Too Real and Dave, who swapped over to an SMG, and it's just, again, so quick. It's just not resilient enough at all for Lower Gaming. Yuli on the split spawn. He's going to make sure no one for Lore can get in, and Convoy Gaming are likely to send us to a map 5 unless Johnny can go absolutely Goliath mode. Not gonna happen. And wow, Convoy Gaming, break after break after break, get us to 5.
Yeah, that just can't happen if you're Lore. We're talking about early rotations over towards P2 twice, and you get broken on what is probably the best hill ever created in Hardpoint 2 times. Like, that's not the good thing. At least the second time around, you had the cruise missile to work your way back in, but it was just too easy for Convoy to reinforce the way that they were. We're talking about being late off the rotation at P3, everyone spawning over towards God Steps, and 2 of those players initially dropped. They still find the break within the 15 seconds after that, which is insane stuff. But Convoy Gaming, they came out swinging from start to finish. Didn't matter if they just spawned on the preferred side. They walk away with it. 250 to 185 is your final score to force that game number 5. But you can see it for Lord Gaming. Gunless did not have the best showing. 6 and 17, 2,200 damage. He was just peppering players left and right. Couldn't finish any kills, and now that forces a game 5.
Yep. Wow. It's just, man. And the thing was, the setups for Lore weren't just that they were in hard points first. They were putting together a really good buffer around the hard points as well. And it forced Convoy to have to break these hills from, I would argue, some of the worst possible positions. And still, they found ways to get themselves put together. And it's just, you can't have it happen. You can't play a Skid Row hard point like that and expect to find ways to win the map. So, wow. Good stuff from Convoy. And we get to a map 5, like you'd mentioned, Lord Gaming 6-3, I think if we recall back to what the Search and Destroy score was. So, obviously looked good at whatever map that happened to be, but who knows? Map 5 could be a totally different affair.
And as you take a look at our game flow, that P5 was everything, because that's where Lord Gaming were trying to respond. They were trying to get so much of the time. They were the team early off the rotation. But once they lost those initial gunfights, we're talking about Johnny sitting on top Cray Teddy, which is a very difficult gunfight to lose. Like, you're posted up there, you lose a one-on-one to Dave Patty. That now opens up that ticket side for Convoy to start flooding. And then Dave Patty doesn't stop there. He puts down shots into the player top P2 and then instantly beams him with the repositioning to find that break on to P5. But as we take a look at our master modes, obviously it was Convoy to start. Currently Convoy at the finish line, but we're all the way at the game number 5 on High Rise, where we have seen Lord Gaming play a lot of High Rise S&E. I feel like all throughout challenges, these guys love High Rise. I don't know why. I feel like it's a terrible, terrible map for Search and Destroy, but they love it. And now we find ourselves in the game 5 for it.
Yeah, and it's just one of those situations where I think you and I are both thinking of how FaZe Black play this. It's become super predictable, I think, more often than not, because let's be candid, you just don't have that many angles that you can get to without having to be contested to work your way to those spots. So we often see a lot of those ARs just posted up on really cheeky long angles. Sometimes that leads to first blood, or I think at worst, it often leads to a lot of information that you could use to try to get some good utility in. And so, yeah, I think it's just one of those maps that it's kind of hard to figure that there's going to be one team out there that's just going to dominate this map. It feels like it's going to be a bang out almost every single time.
And the crazy thing is, us casting the way that we have over the last couple of days, we've seen a couple reps, at least from Lord Gaming on this one. Classic loves to roam through underground. He was setting the tone early on, just applying pressure through the underground pit side, finding multiple kills. But then even towards the very end, we know that Gunless loves to play in his back spawn. He holds down that B street. You probably don't want to contest him there, because he even had an insane clutch that we saw yesterday in the 2v1 with no time left. It's just, if you are that team with Gunless on the roster, Lord Gaming, you are feeling super confident because this is a map that you have reps on going into a game 5.
Good points. So it just comes down to being able to execute now. We'll take a look back over the bracket, as this, again, to reiterate, is our final winners round 1 matchup that we were waiting on before we advance everyone forward. And the matchups on the other matches for winners round 2, and in particular elimination round 1, have already been set. We talked about Houston. They'll be playing up against the Boston Academy team. But Syndicate drop after a close search, not close hard points. They have to now go up against a FaZe Black team who, I won't lie, I was a bit surprised to see the tally of Houston winning in 4. I don't know what the scores were in any of the maps, but I would have figured that what we saw from FaZe Black yesterday, that they were going to be able to carry that into today and be able to take down this Houston team that really hasn't been, I hate to say it, but they really haven't been convincing from what I've been able to tell in really many of their series.
And now if you are FaZe Black, at least you get that chance to get your redemption versus Syndicate, because that was our first ever elite match that we had in this stage, was SGP versus FaZe Black, and it was SGP walking away in the game number 5. We're clutching up in both the Search and Destroys. Like I said, I keep saying it, FaZe Black were losing a lot of 2v4, just a lot of clutch scenarios where they should have walked away with it. So a chance to have redemption to make up for it.
Yeah, and again, that was 7 days ago, so they should have had that figured out by this point. So we'll see how that all goes. Again, we will be trying to bring both of those elimination round matches out to you guys next in our broadcast slot, and then we'll finish off the evening, the twilight hour here.
The evening.
What we're going to get on a winners round too. I said, what is it, sunset? Nah, it's dark everywhere in the world right now.
But now, we're in the game number 5. We're in a lobby full of veterans, like Classic and Gunless on one side. They also on the opposing side, you got Dave, Patty, you got Temp. Everyone knows what it's like to play in a game number 5. But it just all comes down to who's going to make more plays, who's going to take better calculated risks on a map like High Rise. Because that map is just, like you said, very, very difficult to read sometimes. It plays like a 3-lane map, but with the underground, there's so many different factors you have to account for.
Indeed the case, but I believe I may have heard that we're going to step away for just a brief break. Yep, that's indeed the case. And when we come back, it'll be map number 5 before we start jumping into the elimination round matches. We're back. All right, just a quick reset, and we're right into the action. Map 5, winners round 1, Convoy Gaming and Lore Gaming, and we're going to get some high-rise action. A lot of high-rise action so far on the broadcast today. Saw it for Control in both of the series that we had in winners round 1, and we had a handful of Search and Destroy to this point. So let's see. Time to put the playbook out in the field. It is so important to get out of the winner's bracket and stay in it as long as you possibly can. Opening shots from Dave, finding some connection, but largely everyone fine. We stay 4v4 early.
Yeah, he's just more focused on calling out the cross, putting out a couple shots at Bay, but at least you give the info. One player did cross towards that back right window, and that's Temp. Now trying to isolate Classic. Leads to Turo, finding that first blood onto Johnny. With an SMG as well, all the way to the back of the spawn. That had to be a beamer.
Had to have been. I was just about to say, I kind of leaned in my monitor a little bit. I was like, wait, that was an SMG halfway across the map? Okay. Plus the follow-up leads to a plant. Classic information on the player top Propane. He also has an idea that Temp is over the middle, but doesn't confirm that with any hit markers, and this is a very tough retake for Lore Gaming.
Yeah, Lore Gaming is still in the back of their spawn. They finally get out, but Classic is going to be sniffed out as Convoy Gaming set the tone early on into the Search and Destroy, more specifically, 2Real with the beams out of that Rival 9. He's able to find the first blood onto Johnny in the back of his spawn, and then finds the second working up through the mid steps. No hesitation on that bomb playing in the 4v2. You just play your numbers, play your trades, play for the info that you gain. And that leads to Convoy dominating in round 1.
And it's just one of those things, man. Stay with 2Real. This guy finds first bloods in the weirdest of ways. We kind of
it's probably the
kill
pillow.
feed. It has to be the pillow, dude.
This guy's always comfortable in every gunfight. It's insane.
It's done over the top. Will land. 2Real able to transmit some information here. Caps looking to play through bottom blue. 2Real watching it. He's the one responsible for it, but at the moment, Lore Gaming just kind of shrug off the early stuns, and Capsule actually jumps over. 2Real did not see that as far as I could tell.
Yeah, Turo was not going to be able to spot him. As you see on your minimap, Johnny's just trying to time this hop up over towards the crack shack. Capsule is able to lead on the first blood column. So he finds that first kill onto Yuli. But now still a lot of time being wasted. But you see Lore Gaming, they're just playing it patient. They're trying to at least get some info to allow Johnny to time this jump up.
Can't be many nades left. Everyone's thrown just about everything. Johnny's maybe the last one who has any sort of utility. Good kills from Lore, though. Wow, very quickly. It didn't look like there was much there initially, but they hit the triggers, they go, and all of a sudden, 3 players find 3 straight kills essentially in the same breath.
Yeah, they were just holding down that B street. They knew that Johnny at least gained some info of a player on the backside of that B lane. Puts down a couple shots, it forced him to reposition himself, and then the rest of the teammates are there to help you. As they find all the kills at the final moments. Johnny with the beams on the player towards top Propane. He's able to tie the game up at 1. That would slow and steady win the race right there out of Lore Gaming on that play call. But now Convoy back on the attack. Do they go with what worked in round number 1? And that's a whole lot of aggression.
Well, there's going to be a show of force here at A. Bomb is not a part of this, and maybe it should be. I mean, Yuli's already through Propane. Crossing angle, though, from Johnny with the rival again. I mean, is it even an SMG anymore, bro? We're seeing so many players finding long-range first blood with this SMG all of a sudden.
It's the best gun in the game. Without question, it might be the best SMG ever created. Because you can use it in multiple different ways. Long distance, up close and personal. It works anyway. As now that bomb is going to get planted for Convoy. They're actually going to commit towards the bomb plant in a 3v4. It catches Classic off guard, and Donnie Temp finds one to equalize it, make it a 3v3.
Trades abound, numbers still with Lore. Dave outside alley, sees the threat and backs away from it while Temp finds a kill at mid-map. And then Dave, oh my goodness, how about that? A little double from David. It's initially just a surprise because, again, the first blood gets tallied at a pretty safe range. But like you mentioned, bomb gets planted underneath Classic's nose, and then Convoy just perfectly set up their post plant.
Yeah, that was perfect right there out of Convoy. More specifically out of Temp and Dave Patty. I'm pretty sure they were both able to walk away with 2 on the round. But the fact that Dave Patty threw such a tight shoulder over towards that B street, he played for the info, and he knew that they were in a man disadvantage. 2 players are pushing him. He backs up to the perfect positioning. Able to win both of those gunfights. Both of the ARs for Convoy take over in that round number 3. Now up 2-1.
What an unexpected result of that round. Trophy down, Dave getting over towards Propane. Nathan stuns over towards A. Trophy system, keeping a lot of this Lore Gaming approach safe. Temp just trying to watch across. He's held back, though, but it can at least make sure no one has made his way onto the bomb site to your point.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. When you try to attack over towards A, it's just not easy to work this bomb plan, so you can take some ground, but Convoy, they're no sweat off the brow. They had the crossfire set up, and they also found the first blood onto Capsule. So now Yuli's just trying to jump through this back left window, play for the information. Dave Patty at the same time finds the second onto Johnny. Instantly in 4v2, Classic positioning now known.
Yeah, and you just have to hopefully find an isolated gunfight and maybe turn it into a bait out for a second. And nearly it came true as Dave top Propane was hit heavily. Gunless will secure the kill. Takes us from a 2v4 to a 2v3, but the problem still just as much as they were before. Wow, clean shots from Classic, but Temp does secure the responsible kill. Gunless tries to break in, finds the first, but the trade's right behind it. No worries for Convoy.
Yeah, there's no worries indeed, my friend. We're talking about a defensive setup where you can play the back of your spawn to watch over that A site. You know they're not going to instantly go for the bomb plant, so as long as you use your attacks to the best of your abilities, you're going to get all the info. You find the opening first blood. Donnie Temp didn't even change his positioning. He was just trying to trap Classic over towards that A site. And once he wins that one-on-one, you see that Turu was instantly in a position to trade with Temp. He knew that he was one shot. I'm going to play right next to you because he's going to try to go for this trade. And they find it instantly. 2 rounds in a row now for Convoy.
Similar split off here for Convoy. 2 players, once again, making efforts over towards A. Classic, though, does get first blood. Temp tried to play what looked to be just the backside of blue. Didn't try to go outside of it. Ball, but no. I mean, look where Johnny dies. I mean, he's nowhere near Propane. He's still in the windows. He'll drop, but at least for Lore, they hold their numbers. Capsule and Gunless making sure of it. And Johnny's unfortunate death, not really going to get punished as Dave is in a 1v3.
Yeah, 1v3 for Dave Patty. You can't count this guy out, though. See, now going to work on picking up that bomb. There's still 50 seconds left. Just trying to get some information. Classic going to throw a shoulder. Now everyone from Lore Game are going to turn those arrows to exactly where Dave Patty is.
Yep, there's another shoulder for confirmation. Long wrap from Capsule. Classic, deleted. Dave doesn't get a read onto Gunless. Oh, he may have, but the help from behind started to come through, and Lore Gaming will get us back to a 1-round deficit.
Yeah, that was just too good right there from Lore. Strong on the defensive setup. Obviously, Johnny nading himself. I don't know how he blows up from that Propane, but they still managed to get it done with ease. Gunless wins a gunfight towards the right street. Capsule with the snap through underground. You force Dave Patty into 1v3, and you put him in a nice little trap. So now put yourself down 3-2 in the search and destroy. And if you are Lore, we can't work towards A. Like, it's just impossible to try to take ground aggressively up through that A site. You have to work through that on the ground, the side hop. But a majority of your play calls need to be going over towards B because there's so many different angles you could look at for that A bomb plant to not go down.
Yeah, and this is troublesome. I mean, it almost feels like a bit of a miscue here. No one seen on the cross by Johnny, but Convoy still get away with 2 kills as Lord just kind of full sent it down Elevator Alley. Gunless, the last one standing, does have the bomb. Dave over the top, not going to lose that gunfight. 2 defensive rounds in a row, I should say. Dooley pops his head. Johnny, decent damage, but still stands in a 1v4.
And Dave Patty still putting down shots. He's trying to find the ace on the round. Johnny's now slowly trying to work his way through underground, but they get instantly wiped as they put pressure over towards the B street. Dave Patty shuts it down with that AR in his hand, able to find 3 on the round. No one is attacking over towards that B point as Convoy Gaming take the round, now up 4-2.
I'd be curious to see what went wrong there. I mean, you've got 3 players offensively committing to playing at Alley. You think everyone's throwing everything they have.
Yeah, they probably got hit by a nade. The trophy didn't go down quick enough, so everybody had to be one shot because Dave Patty walked away with 2 easy AR gunfights without being weak as well. So something had to have connected on Lore.
Dave now watching the cross. Tags to Johnny. Big gunfight battle back, but we stay 4v4 after a very aggressive game of tag on both sides, and neither player is done with this battle yet. Johnny will slip over, so he'll get to the A defense while the rest of Lore will set up largely for an underground setup here at B.
Yeah, Johnny might have had a rival 9. Who knows? Able to get him one shot in that situation, but Convoy now get the info of Johnny's repositioning, trying to put down a couple shots through that back right window to force him to move himself around. But now the play call for Convoy is to work through underground, try to work our way in towards B. The Lore Gaming, they are ready for this push.
Oh, yeah, classic. Good read on the Yuli up top. Nade to follow, but 10th bottom blue will trade things to a 3v3. Capsule not able to stay over towards the elevators. So maybe a chance here for Convoy to work a plant. 2v3 situation, and Gut 2 Real was just trying to play for another elimination, not going to find a kill. Temp, once more, stuck in a 1v multiple, this time 1v3. And, well, he just doesn't have a lot of room to work with here. No bomb, no time. It's kind of a dire straight.
Yeah, it's only 20 seconds left. That bomb's going to be down toward the B street. You're able to spot Gunless, walk away with that gunfight. But only 10 seconds left, just not enough time to get the objective done. Lore Gaming, again, aggressive up through that B street, and that's worked out for them twice now on defense. You're holding down your underground pushes. You allow players like Classic and Capsule to get aggressive up through that B street, and they make Convoy pay for it. Now down 4-3. Such a back-and-forth search and destroy we have on our hands. The Lore Gaming simply have just not found an answer on their attacking rounds. That's what they need to figure out.
I was going to say, kind of both teams are kind of dealing with some trials and tribulations on the attacking side. But in particular, I think you think back to that Dave Patty 3-kill round, and you say that just, you don't love to see it. Yeah. This time it's going to be Temp defending over towards B. Gunless playing on helicopter stairs. Yuli trying to feel things out at blue when he's going to be able to get a bit more aggressive than we've seen to this point for Convoy's defensive setup.
And this is a lot of information that he was already able to gain. Now you know that Lore Gaming had to be taking their sweet time working out of their spawn. No one set up themselves for a scam kill. Now tags are getting invested, trying to make sure no one's going to be aggressive up through the A point, but it still might fall into the hands of Yuli. A couple early shots come down onto Dave Patty, but he's going to hit the go button, and unfortunately, Gunless makes him pay for it. Dave Patty answers, though, 3v3.
How do Lore Gaming use this information to break up some sort of a defensive setup on one of these two sites? Bomb is still overlooking at A. Capsule in the corner. Oh, Dave is ready for this gunfight if he just sees any bit of information. And there it is. Shots are in. Caps in trouble. Does get away. Huge trim to keep his life.
And now Johnny's able to take some ground. He's going to find the timing onto the player in the back of the spawn. Takes down Donnie Temp. And if he can line up the second one onto Dave Patty, even better. But Capsule finds that kill. It's all left up to 2 Real in the 1v2. There's only 10 seconds left. You just got to get this bomb carrier.
He's going to try to wrap this over towards blue side, but he's not going to have an angle initially to find the kill, but he does catch him on the exit. Now to the 1v1. Johnny's still playing deep and pretty, I will say, pretty far away from this bomb. Thing is, 2 Real has to clear so much of the map, and his focus towards the defensive spawn is going to go for essentially nothing. Now back towards the bomb. The long wrap for Johnny. Going to work out. First shots are in, but 2 Real really doesn't get tied up too heavily. Wants to take the challenge, and Johnny puts him down. Oh, a huge offensive round for Lore Gaming, and it may have started and finished with the fact that Capsule gets out of blue without falling. That could have been detrimental towards the offensive effort.
I love the patience right there out of Capsule. He knows that at least one player is viewing this angle through blue side. Gets that info, and like you said, he's able to slide out with his life, but it all comes down to Johnny. Once Capsule is able to force Dave Patty to put down a couple shots, Johnny hits the go button. He's able to find that first kill onto Temp, find the second one, at least assist Capsule for the second kill, and then clutches up in the 1v1 with the ring around the Rosie play at that A site. There's so many angles you have to try to check. Unfortunately, Too Real could not check the right one. This is all tied up at 4. A whole lot of aggression in towards this point. Too Real opens it up, this time for first blood.
And that trophy that gets placed for the defense comes away with nothing. I don't know if it just didn't get to the ground before there was already a nade inside a B or what, but it looked like the trophy was going to be in a good spot. Just doesn't actually connect with any of the incoming utility, and Convoy Gaming come on top of the numbers, and now they have a free A site.
Yeah, now if you can time this perfectly, Johnny's slowly trying to work his way back to his spawn. But that bomb is getting planted over towards A. Now he finds himself in a crucial position to potentially find one on the exit. Can have a freebie into 2 Real, forces it to be a 2v2, and now you're one off of a cruise missile. How aggressive do you decide to play? You want to wait for your teammate to actually make a play on the opposing side.
Well, the thing about it is he's going to be forced to take an engagement here soon. Temp is coming around the back. But Johnny may have snuck through long enough. Temp still hunting. Good trigger discipline. Doesn't miss a bullet. Now the threat of the streak is gone. It goes to Gunless for 1v2. He pulled one of these off yesterday, but in a very different set of circumstances. Temp deep has been seen. Shots clean, but not clean enough. Temp stays alive, and now there's just not enough time to play for the kills nor the defuse. Gunless will still battle, but he will eventually drop, and Convoy Gaming get to series point first.
Hey, Convoy just take advantage of the numbers. You open up with the first blood. You also find the second kill with the pro plane blowing up. So you rotate out of that B site. You keep those players who were at B Street originally when you started off the round. And you just get that bomb down for free. It's just not enough time for Gunless to work with, and unfortunately Johnny does fall, so no cruise missile is going to be earned. Now Lower Gaming backs against the wall. Convoy at point game on the defensive setup. Might not want to challenge Dave Patty over towards the B Street because that guy's gaming.
That's what I was just about to say. Trophy system down, and Dave is going to go further up towards Propane. Get there for free. I mean, that is about as quick as you can get there. Shots come through, though. Lord Gaming get the read on it, and they will push him off. So, okay, everyone stays healthy in the opener.
Now, it's already 25 seconds knocked off of that game clock. Lord do not want to make any mistakes. No one wants to get first blooded. They're trying to force Convoy to switch up their defensive setup a little bit. Potentially find a timing. As you see Johnny laying on underground. He was able to spot Temp. He's waiting for him to repick and commit towards this underground fight, but Tiny Temp's just throwing all those showers. He's a vet. He knows what's going on.
First blood good for Dave, playing back at the elevator. Gunless, battling with Temp, but no kills come through. But Johnny, he's found the perfect timing. Oh! Gets absolutely turned on by Too Real. Follow-up kills, though, keep us in a 2v2. Capsule with just enough vacancy to get the bomb planted. Could still be a quick challenge, though, from Too Real up top over the cinder blocks, and the follow-up kill is good. Convoy Gaming will take map 5, and it starts and kind of ends with Too Real securing the defuse.
The fact that he's able to walk away with that second gunfight onto Johnny is insane to me because Johnny found the timing. He found the first kill and snaps onto the second, but Too Real, like I said, just too comfortable in all of those gunfights, and especially when you got a rival 9 in your hand, it's a shotgun. Wins that one-on-one versus Johnny, shuts him down, and then he knows that Lord Gaming have to commit towards a bomb plant at either one of these sites, and it's most likely not going to be at A, so he puts himself on the top of the railing. Even though the bomb does get planted, he's instantly there for the chow. And Convoy Gaming, we're down 2-1 in this series. They lose the map 2 search and destroy, but the one that matters the most is the game 5. They're going to be the team moving on.
Unreal stuff. Not done, though, is Lore. They've got to quickly try to find a way to regain, get into the veto process, because they will be battling in the lower bracket up against Diverse. Oh, that's going to be a saucy one. Just flat out knowing how Diverse likes to play. Yeah, we're going to get some speed and tempo in that lobby for sure.
Yeah.
So we do get the winners round 2 matches at the end of the evening. Convoy moving on to take on Spacefish Taco. Houston Spartans taking on the Boston Breach Academy. That will be going on, and like I mentioned, not in this upcoming block, but the one after that. We'll be moving down to the elimination bracket to take a look at both diverse playing lore, and then, like we had previously mentioned, FaZe Clan Black taking on Syndicate, and I imagine that they're probably chomping at the bit, ready to go, because I have to imagine that their veto process is probably done. So, with that in mind, that I imagine is probably going to be our focus. I know Zoom and the watch party are probably also ready to go watch the ponies get to work.
Everybody's ready for these next set of games to start. Obviously, FaZe Black, they can't wait to get their hands on Syndicate again. They lose their first series of the day, but now it's a chance for you to write that redemption story, work your way now through losers bracket. The tournament is far from done from either one of these squads still in it. But, like, just the way that a couple of teams lost. Like, Syndicate, good thing for them is that they lost in a clean 3-0. They choked in a search and destroy. And now you've had a lot of time to right those wrongs. But this is just going to be a banger. We're still far from done. We got 2 more matches, Alan. We're going to be here until 3 a.m.
I'm out of coffee almost, Jay. Might do another refill, and I'm here for that. COD is life. But, hey, speaking of, you want to get some more COD in your life, easy segue. Miami's coming up end of March.
Oh, yeah.
I actually forgot today was leap year. So January stays around for an extra day, but not too late for you to get your hand on your event tickets for the Miami Heretics first ever major down in South Florida. You can see the QR code to get your tickets now. And, of course, if you're looking to play at the Challengers event that was announced earlier today, make sure you get your notification bell on for the Twitter at Miami Heretics, because they are supposed to be pushing the team passes here pretty soon. So make sure you guys are getting yourself reared up and ready to go. It's going to be, I mean, that's spring break week, dude. We get to watch COD and enjoy the beach. Come on. What else could you ask for?
That's going to be a banger, bro. Obviously, everyone was waiting for that Challengers event to get announced, but now you are forced to probably spend a little bit more money than you wanted to than beforehand, because the way it was announced, a lot closer to the event. But obviously, Miami's going to be a banger. Everyone's going to have a good time. It's going to be a blast, man. It's going to be a blast. Make sure you get your tickets. Make sure you get your team passes.
Well, no breaks. We already talked about it. FaZe Black, Syndicate, they were ready to go. So they're already in lobby. And we saw the maps pop up on screen. We got a sub base, a terminal, and a Karachi to start off this series. And you talked about how Capsule's a walking 30 bomb. Well, same could be said for Joe Deceives, and it's a full 4-man down break off for FaZe Black here in the opening hill.
And now there's only 30 seconds left on the P1. SGP know that they have to apply pressure. We can't try to overextend through that P5 side. Try to flip over towards P2, and we also can't give up 50 seconds at P1, but they might not even have a damn decision in that. FaZe Clan are finding all the kills in the feed. Another 3 dead. All of Syndicate now forced to try to overextend, win a couple tough gunfights, push right through this warehouse, and Lunars and Exceed perfectly set up to watch this cross.
Yeah, there's just nowhere for Syndicate to go. Follow up here from Exceed up top. Doesn't get a full read on the push through stacks. So Major Maniac's going to get the top window. Guns is going to get into the hard point. And yeah, I mean, it's just kind of the way the kills happen. Exceed's position essentially amounts to nothing. And
yeah,
now FaZe Black have to re-break the entire map to get over to P2.
Yeah, that's tough, because if you are FaZe Black, you start off picture perfect. You're getting 45 seconds off of P1, but then off the rotation towards the next, you lose all those gunfights in about 5 seconds until the new hill pops. And with Exceed, like you said, being in his positioning, he instantly flips those spawns for his team, so now they're forced to break, but that's not an issue. Lunars is able to find 2 through the back end. The break comes in, and even though SGP is spawning towards that backside of P2, you have the rotation if you are FaZe Black over towards the next.
Yeah, really weird set of affairs here over the top of the second hard point. Just as quick as Syndicate were able to break down the setup for FaZe before the hard point opened, FaZe did the same thing, and then, wouldn't you know it, last 20 seconds, Syndicate do the exact same thing again. So essentially a tie game here as you rotate over to P3. FaZe Black once again set up with the preferred kind of lockdown over the top of the site. Most of this happening over towards Snow, but Journey already getting some clearance. Long shots from Exceed playing top server, but he only gets 1. Enough time for Joe Deceives off the reset, but once again, Syndicate finding key kills. They're going to jump right into the hard point.
Oh, that's good stuff. You take top Snow control. Cruz is not slowing down. He was dominating in that position, and now he finds himself on 5. You were able to flip those spawns as well, so Syndicate are going to find themselves in a position where they're going to take the lead, but it's only going to be for about 15 to 20 second lead. With only 25 seconds left, Cruz does get shot off of that cruise missile. Now you're forced to hit that rotation. You actually have one player who slips on by, or Major Maniac. Can he try to get something done?
1v1 with Joe. No, not a 1v1. It was a 1v2. Kills come out. Everything essentially again resets as we finish off the last time and move back over. FaZe once again. They have the perfect setup. Just have to be able to turn it into what you would assume would be at least 40 seconds. I mean, this is not just control of the hard point. They've got players contesting the rotation through mid. It's just the kills are not really coming through cleanly. Exceed finally able to get a couple to make this a little bit more manageable, and Syndicate are a mile away from this hard point.
Yeah, Syndicate are so damn far, but that's a big gunfight win from Gunsy. Now he's going to be the player to slowly work a pinch, potentially spawn a player out, and yes, he does. But that might come back to bite them, because if you are the rest of FaZe Black, you can hold down to this setup the way that you currently are. You have a free player going on that pinch. As they have been able to hold down this hard point to the T. Already 30 seconds gone on by. 35. Joe Deceives finds the final towards the back end. Farthest player pushed up is going to be Cruz. He is sniffed out, though. He is red. Gun down. And this is a great response from FaZe Black, so at least walk away with 45. The spawns now flip, and
nice.
You read it perfectly if you are Brack.
Yeah, absolutely perfect shots coming out of Brack. And once again, this is kind of what we learned about FaZe. Not just in the first week when they played Syndicate, but following through yesterday and the rest of their group matches. They love to just if you were to like put a possession arrow in terms of who controls the map, they want it all the time. This time, though, on the rotation, it is 3 from Journey, a 4th from Cruz, and SGP have full control over P5.
Yeah, SGP have full control, but at least if you are FaZe Black, everyone spawns over towards the preferred side at P2. So you have the positionings to reinforce. If the nades are hitting, even better, but the gunny currently isn't working. Journey and Gunsy, they combine for 2. You're still holding down to this HP at this P5. Already 30 seconds uncontested. Great shots coming in from Cruz as the spawns now flip. They get a read on it. And the repositioning might be just enough to walk away with a full 60.
Good eliminations coming around the backside of this time. Gunsy off the regen. No, Lunar's right there. Picks him up, no worries. So we exit the first rotation to hard points, and it's a pretty tight game, especially if Journey can find a little bit of extra trap time. I think the biggest news so far is like FaZe Black are winning in terms of rotating. There's kind of like Atlanta FaZe. They're not holding anything. It's just kind of like big brother, little brother situation here with how these holds have not been as successful as you'd like to see.
Yeah, sometimes you're just dying in the wrong moments. Like when you're dying in the final 5 seconds of a new hill popping. Oh my God. The fact that Exceed is able to win that gunfight just threw me off of my train of thought, but it's still FaZe Black in control of the hill. The rest of SGP now working their way up through water side and can potentially flip these spawns. Yes, they at least flip it for 1 player. Only player on that side of the map now turns into Lunars. Gunsy finds 2 through top Snow, and SGP gaining some great time off of this P1 so far.
And it's just wild because Major Maniac really hasn't done much to this point, and we still may see Syndicate in the lead. And a lot of that, again, is coming off of break attempts. I mean, I don't know if Syndicate has won a rotation yet. Maybe to 5 if you want to call it that, but everything else has been on the backside of just really quick breaks. And once more, you're kind of in a 50-50 status over the top of what's about to happen here at P2. FaZe Black not fully in control of the spawns, but a couple of kills come through, and that should cement it, pending they can get rid of Gunsy, who is on 4.
Yeah, you gotta just take care of Gunsy. Spawns come in for Syndicate towards the backside of this hill, so they have the preferred side. They're able to take the lead slightly. But if Gunsy can earn himself a cruise missile, that can play dividend. As we get to that later half of this game, you have FaZe Black applying pressure from every angle. Exceed through the back end. Multiple players jumping through the window. They find all the kills. They find the break.
Yeah, it's a little bit more like it, you'd think, for FaZe. 30 seconds to play for Brack. Again, just making every player spawn up from Syndicate deep, and then also their challenge as soon as they're sitting here saying, I got to pull my pistol out and get to my ATS. Like, it's just, ugh. It's got to feel like such a slog for Syndicate trying to find their way back to these hard points. But still, it's just, again, maybe because FaZe are playing so far forward that Syndicate just get a trade, and then they're just immediately sprinting into the hard point again.
That's exactly what it is. We're talking about Brack finding himself in a crucial position towards top warehouse. You know all of Syndicate is spawn right in front of you. But the fact that you're one shot after you just won a gunfight and instantly go for the child, that layer that you just created instantly gets wiped away. So if you are FaZe Black, we just got to play a little bit more conservative. Play your life a little bit more, and you will have this lead in a very, very more towards your side than it is for Syndicate. But Syndicate are able to take the lead right on back over to the P3. 20 seconds uncontested. All of FaZe Black trying to at least apply pressure towards the back end to flip those spawns. 3 players on this side of the map. This should lead to the break.
Really well done by Lunars. Kind of, I would say, single-handedly made that break happen.
Yeah.
Brack, once again, just kind of fighting away from the hill. Doesn't really create much opportunity. So next one up is going to be Joe Deceives working with Exceed on this kind of mid-map cross.
Big win.
Clean shots come through. Journey will drop, and that will mean that FaZe will have a route open if they try to make a move across the map.
Oh, but unfortunately that player still spawns with his teammate. But now with Josie finding that kill at that moment, that player is now going to spawn out. But the rest of SGP guns are up. Able to find Brack and Joe Deceives. Exceed still trying to block these spawns through the back end while his teammates apply the pressure through the front. It's a 2v2. Like, you have the numbers. You just got to go.
Yeah. Brack Lunars helping out. Exceed stays alive, and the break comes through. Lunars on 5 in a row. Wow. It's, again, one of those things that you just feel the patterns. You feel the trends as Lunars gets the 6, and then the last bullet onto Gunzy for 7 in a row. Earn up the cruise missile. Trophy system gets placed, and this is a big back 30 here for FaZe Black.
And Lunars didn't really show me a lot throughout the league stage matches. But in this match right here, he's going off. 18-11 start. Multiple 2 pieces around the map, and he earns himself a cruise missile to lead to the break. Now he's not slowing down. 8 in a row. Fortunately, Gunzy catches him off guard there, so Syndicate could potentially walk away with this final 10. But if you're FaZe Black, you will take that. That all comes down to Exceed just simply winning that one-on-one over towards the P2 side, blocking those spawns for his teammates to flood through the front gates. And now they find themselves at 220, can close it out at this P5, but this is where Syndicate had a response last time around.
Brack looking to sneak up towards top snow. He's going to get here. Is it being checked? Major Maniac is the one kind of looking for it. Awkward gunfight. Both players caught on sprint, but Journey will drop. FaZe still in the hard point. Major Maniac top office. Clean to at least get the first. Exceed reading the threat from Cruz as well. So FaZe will have full knowledge on what this Syndicate break setup should look like. Here comes the attempt. First kill decent. That's going to be enough to get Syndicate into the hard point, but the follow-up shots are perfect from FaZe. They get 2 more kills. They've got numbers, but Major Maniac and Journey have stayed alive through this. Has to come to Lunars, and as he's stunned and tagged, he can't make the break happen.
Yeah, you just got to take your time, and unfortunately you waste too much time. At least the Crew's finding 2. Syndicate currently still on the point. Major Maniac finally falls in towards the top side of the warehouse, and there's only 10 seconds left. You set yourself up for the W if you are FaZe Black, though. You are off the rotation over towards P1. All of Syndicate now forced to try to execute a break. But you see the spawn right there from Gunzy. He might be spawned into a great position to at least find his player, eliminate him off the point, and set up the proper pinch.
Kill comes through, but Joe Deceives has snuck his way over through the water ramp, but Major Maniac confirms the trade. Lunar still up top. Neutral hard point. Brack on 4 in a row. Pops the door. Oh, Major Maniac almost gives him the business, but Brack survives, and with that, FaZe Black still in the hill. Nades landing. No trophy systems down. Brack still going off now on 6 in a row. Give him the 7th. 7 more seconds needed. FaZe in the hard point. Last challenge would have to come from Journey. Does he even get to the front of the hard point in time? He does, but gets taken out, and with that, FaZe will take map number 1.
It wasn't as clean as they probably wanted it, but FaZe Black still walk away with the W. Great AR work out of Lunars and Brack. They just shut down all the power positions. We're talking about top snow, top 3, P2 window. They were always in those crucial positions, and when you don't have that, when you have a slow start for Major Maniac, that is what the ending scoreline is going to be. The ARs just take over. The cruise missiles weren't even needed to be invested. They were just in control from start to finish. And like you said, in that middle of the game, it was usually due to the breaking and the rotation from FaZe Black. They found themselves at every hill basically first. They were the squad there first. When they needed to execute a break, they did it great over towards the P4. And they did it with great positioning plays out of a couple players on their side. XC started it off with a great one-on-one gunfight towards top P2. Once he wins that gunfight, he blocks those spawns. All of SGP spawn across the map. But then every time when they were properly set up, that's when you allowed Luders to start taking over. Brack to start setting up multiple kills. They just were in control from start to finish to that game. It wasn't as clean as they wanted it to, but they still walk away with the dub.
Yeah, it's just like, kind of like we talk a lot about Search and Destroy and how First Blood conversion success rate is pretty high. Maps like Skid Row, maps like Subbase, if you're rotating correctly, you're going to likely come out on top of the map. Even if it's not as pretty as you'd like it to be, it's still the fact of the matter that you're putting SGP in this moment of chaos. And we've seen it now for a couple of maps in a row. We talked about kind of gunless on the Skid Row, not able to rotate in time, doesn't get himself set up as the main AR. Same situation happens here with Major Maniac, where he just never is in a spot where he's like, all right, we're in the hard point first, we've got spawns, I'm set up in a power position. I don't think you could have ever said any of those things, maybe save one hard point or two.
Yeah, probably the only power position he had was top warehouse at P5.
Yeah,
he was living up there, but everything else was in control of FaZe Black. As you take a look at the game flow, they just started pulling away towards the later half of the game, but now you're going to a terminal search and destroy. And if I'm correct, I'm pretty sure if you are a Syndicate, this is a map that you played in one of your series. I'm pretty sure it was versus Lore Gaming. You were up 5-0 in the Search and Destroy, and they full sailed you. So now you lose that map, number one. You're going into an S&D that gave you a couple hiccups, a couple shakeups the last time you played it. But at least the guns are a little bit more hot. This is where you were able to take down FaZe Black last time around, was multiple clutches in S&D, and now you are forced to do it again.
6-2 was the tally, but that was, again, a week ago, which, honestly, is kind of weird to, like, say that as if it was a long time ago, because...
Yeah, a week is 7 days, man.
CDL team's like, we haven't played these guys in a month. Like,
Yeah.
definitely some things that could exist in the minds of both squads, thinking back to how it had happened and how it played out the first time around. But the bigger thing about it was, in that series, we've already hit on this once or twice, let's hit on it again, FaZe threw away so many hard number situations.
Yes.
Like, in the front of my mind, I'm thinking back to Gunzy, bottom tarmac, 1v2 situation, finds the first, allowed to get the regen, gets the second. Should never have happened. There were so many moments we walked away with saying, that should never have happened. And you don't think that's going to happen again, but we kind of just got off of the hard point saying, these breaks shouldn't be happening at Syndicate or Finding. So we'll see if that starts to snowball into disaster.
Yeah, I just think if you are FaZe Black, no one's scammed. Like, that's the biggest thing. If you find yourself in a crucial position, just stay alive. Even if you're one shot, we don't have to commit towards the chow. We got to play our numbers to the T, use the buddy system, and make sure on terminal we're not losing defenses, because offense is really difficult. If you don't make a play in the first 15 seconds with all out aggression, you're trapped. And now you're forced to try to maneuver away. If you keep a smoker in your back pocket, that can help you going forward. But if you're losing defenses early into rounds just because simply off of aggression, you have to make those adjustments, and they have to come in quick.
See if they've learned their lessons. Syndicate. I think the player to watch very well may be Gunzy. You could also make an argument that Major Maniac needs to kind of a bounce back map here. I mean,
Yeah, he's always the player to watch when you talk about Search and Destroy, but I love the shot on Gunzy. He's like setting the tone. It doesn't matter if it's a Rival 9 or an MCW in hand. He's going to be the most aggressive player, so he might be the guy to make something shake early on in these attacking rounds.
I like the call. See how it all unfolds. It's just wild because you look at the rosters on paper throughout what we've had to this point. It feels like a CDL match. Stuns over the top. Major Maniac in trouble, but wisely reads this, gets into a corner, avoids the first blood. Now he counter stuns this. This will land, but there's a double stack here, and I don't know if he fully realizes that Joe's still penned up in the corner. Nade being cooked, and Exceed actually bounces out. Kill comes through. Major Maniac dives into Joe's waiting arms, and we have a weird situation across the map. 2v3. Joe still stuck behind the library desk. He will drop, leaving Lunars by himself.
Yeah, Luna's not left in the 1v3. He is going to get sniffed out, and that's just the aggression right there to FaZe Black. You take a great positioning in towards library. You have the crosshair set up, but the fact that Major is able to walk away one shot, give the info to his teammates, one player is going to be on the desk, and I'm pretty sure Doe Deceives actually takes a shot to finish the kill onto Major Maniac. So you get the info early on that two players are already trying to be aggressive up through the middle of the map. You find the first blood, you isolate Joe Deceives, and then you also isolate that player over towards the B point. Very, very easy round right there for SGP to take the opening attack.
Yeah. I like the idea, too. That's a unique defensive aggression setup that I don't think I've seen yet from anybody. But Major Maniac, perfect in the read and the follow-through to at least allow his team a chance to break down that aggression. So, first round, as we've mentioned, has gone in the way of Syndicate. Crossing angle for Major Maniac, top AC. Gunzy playing up close and personal with a little bit of assistance from Journey deep over towards the back as it's playing.
Now, this is just a typical setup on defense. This is the go-to. Double stacking towards the plane. One player making sure he's watching over Burger, but the rest of the guys making sure you're watching over that middle hallway. As the contest is about to come in, no, Joe Deceives said, no, we're not going to peek that this time around. We're going to decide to work our way on back as you're going to have Brack trying to take ground up through Burger. He is going to get some info early on onto Cruz, so we can't go that way. It has to be over towards the plane.
This is all about who gets first contact here. I think Gunzy is going to have to go 1-for-1. Oh, but they try to drop out of windows here and avoid the push in towards the jet bridge. That doesn't work out. And now Gunzy is in a much more reasonable position. Perfect Semtex timing. He isolates the 1v1. Brack only able to secure the first trade. Perfect defensive setup for Syndicate, and just I don't know if I would call it a weird decision to try to play out of windows there, but whoever made that call, I'm sure is going to be regretting it.
Yeah, they were just trying to play for anyone playing towards the lower half of the plane area. But Exceed, unfortunately, Does get caught off guard by Major sitting towards top 3. You find that first blood. You know, with only 30 seconds left, the push is not coming over towards Burger. They have to be coming towards Plane. Perfectly timed Semtex to at least slow that second player down as they find that first kill. But a very easy defensive setup right there for SGP to find themselves up 2-0.
And Journey now in 4 in a row as well through the first 2 rounds. Lunars has been seen, making his play through the slide. Joe getting aggressive over towards bathrooms. Gunzi just making sure nobody pushes through mid-windows. Yeah, it looks like Lunar's position is largely going to be known, but that's not anything that was already unknown in the first place. Play through Burger, tough fight. Brack, I would say, not bad at all to at least secure the trade.
I don't know why FaZe Black always just got to get a move on it. Like, we're on defense. On a map like Terminal, we don't have to get aggressive. We don't have to try to push through Burger. We don't have to try to push through Library, but at least they're making up for it. You make it a 2v1. You have the positioning known of Major. You're also able to spot him to cross towards the backside of that plane, and the bomb is also down the hallway. Tall task for Major to try to clutch up in a 1v2.
Really well done by Joe. SMG deep. Able to find 2 kills. Major Maniac clears out at least part of the top Eskies position, but like you said, recovering the bomb is going to be a huge obstacle to hurdle. Although FaZe are not fully aware the bomb had been dropped as part of this play, so Major Maniac has been given a little bit of freedom here. Should be able to collect and then decide what he wants to do with it.
Yeah. But with only 10 seconds left, you have to make a decision quick. He just can't believe that FaZe Black are not playing around that site. He's not going to have enough time to work this bomb plan. He actually made a 3,000 IQ play there. When he breaks that glass over towards the Burger side, you see both the players from SGP decide to rotate over, thinking that he's going to commit over towards that B site. They definitely did not have the info that the bomb was down in the middle of the hallway. But a perfect game plan, just not enough time to work out for Major, as FaZe Black are able to get their first on the board.
Fortunate to have it with Lunars and Exceeded an 0-6 start. Not often what we see from them. But like you mentioned, you're absolutely right. It's just like, I can understand you're trying to make life hard, which is kind of the same thing we talked about with their hard point on Subbase. Trying to play with aggression, take away the map early. This time it's a lot of nades. But Cruz in position, able to secure a trade. Smoke will dissipate here in a moment, and all of Syndicate are in defensive contested positions. Problem is, the kills have not gone their way to this point. Good prediction from Joe. And now it's just down to Journey. Gets the first one relatively cleanly, but no way to turn and burn on the other 2. FaZe Black go back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, that's where the teamwork aspect really showed from FaZe Black. Because we're talking about a smoke grenade getting invested. Cool. That's going to keep the cover all around that Burger area. But the fact that they were timing their stuns. The first stun comes in, at least Exceed finding the first blood. Then the second stun comes in, and at least a Lunar finding the second kill. So that was just great communication from FaZe Black. All out aggression up through the Burger side to now put themselves at a tie game at 2 apiece. Joe Deceives ends that round on a 4 streak. Can potentially pick up a cruise missile, but now you're on defense. Let's just take our time. We don't have to make a play. We don't have to take ground on this side. Let's get the early info and retake as a unit.
Oh, here comes Smoke, though. Syndicate trying to pull the exact same play that FaZe had. Exceed, Brack, the 2 defenders nearby. They avoid a lot of the incoming nades and stuns, but can't secure the first blood to this point. Exceed trying to get up towards this top 3rd position. And Syndicate, who've gotten control of the site, have also not committed for the plant yet. Joe pops the glass. Syndicate's going to have some alarm bells ringing for that. Nades will come through, but Joe avoids it. Bomb planted. Here we go. 4v4 retake.
And keep in mind, Joe still has a smoke grenade, so if he wants to decide to invest it to work his way through that middle hallway, he can make something happen. But Cruz finds that first blood. Major Maniac with the reposition finds the second. Gunzy with the third. Brack now left into 1v4 with only 22 seconds left. Yeah, GG. Syndicate stop the bleeding. Win another attacking round of the map. Now take control again of 3-2.
And I love that little pause. You have all 4 players who bust right through Courtyard. You get the control of the bomb site, but they don't commit for the plant. Instead, they wait for Major Maniac to make sure mid-hall stays safe, and that's where a good point of contact comes through just as soon as the bomb is planted. Absolutely flawless setup for SGP.
And now if you are FaZe Black, that attacking round where you 4 committed over towards 1 point, it worked out to perfection. Do they decide to do that again? No, it's going to be Brack being the island player. Over towards B, you're going to get the trophy down to get them to use their tax and make them think that you're going over towards this B site while everyone else is already in the terminal.
What a chow from Gunzy. Gets the first. That's going to slow down this hit from FaZe. They may not know if there's a second player here. there won't be. And you've got some help on Brack making sure no one cuts across the tarmac, and Major Maniac, who was trying to contest the plant, he's been tagged up and unsuccessful in his endeavors. But while all that unfolds, now you've got Journey up top towards Cockpit. A long play from Cruz, and Syndicate have completely trapped FaZe again.
Ooh, you trapped them in, but the gunny is not hot. Lunars wins that one-on-one versus Journey. Makes it a 2v2. Still 40 seconds left. That bomb is going to be dropped in towards the middle of the plane. Major Maniac, though, lines it up onto Lunars. Now puts Jodeci in the 1v2 scenario. And keep in mind, that bomb is still down.
Yeah. Is able to isolate onto Major Maniac. Now the question is, where is Cruz? And there's the answer. Does Joe get a chance at this gunfight? There's not going to be a chance for him to recover the bomb and plant, and Cruz is very aware of that, at least at this moment. Wraps back over towards mid at Library, and yep, catches him trying to make a play up slide. So Syndicate, good response here. And again, it's just one of those things. I love the chal early from Gunzy, knowing he's by himself. He gets a first, and that just completely stops FaZe from getting onto the site quickly.
Yeah, he found the perfect time and opened up with that first blood. Even though he was instantly traded, you know, the rest of FaZe Black, they were just trying to make sure that everything was covered. All their bases were covered at that terminal. But I'm pretty sure it's a better round right there if Jodeci just simply keeps that bomb in the back pocket.
Yeah, sure.
He was the player to drop it in towards the plane. Once you find that kill onto Major to force it to 1v1, you have a lot more plays at your disposal. When you are forcing out Rat back and commit over towards that A site, the repositioning from Cruz is too strong. His SGP takes 2 rounds in a row. Back up 4-2. On the attack they go, and the perfect blind counter again.
There's a lot of trust that Lunars can stay alive here just watching this angle through slide. Joe Deceives is backed off the mid-hall. There's the information. Damage is in. No kills coming through. Nade to follow. Trophy system down. Brack also here to make sure that the plant cannot come out. Looking for wall banks. No one is tagged, but keep your eye on Exceed. He's taking over the B side of the map. Syndicate have to commit to A.
Yeah, Exceed is putting himself in a great position, but at least Major gets that info. Now you're going to force Exceed to back down. The rest of his teammates still trying to hold them off in towards the plane. Luna's putting down shot after shot, but it leaves to Joe Deceive. Finding the first. The trade, it's instantly there, though.
Gunzy still holding on to the bomb, looking to get on towards a possibility of planting. Oh, the Major Maniac is going to take a long route, and he is not going to be here to assist the rest of his fallen comrades. And he's going to get caught crossed up here. Surely, no way. Yep. Exceed in the corner, no worries. And wow, that's a bold defensive setup because Lunars is just out in no man's land, hoping that he doesn't get looked at through mid-map.
Yeah, and that's the good thing for Lunars, though, the fact that no one went in towards the library to contest him over towards the ramp side. Because as long as he was just staying alive in towards the terminal, they could not get a read on how they were playing the setup. They had the crosses being watched. You could not sneak up towards the bomb plant. A much-needed round for FaZe Black to stay in this search and destroy. Now down 4-3. You just got to go back to what works, man. Just 4-hit B.
Yeah,
let's just 4-hit B.
Are you in their team comms there, Stud?
I might be.
Here we go. Smoke out, nades through. Cruz in trouble. Doesn't really get caught this time. Journey, cross through the middle of the map. Finds the first, even trades through 3v3. Bomb is down. Lunars has made his way across, but he's not in a safe enough spot to collect the bomb and consider a plant. So he's going to have to hold this corner while his teammates take the long route back through mid, trying to isolate Major Maniac.
And this might work out to perfection because with these players repositioning the way that they did, you're now going to allow Exceed to push right up through the hallway, take down Journey, and now Lunars can potentially make a play. He's not going to be able to spot that player towards the back end, but at least gets the info onto Major. And now the snap onto the second, but it's not good enough to walk away with the fight. Gunzy keeps it at 2v2.
He stopped shooting. I thought he probably thought Journey was done. Not the case. Or probably Gunzy, but this is still not convincing from either side. Major Maniac and Exceed on the opposite side of AC from one another. Clean shots from Mike. Bomb planted. Brack looking for the trade. Major Maniac off the regen. Brack up top. No! Major Maniac's going to get both. And Syndicate push off FaZe Black's attempt towards B for their 5th round.
Oh, man, that's so tough because that's a 3v2 advantage. You have all bomb site control as well. But unfortunately, Lunars just doesn't fit in the gunfight onto Gunzy. Once he makes it a 2v2, Major's able to win that one-on-one versus Exceed. Bomb instantly gets planted, so you know the positioning of Brack. He's just trapped. between two players. So he's forced to make a play, but Major Maniac makes him pay for it as now SGP find themselves at game point in the search and destroy. They were up 5-2 in an S&D early on today. Now they're up 5-3. Can they close this one out?
Yeah. Wow. What a mixy affair over the B site. What's the play call? Aggression again here from FaZe. Joe actually takes a peek in towards Library. May have seen Journey, who, yep, it looks that way. Journey's cooking up a nade. No one's home, though. Joe has backed up towards safety. And meanwhile, the A defense is just on Lunars, who's really not playing in a spot that he could really contest too much outside of maybe one player crossing over. He's not going to have a look to see who enters.
Yeah, he's more focused on Joe to see he's giving him the comms. They see the player sitting in towards the hallway, just throwing a couple shoulders with that rival 9. Can potentially set himself up for the kill, but this time someone plays it towards the Library. They're able to make Lunas pay for that positioning. As SGP find another first blood, now all-out conga line in towards the plane.
Shots. Ooh, tally tons of damage, but no kills. Exceed on the B side of the map, able to find first blood. Major Maniac, again, exiting, looking to try to bring this back to level numbers. Bomb planted. Joe not able to stop the plant from coming through. Nade in. Journey not affected by it. Uh-oh, here we go again. Even 3v3. Post-plant breakdown. Exceed playing over the back. Sees one player. Does he know that there are two, though, in the back of the plane? Major Maniac drops. Journey's going to try to force the challenge. Semtex hits. Journey can't find Exceed off. Terrible timing. And now Gunzy, last one left. He will also be scouted out and find absolutely no value. Plenty of time for the defuse.
Yeah, great stuff right there out of FaZe Black on the retake. More specifically out of Exceed. The fact that he was finessing the way he was in towards the back plane, great job from him. But it all started off with that kill over towards that B side. That was Cruz trying to set up a potential pinch. While the rest of his teammates put all the pressure in towards the terminal to catch them off guard, but he reads it. Now you allow your team to set up the proper pinch in towards the plane. Not very easy to hold down that A site. And that keeps FaZe Black a little bit alive in this search and destroy. Now down 5-4. We were just shut down with our aggressive play over towards B. Might just have to go right back to it. Like, let's just go right back to it.
That round really, it was very winnable.
Yeah.
It just comes down to, I mean, Lunars just missed one final bullet. I think he thought Gunzy was already dead and to stop shooting at him, but instead, 3-man hit. Gunzy sitting inside a cockpit. Help from Journey deep. And there's the information. Stuns come through. Gunzy responds with one of his own. No challenge yet. And Gunzy's going to get out of there. Just reposition. Well done.
Here comes the chow. Jodeci starts it off. Lunar finds the second. So FaZe Black allowed him to reposition, but it still made him pay for it. Now they're in the man advantage, and then Exceed is in a perfect position. He's going to get the info on the both players. Going to be able to get a freebie onto Major. No, he is not. 2v2.
Absolute miscomm coming out, but Lunars does at least confirm the kill. Cruz not able to turn it into a 1v1. Lunars is still low, though. Everything resets. Bomb is still down. Shots come out. Bracket with a tally. Cruz down to very critical HP. Up and over. No, Cruz not going to be able to cross up Lunars, his former teammate, down low. And with that, we're going to go round 11.
Oh, man. Syndicate, like, can we close out a damn search and destroy? Now you find yourself in another round 11. Where you are forced to now clutch on up. I didn't really tally the kills. So I don't know which team is going to be on the defensive end. It's going to be SGP. Okay, you are set up for perfection. You want defense in around 11 on a map like Terminal to close out your game. But now if you are FaZe Black, what is the play call? We go back to what worked the first go around?
Yeah.
Nope, this time it's just going to be a full-on spread. Try to catch Syndicate off guard.
Different look here from Syndicate, though. 3-man stack towards the tarmac. And then a late reposition over this A defense. Gunzy is just going to watch for crosses through the jet bridge.
Uh-oh.
And here comes the smoke. It's a delayed hit. Trophy down late for Cruz. He's able to stay alive. Healthy, but Joe beats the timing, breaks things up. They know Major Maniac's playing top third. Just comes down to can they get the isolation. Exceed and Dreams has seen Gunzy. Shots will be good. And FaZe Black in a 4v2. Journey trying to battle back, but shut down. It's just down to Major Maniac for the 1v3. He's been tagged, and he will be taken care of. Wow, FaZe Black. Heroics to get to round 11, and then it's quick action to win the map.
Oh, man, that's just icy. Right down to FaZe Black. You spread the map. You play for early information of anyone trying to get aggressive up through the terminal, everyone trying to get aggressive up through library. But then it was the play call from start to finish. We won most of our attacking rounds going over towards B. We're going to invest that smoke. This time we're going to wait about 15 seconds to catch them off guard on their setup. But the fact that Jodeci is able to sprint right through library, right through hallway to open up for that first blood, he just takes over in this game number 2. 14-7, 2.0 KD, 2,300 damage with 11 non-traded kills. Have yourself a map, my friend. FaZe Black up 2-0.
Yeah, typical bounce back as well from Lunars and Exceed after an 0-6 combined start. They finished, 6-8, 6-9, so critical in those last couple of rounds to allow FaZe Black to now be up 2-0. Karachi Control coming up next for it, but of course, that's just one of the 2 games we have going on at the same time. Going on still, on the other side of the lower bracket, we've got Lore Gaming and Diverse playing up against one another. Where are that in their series? Oh, they're still in map number 1, so we're not going to be able to miss out on, we're not going to miss out on too much of this series, depending on what happens in our other one. And as we join them in progress, small lead here for Lore over the top of our first hard point.
Yeah, and it's already a better game plan right here from Lore to not allow Diverse to get that Rio HP. You're going to shut down those early SMGs, and that's why you see the scoreline that you have. Classic sitting at 19-11, making 20-11. He already has a cruise missile in his back pocket, so Nicky D is going off in this map number 1, just trying to right the wrongs off of that last series.
Set up over towards Stop Broken, trying to gain some space here for Lore on the rotation to P2. Wow.
Oh my God.
It just gives him the last bit of damage needed. Doesn't really do much to influence the break, though. Diverse in a pretty convincing spot here over P2. Spawns towards Palace for Lore, not what they want. So they call the cruise missile, and now the break attempt is on. Classic not able to find the first, and Diverse hanging on still.
Yeah, Diverse is still in a great position, but you do have one player who's now spawns behind them. Don't really understand how Classic is going to be blessed with that spawn, but he could potentially be the key factor to why Lore is able to get out of this trap. He's going to be able to open up with the free kill onto Neum. Now the rest of Diverse are focused on him. We have to eliminate Classic to try to chain these next 2 hills together. How long can he finesse in this positioning?
Yeah. Getting these sound cues of players around him. The timing is just not all that ideal. And then Johnny Weak from the front gets the 9. So good moment here from Diverse, getting a lot of the time at 2 and owning the rotation to 3. Ryan's just in the middle of the map floating. He finds a couple of kills to keep Lore from really putting together their break setup, but kills do start to amass. Gunless are on the back, should move spawns around. Capsule aware of that, but can they actually find the successful break? Ryan with the opener. Capsule deep, only able to find 1, and they still have to deal with Paul inside the hard point. Wow, clean shots from Classic. The follow-up kill there, and the break is good.
That's a great break right there from Lore. Very patient on those routes. Like you said, Gunless working his way through back gas. Starts to influence those spawns for Diverse over towards Palace. And you walk away with about 25 to 30 seconds at the bathroom HP, because you know that's some much needed time, because now we're going into a P4 with neither one of any team that I've seen so far like to play for a lot of time on this P4 HP. Diverse, though, they need to make up for some. They're currently down 50.
I mean, we've seen some of these games go to time, and it's like 170 beats 150. Like,
yeah.
It's one of those things that Challenger's seen. Is definitely valuing the rotation. Neum, wow, lots of damage on the slide through, just doesn't find the kill. A couple of opening seconds tallied for Diverse, but once more, like we kind of talked about, they're focused on trying to win this right side of the minimap.
Yeah, they're just focused on trying to put all of Lore Gaming towards the backside of Palace. That's exactly what you want to do at P4. You can find this kill on Johnny even better, but Johnny shuts down Paul off for earning that cruise missile. Diverse are in the HP now, but you can see Lore. They are setting them up in the trap. Oh, for the big 2, though. Big 2 piece to potentially get his teammates out.
Oh, but Gunless
Or not.
responds. Yeah, I was about to say, nope, you stay there. Oh,
Ay,
and then
ay,
following
ay.
up on the Neum, who tried to slide at him with Renetti. And Gunless is like, I've seen that a time or 2. No, thank you. Stun, locks up Paul. Johnny now making life hard on the exit from the spawn, and it's a beatdown. 40-point game. We head back over towards the street, and Gunless is still streaking 4 in a row.
And look at the spawn there from Ryan, though. He's gifted a spawn over towards the backside of Gas. Is going to be able to catch Johnny off guard, and he still wins the gunfight. Ryan must have just got slammed. The rest of his teammates approaching from the front end. They just have to get past Gunless, who's currently sitting at 20 and 20. Neum shuts it down, but it's only 30 seconds till Lore take map number 1.
Classic still able to find a little bit of space to work into the hard point. 224's Wordle stopped. Diverse with the break for the back 20 seconds. Johnny caught mid-map. That would squander a lot of this break attempt from finding multiple points of ingress. It's going to have to come from one direction if they want to try to fight for this back 15. Gunless over the top. Able to find Neum, who, again, this is one of those things, man. We talked about it. Diverse not getting quick hardpoint maps. It definitely changes how they play the game. In 14 and 30 from 04, we haven't seen that ever in the time that we've watched this squad.
Yeah, he's probably a little bit uncomfortable with that AR in hand. When you play a map like Invasion, you need more AR presence. And unfortunately, he's not giving it to his team, but they're still in this one. Over towards the P1, currently down by 40 points. It all starts by trying to hold down Cafe. Here comes Johnny finding the first, trying to find the second. Great snap right there from 04. Can potentially give us some momentum going forward, so this game is far from over.
Absolutely, Ryan on 5. One off of a cruise missile. That could be massive when it comes to trying to break down some of the late rotations.
No!
But he gets caught, caps it all over the top of Cafe, finds the kill. Spam shots from Paul Duland, 29-22 for him, but Classic will secure the kill. A little bit of time still to finesse over here on 1, but you look towards the minimap and tally the status. Lore Gaming is setting up the buffer around P2.
Yeah, Lore Gaming already have mid-map control. They already pushed out towards the backside of that broken area. And any players trying to set up a pinch, they are reading that to perfection. As now they only need about 12, make it 10 seconds to close out this game number 1. They are spawning Diverse all the way across the map. One's going to spawn in towards the back, but it might be too late.
It definitely feels that way. Last 3 seconds coming through, and 04 would have been the one to challenge. No one else going to be able to touch. Lore Gaming will take the first map in this elimination round 1 matchup. Wow. I mean, it is one of those things, dude. We talked about how impressive Neum 04 have been when they can run double subs, sometimes triple subs. They play with speed, they play with confidence, and they shoot straight. But, man, that looked like a totally different squad when they have to run essentially 4 ARs the entire way through.
It's tough, man. When you play a map like Invasion, those SMGs are not going to be really be felt. But enough about that last series. Back into the main one. Currently, FaZe Black up 2-0. Could potentially walk away with a clean 3-0 if they walk away with this control. But they are the attacking squad, and both teams are actually playing really slow. Look at the setup from Syndicate already. You have Junk, you have Bridge. FaZe Black are already in a headlock.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple of times, Jay, where it's just, you know, the defense off these opening rounds wins their break-off almost too convincingly, and then this happens where it doesn't feel like the offense can even make a footstep out of spawn without being challenged. Lunar stuck bottom bridge. Joe able to help him out. Cruz tagged, but still thriving. Finding the first. Exceed at range. Absolutely melted, and the life lead will continue to be tall. 4 lives gap, but 30 seconds on the clock, and Gunzy's still in a position to make sure no one touches the zone.
Yeah, I don't think he knows that they can spawn right behind him. He's going to time it perfectly to lead to that kill onto Exceed. And with only 20 seconds left, FaZe Black, they have to get on this point. Jodeci's finding 2. Can you find the kill on the Gunzy? No, you cannot, but they still have yet to pause the game clock. Finally, they're able to get onto that 8 point, but with only 15 seconds left, you can still contest this if you are Syndicate.
That's just wild. That those 2 kills were the first 2 kills that Gunzy had in this round. First 2 pieces of contact, and that was a minute 15 through the round. Follow-up gunfight's perfect for Syndicate. They will only drop maybe just 6 lives here. Little late stretch over towards B for Exceed. Journey not interested in it. And I mean, this wasn't even close to finding success offensively. 23-16 the lives. Clock surely expires on this. No, 0.9 seconds, so not done yet, but still Syndicate all over the map. We'll have a pretty decent look, you'd think, if you want to reclaim this A zone.
Yeah, they just have so many different angles of approach. So you have top 3 control, you have chicken coop control, you have the numbers now. 3v1, make it all dead. Syndicate too strong on that defensive setup, and I would have loved to see how they started off because they only found 1 to 2 kills right off the rip with players over towards Bridge or players over towards Junk. So did FaZe Black just decide to turn off their controllers or something? They weren't even moving. Like, in 30 seconds, they didn't even move off the spawn, and you allow Syndicate to put you in that trap. You only earned 1 segment, I think?
I think
Probably
1,
didn't get that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just wild. I mean, Gunzi is playing mid-rubble cut, minute 15 into the round, and he hasn't had a contact yet. Like, it's just what happened on that breakoff. Bracco and Fort, that's not good news. Joe, the only one who really found any substantial kills for FaZe. As now Syndicate give it their go on offense. Up and over. Cruz has Brack at range. Lots of damage, but no kills. Exceed gives them a chance to a gunfight. That will be one. And first tick of progress already being captured here at A. Joe's going to get called out from behind, but still gets two. Almost the third. Journey eventually secures the trade, but Brack right there to pick him up.
All right, so now a lot of Syndicate players are spawning in towards the backside of this P3. And Brack in a crucial position to try to keep him trapped, but unfortunate bad COD timing there. As Gunzi makes him pay for it. Now Syndicate have an opportunity to get on out. And keep in mind, Cruz has stayed alive the entirety of the time over towards the bridge area. He's just waiting for his teammates to get out before he decides to make a play. Now it's time to be aggressive as they're trying to complete these segments over towards A.
Journey caught playing bottom tools. Cruz still on a bit of a streak, 4 in a row. Stuns are landing, so his position will be known, and FaZe will make sure they get the isolation. But while they were playing around with Cruz, Gunzi off spawn has gotten in, but no, not fully for the second tick. I didn't see it pop. Saying they had gotten the successful capture. Someone just needs to step foot in it. And it looks like for Joe Deceives, he hasn't even opted to try to get it. I don't know if they fully got that second tick or not. I didn't see it confirm it, but it also hasn't been depleted yet.
Yeah, you still got 30 seconds, though, to at least complete one segment. There it is. Is Gunzi just going to hop right on in? The rest of FaZe Black still trying to hold down their positionings. 2 top 3 through the chicken coop side. You still have Lunas, who's been the player blocking the spawn every single time off the lives of Syndicate. But this time is an opportunity where they can start to be aggressive. They find 3 kills and all-out pressure in towards red. The trade is there on the Joe Deceives. Can you time the jump over? No, you cannot. FaZe Black already made their way out, but you have an extra time to work with if you are Syndicate.
Yeah, Major Maniac in a really key position, top AC. Has a trophy, hasn't placed it yet. Cruz working for a little bit of spawn control as well. Nades over the top, denied by the defensive trophies. And Joe's going to be alerted that here comes Cruz. Gunzi also just kind of dives into the spot, the point. Journey right behind him, but both will drop. Syndicate trying to stretch it for one last kind of lingering hit, but it's immediately denied as FaZe Black continue to control B.
Yeah, they're able to at least control it for now, but those close spawns are still coming in for Syndicate. So they have the numbers to reinforce, but the play from Exceed might be just enough to slow them down. He finds the first. Gunzi staying alive in towards the ticket to at least get that trade. But still, 40 seconds left. All out mix fest in towards the ticket booth. Exceed still not slowing down. Finds his second, can potentially find his third. Yeah, we're going to go for the Chow. That's who he is, man. He's able to find himself on 4 in a row now.
Clean stuff. 25 seconds on the clock here. 12 playing up against 6. This would be the last chance for SGP. And it's all going to funnel right to the waiting arms of Lunars and Exceed. This comes out of the timing of them checking this. Clean shots for Lunars on the first. Nearly gets the transfer onto Journey, but does get traded. Exceed slipping behind the play, but his teammates have beat him to the punch, so no more eliminations building towards this cruise missile. And actually, as he looks for more kills, Major Maniac that finds elimination to take him off this streak. A couple of nice eliminations at the end for Journey, but all things told, FaZe Black never really break a sweat over towards the B zone.
Yeah, FaZe Black held strong over towards the B side. It all started with them just simply making it over that dumpster. After Syndicate found those 3 kills, you take that cafe positioning, you keep it on your side of the map, and you're able to tie it up at 1. But now you have to make up in those segments. You're currently down by 2. I think if you are FaZe Black, let's just go for a 4-stack at A, man. We can't be playing slow right off the rip and allow Syndicate to put us in that early trap to influence those spawns.
I agree. It's just, again, we came into this game and it was like there's only 4 total kills, and it was like a minute into the round. Like, just really bizarre. And this time, FaZe not even looking to dive in towards A. They're just looking to control the outside of it. Exceed wins the battle for top 3rd. Cruz playing over the top of the bomb site. Finds one. Little pop-up, little pump. But does get taken down, and now FaZe Clan have the numbers, and they will jump into A quickly.
Now you can allow Exceed to potentially put himself in a position to play a couple spawn kills. No, he's going to drop on that left side. So the player sitting on top 3, which is Lunars, is now forced to watch multiple different angles until his teammates come off spawn. Joe Deceives reads the player on Gunzi going on that deep pinch. Exceed putting down shots with that Rival 9. We know it's a shotgun, but sometimes those gunfights are a little bit more difficult. First segment already complete. Second segment on its way. Syndicate have not an issue. They're just forced on, trying to keep them trapped. You already have Junkyard control. You can take this A point if you want it.
These are not easy gunfights with the Rival 9. Surprised to not see Joe or Exceed try to get into the zone. Finally, they'll jump in and get the double stack out. Journey tried for a late challenge, but denied off the pinch. Exceed very aware from his trade that Major Maniac is still playing towards Junkyard, plus the follow-up from Bracken. FaZe could go pretty quickly to control red here.
Now this is an opportunity that FaZe can, like you said, step up in the pace, try to be aggressive. If you can win these next set of fights, the round is basically going to be yours. Trades are there between Journey and Brack. Still keeping it 3v3 at this point, but if you are FaZe Black, you currently have the map control that you want. So have to isolate these players, and Lunas might be able to get a freebie onto Cruz. Now you have opportunities to sprint right out of ticket. Exceed wins this one. Game clock comes to a pause. They're on it.
Well, watch this flank from Journey. No one in a read. Well, maybe Brack has seen it. Looks like Lunas is repositioned to make sure he's not caught by surprise, but no one was there to stop the jump up. And, well, Exceed doing well in the back. Oh my goodness, the help is perfect. Brack just gets there in the nick of time, plus Lunars shuts down that flank from Journey. Pistol out for Joe Deceives, gets Major Maniac low enough for the trade. Second tick of progress is already earned. 3 members on for the stack. Kills continue to come through. Can SGP get here? No, they can't. And just like that, they read the flank from Journey. The kills from the front. The help is perfect. And FaZe get a quick capture of the B zone.
Yeah, Journey just took too long. He just took too long on that flank. He decided to hit the perfect route. Like, you work your way through junk, that's perfect. But the fact that you go from bottom junk, work your way into bottom red, run through the front side of ticket before you even get to the bus, like, you could have ran right through ticket and contested that point a lot sooner to assist your team. But the long right come back to bite you. As FaZe Black were able to pick him apart, great job out of Exceed to simply just stay alive until the reinforcements got to him. And now FaZe Black are at game points to potentially walk away in a clean 3-0 on the series. If Lunas or Exceed can pick up a cruise missile, that can basically call game 2. So
yeah, really
you want to play for those in the beginning.
Exceed sees Cruz flying over to top market. Progress for Syndicate already being made, though, on A, as FaZe are looking for kills outside the zone. They haven't had a chance to even look at the zone yet. And that's going to be 2 ticks at A. You have a quick transition to B here all of a sudden, and Exceed, if he drops, could be really disastrous towards FaZe Black's defensive efforts. Now you've got a double stack over towards B. First tick of progress is good, plus more to follow.
Oh, this is super aggressive out of Syndicate. Getting the close spawns as well over towards red, but Brack on the pinch is able to take down Cruz. They're trying to isolate these last 2 players. You eliminate the other 2 players who were not on the point.
Wow.
Now you can solo out these players in towards the cafe. Brack finds another. Lunas finds the final. Now all of Syndicate at least walk away with 1 segment at B. You have already 2 done at A. So you just want to complete A, try to extend time. You're only down by 1 life.
And again, Brack still working for this 6th elimination. If he can get this, it would be huge, especially considering that Syndicate have not been able to get on towards A yet. Defensively, FaZe Black are in a perfect setup around it. They're finding every single kill. Oh boy, here we go. Joe looking to get aggressive towards top market. Doesn't see anything below him. Oh, and then just catches bad timing versus Major Maniac. Brack still hunting for kill number 6, but doesn't make much of a difference. His teammates are shredding over A.
Brack picks up the SMG, and now he knows that at least a player is on that A point. Do we decide to play for spawners? No, we're going to go for the freebie. So cruise missile now earned. Not the gunfight that you want in that situation as Major Maniac finds the trade, but Syndicate, they're able to work their way in towards B. Pause the game clock again with 30 seconds left.
But they haven't gotten the 60 seconds at A yet. This may have been an over-rotation. Just comes down to, can they stay alive on the zone? Lunars making sure that no one can cross on in. 3rd tick of progress being contested. Pistol out. Messy gunfights. Could it get contested to the last second? It does. Major Maniac has to win this 1v1. Try to get the extra 60. He does. Does he have any help? Oh my goodness. 4 in a row for Major Maniac, but eventually turned around. A gets captured. SGP just need to stay on, and yes, they will. Oh my goodness, Major frickin' Maniac. What an unbelievable display.
And just keep in mind, Brack was playing for that cruise missile so long at junk. He decides to push through to flank it through top 3 to find that kill onto A. When he decides to go for that flank, the close spawns come in for Syndicate to flood over towards the B point. All they needed was at least a little bit of work over towards A, but all out mix fest over at this B point. Major Maniac gets it done. He's able to find 3 with the MCW, swaps to the rival 9, snaps onto Lunars. And now that gives Syndicate round 5 defense. But keep in mind, if you are FaZe Black, Brack did earn that cruise missile. It better win you this game with a play like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's something out of a John Wick movie right there. Catches the rival 9 midair, Little 180 Turner for Major Maniac. Wow, what a pop-off. Journey looking to contest Rebel from this top position at market. Not able to this point. Exceed, timing, gunfight. No, but the follow-up good. Cruise Missile was called in during all of this. Joe is looking to stretch over towards B. Gets challenged on the cross, but still slips through. Now SGP have to make a decision what they want to defend.
Yeah, you have to go over towards B. We can't give up this point. You got to take down Joe Deceives and at least finds one. Eliminates him from that positioning, but a minute and 20 left on the game clock. Cruise Missile has all but even invested. I don't really like that play call, but A's now going to get extended. You have 2 minutes and 20 seconds, all tied up at 27 to 20 lives remaining.
Sloppy from Exceed. And now Syndicate owned the junkyard. Maybe an opportunity for Lunars to cut across the back. Major Maniac is prepared for this. Whoa. Both players get a lot of one another. Everyone backs off, and SGP still hold the favor through junkyard, and now they hold a 3-life lead.
Yeah, you just got to stay strong in this setup. Don't want challenge over aggressive. Make these gunfights a lot easier, and Gunsy still gets it done. Big kill onto Exceed as FaZe Black are trying to attack through the middle of the map. You already have top yellow control. Journey takes care of him. Joe Deceive roaming through bottom red. As long as you're trading efficiently, you're in a perfect scenario if you are Syndicate. You still have Cruz pushed out towards the junkyard, potentially blocking those spawns, but now with the repositioning, you open up that lane for FaZe Black to sprint right through the front.
Gunsy, whoa, timing here not great. He was predicting Joe Deceives coming around the back, but may have missed the timing here. Here's the hit from the front. Oh, he's been heard. Gunsy, yeah, just stays completely concealed, finds the first blood. FaZe Black once again have to pause and wait for help.
And it's already been a minute knocked off of that game clock. You would have really loved this cruise missile right here just to simply get some info. But it all is going to come down to the gunny. Lunar starts it off with the first. The bait and switch in towards Ticket is successful. And now if you Journey, you can't die for free.
Wow.
Okay, that's now 3 dead in the feed. You also have one player in Exceed going on a deep pinch, so a couple players from Syndicate are going to spawn a little bit farther than they want to, but Gunsy makes up for it as he finds 2.
Here we go.
Even though FaZe Black get in the point, still players here from Syndicate to contest.
Oh, Exceed. Long-range pistol works out. Semtex is the back jump up, and Lunars was so key in making sure no one can cut to the middle of the map. Now Bracka's right here in the mix. Exceed over the top. Whoa, Gunsy just pogo sticks over Dumpster. Stun lands. Brack finds the kill. Help is on the way from Joe Deceives. 35 seconds on the clock. Progress made for the first tick. Major Maniac around the back, caught by Joe Deceives, but the contest is in. Brack still holding his life. Not a lot of force here from FaZe. It's a double stack, but everything's still staying contested. Lunars cut down. It's just down to Brack. Can he find anything? No. Syndicate keep the clock rolling.
Yeah, 35 seconds left now. FaZe Black only have 1 to 2 more good pushes in them. Now that clock is continuing to wind down. You see, trying to get the timing through bottom fountain. Gunsy gets the timing through top red, and he's able to make him pay for it. He cuts down 2, and that might be game.
And you even find the third here. Exceed finally secures the trade. Brack makes sure junkyard opens up. Major Maniac only needed a bullet to take care of Exceed. Can anyone get here in time? Here comes all the utility just being spammed to the front side at bus. FaZe trying to stretch across. Huge gunfight win from Brack. Everyone tagged up though. Joe's the last one, and he does sneak through, but he's gonna get overwhelmed surely. And the kill is out. SGP take the control and will send us to at least a 4th map.
Just too strong on the setup, Alan. Just too strong. SGP did not flinch when they needed to hold that beat point down to the T. We're talking about consistently being put out towards junk, trading efficiently around the ticket area, and then also a bunch of players just winning some insane gunfights. The fact that Gunsy was able to jump on the backside of that dumpster, get that guy one shot, you force him now to reposition, right? That eventually turns to the guy that was challenging that heady, goes in towards the point to try to at least put that game at a pause. But SGP, they were in control from start to finish. I would have liked to see if FaZe Black just simply use that cruise missile a little bit better.
Yeah.
We're talking about 10 seconds into the round. We're playing for 1 kill at the 8 point. Like, that just don't make sense to me. That's not winning Call of Duty. And unfortunately, they lose that map, and SGP stay alive a little bit longer.
It's just, it felt like a really greedy play.
Yeah, like it's no
you're
point.
already on A, and you use the cruise to try to stretch more players, like individually towards B. I think I agree with you. It's kind of one of those get out of jail free cards, and that time it was kind of maybe greedily spent too early when it, again, wasn't really called for.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to say because it is one of those circumstances that, you know, if defensively you still get B control, you're inside red, you're inside the point, like, the cruise missile only like confirms that you have to stay indoors, but I don't know. It's just one of those that I think they're going to look back on and say, is it really worth us to use it there?
It's just like the way that Brack played for that streak.
Yeah,
you know, like
yeah,
he was
yeah.
the guy that was blocking the original junk spawn on their early defensive round. He decides to push through to give up that free spawn for SGP just so he can simply play for that cruise missile. He finds the kill, but you gift around SGP. Now you're going into the following round. You're on the attacking side. You waste that cruise missile that you played 1:30 to get in the first 10 seconds on a very easy break-off play. It just did not make sense to me. That leads to Syndicate winning the map number 3, forcing a game number 4 where they probably weren't thinking that we should win that map. But now they are. Now they're going into a Skid Row HP where they still have a chance at staying alive.
Absolutely the case. And then a Rio Search and Destroy would possibly be waiting for us. But hey, we've got Bravo Stream still going on for you guys in our other elimination round 1 matchup. We've got Lore Gaming and Diverse. They're still in map number 2. Goodness. And it's a 5-2 tally here for Lore. Very convincing based on what we've seen. And just double invasion again. Is this one of those situations where Diverse just has to continue to play multiple ARs? It just feels like Lore Gaming have isolated away from the SMG setups.
They've definitely been watching their matches. They know their opponents. They said, nah, we're not going to give you any SMG maps, back-to-back invasions. They take map number 1, and now they find themselves at game point. But in this round, already a 2v4 as Diverse all out aggressive up through the middle of the map. Make it a 1v3, all left up to Capsule now.
He's going to have to find some way to reload here, too, because he's about to run into the Devil's Den. Keeps his life, but no, not for long. And that's the thing is, you know, we talked about Boston Academy and how they like to play this map. Diverse going to play it the same way, where they're trying to get their SMG super aggressive, especially on the defense, up the map as far as possible.
And at least that round works out for them. To keep them in this S&D a little bit longer. Now down 5-3. To the defensive side you go if you are Lore. Just force them to execute a bomb plan. We know that the SMGs like to get aggressive. Just basically spread map, cover all your bases, and wait for the information to come in before you decide to make a decision.
Hard to tally what the patterns have looked like to this point, but again, we can kind of categorize how Diverse have played this map previously. Gunless is going to keep himself safe with the trophy. Stun comes over the top. 0-4 wants the battle. Semtex should be denied, and it is. Gunless keeps his life and still slides over to Tractor.
Now, if you are Diverse, you eliminate that trophy system, but you still know that Gunless is contesting on towards the site. Just got to make sure you set this up perfectly, because they're working their way up to be super aggressive, to be honest. Not a lot of teams play this fast over towards this B point. So many different angles you have to be prepared for.
Well, the thing about this is the smoke's going to get denied by the trophy system that's placed by Classic. Yeah, I was going to say they thought they had the trophy systems completely denied, but not the case. Capsule, good timing through Dark. Semtex to follow. And now all of a sudden, Diverse are a bit stuck on this side of the map. Paul's looking for an exit. And honestly, if he can get a 1v1 here with Caps, maybe there's a chance, and there's the battle, but Paul not staying healthy enough, can't commit to the fight. 25 seconds on the clock. Caps will still give him a workout.
And at the same time, Johnny's already working that deep planch. He's able to take down Paul Lex. Now Neum left in the 1v4. Positioning now known. Lord Gaming too strong on their setup. Great trophy placement as well, because you saw that. They weren't expecting that trophy to be around that left corner. It shuts down that smoke. It also sets up Classic to find the first blood. And at least the Lord Gaming now finding themselves up 2-0 in the series.
Clean stuff. Clean stuff based on what we can tell. So Lore Gaming up 2-0 in that series. We're still waiting to jump into map number 4 with the FaZe Black and Syndicate matchup. So we'll see. I think they're still waiting to lobby up for it. And while we kind of have to take a break ourselves because it's been a while for us, we'll also step away for a brief break, get ourselves reset to finish off elimination round 1. Don't go far. We'll be right back. welcome back, everybody. We are hearing that there may be some possible situations with the Karachi control that was happening between FaZe and SGP, so we'll kind of pause on that for a moment and continue on with what we have going on with Diverse and Lore. After the search and destroy was pretty darn convincing for Lore, they find themselves on 3 straight invasions.
Wow.
I mean, we talked about this Diverse team wanting the close-up maps. They have not gotten any of them to this point.
It's the perfect game plan from Lore Gaming. They said you're not going to get a single SMG map. You better hope that your players come ready to run that MCW. And it looks like they're not ready for it at all, as Lore Gaming are going to be able to complete this A segment. Classic is even getting it done with the beatdown. Diverse have only been able to find 2 kills the entirety of the round. Make it 3 as Neum makes another one happen. But you get A out of the way right off the rip on Invasion with no trophy systems in round number 1. Oh, Lore Gaming are coming out swinging.
Yeah, I'll say. Caps on 5 in a row. 1 bullet away from finding himself a cruise missile. Neum pushes him back in towards Ruggs, but there it is. Follow-up Semtex will take him out of the picture. So 3 life lead here for Lore. Still working on getting over towards the B point as Capsule actually kind of spawns in Johnny's left pocket. So he will be able to kind of reinforce and try to get there quickly. And yeah, Ryan's shown himself. Classic finds the kill, and here comes the flood.
Yeah, they're all working through the middle of the map as well. They don't want to try to contest on the back end of that tractor, but with all this action going on the back end, Paulex has to make something happen through the front. He's able to find 2 for his endeavors, but now Gunless makes his way on out. The only player for Lore Gaming to try to make something happen. Potentially get sniffed out. You see Neum is trying to locate where he is, and he does it perfectly. Because now all of Lore Gaming, already a minute knocked off of the game clock as well, and the lives have started to come back together. They're trapped.
Yeah, I mean, Diverse have really done a nice job at just not giving away any of this forward B control. Yeah, really well done. Now Paul's all of a sudden on 5. Classic. This is a tough gunfight if Paul wants it. Nice little elevation play. Semtex in, but Paul stays alive through it. Help around the outside. But kills are starting to come, and there's the landed nade. Gunless takes him off the streaks, and now Lore has some numbers to try to work their way over towards the zone.
Oh, it's a big kill, too. That Classic just wins. But now you have to take down Ryan, who's trying to finesse as long as he can around the tank area. You take care of him. Now the rest of your teammates can start to sprint right on forward towards this beat point. All of Diverse, you better make sure those tacks are hitting. The nades and the stuns all have to connect, but the trophy systems and the gunny is too strong from Lore. That's 3 dead in the feed. Last player up is 0-4. The stack should be here. This is a Lore Gaming round.
Sure feels that way. Second tick is in. Does anyone even get here in time? It's a pinch from Dark that maybe gets there first. Caps actually doesn't stack in, so it gives maybe a chance for Diverse to work their way through, but Capsule and Johnny just, whoo! Tee it high, let it fly. Lore Gaming blow him out from the B zone, and that gets him the first offensive round.
I can just tell you right now, the MVP of the series, without question, is the map vetoes. Like the fact that they have 3 invasions versus this Diverse team who love to put themselves in a position where their SMGs can thrive. 3 invasions in a row. You're shutting those guys down. You're forcing your ARs to now step up. When you're a good player, like the way Capsule is, 10-4 start with that SMG in hand. He also got a couple kills with that MCW as well. But Lore Gaming, they get it done in the segments. Already 6 to their name on the defensive side, which everyone prefers on some invasion control.
And interestingly enough, just kind of looking at the bans, Diverse was the one to pick the invasion, search, and destroy. And their veto was terminal. So again, it just kind of gives you the impression that they just do not want to play AR-heavy maps.
No.
So, tough scenes here. Good success, though, off this offensive breakout. Just 1 kill for each side, but it leads to Diverse. Already 2 stacks, probably 2 ticks in at B with the double stack. Third's on the way. Classic off the pinch finds 1. It gets them off the point for the time being. The follow from Capsule. Oh, it comes through in the nick of time. Neum last one left, but he's too far from the zone, and that will mean the 3rd tick gets mostly depleted.
And now this is a scary moment if you are Diverse, because everyone forced to hit the reset towards the backside of Palace. Capsule taking that positioning over towards the tractor side. Johnny now finds himself on 5 before he does get shut down by Neum. But you see Diverse, they're all over the map.
Yeah.
You have a player on A, you have a player on B. Like, you're doing everything that you possibly can to try to win this attack.
And no one from Lore, Johnny was right next to the zone. He didn't step on to deplete the progress on towards B, so it really puts a lot of pressure on the defense of Lore Gaming maybe too quickly. They're fortunate to not have a first tick of progress be earned over at A, but like you mentioned, you look at the minimap and Diverse have full control. Just comes down to can they win the individual gunfights in the backline.
Now you have a minute and 45 to just find 3 segments over at this A point. You already have a lot of map control. You're forcing all of Lore to play it super patient out of their spawn, and Paulex can win this 1-on-1. That might be just enough to get the round done. As he goes for the chow, gets some bad COD timing. Classic gunless. Everyone joins the party. As it's now 3 dead in the feed. Neum, farthest player pushed up. Yeah, you got to slow down now.
Takes down Caps. Weak, but not traded. Will be allowed to regen. As Lore are more focused on just making sure this overextension is completely contested. I mean, they know Neum can't just run out into the open. He's going to need to get a little bit of help, but as he tracks back and continues to make sure that this middle map position is held by Diverse, it just comes down to can they actually find the Lore defenders that are still tucked away in corners.
Yeah, they're in all the corners playing nice little cheeky angles, but you sniff out at least one into Capsule. You have one player watching the cross. He's actually able to win the gunfight as well. Great job from Classic. Now you can push up on the left street, force Diverse to continue to waste time by overextending. And with only 40 seconds left, this might be their last hurrah. 0-4 in a crucial position. Can he get anything done?
Classic also making sure that the street side stays completely safe. Looking like he may get isolated here. And the rest of the defense for Lore are really nowhere to be found to contest the street. Yeah, they're all waiting for this overextension to come through. Fortunate trade comes out for Johnny, but Paul able to win the gunfight, gets the trophy system down, but now he's by himself. Ryan not able to hang on to the laundry position. Here comes the retake attempt for Lore. Classic looking like he's the first one in. Goes prone. A little bait and switch comes through. Paul still alive on 1 HP, but gets gunned. 0-4, last one left. He's being spammed at by Gunless. That will lead to a kill. And Diverse are on their last legs. Last attempt to try to get in.
There's only 10 seconds left. They might not even have another opportunity. You just spawn so damn far away from this point that you have to try to fight for that man back control. At the same time, work your way towards the point. Even though Paulex finds 2 in those final moments, still Lore Gaming holding on strong on the defensive end. They basically gave up B for free, but through the chaos, they were able to thrive. As they retake in towards A, you keep the lives on your side, and you only give up about 3 segments on that round. So you're still up by 3. Let's just get the easy one out the way. Potentially cap over towards B, but the way they got it done in that first round was clean over towards A with no trophies. So let's just go do that again.
Yeah, why not, right? Convincing start, though, for Lore up 2-0. Puts a lot of pressure on Diverse, and interestingly enough, it's again one of those situations kind of look towards the SMGs. 0-4 just at 7 and 12, but it's Ryan having a tough go of it to this point. 6 and 12. Classic, aggressive through mid. Only able to find 1, so breakoff largely successful for Diverse. Only issue is that Gunless has found his way on towards the B zone. Already has locked in the first hit.
Oh, he locked in the first hit, but Paulex at least is able to take him down before he's able to cause any more mayhem. Now Diverse in crucial position to shut down this aggressive play up through B. Just got to simply play your knife. Great job from Neum. Slide back on into the DVD. The rest of his team is now here to reinforce, and all of Lore Gaming, they're committing towards this B point. They're trying to attack this from the front.
Kills are good. 3 for 1 goes the exchange. Ryan, last one left. Repositions in towards DVD Alley. He cannot be the first one to challenge. He has to have someone else focus from the front, and that's why. Ryan's been scouted. Shots come through. Lore push it back. Second hit gone. Third on the way. Wallbang damage is decent, but not enough. John able to secure the kill, and with that extra 60 seconds is tallied with an even life count.
Now you're up by 6 segments. If you can walk away with this attack round, obviously you walk away with the series. As they're slowly trying to work their way up through the overextension side. Trades are bound as Paulex finds one with the pistol in towards DVD. I have to waste more time to locate where he is on the map. Gunless finds 0-4, but where's Paul gone?
Yeah. Gunless double. Trying to find the third. No. Ryan will just tuck himself in the corner, find the trade. Allows Diverse a chance to set up their defense around this A zone, but Capsule, who snuck through, could be the thorn in their side. Gunless is also working up the overextension route, while Johnny just makes sure that they don't get put into a spawn trap holding over towards Water Bridge.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Johnny, just to have that positioning, but unfortunately a bomb, a nade comes over the top to take him down. Great stuff right there out of 0-4. Now you get all the info that the rest of Lore, they have to be overextending. And Gunless is slowly trying to work his way through the back gas. Big opening kill onto Paulex. This is now an avenue of opportunity where you can get on that point. If you can find this fight, great shots up to 0-4. Now he's got to stay alive.
Cap should be able to clean this up, no worries. Yep, absolutely able to. All 4 members for Lore could get into this A zone, plus the follow-up kill from Johnny at mid-map. Means that Paul's really the last one left, and he kind of offers himself into the world. 3-man stack is through. 1 will drop, but the second 2 are on. Johnny gonna join them. Second tick of progress is in. 3rd on the way. Trophy system doing its job. This down to, can anyone even contest this in time? No, not enough. And man, 3 straight invasions puts Diverse in a totally different ball game than what we had seen throughout their group stage. They will finish top 8 with more gaming moving on to next week.
Man, we saw all of Diverse. Whenever they got on SMG maps, that's when they were really activated. But obviously, Lord Gaming, they said we got caught slipping in our first series.
Yeah.
We're not going to get caught slipping in our second one. We have watched you guys play, and as long as we don't allow the SMGs to get comfortable, you guys are going to struggle. 3 invasion is a perfect game plan for that. They walk away with a clean 3-0, and even in those final moments, it all came down to gunless. Open up with that first kill onto Paul X through the back with a nade. Then the rest of the reinforcements start to work their way up on the map. But when you get a clean 3 to 4 dead and all it comes down to is a complete A stack, yeah, that's basically GG's. Lord Gaming moving on.
Wow. 3-0, but 2 offenses. Not something you see all that often. Lord
Yeah,
Gaming.
not on invasion.
Yeah, I'll say. Cooking with it. So, with that in mind, Lord Gaming, like you mentioned, survived their first battle in the lower bracket. But you got to give some credit to Diverse, man. I mean,
yeah.
Looking at this roster on paper, again, we didn't really get a chance to watch too much out of these guys. Not just at Boston, but also their elite qualifier run. You just kind of look at the names on paper and you say, outside of the search and destroy scene and maybe some ranked play, this is the first real go for Ryan Neum 04 in challengers, at least elites. But for 04 and Neum, this is their first time like in challengers, and that's a hell of a way to make your debut. You got to keep your head high and just work towards Miami now.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect, man. Obviously, it's a bunch of guys that we didn't really know. I only knew them through rank play, but I love the way that Neum plays, especially when he's super aggressive with that SMG. 04, he takes over an S&D, always finds the timing. Another player who's great with that SMG in hand. And Ryan, I've heard time and time again that he's the next upcoming Octane on his way up, but unfortunately just couldn't show it here. But like you said, when you're so young, all you have is a bunch of time going forward to get better at your craft. Like, we're talking about players who thrive on SMG maps, but now they know we are weak when it comes down to these AR ones. We have to play a little bit better. You know, probably not scam as much as we do in ranked play, just get a little bit more consistent in our gameplay, and we probably get further later on.
Absolutely the case. Okay, so we are going to be jumping into map number 4 now with our other elimination round 1 matchup. This is the one that we started with, FaZe Clan Black and Syndicate. I did see Exceed post some stuff on Twitter. It looked like there may have been some issues with the last round, but the result either was replayed and it stayed the same, or it just stands as it is. So into map 4 we go. And I think the thing here is that Syndicate just cannot afford to get outslayed like they pretty much have been in all the respawns at this point.
Yeah, you can't get outslayed, and you have to make sure you're ahead on a rotation, because all about map number 1 was FaZe back bleeding you to the point of success. But on a map like Skid Row, it's all about setting yourself up, cutting your losses, and moving on to the next, as we're already into this game. It's going to be FaZe back spawning on the preferred side, but Journey trying to find a lane through the double doors. He gets picked apart, and perfect start if you are FaZe Black to at least get all the time at P1. But if you're SGP, you're thinking a step ahead, already in control of P2.
And this is one of those moments for FaZe Black. You say, okay, we know Cruz is already at P2. If we can get a couple of the kills and find a way to maybe break this setup, that'd be fine, but the focus you would have thought would have been just trying to hold as much time as possible on P1. Journey influences it by finding a double, and now all of a sudden Syndicate's kind of doing both things at once. Oh, Major Maniac, he's really started to turn up a little bit, but slow start to this one, 0-3. Nearly able to get the snap on, but here comes FaZe Black. They break through the opening hard point, and now they're on their route over to P2.
Yeah, Journey found the timing. At least finds the first kill onto Brack. He's able to spot the last couple of players already crossing to the back line of P5, but he's not able to take down Joe Deceives. So if you are FaZe Black, this is exactly how you want to break it to this P2. You have ticket control. You already have a player slipping on through tunnel. He does get picked apart, but you have the bodies and you have the positioning to potentially hit this jump up and break.
Journey is frying. 6-2 start. Give him now 3 in a row again for a second straight life. Wanted to battle out Looters, but isn't quite able to. Nice shots from Brack.
That's a scam.
That takes Gunzy out of the top of the hard point. Cruz completely surprised by Looters, but turns and finds the win. Exceed still trying to give this a go for FaZe Black. Kills are looking good. The mantle over the top is in, and Major Maniac drops. And like you said, scam kind of comes through there as Syndicate get broken.
You just can't scam right there if you're Gunzy. You know that all the gunfights are around you, but you have to trust your teammates. They're watching the crosses that they need to keep you alive in that P2 HP. But it finds the break for FaZe Black, and now they find another rotation win over towards this P3. You just got to hold down this top middle lane, and Exceed is in the best possible scenario, best positioning to get it done.
Oh, gets stunned, but shakes it off. Oh, no one sees him just laying on the staircase, and uh-oh. This is not what you want to see from Syndicate. 1-5 from Gunzy, 0-7 from Major Maniac. Joe on a 5 spree and FaZe Black have turned P2 into P3.
And now with 40 seconds left, Syndicate are now forced to hit a couple routes to try to break their way on in. Everyone conga lining through the bottom of the middle. They're trying to take laundry control. They're trying to take top mid. Prac reads the player going on the pinch, but the great spawn comes in for Journey to have a free re-pinch onto Brack. So it should lead to the break for Syndicate.
Yep, that will work. 3 for 1 goes the exchange. Joe, 1 read on the Major Maniac up top, and oh my goodness, Cruz was looking for the beatdown, and Joe just gives him a stiff arm back. Oh boy, FaZe Black not done with the 3rd hard point. All 4 members playing through old, and everyone's just absolutely frying. 11-3 from Joe to Sieves, and it's just all action all the time for FaZe Black.
And just keep in mind that Joe already earned himself a cruise missile, so they're going to be super aggressive in towards this barbershop hill because they can use that cruise to break in towards P5. So happy that they work again. Joe DeCease gets taken down by Major. Crucial's positioning as he was trying to work through the backside of apartments. Not at least a 3 dead. Syndicate so far hold on to the first push, and they're getting some much-needed time to get back into this game.
Brack tested, top god stairs, but Exceed from the back goes unchecked. Able to work his way in through small tunnel. Also the read on the Cruz, 3 in a row. Again, it just feels like every time we swap to someone's perspective for FaZe Black, they're coming away with 3, 4 straight kills. Where are the trades for SGP? Nowhere to be found. Somebody get a freaking trade. 108.64, scrap time good, and we have a 50-50 battle for 5.
And now FaZe Black have at least somewhat control of P2. You have top, you have bottom. You can get Joe DeCease to invest that cruise missile right here, right now, to make this break a little bit easier, or this rotation a little bit easier. Because now Syndicate are working their way up through Ticket. No one yet in towards the HP. Everyone watching their angle that they need to approach. Now Joe DeCease might have found an opening, though. He works his way through the backside of Ticket. Finds a freebie onto Guncy. The trade is still there, but at least you have the position to contest if you are FaZe Black.
Winners does have a trophy system down. I'm actually surprised he hasn't placed it yet. Finds the first on the Gunzy outside the fences. Tough gunfight, but he's got help from Brack now in the corner. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's just becoming too embarrassingly easy at this point for FaZe Clan Black. Major Maniac keeps his life to at least try to hardpoint, or keep this hardpoint neutral, but I mean, again, it's just you talk about the patterns, the trends, everything is turning up in favor of FaZe, even though it's only a 40-point game.
Yeah, they're finding all the kills, Alan, but they're not really leading to a lot of junk time. Like, the fact that SGP, they were able to keep that hill basically white for 40 seconds, that's great, because now you're going to be the team set up properly in towards the next hill. Just got to make sure the timings go your way. As one player sliding around in the point, it's going to be Joe DeCease. You take care of him, and only being down 50 with getting broken at P2 and keeping P5 scrappy with none of your team really keeping up in the slaying. All right, let's hit the reset. We can bring this back on the second half of this game.
Need this guy right here to start putting it together, though. 4-13 from Gunzy. Major Maniac is starting to cook a little bit. Couple in a row, and he was good over the 5th hard point. Gets him to 8-13, much more manageable. Shots towards Exceed, decent. Kind of finesse, danced with. Major Maniac still wins the gunfight. Does he get the prediction on the looters? I thought about it, but the rotation over towards 2 is the focus for FaZe Black. Brack a lot in the corner, and okay, that may be what Gunzy needs to start feeling some confidence in these gunfights.
And now Lunars, he's stunned. You can hit him if you are Journey. This is great work from Journey to get that timing on the repinch through tunnel. And they're still getting all the time off of P1. They have brought this game all the way back. Yeah. It's going to be a tie game. If they walk away with this P1 time and they find 3, make it all 4 in the feed. So SGP, they are in an opportunity where if they can hold down this P2, they're going to find themselves up by 60 points. It's going to fall into the hand of Cruz, though. The only guy watching over the Ticket side.
He needs to get at least 1. Major Maniac is not even bothering playing in towards tunnel yet. Now he's on the way. That cruise missile will call out.
It's working!
Cruz. Now it's just down to, can you face this in towards the middle? No, not going to fully work out, but Exceed cuts off the tunnel cross. Here come FaZe Clan Black again. From the front, regen in for Exceed. Player down low, dealt with. Gunzy will drop. Now it's time to find the player in the hard point, and Journey will drop. Everyone will fall. And yes, Syndicate hold the lead, but FaZe Black are right about to take it in.
That's just got to be better plays right there at the Journey. You know, every one of your teammates have the jump up cross. All you have to do is put your focus on towards the boxes of the underground. But unfortunately, FaZe Black, they find the break. Cruise missile gets nothing done, but I was just so happy to see it actually have a directional impact. We're able to move it around. Tie game at the end of this P2. Over to the P3 we go. It's going to be Syndicate early on, set up to try to get this game back into their hands.
One contested in Gunzy, playing through the middle of the map. Everyone else for Syndicate on the hard point, watching both points of ingress. And good clearance from one side. This is a double stack, little high-low. As FaZe will try to come around the corner. Trophy system getting placed, but this is just the two members here. And you just don't want to hit this if you're FaZe Black. Brack finds the first, but Lunars cannot challenge. And everything stays pink for Syndicate.
Look at the good spawn, at least for Major Maniac. Acetis able to read it. Now it's time to hit the go button for the rest of the teammates. There's still trades, though. As players on both sides of the attack. Gunzy with the repositioning is able to find that free onto Brack. Get the close spawns if you are Cruz. And SGP Syndicate, even having a slow start to this game, getting completely outslayed. They are doing the fundamental part to the T. They find themselves up by 50 going into Barber.
Unreal. How has this happened? FaZe Black setting up for the apartment play over towards New. Journey caught small tunnel. Godheady for Cruz. 3 members nearby, and he won't find a single kill. So Barber will open. FaZe Black will have full control. Plus Exceed watching this apartment push. Oh, the timing. Looks away at the exact wrong moment, and now Syndicate have an opportunity to try to break from behind with Gunzy on 5. He's really picked it back up.
Yeah, they have the back control. They can also attack from top mid as well because you have this player that's keeping the guy at God Steps at bay. You just got to get past Joe Deceives and the rest of FaZe Black. They do not let you get a single kill in through the back end, but Journey finds 3. Can he find the 4th? Yes, he can. Have yourself a moment. The break is in for Syndicate.
Oh my goodness. Lunar's still playing for the old time. He gets shut down. Now the rotation. Gunzy almost able to stop the play for FaZe Black. It will be 238, 237 to 190. But a full 60 for FaZe Black could put the map away here. Just comes down to who wins his opening gunfights.
You need the hold. You need the hold if you are FaZe Black. You also have a player in Lunars who's hitting the super long route through tunnel, setting up that pinch. He finds a freeze beyond a Cruz. Brack with the team shots onto Major Maniac. You eliminate all of Syndicate on your side of the map. Now all you have to do is hold on.
And Lunars just continues to throw a shoulder and his utility over, and uh-oh, FaZe Black have the perfect setup. And now the read that Syndicate have to play this through ticket side. Good shots from Exceed, doubles up. Oh, not like this. Syndicate had a lifeline here. After the slow start from Major Maniac and Gunzy, they started to pull it back, but they can't find a single kill. FaZe about to take the lead, and they can still win here.
I don't know if they can win here. Yeah, I don't know if they can win here. I think Syndicate, they've already did the maths in their head. I don't know how you get a full 60 at 190, and it doesn't put you at 250. But if they get this tick, it's going to be GG. If they don't, Syndicate have set themselves up to win the game. Oh, they're just going to decide to hop on off. FaZe Black, no, they can't win it. They have to find a break here, and Syndicate are prepared.
But they don't expect this full wrap. Here's the check. Journey able to get 1. The follow-up from Gunzy. Major Maniac is good. Last player is Lunars. Can he touch? No, he's completely shut down. How has this happened? Oh my goodness. I mean, wow. Flat out wow. Syndicate had so many moments that you thought, hey, you've got the setup. They get broken instantaneously. But still the focus around maybe some of the scrappier hard points, so good for Syndicate to keep them in the game, and they put it away going back to P1.
That is insane, man. Like, Syndicate didn't have the best start. We're talking about Major Maniac starting 0-8. On a map like Skid Row, when you get put in a mix, it's very difficult to get out of. But when FaZe Black are making the game a little bit easier for you, because they're simply just thinking about kills. They're all going positive besides Brack. But that's not going to win you the game. The more impactful kills was done on the side of Syndicate. They kept P5 scrappy, even with FaZe Black gaining the way that they did. They were up 60 points at the end of that Barber. They had a couple players in towards P2, and you also had a cruise missile. That's the thing where you have to invest that in. You can't keep P5 white for 40 seconds and depend on winning the map, because Syndicate, they were down 50 going into the second half of the game. They dominated at P1. They started off initially with the P2 time, so they were right into the game. But just like Syndicate knew, like the fact that you were at 190 going into P5 and you get a full 60, you don't win the game there, that's tough. I don't know how that works, but Syndicate, they were a step ahead of the game. They did the quick mathematics. They set up properly for top P1, and they were able to hold it down. 250 to 244 is the final score. And now we got a game 5, man. FaZe Black, they're choking. And this time it's not Search and Destroy versus this team.
Unreal. I mean, the only thing I can think of is that the hard point opened and they didn't get into it immediately. Like, maybe they were still playing around
No, there was a
backside.
player in it.
That's
No,
what
there
I
was a
thought,
player
too.
initially in the time. It didn't make sense to me.
I don't know. Wild scenes, my friends. Wild scenes. What an unreal breakdown in certain ways. I don't want to say like one team broke down to the other because just weird scenes. Just weird scenes. So now we go to another, just a bang out search and destroy. Rio for map number 5. Holy smokes. I don't even know what else to say at this point. This has been a wild evening. We're not even close to being done yet.
And keep in mind, Alan, this is an elimination game. Like, this has been a great series from start to finish. Every single map has went down to the wire. But Syndicate now find themselves on the momentum side of that train, winning 2 maps in a row. Karachi all the way in round number 5. A nail-biter Skid Row HP. And now you're going into a Rio Search and Destroy where if map number 2 is going to tell me anything, FaZe Black are going to scam a couple rounds. You just got to be ready for it if you're Syndicate.
We haven't seen, I don't think, either of these two teams play this map yet.
No,
At least not
not
on
yet, no.
broadcast. Yeah, so, yeah, because we talked about how diverse it SKRP was the first time we watched Rio Search. So, wow. Let's see how this one goes. I still have I'm having a hard time regaining after what just happened at the end of that hard point, my man. I'll tell you that much. I mean, Journey, that may be one of the best 4 pieces we've seen on the year, for what it's worth, by the way. That was clean as heck.
He was one shot, bro. Like, he
Yeah.
finds the timing to work when all of his teammates fall. Keep that in mind. They 3 conga line through the back door. He's the only one pushing towards God Steps. He wins that first gunfight on God Steps, snaps onto a second player in towards the window, and then on to the third player in towards the door, but he wasn't even done. I'm thinking, all right, he's one shot. The trade is going to be there. No, he whips out the Renetti and is able to find the 4th. Like, if FaZe Black are able to walk away with a couple seconds there, not put them at 190, potentially 192, they close out the game at P5, but Journey with the 4-piece keeps his team alive.
Unreal, man. Okay. Only real question here is, how do the number situations go when we talk about a map like Rio? And maybe even more so, what is the game plan going to be for FaZe? Because you think back to the Terminal, very aggressive defensively, trying to get themselves into very far up positions, trying to catch Syndicate off guard. But I wouldn't say that it didn't work, but there were also rounds where it obviously was not as successful as they were hoping for. So can they get away with that in a map like Rio? That's kind of what's standing in front of my mind right now when we load on in to see what FaZe does defensively in particular.
It's not going to be easy to get away with the aggressive players on a map like Rio, because if you decided to be aggressive up through top mid, okay, you got top mid control, but now if you don't have left, if you don't have right side towards the A bomb, you open up those pinch lanes for the opposing team to find the timing on those sides of the map. So if you are FaZe Black, just play the situations correctly. Like, if you have top mid control, you're on the defensive side, have all angles covered. And if you have all angles covered, we don't have to move. We are shutting down this play, especially if you know that the bomb is going to be towards your way, if they're not going to the opposite site. Like, just play your numbers correctly and play your situations a lot better, because this series probably should have been done in 3.
I agree. Man, what a set of maps we've had here, though. 250, 193, 6-5, 3-2, 250, 244.
Banger.
Yeah, absolute classic. For a matchup, it's an elimination round 1. I mean, that's just one of those things, my man. The competition is tight. It's just really funny because, again, you go back a year, these are essentially CDL matches.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, outside of what? Lunars hasn't seen the league yet. Cruz, Gunzy, those are the only 3 in the lobby that have not seen the league yet. Boy, I'll tell you, there have been moments in all of their careers where you could make an argument for them. Lunars in particular is still, I think, one of those guys that has a spotlight firmly planted on him. Not a guy that necessarily has to make flashy plays, but boy, I'll tell you, as an AR, he is pretty darn solid, pretty darn consistent.
Yeah, he's been playing great so far in this series. Dominates in map number 2. Doesn't slow down in that map number 3, even though his team did suffer that L. But into the game 5 we go. Who wants it more? As it's going to be SGP on the attacking side early on. And when you're getting a first blood with the nade, everything is just going right.
That's just one of those things that you should expect, that there's going to be a transition of nades across the board from Eskies to Eskies. Well-cooked frag nades for sure. Doesn't give Joe a chance to receive it or react to it. Now, after that first blood comes through, you've got a flank watch over the top of B while the bomb is actually focused on A, but Lunars is in position. A couple of the shots come through. Now his position is known, but can't overstay his welcome. Syndicate are here with all 4 members looking for the plant.
Yeah, they were able to catch Exceed on the pinch, trying to be the hero player to make something happen, or at least force it to a 3v3, but now in the 4v2, Syndicate get the bomb down over towards A. Every angle of approach is being watched. But it might be Lunars working his way through the deep pinch. Actually, Brack working his way through the deep pinch could potentially find Gunsy. Oh, nope. Puts down a couple shots. That angle is also being watched, and now Gunsy's going to time this flank.
Lunars for the first. Gunsy right there to pick up, make sure that flank stays safe. Lunars follows up. Clean shots, but just too tall of a mountain to climb. Yeah, it's just, you have to assume that there's going to be nades thrown at Eskies. Like, throw your nades, get
100%.
out of there. Throw your nades, get out of there.
You do it in hardpoint, it's definitely going to happen in Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
And if you can walk away with that opening first kill, it sets you up for success, especially if you're on the attacking side. Because you can be all out aggressive in towards top mid, or you can rotate back over towards A. They bring the bomb over towards A, catch Exceed, trying to go for the overextension, trying to set up a flank play. You take him down, and then you just play the setup over at that A bomb. Walk away with a very clean round right there out of Syndicate.
Yep. Okay. Face Black, what do you want to do on the offense here? Syndicate going to a 2-2 split, not even bothering with the middle of the map at all defensively. May work out as Major Maniac's just going to mantle over to a little bit of a heady. Follow-up utility just to make sure that any early pushes towards A get contested. Trophy system to keep them safe. Taking some damage from the explosion radius, but largely fine. Defense will still hold aggressively.
Yeah, they have 2 players on this A point. You're not going to sprint down to this site for free. You also have Brack watching the overextension, make sure no one's going to go on a deep pinch. Actually, it's going to be Exceed, but get all the info now. That Syndicate are playing a really tough setup over at that A point. We don't really want to contest it. Let's decide to wrap back over towards B.
Do they have any utility to clear out this space, though? Doesn't look like it. Joe is just kind of doing it the old-fashioned way, and Journey pops up, takes 2.
Oh, man.
And that's the problem, right? You 4-man stack over towards A. You use a lot of utility. It doesn't really land. And now Major Maniac has gotten aggressive through gate, and Syndicate are all over this with no bomb in hand for FaZe Black. This is looking dire.
Yeah, this is GG. Now turns into a 1v4. Exceed sniffs out Major Maniac, but not good with the Renetti. As Syndicate now take 2 rounds in a row. Very clean on the defense. They did not budge. It was a 2-2 split. You shut them down with that early pressure over towards A. You get your trophy systems to get invested after getting a couple kills in that first round, so you earned them nice and early into this one.
Yeah.
But once you get all those tags to get invested on that left side, they know they can't push up for free. They decide to wrap back, and Journey makes them pay for it. 2 rounds in a row now for Syndicate.
4 in a row for Journey. Could be something to play off of here. As Syndicate, once more, not really taking a lot of focus over the middle of the map. Gunsy's here, but depending on what he may tag with his utility, Journey wants to try to play and isolate the kills by surprise, but Exceed shuts down the potential for more. And now it's an early 4v3 for FaZe Clan Black.
So now you have the numbers. Can you stay alive, though? Cruz is just playing it super patient, knowing that Exceed had to reposition himself. Now it makes it a 3v3. As that bomb is slowly trying to work its way up through the A point, and you're forcing Joe Deceives now to back down. So you have an opportunity, if you are Syndicate, to work this bomb plant.
This almost feels a little bit too free. The rotation is just so slow, and Syndicate is going to have 1 proximity player watching for this flank, another a little bit over towards Garage. Lunars, good shoulder. Oh, that stun doesn't get over the top of the barrier, rather. So Cruz is kind of missed out in his position. Lunars has seen him on this cross. Easy gunfight win. Just a small misplay there from Cruz. Unfortunate set of events. Now Major Maniac has to pick up where he left off, and Brack catches him by surprise. Just left the Gunsy. He does have the clock to his name. Sees the toes. Tags are good, but the follow-up kill is clean, and Joe Deceives plenty of time for the defuse.
Yeah, there's too many bodies right there from FaZe Black still alive. If Cruz didn't stun himself, he probably is in a better position to at least find one on that flank, but once the stun bounces back, hit him in the forehead. Be able to locate him, take him down, and then find the second player on the isolation on the Major. And Gunsy left in the 1v3. Makes it a manageable play with only 12 seconds left in the 1v2, but once you find that first kill, everyone's going to pounce on you. And FaZe Black finally get one on the board. It wasn't easy, but they got it done.
Okay. And this would be the round you'd see FaZe Black maybe try to pull something a little bit more on the aggressive side, not with a 4-man stack towards A. And it'll be instead all 4 members over to the top at B. Defensively, Syndicate try to get aggressive, but there's no trophy down for Journey, so he gets completely caught. Follow-up nade's good for Joe Deceives. That's going to feel familiar. This time he's the one causing the kill, and that's going to lead to a very early plant for FaZe Black.
Yeah, this should be an easy round win. Take top mid control. You also set your SMGs up to find a trade. Even though Cruz is able to get out with his life, It's still a 3v1. I would have just committed towards the bomb plant.
That's what I'm saying.
But they decide to wrap it back over towards A, make it a lot more of a better chance of winning this round.
Not taking any chances. Cruz on the out and out. Brack caught behind the pillars. Help is on the way. Brack can wait for the regen. Cruz equally as patient, but this doesn't favor him at all. I mean, Brack's just like, come and get me if you want me, brother. And this is not going to be an angle that will lead to too much success, you'd think, for Cruz. Exceed off the head. He just gets a couple of shots off. He backs off, just playing the clock. No risks at all being taken here. And eventually Exceed will have Cruz down to a single bullet. And there will not be enough time here for Cruz to make a play for the defuse.
Yeah, it's only 10 seconds left. It's not going to be enough time for him to try to clutch up on the round, but great starts to that attacking round for FaZe Black. You open up with a bunch of nades, a bunch of chacks being useful. You find the initial opening 2 kills. And you just keep the trades in your favor. Rotate the bomb over towards A in the 3v1, just not enough time for the clutch to happen as FaZe Black respond with 2 rounds of their own.
Yep.
To now tie the game up at 2. And I just think if you are FaZe Black, let's just eliminate these calculated risks. Let's just play strong on our setup, probably a 2-2 split. Make sure we have every angle cut up because SGP, for some reason, they keep finding an opening whenever it's open.
Yeah, it really is. And I was going to say, if you're Syndicate, why not just keep working these heavy-handed approaches? Trophy goes down very far forward for Cruz. Defense has one of their own. Lunars, top of the fan. Clean shots. Smoke also coming out. Joe Deceives follows with no elimination. It's a 3-for-1 exchange. And there is just not a lot of room for Major Maniac to work with off of that opening spree.
Now it's left up to Major in the 1v3. All of FaZe back with the perfect blind counter, ready for that A push. Exceed trying to play for some info. Is he still over here on this side of the map? And I'm pretty sure he was able to spot him in that situation. If not, then Joe Deceives was able to spot him for sure now. Now with only 45 seconds left. 1v3. Bomb's going to still be down. Yeah, GG.
This would have to be Reddit-worthy, put it lightly. Not happening. No way, no how. Okay, 3 convincing rounds back to back to back here for FaZe Black. And all of a sudden, you kind of say the same thing that I said from a couple rounds ago, but put Syndicate as the main focus of topic. You're the ones who now all of a sudden have to find something convincing to try to change the trends around because FaZe are getting away with everything.
Yeah, FaZe 1 round decided to be aggressive up through top mid. This time 3 stack over towards the A point. Just catching Syndicate off guard. But like you said, 3 rounds in a row now for FaZe Black. Last time it was all out pressure, all on the back of the nades and the stuns that connected through top mid. They're just gonna go right back to it.
Yeah.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
There it is. That was a stick. Pretty sure on to Gunzy as well. So once again, it's just nothing but nades over the middle of the map. Bomb being planted. Journey not able to check it. And we've got a 4v2 post plant. I mean, just as quick and casual as you'd like. Exceed feels out the flank. Cruz on the other side, though. There's an opportunity here to isolate. And, man, FaZe Black get caught, even from his point, very isolated. And, wow, Exceed. I will say, fortunate to come away the victor of that gunfight. Cruz is trying to chase him down, but misses his opportunity, and he'll go into the 1v2.
Yeah, with only 20 seconds left, you have to get a move on it. You know that Exceed at least hit a route. He's going to come up these Eskies, but where is Lunars? You cannot find him. FaZe Black again on the back of the first blood out of the Semtex 6 Guncy right in the forehead. You get that first blood, you get the bomb down, and then even though it gets a little bit scary, I was almost thinking, you know, another 2v4 between these two teams. Like, it's bound to happen, but Exceed, the fact that he's able to win that one-on-one, walk away with his life, and then just force Cruz to try to overextend and try to find him. Just not enough time to work with FaZe Black. 4 rounds in a row. Back on the defense.
Have to have this run for Syndicate. You cannot go down 5-2 with how things have gone. Just Exceed. Stun comes through. Checks the info. Does FaZe try to get aggressive here through the A side of the map with that intel? Not quite. Major Maniac is in their way. Lunars, decent shots. Nade cooked, but Major Maniac is out of there. And he will survive. We'll stay 4v4.
And Major Maniac actually made a great play. He draws everyone from FaZe Black on this side of the map, and now he gets more info. Gotta run, gotta run. It's going to be a free bomb plant over towards B, but how long can Major Maniac stay alive in this positioning?
Oh, man. Not able to time out that challenge or back down. Journey stepping up, just trying to play an off angle to catch FaZe Black by surprise, but they went the long way tracking back. Cruz on the outside, finds the burst, steps away, gets the second onto Exceed. Huge gunfight win. Gunsy now. Next one up on the contact. Brack gives him a little bit of a go, but can't find any shots to land. 15 seconds on the clock. Have to find a way to get going, but Cruz has got his third. Working on the ace. May have a chance at it. Nade right down the stairs. Doesn't quite land, but the prediction onto Joe Deceives. Decent, but not able to secure the ace. Doesn't make a difference. SGP come away with a convincing round.
Oh, man, SGP. Just too clean. Like, the fact that Major Maniac was able to keep them all at bay on the left side of the map for such a long time. You allow that bomb down over at that B point. And once it turns into a 3v4, I would have liked to see FaZe Black commit on that flank. Because when you waste all that time to wrap back through your spawn, you were wrapping back to no information. You have no idea where they are set up, and Cruz makes them pay for it by being aggressively pushed up on the bridge side. He's able to find 3 on the round. And a much-needed round at that for Syndicate, now down 4-3.
And a good, again, moment for Major Maniac to stay alive as long as he had. I know it's not going to result in a kill, but he gets a full read on that FaZe Black push through. Here we go. Nades very ceremoniously over the middle of the map. Everyone stays alive. Rare to say that based on how this map has gone to this point. Exceed does get stunned, but largely speaking, not worse for wear. And the bomb is going to commit its way on towards B. They may stick for a plant here. Journey's going to check, doesn't see anything. And still no first blood.
And they're just waiting, and finally it's Gunsy again on the back end of a Semtex. Loses that first blood fight. Exceed finds his second on the round. It's instantly a 2v3. You still have top mid control if you are FaZe Black. They're not going to commit towards the bomb plant, though. They're going to try to go for these fights, and Journey might have found an opening.
Unreal. Exceed still cannot commit for the plant, and Journey he's not challenging the bomb plant. Exceed maybe reads as well. Tries to bait the door pop, but Lunars chased him down. Good isolation. Cruz, last one left. FaZe Black, I don't even know if they've seen him this round yet, so a lot of mystery into where Cruz's position gives him a chance at the 1v2, and FaZe are still not sticking for the plant at B. Rotating through boxes, and they essentially go ring around the rosy with Cruz, who's just doing the opposite play.
Oh, yeah, and it's complete blind counter because Cruz is in a great position to at least contest both sites, but when you overextend to check B, that bomb goes down at A. So now in a 1v2. Lunars and Exceed just trying to play for the info. Throwing a couple shoulders. Exceed is able to spot him. Lunars is now going to turn. The double chalice there. You don't even need it. Exceed lines him up as FaZe Black now find themselves at game point. Pretty sure Exceed finds 3 on the round as well.
Yeah.
There's a takeover there to now put FaZe Black at 5-3.
Do we say the word?
I don't know. We've seen a lot of comebacks today, Alan. We've seen a lot today.
We've seen a lot from this tally, too.
Yeah.
But you're right. Exceed does get 3. Lunars followed up to keep every remaining FaZe Black member a part of the kill feed. But if you're Syndicate, there hasn't been a tremendous amount of success really anywhere offensively for them. Exceed playing real deep. Trophy system keeps Syndicate's offense safe. And that will actually back FaZe off of this heavy stack towards A, trying to make sure they have some defensive presence on this B side as Syndicate makes their move.
Yeah, they're trying to retake it, at least from the bridge side. As Syndicate are working their way again for a bomb plan over towards B. Major Maniac still being the ISO player at that 8 point. Make sure no one's going to overextend, but here comes the fight.
Lunars gets scouted. Does Exceed jump in at the right time, though? Cruz is so worried about Lunars. There's the door pop. Exceed hasn't gone yet, though. A couple of the tag shots come through. This is taking so much time. There's the isolation. Kill finally comes out. Now FaZe flooding from the bridge. Information that there is a player playing back Eskies, but right as the push comes through, Major Maniac gets a kill from the back, and FaZe are a little sporadic here. Exceed still chasing down kills. There's not a lot of time for this. 15 seconds on the clock, but the kills come through just in the nick of time. Syndicate trying to finesse through bridge, but a full surround is out, and FaZe Black will take map 5 and advance to next week, sending Syndicate home top 8.
Yeah, it wasn't that easy, but the mid-round adjustments that FaZe Black were able to make happen. We're talking about taking aggressive top mid, opening with multiple first bloods, and then even in the retake situations, it was not a single player trying to be a hero. It was everyone as a unit, wrapping back together, retaking sites, using attacks together. Everything was just so in sync. You knew, even in that final round, you were like, Exceed, why hasn't he gone yet? Why hasn't he gone yet? He was waiting for Lunar to at least put 1 to 2 bullets in before he decided to turn that corner. He waits just at the perfect time to find that first blood and then start off the fights in through top mid. FaZe Black, strong in the Game 5 Search and Destroy, also strong in the Game 2 Search and Destroy.
Yep.
Last time they played this team, they lost both S&Ds. They make up for it by winning both this time. They move on.
Really good stuff from both teams. And again, it's one of those situations that Syndicate just kind of, again, giving them their flowers here. They've had a great start to this season. I mean, they've been finishing top 3, top 4 in a lot of the cups. Didn't have a way to make Boston as successful as they were hoping for, but were still a major threat throughout their bracket run. It's just one of those things that, you know, today just did not quite go their way, flat out. I mean, they played a really tough Boston team, could not really do much against them in the respawns. Heroic moments in the skid row here against FaZe Black. Same situation on the round 5 defense on Karachi, but like you mentioned, the 2 Search and Destroys not being able to get finished off for them sends them out top 8, and they're going to feel pretty disappointed about that. But a lot to learn, and still some good time here before they set up for what will, I imagine, will be another pretty successful attempt at the Miami Open.
Hey, they're a great team. They just have slow starts to the game. And sometimes when you're playing some of these top teams who are able to outslay you in certain positionings, the way you need to beat them is through the fundamentals. They have that. It just comes down to the clutch factor. We're talking about 2 Game 2 Search and Destroys where they found themselves up 5-2, where they found themselves up 5-3. If you close those out, you walk away with this series win. And even versus Boston Academy, at least you don't get 3-0. You force that Game 4 where anything can happen.
Yeah.
It's just those S&Ds and those final moments when it came down to that clutch factor, they simply did not have it today.
Taking a look at the bracket, winners round 2, we did get a chance to start the Convoy versus Spacefish Taco match, and they are up 1-0 in that series at this point. That's on the Bravo stream, so we'll do our best to look into that when the gameplay returns. But I believe our primary observer will be jumping over to the Houston Spartans versus Boston Academy roster. We've seen a lot of Boston in this group stage, and they've been fun to watch. We have seen none of the Houston Spartans, though. Not on this broadcast, at least. So we're about to find out what they're cooking with and how they were able to beat FaZe Black and what looked to be, based on kind of the results I saw from the other stream, pretty close series through 4 maps. So that's what's coming up next for us. We're going to step away for a break, get everything reset. When we come back, it's the last block of matches with Win Rouse 2 in North America after this. keep rolling. We got challengers all night long. Well, not all night long. We got one more set of matches in winners round 2. And like we said before we went to break, Spacefish Taco Convoy already in the battle. And Spacefish Taco were able to take the opening hard point. And now, Jay, we've got a chance to watch these boys in Search and Destroy. First time we got the Houston Spartans on broadcast here.
Okay, I'm excited to watch them eventually. We're on here with Spacefish Taco, which is Pro MR, a guy who gives me hell in late night rank sessions. Also Sam Welly. But they are currently up 1-0 in this series versus Convoy. On the defensive side, as Donnie Temp is able to find Wellies, he tries to get aggressive up through Broken, instantly puts them into the 3v4.
Yeah, tough defense over this A zone right now. As Deceptions has to watch the mid-map cross. Absolutely obliterates Yuli, gets a really good look at the second, steps away from the nade. Exotic almost able to take off what looked to be Two Real trying to plant, not to happen. So now Deceptions, once again, just have to be trusted to deal some damage here. And he gets a really good look at 2 members, but can't quite finish the kills. Pro MR taking his time up the water stream. I mean, Deceptions is literally doing it all himself, clears out a ton of space. You need Pro MR to get involved, but as he does, he drops. And that'll be enough for Deceptions to eventually be isolated.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Pro MR just get a little bit more aggressive. Like, Deception was doing everything he could to stay alive in towards the middle of the tank, but when you're in Convoy, you open up with the first blood. You take the ground on the A site. You're not able to spot Dave Patties and commit towards that bomb plant. Eventually leads to them finding that first round, and also Dave finding 3. That's a player you have to now focus on to shut down, because if he earns a cruise missile on a map like Invasion, you are now basically screwed, because you can't go to B-bomb.
Man, Deceptions gave it an effort, I'll tell you that much. A little crossing fire from Dave. Just a couple of tags, nothing serious. Two Real with an MCW. Don't expect to see him move much further forward than where he currently is. But wow, a double stack early for Spacefish right through the middle of the map. And that works out for first blood onto Dave. And now Temp is under a little bit of trouble. Trophy system gets down and Yuli provides a trade. 3v3, Two Real in the smoke. Signs of gunless here. Wait a second. Is Two Real? Oh, I was going to say, does he get to see him? The smoke dissipates just before the bomb gets fully planted. And now Convoy Gaming with numbers find the kills they need as Two Real finds another impressive win on the Mikey Pro MR.
That's a beautiful snap right there on a Pro MR. Now it's Exotic left in the 1v3. He does take down Two Real. Still an opportunity to try to clutch on up, but Convoy just too strong. Now on the defensive side, even though they were the team to get first blooded, they find the trade instantly onto Welly. Then it all comes down to Two Real finessing, not only with the pillow, but with that smoke on that A site. He's able to dance around it, find 2 kills on the round, secure for Convoy.
Yeah, really good stuff. And I will say, you know, this is probably the first time, and again, we haven't had a lot of time to watch Convoy, but just kind of looking into some of the cup streams and kind of into what's happening at Boston, like Two Real, this may be his most flexible year I've seen to this point. I mean, usually known as kind of a main SMG, but he's been pulling out the MCW a lot, and he's been doing really well with it. So love to see that versatility starting to come through for a man that's trying to get, you know, some more favor towards potential CDL spot.
Yeah, with maps like Invasion, with maps like Terminal, you best believe you're not going to be running around recklessly with that SMG, so you have to learn the MCW ways. So now Convoy have yet to leave the spawn. You had Temp watching that cross, making sure no one was going to be aggressive up through the middle of the map, but still going to be pressure through the middle of the map as well. He's going to get some info. Nades are abound. Nothing's going to be able to connect. But at least you get the info of where Convoy trying to attack from.
Yeah, lots of noise, lots of messiness happening at the middle of the map, but once more, everything goes quiet. Comfortable in their setup by the look of it as Spacefish Taco. You've got Pro MR watching to see if anyone crosses over towards B. It just comes down to how much they see here. He's called Exotic over to assist. Re-wrap back for Convoy, but Deceptions once more just in position. Saw the cross back over. Wow, what a challenge! Right through the middle of the map, and it's Welly behind him for 2. That is a bold call for Deceptions to chase down what he didn't know, but was the bomb carrier.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane individual play right there out of Deceptions, because he's one shot. The fact that he spots that player crossing, if Two Real was able to at least spot him, he would have committed towards that gunfight, but shots going down too late from his teammate leads to Deception finding that opening kill. Then Welly dominates through that mid-dark alley. He's able to find 2. So Spacefish Taco finally get 1 on the board. Back to the attacking side they go, and I would just like to see more commitment at this B side. I know it's very difficult to do, but When you're consistently trying to take mid-map control, work through Cafe, you're just giving Convoy an opportunity to retake easy.
Yeah, I agree with you, and it's just really interesting because, you know, I was kind of hesitant to say it, but we don't see this much pure A focus at the level above in CDL.
Yeah.
Like, there's always some way to finesse and create some space over towards B. And this time, ProMar, he's going to get caught. Trophy system just gets down too late. Lots of damage was already tallied. Too real. What? No freaking way. Deception just runs past them. Dave Patty right there for the trade. Welly, though, last one left. He has been unbelievable, this Elite. Looking for a 1v2. Has Dave caught in a corner. A little Turner, maybe.
Oh, my
Steps
God.
away. 1v1. No.
Oh.
Yuli gets behind the boxes and finds the kill.
The fact that he was even able to get away when you have a crossfire set up on the mid tank, I was almost jaw dropped. But at least if you are Yuli, you do not let him get away for free. You commit towards the gunfight and you win the one-on-one to secure your team in the round. I thought it was going to fall into the hands of Turel again, playing the same spot at that 8 point. This finds one and eventually leads to the second player getting traded instantly. Convoy strong again on the defensive side. Up 3-1. Back to the attacking side they go. And just going to be watching that cross, playing for early information. This is what Invasion has turned out to become.
Yeah.
All about info.
I like it. Definitely one of our slower maps in recent history for Surge, but does kind of provide opportunities to flex some brain muscle. Dave, Exotic looking at each other at long range. Nothing to come of it. Trophy system down for the defense of SFT over towards B. There's no one on site, but that trophy system, if it does trigger some connections, will make Convoy really think about where this defense could be positioned around B.
Just no one showing face. If you are Space Fist Taco, finally you get some information on to Welly, who's put himself in the same cut he did in the first defensive round that they were able to find success on, and that's through the mid-dark alley. But just keep in mind, look at Dave Petty on your minimap, just trying to time it while his teammates are crossing over towards B to catch these players off the rotation and work that deep flank.
Yeah, and that show of force actually does have Space Fish Taco rotating over, but Deception's now with an SMG in hand. Wow, great help from Welly. They go 2 for 1. The only player to find a kill is Dave, and he is just on the wrong side of the map. Temp forced to make a play, and whoa, hold on. Bomb gets collected, 15 seconds on the clock. The thing is, they don't know where ProMar is still. This is going to have to be a mad dash over. ProMar reveals himself, backs down, in a good position to watch this cross. Not enough time for the plant. Has to be the kills, and neither will come through. SFT take the round.
Yeah, it's just too much time wasted right there from Convoy. Like, they make the decision to wrap back over towards the A side with only 30 seconds left. And if you are Space Fist Tacos, you get a read on it perfectly. Then even in those final moments, only 10 seconds remaining on the round, ProMar, you just got to strictly stay alive towards the backside of Tractor, not allow the bomb plant to go down. Your teammate could have just been in the back of Palace having a good old time because they did not put themselves in an opportunity to think about that objective work. Now Space Fist Taco able to respond with a defense of their own. Now down 3-2. ProMar spots a couple players crossing over towards B, so you at least get the info of 2 players on the right side of the map, but it's Convoy taking mid-map control once again.
Oh, love this from Temp. Just peeks right through. I mean, we haven't seen SFT really do a lot of offensive work through mid outside of throw maybe a couple of nades, and Temp just kind of sees what he can get away with. And 1 for 1's not bad. I mean, you don't reveal anything if you're Convoy on that defensive setup, so now Space Fish Taco have to try to break down the map, down a player. This is going to be still pretty difficult to deal with.
And if I'm Space Fist Taco in this 3v3, I'm just not going to work over towards A because Turel every single time has picked you guys apart.
Yeah, true.
I would try to isolate this guy in Yuli over at that B point, but we know it's very difficult, especially when he's in position towards the backside of Tractor. Now you get some info on the Dave Patty. You must know that Turel is going to be on the site. How do they decide to attack this?
Focus through mid. Could be the route they try to take. Dave double checks. Damage in, but does not drop. Turel still holding his ground over the top of the A site, but no one's watching his water play. Exotic should be able to find one for free. Yeah, he is. Time's becoming an issue here, though. Dave's still fighting back, but it's John Exotic for a double. Bomb being planted. Uli running quickly. Does he get him off the bomb in time? No. Kill is there, but everything can reset for SFT. The post-plant setup allows the exit and the final kill. Good stuff there.
It's too easy right there for Space Fist Tacos, you know, to play it slow and steady on their attacking rounds. They knew exactly what they need to do when they spot all those couple of players, but that's on the Bravo stream. Now it's time to hop into our main game and really see what Houston Spartans are bringing to the table, because we have yet to cast these guys. I'm really excited to see these guys play, because I'm telling you right now, Fire 40 is undefeated in rank play. He is him. And if he can come out and be that same exact player that he is, oh, they might walk away with this W quickly.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of stories to tell about this Houston Spartans team, because flat out, I think you look at all the players that are on the roster that have been in the CDL, and we talked about this kind of in week 1, they fall in the same category of great individual players brought into a system that really didn't have much of a chance to succeed in the CDL. I mean, really the only one who has not seen it was Rex, and I will tell you, Rex was a KD leader all last year in the Elite for North America, just could not quite find a team to mimic the success that he would have wanted.
But now you have the opportunity to turn all the heads around. Going up against Boston Academy, who are flawless throughout Elite Stage 1. 6-0, and they're trying to keep their foot on the gas. They're early into this P1. It's been all out scrappy, but like you said, Dylan Rex, he's a man on a mission. Finds 3 through that P1. Now he's soaking that time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, he was just flat out disgusting last year. Just did not have the results in the Cups or the Elite or at the Opens that you would have wanted, but his KD was like a 1.16 in the Elite, which was some of the best overall that we had in North America. So, definitely a guy to keep your eye on for potential star power. Boston, though, looking good as they rotate over to P2. Rex up top. Shots are decent. Works his way down low. Helps Prolute work his way over to try to contest this, but Boston just kind of bunkering the back of the hard point have done well to kind of keep themselves locked up.
Yeah, you can always count on Boston to be at that new hill when that new hill time pops, but all about these kills after that. They don't find a single one. Houston Spartans, they find the break, and now all Boston Academy are forced to make a decision. Do we decide to go over this jump up? Do we decide to contest this a little bit more? Or do we just cut our losses and rotate over towards P3? It's looking like they're going to put still pressure here. Have players jumping in from top yellow. Pentagram, he's going to be able to get it done. That's 3 down. If you can find this trade on Spart, this final 20 is going to be yours. But you gift those rotations over to Houston Spartans. Even though you're going to have a slight lead going into the next hill, you are forced to break again.
Yeah, Prolute. We'll just try to finesse some of the old time. Got aggressive, got stunned, and that leads to now all of a sudden Boston moving, but Prolute, fortunate, does spawn over towards the new hard point. Fire sitting inside a garage, deals with Yeez very nicely, steps away, finesses his life. Boston trying to work from the front, but that's also unsuccessful. Good setup here for Houston.
Yeah, you just got to hold strong. So far, they're doing exactly that. They find all the kills. Last player up is going to be Pentagram. Prolute in the perfect position to find that one. Now you're also able to flip those spawns. All of Boston Academy now have to attack through Chicken Coop. Have to attack through top 3, and Fire 40's just dancing around, getting some bad COD timing there. And Boston Academy, with that opening, have an opportunity to try to find a break.
Rex, just a sentry turret. Lots of damage tallied. Boston not able to get out of this garage position.
Oh my
absolutely
God.
Obliterated. Plus headshots deeper over towards Yeez, who gets finished. Prolute steps back into the hard point, turning, able to find some damage on the Cammy, but impressive shots from the Flying Scotsman. And that's enough for Boston to break in for the scrap time.
Yeah, it's a good final 15, but now you're more focused on that D4 rotation, where Houston Spartans are going to be the team there early on. Shawnee tries to commit to that gunfight, thinking that there's no one else on the side of Houston Spartans on that roster. And he comes back to bite him, as now they're the team initially on the time, but we talk about a bunch of P4s on this game now ever since the update. Very difficult to get any HP time, or at least a good chunk of time on this one. So if you're Houston Spartans, more focused on the kills, more focused on flipping those spawns, and it did exactly that.
Good exchange on the way back here, though, for Boston. As Spart not quite able to stay alive, means that for the Breach Academy, they will get some time. Prolute, wait, he just falls on into the hard point and into a double. Also steps away back towards P1. Yeez battling just to the pistol, and finally gets the elimination before Rex is there for the trade. Spartan still enjoying about a 20-point lead, and the scrap time also going to go their way with Fire taking down Pentagram for the back 15. Totally confirmed.
So now if you are Boston Academy, you are gifted a rotation because they were so aggressive at that P4 to walk away with the final 15. But you're in a really tight setup. So you have to clutch up on these fights. You already have one player spawning all the way across the map in Pentagram. No pinches are going to be abound. Houston Spartans all over the map, but it's Boston Academy driving through the chaos as they find 2 in the feed. Now Cammy's going to decide to push on out.
Rex isolated by himself. The rest of the Spartans all the way out towards P2. And Cammy's just going to sit here, wait to get a sound cue. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Rex still alive. Goodness gracious, this guy's got fire on his feet. Eventually does get taken down, and in the meantime, that didn't kill off enough time because Boston from the front have been perfect. Pentagram, huge up top. Last one left alive is fired. He can only just stay down and keep his life.
Yeah, with only 25 seconds left, if you are the Spartans now, you are forced to hit that rotation. Put yourself in a position towards top 3, towards top red, to set up properly around this P1. See that one player in Boston Academy in Pentagram, he actually is going to get blessed with a free pinch spawn, so an opening for the first kill. Cammy now finds himself on 5, one off earning that cruise missile, and would look to be a great Spartans rotation. At least a proper setup at P1 is instantly getting broken apart.
It's just wild because we talked about this, kind of evaluating this Boston team in the first place as Cammy does get his 6. Is like both the SMGs just, it feels like they get the green light to go do whatever the hell they want. It just, they're always running and gunning and finding these weird angles, sometimes off the split spawns, but more often than not, it's just by creating space. As Cammy, wow, nice shots over the top of the heady onto Rex. Prolute next in line. Cammy, lucky the light poles there, I'll tell you that much, because Prolute was about to get absolutely blistered, but the break's still good for the Spartans. Meanwhile, Pentagram still kind of floating, and with Shawnee finding 2 over the top of the hard point, it will be Boston back in the hill.
Yeah, it's only a break for about 2 seconds. Boston Academy with more bodies on that side, able to reinforce with the gunny. And are now going to find themselves up by 60 points. You have Pentagram going on a route. Does get read by Prolute, so this is an opportunity where Houston Spartans are in a very, very tight setup. You have to make these kills count.
Fire playing up top at red, only gets 1. Yee's confirming the trade. Rex just a little bit deeper. Watches 1 drop in, but the rival not up close and personal from Pentagram will not miss. Shot comes him out of position. Spart, fun with doors in the backside of the hard point. He's now the last one left. Decent attempt, but Cammy wise to it, and Boston flawlessly break through the front. Trouble brewing here for Houston.
Yeah, this might be game. Like the way that they are playing right now, the break that they were able to find at this moment. They're up by 70. You walk away with this final 30, you're going to be up by 100. And keep in mind, they still have a cruise missile in the back pocket of Cammy, but they might not even need it. The guns are just too hot. They find another 3 in the feed. Farthest player pushed out is going to be Prolute. He's trying to at least put himself in a position to stay alive. He does fall, so it's going to be Boston Academy off the rotation. They are currently on, what, a 12-team streak?
Yes.
They have not fallen. They are in sync as a unit right now.
Just another one of those moments you look at and
Oh
my
my.
God! Spart, get out of his way. Rex finally breaks up the monotony of what has been a Boston kill feed, but that's the only moment that it happens. 100+ point game. Houston working their way off top 3rd, trying to break their way in. It's just not working, though. My goodness. It's just, it feels like this team is impossible to trade out, man. They're so quick, so furious, and the thing is, they're never really by themselves. A break attempt comes through. Cammy pulls out the cruise missile. Yeez does drop, so a moment here for Houston to try to get back into the game.
Yeah, and they need this moment because with only 30 seconds left on the cafe, you have to start playing 2 steps forward. Have to start thinking about that next hill. Have to start thinking about your next play. Prolute, at least finesses with his life. Put himself towards top 3. Dylan Rex across the map is still finding a couple teammates. So now Houston, they're able to get the break for 30 seconds, but now you're going over towards the P4. You also withstand the cruise missile coming in out of Cammy. So you don't have to worry about any more kill streaks coming in on you. But Boston Academy, they're up by so much, they can still break in towards the old hill, and now we're going into a P4 where I don't think they're going to close it out here, but they're more focused on just getting the kills.
We did find a pretty significant amount of time here. Last we were over the top of the storefront, and here we go again. AR is finding the opening first blood. Pentagram off the regen. Dead silence in play. We'll step into the hill. Trophy system will blow up in front of him, and Boston have the full setup to keep him protected. Spart able to find 1. Pinstripe kill feed. Pentagram looking at range towards Dylan Rex, and he's going to find 2. Every second is a punishing second here for the Spartans, and fire will eventually neutralize the hard point. Cammy next one up, though, and he's on a burner. 25-13. Shawnee able to assist at least a touch, but doesn't quite track Spart backing out of the window. So Houston again staying alive, but it's just, man, you can't make a mistake from here on out.
Yeah, now you're forced to break in towards the P5 where Boston Academy, even in a tight setup, they were unbreakable. Pentagram finds the first off the rotation. Yee's in a crucial spot. He does get gunned down by fire. Great team shots out of him and Prolute to find that engagement, but With only 14 seconds needed out of Boston, just got to get one wave of kills, and the game is going to be yours. They can't find it. Houston Spartans, they're right in through the front.
There's a thing that I keep going back to whenever I have a chance to watch Spart play. It was the same way in Modern Warfare 2. Is if he has a slow start, you can count on him for usually having a pretty hot finish. That would be a necessity here if the Spartans were to pull this comeback together. A little bit messy around the backside of our old cafe hardpoint. Pro loot, still able to find Cammy, and he knows he's got a player nearby. Wants to try to take down Shawnee, who's still stuck in the corner. There's the double, and here we go. 185, 237. You've got Spart just deep towards P2, and Boston can't focus their approach to the front with him sitting on the pinch. There it is. The kills are out, and Houston are going to get past the 200-point mark.
They're right back into this game. Boston Academy have now messed up on 2 hills. They want that one back, but you have to set up properly around this P1. Already one player in towards the point. Cammy and Yee's already finding the initial fights. Smart, the last player up as he's working his way through bottom fountain, but only 10 seconds till Boston call game.
Gets the double over towards Yee's. 245 every second. Looking towards 250. Pentagram's nade. Oh, man, just saved things. Wow. Spart was just about to take the challenge to the hard point, and then out of the heavens falls a Semtex into his lap. The final 2 kills from inside the hard point, also perfect. But I'll tell you, that break attempt was looking successful. You had players from all 3 directions, but a Semtex saves things, and the final double comes through for Boston to hang on.
Yeah, that was a little bit scary towards the very end of the game, but Boston Academy, they were in control from start to finish of that one. We're talking about a P4 scrappy. You allow Houston Spartans to take the final 20. You dominate that P5-4 full 60. Then you chain it to the P1, and then you execute a break instantly onto the cafe. That's why they were up by 100 points. You're able to take more risk at this time. Challenge chunk time. And just keep the game a little bit more scrappy, a little more random than Houston Spartans were expecting. But Boston Academy, they started off hot. They end the game hot, all on the back of Cammy, who was just in takeover mode. 5,500 damage, 28 and 18. He earned himself at least 1 cruise missile, was shutting down all the AR presence on the opposing side. And at least the Boston Academy taking map 1.
And it really is. I mean, again, the start to this game was great for Houston, but it's the rotation over coming up here in a moment where we start to see P2 to P3 for Boston, where you talked about it. It was just no one getting trades. Not a single person finding kills for Houston. They had 1 kill in the midst of what felt like 90 seconds worth of action. And yeah, there is a heroic moment here at the end, but that stretch between 2 and 3 was just too much to overcome as Boston were just not losing gunfights.
Yeah, it was hard. It was hard. Because you know how difficult it is to break in towards Cafe. You're now forced to break it from Yellow Alley to Soda Alley or even jump over the damn dumpster. And that's not really successful either, because if Boston Academy found all the kills on those right side, they're basically gifted the rotation over towards the next. But as you take a look at the game flow, they just started to pull away, man. At that P5, you chain it to the P1, and then you also chain it to the P2. You find yourself up by 100 points. They were only a couple margins away from one setup or one set of kills from closing out that game, and they got it done in those final moments.
So here's a look at the full series setup. Double Karachi to get us going. Another high-rise control in the mix. And then we have an invasion hardpoint followed by another high-rise search and destroy. We've seen a lot of high-rise in the Elite this year, at least for North America. And again, not really much we can really say about what the search and destroy for Karachi is going to look like, in particular for Houston, because like we mentioned, we have not seen them yet on broadcast. But again, we're flipping back and forth. So while they're setting up for the Karachi search and destroy, we'll go back over and take a look to see what's happening in our other upper bracket 2 matchup. Convoy Spacefish Taco tied up at 1 map apiece, and Temp not having a great start here, but Convoy doing well offensively. Just need 1 more tick over at A or 7 kills as Spacefish Taco try to lock down this defense. 6v7.
6v7. You still have an opportunity to clutch on up if you are Convoy, and now it's Donnie Temp hitting the route. Not having the best start to this game, but he might be gifted with 2 of his own. Finds the first kills. Going to be able to snap onto the second. No more respawns for Fish Face Tacos. Now, if you are Donnie Temp, you're in a situation where you have to play for these spawners. Fortunately, you have no ammo for those gunfights. He falls, and they're on the point, though. They can still win this round.
Yeah, but they don't stack it. And that's, maybe a miscue here. Temp just needed to play his life. He had 2 players behind him that could have stacked, and even though there's a heroic couple of gunfights, you're going to want that one back if you're Convoy. Temp just needs to stay down. I mean, you had 2 members, 3 on the way that could have stacked the A zone for 1 tick of progress, but you kind of run into the gunfight, you fall. Yuli's not there to stack. It just feels like a missed chance there for the offensive Convoy.
Yeah, that's tough because obviously Donnie Temp didn't have the best start. So he's sitting at 1-6, ended that round at 3-7. After he finds those two, basically a little bit of an overheat there. Like you said, if he just plays his life, forces Spacers Tacos to look for him as they're exiting the back of their spawn, probably a lot more time for Yuli to stack that point and eventually close that one out. But Spacers Tacos able to clutch up on the defensive end. They do give up 5 segments, though. That can play crucial as we get to the later half of this game.
Large hit here for Spacefish Tacos down B alley. Lots of nades are landing though, even though Dave only gets the first. 2 real, top scaffold. Promar sees it, doesn't get the first shots cleanly. Exotic following up, now on 4 in a row. Doesn't quite slide into B to help out his teammate Welly. Promar instead will climb through the ladder, get on in. Little slide shell. Wow, big gunfight win from you. What? How does he get 2? Should not be allowed. Goes prone with the pistol, cleans things up, and the first hit gets depleted.
And now you're basically put in a headlock. If you are Spacers Tacos, you are forced to get out of your spawn. You have 2 players who are already out towards the blue side, but it's only a matter of moments before those kills come in. And Yuli's having himself a stellar control so far. Usually running at SMG, but the MCW is still godlike. Finds himself on 5 in a row, sitting at 18-8 with only 40 seconds left. Spacers Tacos have no segments to show for it. They're still trying to fight out a spawn.
Unbelievable. Couple of kills do get some sort of an exit. Not a lot of time and more kills to follow, but Welly, wow, impressive double. That clears off the entire chokehold. Only a 4 life deficit, but the problem here is that there's no progress anywhere, and you're down to 20 seconds, so whatever the decision here is for SFT, it needs to be successful.
Yeah, you have to make it quick. And there might be at least to pause the game clock at the same point. Donnie Temp takes down Exotic on that side of the map, and now it's Perma on the pinch. He finds the first kill. Is he going to read this player in towards the elevators? No. But now the information is gained. The teammates are here. The nade is better, though, from Temp. It's so good it even nades himself. It's now with only 0 seconds left on the game clock. Convoy stays strong on the defensive setup. I'm pretty sure Yuli was able to earn himself a cruise missile as well. And they don't give up a single segment of progression. That's great out of Convoy Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. So, in certain regards, you may look at this and say maybe could be a 2-0 advantage, but we still stay 1-1. The bigger news is that Yuli is destroying 21-10 through 2 rounds. And the tick progression heavily favors that of Convoy Gaming now. Kind of feels like Spacefish Taco are going to have to win this defense with some control and then also do something manageable to at least reduce some of this tick progression that has already been earned by Convoy.
Yeah, this needs to be a shutout round if you are Spacers Taco. You're already down by 5 segments. The route from Yuli, he can do no wrong. The snap is working. See, he finds the initial 2 fights, but Promar finds 2 of his own, make it all 4 for the entire squad as now Convoy Gaming in the back of their spawn.
Yeah, well, he just going to tee off here from inside the office, although Dave quick response, and Exotic gets stunned. He will also drop. Nice moment there from Dave. So the offensive focus will find their way out, but if you want to watch the conclusion of this one, make sure you head on over to the Bravo channel on the YouTube channel, as we're going to swap back over and keep our main focus with the Boston Breach Academy and the Houston Spartans. So again, youtube.com/COD Challengers. Get back to that home portal. Pull up both streams. Why not? Watch both at the same time. What are you doing? Do it.
Yeah, come on, bro. It's COD is life. I know it's 11:42 for all our East Coasters out there, but it's still a lot of COD to be played, and now we're going into the map 2 between Houston Spartans and Boston Academy. This is where I really want to expect Houston Spartans to take over because they have nothing but S&D players across the board, and Cammy makes him pay for it, though, with the first blood.
Absolutely. 3v3 early on. Prolute catches Pentagram through the middle of the map. Yee's looking to confirm a trade. Has to make sure there's no ARs watching over the top. Prolute still just kind of dancing backside rubble. Looking both ways before any further contest comes through. And Houston are just going to take their time here, try to field things out before they commit to a bomb plant.
Yeah, and this time might come back to bite them.
Yeah.
But at least you get the info onto 1. Now you force that player to reposition on the site. Just have no info if there's going to be a player towards the bridge side. It opens up the lane for Yeast to sit up on that flank.
Whoa.
Unfortunately, Cammy can't take one down before he gets taken down. And now it's a 2v1. Yeast trying to clutch on up.
Still no plant yet, though. Yeez is going to see no one's here. The only question is, did they bail over towards A? No, he sees him bottom bridge. So now Yeez can just sit here, watch the cross. Back up towards the scaffold, and Rex meets him in the exact same location. Man, I'll tell you, Rex kind of saves that round, though. The quick snap to the first and then the follow-up. Yeah, really good stuff.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Dylan Rex. He finds 3 on the round. The final one onto Yeez. Lines him up, also keeps his teammate alive with the kill onto Cammy. But I think they were just simply waiting out the nades, because you don't want to sneak into that bomb plant. You probably don't have a smoke grenade. You don't have any info towards top bridge as well. So we're playing that patient on the attack round, and it works out perfectly as they take the first round.
Yep. Okay. Next up for Boston. Focus towards B with 2 players stack in towards mid rubble. Spartan's looking to play for top fountain control in this church position, but Yeez has gotten into broken. I mean, this is a spot where if Boston can start to manipulate the map, force Houston to rotate, Yeez is in a very unpredictable spot.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to read him. At least in the first 15 seconds, he jumps into top secret. So now it's already been 30 seconds knocked off the game clock. Boston Academy, they're just waiting because they didn't pick up a majority of those kills in round number 1. So no trophy systems to work with yet, as they're waiting for those to come on in. But finally, Spark's going to put down a cover shots, sensing Yeez for the trade. It's instantly a 3v3.
The thing is, there's still not a lot of clearance towards trying to get this plant off, but Yeez now hunting down Rex and gets a lot of work out in the battle, but the information, perfect fire. Oh, little meat inside the doors. Both players making the same play at the same time, and Yeez will find another Boston battle back for a 1-1 draw.
Yeah, Dylan Rex finds 3 in the first round. This time it's Yeez with the SMG to find 3 in the second round. A whole lot of aggression up through the middle of the map. Takes early positioning through top secret. Finds the trade and then does not slow down. Finds a second kill and the third through bottom fountain. Is able to tie the game up at 1. But now this is where the game completely changes, because both squads now have trophy systems to work with. How do the attacking strategies, how do the defensive strategies change here?
Absolutely the case. How about this? Boston, all 4 members. Not just towards B, through it. Trophy system down. Yeez is going to get into concrete. Throw loot. Oh my goodness. What do you look at?
Wow.
This is Boston members all over the place. Good to still get 1, though. Fire following up. Yeez trying to force the trade, but a little mismapped to where he went. And now he's going to get crossed by Spartan. You've got Cammy in a 1v2.
Yeah, that's the situation right there. If you're Yeez, you take the positioning, but just simply not having dead silence popped, you're forced to slow down with that player staying alive the way that he did. Now it's Cammy left in the 1v2. Bomb is slowly approaching his way up through that B side, through the middle of the map, and this is going to catch Cammy off guard because he's just playing over towards A.
Yeah. They may actually wrap. Oh my. If Cammy timing, I was going to say maybe he sneaks past this, but not to happen. Houston able to get on top of AC, and from there, no chance for Cammy. And that's just simply Yeez just completely losing track of the gunfight frontside arches.
Yeah, that's what it came down to. Like, he found himself in a position to try to play for that trade, but he goes left instead of right. Then at that point, he knew he was in a sandwich, tries to pop that dead silencer, maneuver a little bit more. But by the time he invests in it, he gets picked off, and then in 2v1 Boston Academy, just great off the rotations to catch Cammy through the middle of the map. Now up 2-1, back to the defensive side, and we already seen the adjustments when those trophy systems come into play. It was all aggressive up towards B. This time with the Boston Academy show.
This time, though, Rex at barrels. Okay, 1 for 1 from that position is not bad at all. And we've seen Boston play this map before. They love to do this. They love to get Yeez deep in towards mid. Fire. Oh, maybe he saw just the eyebrows of Yeez. Decides to value his life as he is one of the only defenders over towards A, and the timing is perfect. He blows Cammy away, and now it's just down to a 2v3.
Straight shotgun kill right there out of Fire 40 takes down Cammy. Now it's a 2v3. Bomb is starting to rotate over towards A. Yeez finds the timing, but the trade is instantly there. It's a one-on-one across the map. Shawnee is able to win it. Now it's a one-on-one between him and Spart for the round.
Bomb down. Spart surely sees it. Yep, absolutely he does. Shawnee's route, timing-wise. Door pops. Shawnee's first shots are decent, but doesn't find the kill. Spart backs away. Plays up towards top red. Lots of noise being made. But Shawnee gets a little nervy off of it, just puts himself in a corner. And in the meantime, Spart has repositioned to the opposite side at A. This is all about who gets the better COD timing. Shawnee not going to find Spart at all. And that's just fun with doors again. Spart's just popping every door up top saying, look at me, and then all of a sudden he's not there.
Yeah, and the reason why that works out the way that it does is because Spart is actually running covert sneakers. Shawnee wasn't. That's why you see Shawnee starting to crouch walk his way up through ticket. Still thinking that Spark was going to be in towards top red when you hear all those doors being busted. Just a repositioning right there out of Spark. Too strong. Unreadable for Shawnee. As the Spartans are able to take 2 rounds in a row now. Starting to pull away in this search and destroy. Back to the attacking side they go. It's been all out pressure every single time through the chicken coop. And they're going to go back to what has been working.
Trophy down. Nades over the top. Shawnee is heading that direction towards top AC. Yee's aggressive in a really good spot defensively over the top of the B side. The problem is they do lose Cammy at the middle of the map, so Yee's is going to have to be the hero of B while everyone else is kind of stuck on the other side.
Yeah, he's got to time this perfectly. Pentagram is at least going to be able to spot a player in towards P1. Might set up Yee's for that one, but Cobra sneakers are now strapped. He's able to find that timing on the Dylan Rex and get out with his life. So now if you are Houston Spartans, you are now forced to focus on where is Yee's.
And that's the thing is he's never in the same spot twice, you feel like. Although this time he actually kind of is. Has not gotten away. Isolation starts to come through. Shots are out. Yee's blown away by Spark. Clean shots. And then how about 6 in a row for Spark? Bounce back map. Got Shawnee down to a bullet.
Oh!
Mid-air pistol. Why not for Spark?
We got to see this one again, man. This is just confidence flowing through this young man's veins. Had him one shot, whips out the Renetti and closes it out. Ends that round on a 7 streak, so he already has a cruise missile to work with, but just winning that 1-on-1, actually that 2-on-1 versus Yee's, getting the read onto Pentagram. Just great plays out of Spark. He was an MVP in the CDI at one point in his life, and he's showing it now. Now that's 3 rounds in a row for the Houston Spartans, and with that cruise missile, you can take some risks now.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, MVP, meta changer. He kind of did it all that major, brother. Unfortunately for him, didn't really last as long as he would have liked. Pentagram. Seen by Spart. Nade cooked. Fire helping the rotation over as first blood for Boston was very clean. Yee's quick, but Fire in a perfect spot to get the response, and we go 3v3.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Fire to answer onto the kill on the Yee's, but Dylan Rex is in this position. He's going to force Boston Academy to play this nice and slow. You can't work out towards B because you have bridge control. So they're just trying to maneuver on the opposing side of the map, and that's what Cammy's starting to do. Working his way up through the A side. Wins that 1-on-1 versus Spark. What a read out of him.
Yeah, now Rex has to move. Dead Silence is popped. He's going quickly, but Boston actually have not rotated through this. This kill is kind of a little bit of a fake out. Cammy hasn't got tagged, and Shawnee's right there to make sure he stays safe. Last player up is Fire. Boston will know he was last seen over towards that fountain position, and that is where he still comes from. Boston pick up after the first blood. Don't drop a single kill after they get the response.
Yeah, and if you're Dylan Rex right there, just be a little bit more patient. Like, once Cammy gets 1 kill over towards the A side, you already have Fire going off the rotation. But the fact that you cut your losses thinking that they're all going to go over towards A just catches you off guard as they're still holding strong at that coop at top 3. As Boston Academy, they're able to stop the bleeding for now. Secure that round, now down 4-2. But this is where they have had the issues on their defensive side. They have not been able to shut down Spartans' play at B a single time yet.
Oh, look at all these nades coming through. Does the trophy get down in time? Oh, yes, it does. So not a lot of information will be gained here for the Spartans outside of the fact that someone placed a trophy. So that kind of puts a pause to any aggression at B, and we'll kind of just fuel things out from here.
Yeah, and they're playing it tight, too, also as well, around the coop area.
Wow.
Cameo eventually finds the first blood. Great shots onto Fire. And that instantly puts them into 3v4. Already a different look from Houston Spartans. They like to take mid-map control, but this time they force stack on the left side. And just keep in mind, they still have a cruise missile to work with. Actually, it does get invested. Where did it go?
Great question. I have no idea. I didn't even hear it come out.
No, me either.
So now Prolute, after all the action comes through, he's left in a 1v, what would be 3. 2 still remaining. Yee's up top is just continuing to throw shoulders, be annoying, and yeah, there's the follow-up from Sandbags. It had to have been used this round, but I didn't hear it. I didn't see it.
I didn't see nothing. I don't know what happened. I know he had one guaranteed.
100%.
He was a player watching the deep pinch as well, so he might have invested it there, and we just didn't see it. I don't know, but Boston Academy, they're too strong on the defense, on the back of the first blood onto the player that's jumping in towards top fountain. Just strong to hold. It's now they're slowly climbing their way back into the search and destroy. Now down 4-3. Finally a response to shut down that aggressive play over towards B. But yeah, no, Spark doesn't have it anymore.
No, he had to have used it last round. Very strange. Houston still putting a lot of attention on the B side of the map, this time defensively, but again, I mean, Boston, what? They just run through the middle of the map. Don't throw anything, don't shoot anybody, and now Fire is all of a sudden stuck over towards back office desk, or is he? Yeez gets caught by surprise. That's your bomb carrier down. Yeez double checking, or party. Fire after the kill on Yeez double checks it. Trade on the other side of the map means that Boston will be limited on numbers. Spart seen over towards the front side at the old P4, but nothing to come of it, and Cammy is going to get naded out. He really can't play for a plant here yet.
He could have had an opportunity to plant it. He's just trying to play for the kill. And now Pentagram is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's able to walk away with his life, but Cammy also finds one onto Dylan Rex. That bomb is still yet to be worked on towards A. They just don't have the info, and the positioning right now is just not the best from Houston Spartans. Pentagram's able to take down Spartan. Now that bomb is all the way at their opposite side. Prolu left in the 1v2.
He may get one for free here, though. Yeah, sure does. So now to the 1v1. Information as the bomb gets planted over towards B. MCW collected off of a dead body. Cammy not giving up much as he's still playing bottom concrete. And oh boy, this has got to be the hardest post-plant 1v1 breakdown if you're Prolute in the history of post-plant 1v1 breakdowns. He doesn't have his dead silence yet. Trying to get there as fast as he can, but Cammy's flipped to the other side of the map. And now Prolute, this is his window. He has to find contact and find it soon. And I just don't think he's going to be able to. I mean, you've got top castle position here for Cammy, and yeah, he doesn't even need to worry about it. He gets to the bomb from here, no worries.
Yeah, that's a GG.
Yeah.
I thought that was an impossible round for Boston Academy to walk away with. But the fact that they somehow, some way find the clutch, all on the back of Cammy. Starting off with that first kill onto Dylan Rex, making it a 2v2, and then Pentagram Leaks makes it a 2v1. But then in the play call of Cammy to change from the credit corner towards the bottom of the scaffold, wraps all the way back to take control of the top fountain area. Just too much time wasted for Prolute trying to sniff out where he was trying to play on that setup. Now leads to Boston Academy finding 3 rounds in a row. To tie the game up at 4, and back to the defensive side they go. If I'm Houston Spartans, let's make sure we send people mid and go to B.
Yeah, for real. Trophy down again. Boston looking to get aggressive. Stun does connect onto Cammy. Prolute, top of the barrel. He must have gotten tagged. Does not commit to the gunfight. Yee's trying to chase him up, though. Doesn't quite find him. And so everything will just kind of default back to Boston being allowed to play a bit of more aggressive defense around B.
You already shut down an initial push from Houston Spartans, so you already find yourself in some crucial spots if you are Boston Academy. Yee's laying on the lower side of that scaffolding, playing a nice little credit corner. Shawnee getting some info as well. He spots at least 3 players. You know, one in Prolute is going to be bottom middle, one towards top 3, and you also spot towards back mid. So a lot of information gained for Boston Academy.
Yeah, that's job done for Shawnee. Yeez will know that he's going to be under threat. Smoke comes out. Yeez just pushes into it. That's the bomb carrier down. No one follows up behind it, and Yeez is out. And now Cammy can watch over the top of him. Unreal scenes. The retake over through mid, though. Doesn't quite go as planned. Houston able to find a 2-for-1 exchange, getting us to a 2v2. Not a lot of time here, though, Jay.
Yeah, you got to take care of Yeez. You know that player's still contesting over towards Bridge, but he just simply not have to peek. Just play for the info. Wait for your teammate to set up a pinch, and that's exactly what happens. Cammy finds the first, and with only 12 seconds left, Prolute commits towards the fight. He still has an opportunity to work this bomb plan if he can get it down in time.
Nah, but look at Cammy. Just going to check it. No worries. Oh, man. That's got to be so annoying. And it just, again, is just one of those things. We've seen this over the course of the entire group stage. We know Boston wants to get Yeez forward. Doesn't matter what side of the bomb they're on. He wants to get aggressive. He wants to have a stance to play for some early contact or at least some early contest as soon as an execute comes through. And this time, Cammy watches over him perfectly.
Yeah, and Boston Academy, they're just simply not worried about Houston Spartans attacking over towards A. That's now every single attacking round they've went over towards the B bomb. So
yeah,
a couple adjustments are coming in, and they're making them pay for it as they take 4 rounds in a row. Now find themselves at game point, and you might be able to call a game if Cammy is able to get 1 kill in this round. Stun is going to be able to connect through the middle of the cut. Cammy's going to be able to take top AC control, but Pentagram eventually finds that first blood of a Prolute trying to get aggressive up through Coop. Instant 3v4.
Just tries to throw a curveball. Here comes fire. Cammy sees Spark. Here's the close contact. Wow, he actually gets a lot of damage in while staying safe. Oh my goodness, what a chow from Cammy. Trade is in, but if it gets to round 11, there's a cruise missile in the mix. Spark the one that has to take us there first, though. Not gonna happen.
Oh, and unfortunately, it's not gonna happen, Alan. Boston Academy, they bring it all the way back with 5 rounds in a row. Like, these guys are just... I wouldn't be surprised, like, if this whole roster gets picked up in the CDL. Ever since this team has been formed, they are flawless.
Yeah.
We're talking about 6-0 in matches in the Elite Stage 1. Now they find themselves up 2-0 in this series after being down 4-1 in the Search and Destroy. It's just the adjustments are coming in, man. People are starting to play with confidence. They're like, all right, our game plan is this. We stick to the game plan, we're going to win it. And they are doing it time and time again. I thought Houston Spartans were going to be a titan in Search and Destroy, but Boston Academy, they ain't no slouches in anything. They're up 2-0 in the series. Absolute takeover again from Cammy. I'm telling you, this guy's been dominant ever since he entered Challengers.
2,500 damage, 11-7. The late cruise missile could have been something that we talked about if they needed it, but no need. He's a perfect opener. A lot of the rounds that they had there at the end, he finishes 8-8. That's not bad at all considering his role. And Boston Academy continue to rack up W's. High-rise control is all that stands between them and another 3-0. I mean, they have been not just beating teams, they have been beating them up. So we'll have that come through eventually, but our Bravo stream is live, and we're going to be taking a look to see if Spacefish Taco can finish off their series. They find themselves up 2-1, and we're into an Invasion Hardpoint.
Oh, we're into the mix, right into it. It's a very close game as well. As Convoy are walking away with this final 20 over at the bat from HP. But now we're going into the P4. You see all of Spacefish Taco. We're trying to get out. We don't want to spawn over towards Palace. And Convoy are making them pay for it as they find 3 in the feed. Donnie Temp also earns himself a cruise missile. So currently down by 10 points. Just got to keep him spawning over towards Palace, and that's exactly what Convoy are doing.
Yeah. Promar also has a cruise missile. Had been nerfed previously by the look of it. Spacefish Taco is trying to still work across the map. You got Welly making the first move. Cruise missile going to get called in. Welly gets caught, and the cruise missile lands onto Exotic. A chance for Convoy to earn more time here on P4.
Oh, and this is the perfect scenario because just that positioning of them finding all the right kills at the right time, you can put yourself in a nice little angle, just play your life in towards the point, but the cruise missile is now going to be felt. Promar said, yeah, if we can't lose a lot of time off P4, we're basically going to lose the game, so we got to invest it now.
How do you not see Dave Patty off that cruise missile, though? He just walks up. No one was even looking for him, and now Dave's on 3. Oh, a miscue there for SFT. 10-point game. Oh, and Donnie Temp is just not missing shots. Oh, my goodness. Well able to get SFT back into the hard point for a touch. But now Dave is starting to streak. Only gets the 5, though. Shut down by Exotic. We have a 10-point game going into the Renew Hill.
And Convoy Gaming, they cannot win it here. A little bit late to hopping on that one, but they are pushed out in the right positionings. All of Spacefish Tacos trying to attack through the middle of the map. Do have a contest by at least one player slowly working his way up through Roken and Exotic. Just trying to spot anyone. Getting some really bad COD timing is Donnie Temp, but it's still 20 seconds uncontested so far. Spacefish Tacos, they got to get a move on.
Yeah, this could work out really well for Temp, actually. He's not gonna know it, but he's behind pretty much the entire force of SFT. Exotic gives him the business. Now it's just down to 2 real inside the hard point. 220 to 200. Help from afar. Contest is in. 2 real, no idea where the contest was coming from, though, and that's enough for SFT with the proximal spawn to get right back in. Convoy, lots of nades, starting to find some damage. Still trying to play for this scrap time. We only have 12 seconds here, and you've got Exotic already trying to win over towards rotation to do.
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit late, though, because he's not inside the cafe. He's still trying to watch the cross over towards Old, so Convoy Gaming are going to be set up properly around this P1, at least have the positionings to set up, as they have cafe. They also have DVD. Now 2 real trying to soak up Exotic. He spotted him, but checked the wrong corner. There's no way in hell he could have been to your right. And that leaves the Convoy finding 3 in the feed. They might be able to call game here.
Yeah, Trophy System is also down a little bit deeper, but Deception through the middle of the map. Finds one. A bit of a surprise spawn here as Convoy not fully prepared for the hit from behind. Hardpoint goes neutral for a time. But back into it go Convoy. Deception still making a mess of the middle of the map. He's now all of a sudden on 3 in a row. Just kind of going in and out. As soon as someone touches the hill, he's now on 4 in a row. Spacefish Taco with the clearance. 2 real trying to get himself back in, but the trades are good. We're going to see likely another hard point here as Promar doubles down, and yep, we're going to rotate.
And if you are Space Fish Tacos, there has to be a great hold from the back end. You don't have the reverse spawn, but it's going to be too much time consumed to try to flip them. It might be ProMar just with the perfect route. Great trigger discipline. Is able to find the first. Can't find the second all today, Patty, but 240 to 228. Space Fish Taco have to hold down this setup.
And Tampa's going to watch this rotation. He's going to make sure no one reinforces from Palisade. ProMar very aware that this could be happening. How do the kills look like from the front? That may determine what happens at this hard point. Tie game. Yuli from the front side. Oh,
my
not
God.
able to get the exception as Exotic and ProMar will find 3. Can't anyone even get here? I mean, you gotta go. If you're Yuli, he gets shut down. The rotation comes through and Space Fish Taco. Oh, it's Mixie. As soon as we jump into it, they survive through it, and it was a 10-point gap when we got in, and wouldn't you know it, that's the gap they win by to make their way into the winners finals. Holy cow.
And those are a bunch of new names that we haven't seen yet. We're talking about ProMar, Deceptions. These guys, only one I really do know is John Exotic, because that guy's been playing COD since he was in diapers. He's still out here fighting. And now he finds himself in the winners finals, taking down Convoy Gaming. I wish we would have saw that one from the start, man, because that had to be a bloodbath. Everyone's sitting around the same damage. That means the teamwork was on point for Space Fish Tacos, but when it came down to it, all they needed was one setup at that P2. Even if they weren't spawning on the preferred side, they read the play beautifully. Even Donnie Tep going on the pinch, he was isolated in the one-on-one, probably longer than he wanted to be. But they were able to hold down that first push for only about 15 to 20 seconds, which is all that they needed to close out this series N4 and continue their stride forward.
Unreal, man. What a battle this series was.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Definitely one worth going back and rewatching. But yeah, it's this moment right here. I think it's just good awareness from ProMar to know that he's going to be challenged on this cross. Just not giving away his life. Exotic and Welly from the front. Perfect to deny that hit. So great stuff, man. I don't know if we have a favorite. I mean, Boston kind of right now is the favorite because they're beating up on everybody. Pending, of course, they can finish off the Houston Spartans. But wow, that was unbelievable. And actually, our observer J Pros just said it was 71-4 for SFT after the initial P2. Convoy made the crazy comeback to get to within 10. But just again, it looked like based on the scoreboard there, day late, dollar short. So that changes our bracket up, Jay, and that, like I said, brings SFT into the winners finals.
That's insane, man. That's great plays from them. I was not expecting them to get through teams like Diverse, who we've seen a lot of gameplay from. They were aggressive with those SMGs, but to get through Convoy Gaming, a team full of star-studded players who were once in the CDL or once former pro players, they take them down in 4. And now they're just waiting to see who they're going to play. And just the way that the other opposite rosters are going, Boston Academy, they're looking like they're going to try to meet SFT right all the way at the very end because of the way that they have been playing, adjustments in the middle of the game, dominating early on in hard points, closing out the way that they have been. They're just a high-rise control away from having that dance next.
Perfect segue there, brother, as we jump right into the break-off. Boston Academy on the offense to start. And it's going to be routes down through bottom blue. Prelude actually playing pretty aggressive here. Yeez, what a read that is. Snaps down. Has damage in, plus the follow-up. Now he's off the regen. You know he's going to chow that. Yep, there it is. 4 dead with the unfortunate team explosion of the propane tank, and B's gone. It's just gone.
Yeah, but the good thing is, at least if you are Houston Spartans, you just have to set yourself up to hit a couple nades because you know there's no trophy systems to work with yet. But they just haven't even got out of the spawn. Second segment is already in. The third one is about to get complete. It falls into the hands of Yeez, and they get in just at the right time to not let that extra time to get extended. Great work from Houston Spartans to reinforce their way back.
Yeah, really, really big defensive regain moment right there. There were, on the motion of the map, Boston, if they found even one more elimination, they could have not just finished B, they may have been on the A zone as well. Right through the middle of the map, though. Shawnee, Pentagram finding a first couple of kills. Prolute thinking about the challenge, but also knows that he's the only defender on the A zone. Pentagram dashes back over towards their jump. Nice route from Prolute, clears off top heli. And simultaneously, the rest of the Spartans will clear out B. So depletion starting to come through once again, and we're still even in lives, which is surprising to say considering how successful the breakoff looked.
Yeah, it was a good start from Boston Academy, and they can still keep their foot on the gas. You have Pentagram, who just stayed alive the whole time, finessing in towards the B point. And now he's going to find himself behind enemy lines, but his teammates trying to do everything they can to stay alive at the A point. Prolu gets it done with the AR and the pistol. Make it 3 dead in the feed. Now Pentagram, even though you put something in their spawn, they're going to know exactly where you are. Clean 4. Now you're in the trap.
Yeah. High ground positions locked in from the Spartans. Time becoming a bit of an issue. Down to 25 seconds, but there's a wide open B route. Down through Elevator Alley. Contest coming through the middle of the map, but Yeez gets the first. Rex with the trade. Cammy just trying to play his life. Finds Spart on the outside. 15 seconds on the clock. Pentagram now joining. Rex is the only one here as he's already good for 6. Make it 7. Shots are clean from Dylan Rex. Holy cannoli. 8 in a row. A 9-1 start. And after what looked to be a full Boston stack on B, they'll only get 2 ticks of progress. And Dylan would have been good for a double-digit streak if the time allowed for that final fight.
Yeah, that's just one of those takeover rounds right there out of Dylan Rex. Not the best start to the round, but everything after that was all him. You only give up 2 segments as well at that B point, but now you have a cruise missile to work with in your back pocket. You also have trophy systems to start off on this attacking ground to make up for those 2 segments. So I would love to see the play call coming in from the Spartans. I feel like in the CDL, we've seen a lot of teams just when they're the team early on the defense, they're going to play it standard. But when you're going on that offensive side with those trophy systems, it's usually a stack over towards A. Because if you can walk away with A, you're basically calling round.
Well, looks like off the bat, Houston's just kind of taking their time. Lots of damage from Rex again. Still looking for that double-digit streak. Pentagram. Wow, how does he get 2 and get away? Wow,
My God.
How does he get 2 and get
Wow.
away, brother? Are you kidding me? Unreal.
That's just good stuff. Great finesse out of Boston Academy, and now you have Houston Spartans exactly where you want them. Not a single segment complete, and they're in the headlock. Now they're forced to find a way on out. Great team shots, great bait and switch out of Dylan Rex to find that kill. Prolu on the opposite side as well finds a second. They've already withstood the first push. Now you have an opportunity to work your way out, but with only 40 seconds left, you have to be able to pause that game clock somewhere.
Cammy, the soul defender over towards A. Got a lot of help over through mid-map.
Oh.
Wow, the snaps from Cammy were good, but Spart not going to get doubled up. Pentagram still playing down low at B. Fire, it's unfortunate again. The propane tank's just so unpredictable at times. So Spart will drop. Cammy picks up on fire, and now Pentagram gets the read that the Spartans are still trying to flood through blue.
With only 20 seconds left, you have to at least earn some segments if
Something,
you are
yeah.
the Spartans. It looks like the play call might be to go over towards B. Spart starts it off with an explosion of his own. Fire with the second. And with only 10 seconds left, they should be able to put a pause on this game clock. Just got to take care of Cammy. Finds one through heli steps. He's just waiting for his teammates to reinforce.
Fire off the regen. Up top, good snap, but Yeez finds the kill. 7 seconds on the clock. Cammy playing over towards red. Dylan in trouble, and he runs right into the waiting arms of Yeez. Prolute able to isolate, but trades again. Just so quick, so clean for Boston. Decent final kill feed, but Fire at 0.0 is the last hope at A, and he will not be good for the 1v1. Boston take a perfect defense, not letting a single tick get captured.
And the Houston Spartans are probably thinking, is there 4 players on the opposing side? Because every time we get a 2-piece, there's always someone there for the instant trade. Boston Academy are just taking so much ground on them. It's like there's 8 of them on the map. But they don't allow a single segment on that defense. But keep in mind, Dylan Rex still has that cruise missile.
Yep.
But you have to play for a shutout round now because you're down by 2 segments. But basically in every control that we have in this game, you want to be the team defending in round 5.
Absolutely. So Rex will take his presence over towards the long D alley with assistance. Getting pretty aggressive here. Fire's just tossing nades as Boston will once again kind of come through blue. Cammy seen at range. Yeez off the mantle. Should catch this.
Oh.
Nice shots from Fire. One player still existing on the A zone, but no worries. The kills come through, and it's a 3-for-1 exchange, and Rex is now wrecking havoc over towards the Boston spawn.
Already in the back of the bases, Dylan Rex. Said he got 14 and 6. Does get taken down, though, by Yeez. Great route to hit through underground. You find the trade on Ashani, but Yeez and Cammy combined for another 2, so that's 3 dead in the feed. Gonna be able to pause that game clock at that B point. Cammy's not slowing down. He finds another through bottom blue. But this route by Dylan Rex, the investment of the dead silence might be just enough to get the job done. Takes down Yeez, goes for the snap on the second. Here comes the stun, dancing around death. And he's able to actually lose that gunfight. So Shawnee tried his best. And at least opens up the lane for the rest of his teammates to attack over towards A.
Cammy not going to be able to best Spar. Good double from him to keep the A zone completely safe. Next focus for Boston, looking to go back over towards B, but Rex once again in position to quell it. 35 seconds on the clock. Long range shots of Pentagram, not good enough to beat Fire, so now the lives become a bit more of an issue along with the clock here for Boston. And this would have to be either an underground hit to B or just a full flood over to A. Prolute in a position to kind of watch over both at the same time. How about this?
Oh.
Prolute, great double. Yee's not having a great start, but at least confirms a trade. Not going to make a difference, though. And how about this defense from the Houston Spartans?
It's been all out shutout. Not a single segment complete for Boston Academy, but with 5 seconds left, you have somewhat B-side control. You win this one-on-one. You can still pause the game clock, but the stun might just be too good to slow you down in your tracks. Houston Spartans stay strong on the defensive side. Now they're just thinking, we're down by 2 segments. We're up, obviously, in the rounds, up 2-1. If we walk away with the attack, that will be the map, but that's got to be your first job of attack. You got to get these segments done, at least even it up, and close out that B point.
Man, can't be sitting there like in slow motion, like,
Please let me out.
He's like running through quicksand. That's too funny. But yes, exactly what the doctor ordered here for the Spartans. Can they find a way to get some progression in? And okay, these will drop to the opening propane explosion, followed up by Pro Loot Good, and this should lead to the Spartans finding some success over at B until Shawnee and Cammy find the response kills in the nick of time, fire the last one left on the D zone.
Yeah, Fires just got to play his life as long as he possibly can. He's already the contest is going to be in. Pistol is not going to win these fights. Cammy and Yee's combined for 2, and now you're in a situation where if you are Dylan Rex, we got to start thinking about that cruise missile because we need to make up these segments. We got to guarantee ourselves defense in round 5.
I like the call. 20 and 10 from Dylan. Dead silence pop. Pro Loot opens things up on this next engagement. How about the follow-up? Perfect. Fire. Dylan Rex. Good team shots through and through. Cammy trying to make a play through B out. Is anyone watching this? Well, maybe not, but the trades are decent. Still allows the clock to stay paused at 54 seconds, and Spart here to help support.
Yeah, first segment is already complete. Yeez at least gets the fadeaway onto Spart. But you're more focused on completing these segments. Prolu finds another one across the map. Boston Academy still trying to contest as much as they can in towards B. Second segment is about to get complete. You slide in right before you want to. And now it's Dylan Rex that you have to find a trade on. It's a very difficult gunfight to win. Pentagram is able to find one, but they're still here. They're still in the B point.
Oh, and another propane explosion stops Pentagram from being able to way through mid. So that should be the extra 60. Wait a second. Houston, they didn't finish the zone. The rotation over towards A is underway.
Oh, no.
And all of a sudden, Yeez is going to deplete that third tick of progress. No, not like this. It was setting up so well for Houston. And now all of a sudden, their backs are up against the wall. You have to re-break. B and Boston are right at the front doors. And that sounded like a cruise missile may have just gotten called. It sounded like it exploded over towards Heli.
Oh, my God. And this is a scary situation because it's simply going to come down to the slaying. If Boston Academy are able to keep their foot on the gas, just keep him in the trap as long as they possibly could. And if Cammy earns a cruise missile, everything on for Houston Spartans is going to flip on its head. You shut him down. Great job. And now with 3 dead, you can start to get aggressive up on the map. We got to get B done, though.
Have to have it. Have to have it. Pentagram getting the first cleanly. Pistol out. Gets a second. Impressive. Stuns coming through. Nades also landing, but the extra sit. No, not. It's contested. Yeez gets in at the nick of time. Unbelievable. Desperate play over towards A. The last chance for Houston to try to salvage this offense, but they're running out of lives. Oh, no. Not like this.
It's just too fast, Alan. Like, they're thinking that they got B done and dusted. The rotation came over towards the A point, but the stack needed to be there to at least extend that time and guarantee yourself round 5 defense. Gets in at the slimmest of margins. He was this close to walking away with that B capture, extended time by a minute. But now it just simply comes down to the kills. And if I'm doing my tally correctly, it might be quick maths. Boston Academy are going to be the team on defense. That's exactly what you want to try to close out in the 3-0.
Wow. I mean, just the longest series of unfortunate events right there. So now what? No cruise missile. Have not been able to capture a full zone yet if you're Houston. They're trying for something cheeky at A. Pentagram, Cammy right there waiting for it. And 3 down. Spart last one left. Pistol out, but Spart keeps his life, finds himself a double, and makes sure the spawn trap doesn't come through.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, that he keeps his life, but for how long? Because Cammy sniffs him out. At least you open up for the rest of your teammates to go out of the map. Prolu gets stunned so hard he falls off of it. And now that's clean 3, making 4 dead in the feed. All of Houston Spartans trying to fight out of this spawn again.
He's in a little eliminations, keeps the life lead marginal. Prolute, good transition. Cammy cannot overchal this. Little bounce pass off the railing from Cammy. Whoa, and then the snap to Spart. He knows he's got one more.
Oh, man.
Cammy, unreal. 32 and 19, just doing it all himself over towards B. Prolute, no way, get down. Rex on the long cross.
Hello.
Cammy just continues to tally it up. Spart trying to hold on towards A, but Boston there to reclaim.
Oh my God, Cammy cannot miss. 35 and 19. The reinforcements are now here with only 20 seconds left. Houston Spartan, you gotta get out of your spawn, but you gotta get past Cammy, and he's not letting you breathe as he finds another 2, make it 3, ends this map on an 8. Could potentially be more. It's GG.
Unreal. What a pop off from Cammy. Last attempt to get over towards B, not going to happen. Oh my goodness. I mean, Lord, that's all I got. That is an unreal spree from Cammy. Unbelievable.
I'm telling you right now, Alan, like, we were watching Cammy play for LAT all in the beginning of the CDL stages. They went 1-12, 1-13 in the hard point. It wasn't the best. But you could just tell that he was definitely uncomfortable in that situation. Because what he's been able to do ever since entering Challengers, this is the Cammy that I remember in Cold War.
Yes,
He's
sir.
just taking over game after game. We're talking about map 1 dominance, map 2 dominance, dropping about, what, 13 to 14 kills? And then even in the map 3, he almost drops a 2.0 KD with 20 deaths. Like, that is just absolute takeover from start to finish out of that young man. And it leads to Boston Academy clutching up again at the very end of this map to walk away with another 3-0 on the day.
And that's the thing about this Boston team, man. We were flat out impressed with their ability just to run, gun, fly, and do all the things from start to finish, front to back. But the other part of this team is that they have been super icy.
Yeah.
And to be fair, small mistakes, sure, but the thing about it is, the thing that could really you could walk away with is, hey, Boston are seeing the mistakes and converting on their opponent's mistakes, which, you know, sometimes when we get to Challengers Elite, it's a lot of, you know, whoever makes the least amount of mistakes is going to win. But
Yeah.
this is a different set of circumstances where Boston are reading what's going wrong for Houston and absolutely punishing them for it.
They just have a perfect understanding of how they want to play as a unit. They know the personnel. They know what people like to do when people don't like to do. So they are just setting them all up for success. No one's ever put in a bad situation. Even when you think the SMGs are put in a bad situation, they're dancing around the hills, still getting a couple kills. Like, everyone is just so comfortable. You're allowing Cammy to be that true flex player that he is. He'll go out there and get all the kills that you want. SMGs is setting the pace. Shawnee being the backbone of this roster, making sure everything is in front of us, nothing behind us. As we take a look at the maps and modes again, obviously it's all Boston Academy as they now move to what, 7-0 throughout this elite stage?
Yes, sir.
I know Doug says Martin is sitting there jumping while he's doing these pull-ups.
Yeah. And I think the thing about it is, I don't think they've lost many maps either.
No.
They've lost 6 maps. They were flawless today through Syndicate, and then again through the Houston Spartans, and then they've got Spacefish Tacos awaiting them in the winners finals next week. On the bottom side of the bracket, though, we say farewell to Diverse and SGP Syndicate. It's one of those situations that, again, I think both teams really showed that they've got a ton of potential, a ton of ceiling that, you know, it definitely reaches up there with the rest of them. But at the moment, I'm having a hard time putting my finger on anyone who can contest against this Boston team at the moment.
Yeah, because Boston, they are flawless. They are not making any mistakes. They are dominating the games. But all those other couple of teams, like I said, like Diverse, they come out and play 3 invasions. That catches them off guard. Syndicate this time, they did not have that clutch factor in Search and Destroy. So those are things moving forward that you have to make sure your gameplay is now exceeding in those levels, because you have to be better if you want to move forward or deeper in these tournaments.
Absolutely the case. So that will conclude Challengers League coverage for this week. But, of course, not only is the CDL starting up in 15 hours, but we've got Miami on the way. A lot of announcements coming through. You can get your tickets as a spectator right here by scanning the QR code. But if you are someone looking to play in the Challengers Open that was announced today, make sure you follow along with the Miami Heretics Twitter. It made it sound like they were going to start announcing Team Pass sales within the next day or two. So make sure you're ready to go for that, because you know how that bad spree goes in terms of trying to secure yourself a Team Pass. But final thoughts here as we conclude not just the group stage, Jay, on the week, but also our first rounds of action here in playoffs before we come back next week.
These are some banger of a games. Obviously, a lot of the Titans that we were expecting to move forward, they were continuously moving forward. FaZe Black today got the redemption versus Syndicate, clutch up in the game 5s, just moving forward. We got to eliminate those couple of mistakes, man. But everybody played some great Call of Duty today, and I'm excited to see what tomorrow has in store for us.
Going to be a lot of fun, my man. I think we're going to have a lot of conversations as well after some of the individual performances that if some of the CDL teams don't play well this weekend.
hey, there's a couple guys out here that need some spots.
You know, we'll see you on Sunday. But that's going to do it for us here on Challengers Elite. Thanks so much for tuning in throughout the entirety of today, which, again, was a battle. So go get your Z's, go get your rest, and we'll catch you guys back in less than half a day, essentially, with the CDL tomorrow. Again, playoffs continue. Don't miss it. 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern next Wednesday to finish off both seasons of European and North American Challengers Season 1. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.